Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I think it is something that, I think it is kind of a double standard of the media when they talk about Uganda's homophobic laws, but they will not speak against, other countries that we do business with who have had their laws, like their homophobic laws on the books much longer.
Funny you talk about homosexuality being a sin, but then everybody is a sinner, right? So who's the judge?
So this is a good question, Tomo, and I'll answer it for you. So Leviticus 18:22 says, "A man that lay with a man the way he lay with a woman is detestable, saith the Lord." But also in Leviticus, if you scroll down a few, it says that if you wear clothing woven of two types of material, that is also a sin. So I would say that God has decreed that if you wear cotton polyester t-shirts, that is the equivalent in his eyes of having homosexual sex.
Just like to respond to that, it's only applicable to people during the time that the temple is in existence. So if there's a third temple that's built, then that would be applicable today. Also, it's only applicable to Israelites.
Wait, hold on. Now, this may be true based on whatever theological studies that go through. What I'm talking about is identify Christians pick and choose verses that want to weaponize against people. They have other sins that they don't suffer. So I think the point is that Christians come down and try to create the only one that modern day American Christians care about is can't be a faggot.
Well, actually, the emphasis that you share here about Jesus said are still applicable today through Christianity. But he also said homosexuality is still sin. He said they can't do it with no laws. That means it's not like there's a new economy.
No, hold on. Rich, I know that you read a bit, but I also read a bit, so I'm going to call you out on this. What he actually says was, I didn't come to replace the laws of Moses. I came to fulfill them. So the laws are still in play. The idea that you think that the laws are not in play, what he did do though is distill it down, and he said that if you love him, referring to God, and you love them, referring to people, that you will fulfill them. So that's what it actually says. So you can bastardize it any way you want, twist it any way you want, but I don't even care what the Bible says. What I do care about is that there's people in 2025 that have a bunch of dust on their Bible that walk around saying that gays are going to go to hell. And that's a weird thing to say, considering the book itself tells you to love people. And so, when I hear people condemn rules that identify as Christians, I have a big fucking problem with it because you're not following the two most important commitments. Thank you.
Yeah, the take upon to love your God with all your heart and all your mind, to love your neighbor the way you love God, and say anything but what St. Paul says 613. Also, secondly, it says to love the person but not the sin, and to reject the sin. So I agree.
But Rich, Jesus was way more explicit about divorce, but he was never mentioned homosexuality. Christians seem to not care as much about divorce, as much as they do about homosexuality.
That's 100% not true. Jesus went through a
Hold on. You guys are going to do the talk past each other thing where he's going to...
I was responding to him.
Well, hold on. No, but you were getting ready to do because you went to say what Jesus says. Here's the thing. You need to declare your terms here. Are you talking about what Christians in 2025 really believe?
Dang. No, so, Jesus explicitly said that no thieves, no murderers, no adulterers, Jesus is worth.
So where, show me where Jesus says.
Well, Jesus explicitly said that no sinner shall enter the kingdom of heaven. There's a way to enter the kingdom of heaven except by Christ. So homosexuality is considered a sin. Yes. So if you're sinning and you don't turn away from your sin and turn away from that flesh, then you not enter heaven.
Yeah, and Christians seem to be more concerned about gay marriage than they are about divorce or sex out of wedlock.
Yeah, it's probably better practice to put all your attention on yourself and being the best you can be, not project on others.
Yeah, like in general, like universally, like think that gay marriage is something that is wrong. And I mean that's just your personal opinion. I don't care like about your personal opinion if you give it to yourself.
Wait, hold on.
You laugh. We're just talking.
Hold on. I just want to go Joe Pete here. Joe Pete, get up here. Anchor's got pressure. No one's not for it. So, my phone dies various times. So I just wanted to, kind of, get you guys to get on track. Are you guys talking about what Christians claim to believe in 2025? Or are you talking about what the Bible says? Because those are two very, okay, so that's not the conversation Necro was having. Because, and this is one of the things where I think that this is opposite places that one person will reference the Bible. And so I think that's you're talking about arguing about the Bible, it becomes less interesting to me because of the Bible and using that as a reference point is just I think what makes it more interesting is if you were to read the text, if you were to read it to understand it, and then we're to say 25 Christians don't practice what the Bible says. And I think that's the point. I think the people that condemn homosexuality based on their belief in the Bible are ignoring the two greatest commandments. You are called to love people, not to hate them, not to cast your judgment on them. And so, again, if you want to have a biblical argument, I'm happy for it. I'm up for the smoke, but I would call out the hypocrisy
where it says no murderers, no adulterers, and no fornicators, no adulterers.
Hold on. Again, you are a king cherry picker. Like honestly, if this is your interpretation.
Session.
It's great. Why would you have judgment when God's in control? And in fact, I would argue that it is a lack of faith that would cause you to call out the homosexual because you don't believe that God's got this. Go ahead.
I also call out fornicators. I also call out drunkards. I also call out drug addicts and tell them that if they don't turn away from their fleshly desires, then they're not going to enter the kingdom of heaven. Jesus says the woman,
because you're not showing love.
Jesus says
the two main things that God told you. What Jesus told you to do was to love God and to love people. If you're not leading with love, you're not going to heaven. I want you to let this sink in, right? When you look at your life tonight, when you look at your kids and you're thinking of these fantasies of heaven, with your own belief system, you're not going to go there. You're not going to be there because you don't love.
No, we're to love with righteousness and to judge with righteousness. We're supposed to call people out and tell them what they're doing is wrong, the same that Christ did when he was talking to the woman who was in adultery.
Actually,
Can I answer, Roger, or not? Can I answer you as I interrupted?
Well, I will. I'm going to use my mom privilege. And now pass it to Sarah. Listen, I don't like to critique people for their religion. I will say that I don't believe that Islam is a religion. I think that that's a biblical. But when it comes to I think it's very important. It's very important to lead the love component. And when you find yourself maybe towards people that have committed sins that you don't struggle with, I think that what you should do is you should invest in your mirror. You should go look at yourself and you should ask yourself what sins you're committing, and you should focus on asking your forgiveness for those things rather than the things that you're making.
Righteousness, because people don't want to miss from righteousness. So let's be right. Ego. It's about being right. Nothing to do with love. When you focus on the love of your heart, that is open space for somebody to step into.
Hey, this is Congressman. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
You didn't actually get what I just said.
Rich, actually, when he calls us to righteously judge our brothers in Christ, that's who we're righteously called to judge.
That doesn't negate the fact that we're supposed to tell people the truth. That's what Jesus said, even to the woman who was condemned of adultery, get up and go and send it forth. Because, yeah, she became a Christian. But what did he say to the Pharisees? And he said that they're like white tombs. That they're beautiful on the outside, but they're just full of dead man's bones. I mean, didn't he call them out for their, disbelief in God?
But you don't have to tell the story, it's human experience. You're wrapped up in your stories and your ideas, it's all in your head. But love is very good. Can you please explain it to your
I was just going to say, unfortunately, I am Christian. I probably do 2 to 3 hours of Bible study every day, so I'm kind of geek out on my Bible study. And I will say that, the greatest commandment is to love one another like you love the Lord. But I tend to get a little bit frustrated when people talk about righteous judgment, because that righteous judgment is meant to be applicable to our brothers and sisters in Christ. And if they're not brothers and sisters in Christ, I think it's one thing if they come to you and they ask your opinion and they tell you they're struggling and they're looking for your advice. I'm not telling you you should lie to them and not be truthful to them. But if they haven't asked for your opinion, I don't think that it sets a good witness.
Well, and Sarah, when you further that point, what is the goal of sharing the good news? It's to turn people to Christ. It's my understanding.
Absolutely.
I spent a tremendous amount of time studying this, and so when Rich communicates this stuff, I'm just saying that every fiber in my body says what he's saying is going to turn people away from Christ, not to Christ.
Do you believe that homosexuality is a sin?
But you know what else I believe is a sin? I believe that telling a lie is a sin.
I agree.
I believe that cheating on your spouse is a sin. I believe that premarital sex is a sin. And I feel like the church, in the modern day and age, has done serious injustice to some communities because they've weighted sin on a scale. And obviously, to the degree in which you commit things, yes, some are larger in scope as far as who they hurt. But I don't think that you can cherry pick sin, and I know me personally, I tend to say in prayer a lot, and I try to always come with kindness first and everybody, but I fail sometimes, and I know that I've got my own personal struggles, things that I deal with that I know are sin in my life, so I've got no business looking and microscoping the sin in anybody else's life, because I got to take care of what's in my backyard first.
So, Greg, I want to add something that I think is important, and I know time on Congressman. If somebody is using their religious text and their quote unquote faith to weaponize it towards people with a lifestyle to do with theirs, they're not. This is not a religious thing. This is just your opinion, and you're using your biblical text to support your bigotry. And you can call it whatever you want. You can point to it. And you can say, "Hey, the Lord said it." But if the person doesn't read that book and doesn't accept those truths, they're not bound by that. And there's a consequence for it in the Bible for all of this, right? That's not for you to do that. And if you really care about it, and you really believe that, hey, that's a sinful life, and they're not going to have eternal life, and they would have more blessings if they would flee from sin, I think that you would, instead of saying, hey, you're a sinner, I think what you would do is you would probably pull them aside, and you would just ask them to learn about the love of Jesus, rather than try to communicate to them the scorn.
Yeah, I mean, Rich, you're just as bad as people complain about, people not using the right pronouns. You're trying to impose more morality on top of people who do not accept it. So, like years ago, I had an experience that changed my life. It was a supernatural experience. I'd say I saw God, right? So God came to me. And I'm not saying this is brag or anything like that, because I've never been a religious person. I always believed God was a religious person. Then I had some bad injuries. And I used to train every day, twice a day, this kind of thing. And I wasn't able to train for years, many years. And it really has you humble yourself. And so you should kiss the feet of God everywhere you walk. If you're a true, I'm not saying how a Christian should be, but you should kiss the ground that you walk on for people that are in your space, and be grateful that you're in their space. And when you come from that place, it's not about giving someone else any power over you, anything like that. If you truly have the power of God with you, you're not worried about anything. You're completely free of fear, right? And all there is love. And nobody can deny that message. And you're not trying to fix anybody by being righteous. You're not going to fix anything, okay? You're going to just speak the word from that place. And that will resonate with the people that were willing to accept it. Everybody else, leave them the fuck alone.
Sir, yeah, quick question.
Yeah.
Did Jesus say that you're to go and tell people who are not in your faith that they need to stop them? They're saying that they need to come to Christ and it's the judgment. If not, they will not enter the kingdom of heaven.
Jesus said to go and share the gospel.
Yep.
Yeah, Jesus said to go and share the gospel, which I think is different. I think of it as they can share the gospel.
You think that I told you?
Oh, I was listening in time. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to understand it. I mean, it would be for me, I'm okay, but he's in the room, right? I want to know if you understood what I said.
Oh, I don't listen to like spiritualism and stuff.
Spiritualism?
He wasn't listening to listen time out. He was listening to speak, waiting to get his agenda points out.
Exactly.
Time out. Do you believe that homosexuality is a sin against God? Yeah, just I'm trying to get context to figure out where you're coming from. I'm simply asking you a question for clarification. Do you believe homosexuality is a sin against God?
Hello, moderators.
I can see that this is not convincing.
You don't want to look at
No, it doesn't matter if it's convincing or if
You
it's
don't want to
doctor
look at
sales, if they don't
yourself.
accept it.
Afraid
Hi,
of
Thelma,
You're-
Rich, Marshall,
when you're
moderators.
engaging-
Wait a minute, hold on. I just wanted to say one last thing. For me, like, one of the things that I look at in the scripture is how Jesus walked, and I will tell you that in every instance and in every story where Jesus is reaching out to people, he always leads with humility and compassion. And so, for me, in my witness and my testimony to people, I always want to lead with humility and compassion. And like I said, I don't think that pointing out sin in other people's lives is the way to get them to want to hear your story. I think that if you want people to be present and to hear, I mean, that's what the scripture says over and over. Let those who have ears hear. Let them hear the story of the gospel. If you want them to take it seriously, nobody is going to take you seriously when you come at them with condemnation and when you come at them with you.
Not coming at them with comment.
God is beyond right and wrong.
Trying to address her.
Divine is beyond right and wrong. You're stuck in that. You're stuck in right and
No,
wrong.
just telling people the truth and people like.
No, you're stuck in right and wrong.
Hi, moderators. This is Congressman. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
I conceded the same thing that Serendipity said, that Jesus will not, God will not accept the person who's an adulterer or a fornicator or a liar or a murderer. All those people,
But you're
including
about
the
everything
homosexual.
that's wrong. You're about everything.
No, I'm telling people
You're
the
not
truth.
talking about what's right about it.
Jesus said the Pharisees are a den of vipers.
You are telling people the truth, but it's not what you say,
But
it's all
Jesus
how
said,
you say it.
how did Jesus treat the money changers in the temple? They say that he got 2 pieces of leather and like beat them out in
You
the
need
temple.
to learn how to
Most
look at your
people who sin are not the money takers of the temple, Rich.
Yes, they are.
No, they're
They're all sinners. Sin is equal, Marshall.
Fine, they're all sinners, but here's the problem. You should, when you share the gospel, hope somebody picks it up and makes that their life.
Well, Jesus says only go to the people who have ears to hear
Hold on.
and eyes to see.
Sales goes, it doesn't work very well when you lead with condemnation. It's
Marshall, if they tell you to get off your lawn,
let me finish, bro.
go ahead, Marshall.
If
You're straw manning.
No, I'm not. I'm being honest. If you want anything other than your own self-aggrandizement because you told somebody they were doing something wrong, then you would look at how your words impact these people. Because it's not just about you getting a kick off of telling somebody they're a sinner.
It's not a kickoff of telling somebody that they're a sinner. It's coming with the good news. The first words out of Jesus' mouth in the New Testament is repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand.
So
Hold on. Rich, I gotta tell you, if this is the way that you approach talking to people about the good news, I would imagine you've probably stumbled more people than you've led to Christ. I would imagine. In fact, I can't imagine that this wins anybody. And I think that your understanding of the Bible is childish. And in all the wrong ways of being childish. Are you familiar with Matthew 7:2-5?
Read it. Can you say it?
Judge others by the standard that.
Cut out.
Hi, Timok, and Rich. I'd like to. I've been taking notes on my cell phone. I'd like to read to you some of the notes that I've written on my cell phone, if I may be put in the queue.
Did you catch all that, Rich?
No, you cut out.
Okay, sorry. So listen. Matthew 7:2-5. It's referring to you gotta judge people, but you too are gonna be judged. It's a reminder that you have to have your house clean before you judge other people.
I
The idea that
before you take the second all sometimes.
So why do you care about the sins that they struggle with?
I have multiple times. I literally said, I literally said that I can't. Right now, currently, frustration, anger, but I always ask God for forgiveness over it. That's pretty much it.
How many you've led to Christ?
I got how many people have I led to Christ? Half a dozen.
I got a question. I would bet you probably turned off these questions. I've got a question.
Hey, time out. Before you do any questions, I'd like to get put in the queue. Thank you. Sorry, Timok. I'm just asking if I can be put in the queue.
This last one. Rich, what made you compelled to become a man of God, to follow Christianity? What compelled you?
Oh, I mean, the word of God.
Tell me your experience.
Mud sharks prepared him to be.
You gonna crash out, Maka? You gonna crash out?
I'm just enjoying the hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are near Rich.
Hold on one second, Monica.
Hey, Timok, before you ask any more questions, I feel like I'm just going to go ahead and start talking because you gentlemen are no gentlemen. You guys this is a runaround, circle loop you guys are doing. These are the notes I just wrote. This reminds me of a friendly and fun book club discussion. Let's all be at peace, now and forever. I have listened with profound respect and conscious awareness, and I would like to use my time to share with you just 60 seconds of Bible flashcards. Before I share, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Release and say, I am a clubhouse flower. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. The Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. In your strength, I can crush an army. With my God, I can scale any wall. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season and to bless all the work of your hands. Your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask him. Blessed is the man whom God corrects. So do not despise the discipline of the Almighty. Here's what I want you to do, Clubhouse brothers and sisters. Take your everyday, ordinary life. You're sleeping, eating, going to work, and walking around life, and using Clown House all day long, and place it before God as an offering. Embracing what God does for you is the best thing you can do for him.
Yes. Hold on, guys. You want me to respond to this? What I was going to say is, this is why you don't respond to people like Congressman. Because Congressman's not even I know exactly. Congressman is not even a Christian. He's a Taoist. He's a Taoist. He's not even a Christian.
Can I ask just one question? I want to know.
Anybody can ask one question, because I read.
Yeah, I want to speak too. Put me in it.
Necro started all this.
There's no cue, Joe. Congress, I just want to, you were reading a passage clearly when you said acts. Was it AXE or was it ASK? I just want to know.
Well, that's rule number
was
11. You have to say acts.
Oh, you have to say acts? Oh, alright.
Can I jump in real quick? I just have two sentences. No, you're not quick. I'm speaking.
How long do you have time off your question? It's going to be a long one.
Rich. I listened to you last night and know your answer, so let me finish. We are called to be disciples, to lead people to Christ, and if they want to come, that's their fucking business.
Exactly. And what do we do if they reject it?
Because, let me finish. You keep interrupting. Is that your mantra?
No, I was adding to what you're saying. I said, what do we do if someone rejects Christ?
Well, I'm going to finish, whether you like it or not. We lead people to Christ, whether they want to come or not. It's love him or you don't. And you're a Christian, and if you don't embrace it, that's your life. When you go off and don't you are weird.
You paused for a second. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna let Joby finish, and then I'm gonna speak. Sounds like they need to
Thank you. I'll be short and sweet. The question I always ask people, and you guys have heard it before, whose name do you call when you accidentally drive off a cliff? Because that's usually whoever it is, if it's hell or shit, or most people say, oh Lord, and that's what I'm going to do. And if I see you in heaven, yay, hallelujah. And if I don't, I attempted to follow God's will by trying to be a good disciple. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I couldn't stand.
No, this is great. Charlie, thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna jump in. Edward, you can't flirt with her right now. You gotta finish. So, Rich, when you confront people that are homosexual, what is it that you're hoping to get out of them?
Confront people who are homosexual, we confront people who are sinners, and I tell them all the things that God's commands that are sins. It says things that are sins, and that we should turn away from all those things.
And what is your expectation in communicating that to somebody?
That the kingdom of the Lord is at hand and repent.
Do you think there might be a better way to maybe get them to embrace Christ? Maybe read them some passages that maybe ask them questions about things that would make them feel good, and then talk to them about the love of Christ. What would you think?
You know, when Jesus returned back to his hometown, he was sitting there and he was declaring himself to be God. And they wanted to throw him off a ledge, and he doubled down and said, yes, I am your God. He told them very clearly that he is God. He is the anointed one and the Son of God. So he doubled down. So if people don't want to accept that, that's on them. And that was Jesus, and Jesus commands us to do everything in his name, the same as he does.
I have to tell you, if you guys really believe this shit, this is why Christianity is not growing at the same rate that Pentecostalism are getting the numbers. I'm gonna be honest about this. Aside from the guy that goes to the fucking funerals, and with the signs, I can't think of a worse messenger for Christ that I've ever met. I'm genuinely serious.
So what's funny is when you actually look at those numbers of Islam and Christianity, Islam is only growing at the same rate, or if not faster, on the basis of birth rates. But then you have to look at the apostasies. You have to look at the apostates and realize that the majority of Muslims who move to the Western world are leaving Islam just at the same rate as Christianity. And if you actually look at projections by 2100, Christianity is still ahead. So
There's a larger percentage of people on planet Earth that are non-religious than any time in human history in 2025.
there's $1 billion followers of Jesus in Islam.
The reason why there's a lower percentage, the reason why the numbers are declining, is because people are turning away. There's a lot of things. There's some people are embracing science, some people just don't believe in truth claims, and then there's people that message this stuff where it sounds very hate. I'll be honest, when I hear it talk about it sounds like one of the most unattractive things that I've ever heard. It sounds like a cult leader that's trying to shame people, and then you're looking for the weakest person that might hate themselves just enough to believe your bullshit. Because there's no
Say that as a person who denies Christ.
First of all, I don't know how. Hold on. I don't know how old you are, Rich, but I would imagine that I've spent just as much fucking time in a church that you have. I would imagine that I've read probably just as much as you have. And this is hold on, listen. You reject the truth. And I'm going to tell you what you're rejecting. Yes, you. Because I'm going to tell you, everyone that I've ever met, it inspired me, that made me think, you know, like, oh shit, there's something to this. You know what they had in common? They had a genuine love in their heart that you could feel. You didn't even have to fucking hear it. They were the type of people that could walk up alongside you, put their arm on your shoulder, and you didn't have to say a fucking word. You just knew that there was a love that they were trying to communicate. There was none of that coming through with what you're saying.
Yeah, and a lot of the people that came up and made you think about Christianity also told you that all the things that you think are morally acceptable, probably they agree with, and said, you know what, yeah, you're right, you know, you can have transgender pastors.
Actually, no, hold on. Let me tell you something. Pastor Dan Larson used to he moved to Colombia to pray over water so people could drink it without getting fucking cholera. This is a fucking guy that like he didn't sit in a clubhouse bitching at homosexuals.
Wait, why are you talking about a guy that prays on the weak? You literally just said you don't like the people who pray on the weak. 100,000 people in a crowd in Kenya gave their life to Christ in one night.
We're talking about a person that actually walked with you.
You're saying he's praying on the weak.
You're on Clubhouse.
You're talking about, you testifying about a guy who prays on the weak. You said,
Crash it out.
no, I'm calling you out.
Yes, you are.
It's not crashing out, but calling you out, right?
You're crashing out.
You actually said,
You're
constantly interrupting his room. And you say, oh, you're just going to Africa, praise on the weak.
May I finish, fake Christian?
The most godly person you could testify to is one who you just said, praise on the weak.
Yeah, Paul.
See how that works.
I gotta tell you, first of all, yeah, let me explain this. Pastor Dan Larson, this guy, yeah, he actually believed what he read, and he believed it so much that he fucking moved. He moved to Colombia to pray for people so they didn't die when they were drinking water. You know what? The best that you got, the best that you, and I don't know why you're the best that you have is to come on Clubhouse and call out homosexuals. This is fucking weird. This is fucking weird. You're not leading with love. Like, honestly, I don't even believe you're a Christian. I genuinely don't believe you're a Christian. Show me that guy. I'll go to that.
Right. He knows he fixates on this homosexual thing. I with all respect,
It sounds like rejection.
Yeah, I had a question if he has ever had those feelings for that, you know, and is so disgusted by that within himself that he's fixated on other people, and maybe he would answer that question. Yeah. The other thing is when I had that supernatural experience, I got how powerful, how powerful it was that when you said it, I wasn't judging. It was so intentional, it was so powerful that there was nothing I'd ever experienced anything near it, right? I realized that what's happening here, it's so tiny compared to what I experienced, right? The power of what I experienced. This is tiny. So you know, whatever he's doing, he's just making what he's making his opinion bigger than God. His own person. Yes. He's living an idea rather than living the words of God. He's living the idea in his
I just want to say this, that if this is the way that people are going to teach their religion and share it with other people, it's just going to continue to shrink. And if that's what's at the church that he attends, then I'm hoping that it shrinks. I'm hoping it just gets so small that it goes away. This is, it's the craziest thing in the fucking world to join a religion that professes that God loves you and God wants a relationship with you and God wants you to share the good news. And then what you got the marching orders to was to go out and be like, hey faggot, you're not going to heaven. I don't think that shit works, dude. I think it's gross. I think it's super fucking gross. And by the way, if somebody wants to hear my opinions on homosexuality, it's very simple. Consenting adults should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And by the way, if the truth claims in the Bible are true, they're going to have to reconcile that themselves with God. They don't have to reconcile that with Rich. Rich, you're not the intermediary between somebody's salvation. And if you care about their fucking salvation, why wouldn't you do something that would get them to lean forward into Christ? Why would you do anything other than make them feel love?
It seems like 3 or 4 people want to reply before we bring Rich up. Y'all want to let that happen because he does tend to interrupt.
Perfect. I'm gonna default the expertise and moderation to the great Monica, who is, in my opinion, God's razor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's just like Rich, it's that he has his built-in idea that people really hate God, people like myself, because we are critical of Christianity. But I think it's really, I wish people, if there was a great universe, I don't know if there's a God, but I would like to think that, people to think better about that person that we're creating the universe, because I think it's an insult to the creating universe that he would care about the petty shit about who 2 men sleep with each other or in what position they sleep with each other. God created this whole universe and he cares about the littlest shit. It seems pretty petty to me as a person who doesn't believe in God. And that just to me is it's you're meaning to tell me that, that's what the creating universe cares about. It seems pretty silly.
I think the very biggest mistake that he made was the most powerful way to incite change in anybody is by motivating an internal motivation. So there's the psychology genre for this is called motivational interviewing. We use it for substance abuse, for any type of addictions, and when you're trying to invoke change in somebody, the first thing you want to do is find that internal motivation, and that's the number one way to get somebody to make change. Not attack them, not say negative things, not say anything that would turn them away from you. You want to make an ally. So I feel like if you're really trying to be a missionary and bring people motivational interviewing, because it's the best way to help people make change without feeling like you're just sending them to hell. Because I wouldn't listen to that for 2 seconds. And I definitely believe Christ for the way that you speak about it. So is ick appropriate? Yeah.
It is appropriate. I agree. I think that's probably why he sounds like he comes off as a used car salesman. And that's the level of sincerity that I got from his whole.
Okay, so let's do this. We've shit on him, and we're gonna bring him back up. I don't think that look, if our critique of him is that he's not showing love, I don't think we're gonna do any better by not showing him love. I think we've made the point that we know
We're showing him love. We're showing him love. That's what he's like.
Perfect. Well, here's what I would say. I genuinely hope that the God that he reads about touches his heart and changes the way that he approaches people. That's what I.
100%. 100%. 100%.
Be free and magnificent.
That's a really fire of a prayer. He's disinclined to join the stage. I think he's had enough of us, so we're gonna let him stay. He's been invited up, but he's disinclined.
But Monica, maybe he might answer that question I asked him, which was, what was his experience? What compelled him to want to follow Jesus? What was it that happened to him? I was just curious about that. Was he willing to answer that?
So now he thinks that everyone on the stage is an atheist. It's amazing. Is there anybody on the stage that's an atheist? So no atheists on the stage. Amazing.
Dolly, have you seen your back channel lately?
No problem, Pete.
Oh, yeah,
Mojo, I talked to Io about game theory, and I don't understand it completely, but I'm fascinated by the thing. And he said he's willing to do a room replay discussing game theory. Would that be a good conversation for him?
And I love Eric. I think he's probably the smartest dude on the app, if we're being honest. Yeah, bring him. By the way, I have a lot of interest in that topic. Game theory is something that's pretty fascinating. And the first thing that I would want to do is bifurcate the conversation into infinite game theory and finite game theory, because these game theories are quite different from each other. But yeah, we should bring him.
Okay, I'll let him know. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mojo, I have a question for you.
Why don't you ask me?
Well, first of all, I want to compliment your new PTR. Every day it's getting better. And this is the question I want to ask you. Can you define the variables on Clubhouse in terms of word or communication game theory? Thank you.
Let me think about it. I don't want to just blurt out an answer.
For people on stage or in the audience who may not understand what I'm asking when I say a variable on this app, one could be your PTR. So how many more variables are there on this app? Thank you for consideration of the question I am asking.
Would you agree, Congressman Kitover, that the name Roger Mayhem and the PTR, the classic Roger Mayhem, had more to do with my, I don't know, communication, connecting with larger groups of people than any of the ideas that I ever shared? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the right name and the right PTR. I think bio is unimportant because you can have no bio, or you can have long bios. You guys remember those where people would tell you their life story?
No, I feel called out.
That was crazy. People tell you every trial and tribulation of their life. It was amazing. A lot of people doxed themselves during that era. It was amazing. Monica, do you recall a room in which my microphone stopped working and I couldn't figure out how to speak to my phone and you helped me sort that out? Do you remember that?
Recently?
No, this was a long time ago. This was years ago. No?
I'm gonna trust your memory.
Okay. Anyways, the microphone was not working. Actually, I'll back channel you the relevance of why I'm bringing it up. I just thought that, never mind, I won't mention the rest of it. I'll back channel.
Oh my gosh, what a cliffhanger.
Oh no.
Can I just say something about a former speaker that, this app and listening to conversations.
You mean Rich?
Yes.
You mean Rich?
Yes, listening to people have uncomfortable conversations makes me physically and emotionally uncomfortable. And so when I open up my Bible flashcards and I read them, I am forcing a positive neurolinguistic program through my system straight to you through a social audio app. And I'm just saying that the power to choose that versus having heated conversations which solve nothing other than create emotional turmoil, to me, is a lack of wisdom. But that's my opinion, and I'm just asking you if you think you might agree.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you convinced that of the love of Jesus when Rich was harping on homosexuality? Did that bring you closer to Christ?
Well, no, because he is just another guy on a social audio chat app giving his opinion. I know if I want the source, all I have to do is go to the material and contemplate it myself. And, it's not. See, people's opinions here are not true. Silence is a far greater truth than anybody's opinion words that they, information exchange on this app.
Yeah. Bars.
Oh, I was just called a Nazi in the back channel.
By who? She's always recognized these funny things, but Monica's always getting heat everywhere.
Oh, no, I was just called a Nazi in the back channel. Oh, somebody called me racist. It's okay, it's only Rich, the Christian.
So let me
Why
ask.
did he think if you were being a Nazi? What was his evidence of you being a Nazi?
I oppressed him. I moved him down so people could talk.
You invited him up and he declined.
I did.
And did Jesus ever called you a Nazi?
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
I would just like to reiterate that Jesus lovers are sinners too.
True.
Yeah.
I was accused of being a Taoist by Rich, and I'm just asking, are there Christians here who think that Jesus also may have been a Taoist?
Or a Buddhist. It's funny about those life after death, right? They come back. The ones that come back, and so many times when they talk, when they experience their experiences, for the most part, they run into either loved ones from the past that have passed on, or they run into angels or ones that are to explain some things and answer questions. And they've said plenty of times that they felt a love so much so that they didn't want to come back. They felt so much love that they didn't want to come back. And that one person I heard, he said that the love he experienced isn't on earth. So as a goal, right, one might have for themselves to develop that love within themselves to impress upon others that they've never experienced that love before. That would be an amazing goal for Rich.
Well, I just want to ask one more question about, is there a purpose to this room tonight? And I'm looking at the title now. It says, what is the key to happiness? And to me, reading is truly far more joyful than listening to heated conversations on a social audio chat app. But I'm just asking, if you agree, because that's my opinion.
I want to read to you a ChatGPT response. I had asked, what would Jesus say about people condemning homosexuals as their leading?
Brilliant.
So for the conversation. And what ChatGPT says is that challenge sin after a connection is made. You should lead with relationship and dignity rather than condemnation. And then it references John 4, Samaritan woman at the well, and Luke 19, Zacharias. And then it says that you don't want to drive the person away. Pretty much the same thing I just told Rich. And then it references John 8:10 through 11, where it says, woman caught in adultery, neither do I condemn you. Go now and leave your life of sin. So it very specifically says that you should not condemn them. Even if you are going to point out their sin, it shouldn't be in condemnation. It should just be an FYI.
Yeah, it's interesting. I also took the time to ask into Grok, did Jesus say anything about homosexuality? And they say that the New Testament doesn't record any direct statements from Jesus specifically addressing homosexuality.
Correct. I actually put that in the chat to you, Necro, too, that you were right about that. Paul is the one that addressed sexual immorality. Jesus Christ, in fact, the only thing he condemned was adultery. Yeah. I don't know, like I said, Jesus lovers are sinners too, and you see that. You see Rick's response a lot, particularly on this app. Even in the Christian rooms, you go in there, and they can be a little, well, let's just say they don't lead with humility and compassion, which I think if you want to make a connection with somebody, if you want to make an impression with somebody, you do have to establish that relationship first. You have to meet them where they're at. That's what Jesus did time and time again. He went and met them where they were at. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was gonna say it earlier, but like to me, like I've said before, it's like my main issue is like, you know, people who want to like legislate into law against, you know, the rights of, you know, gay people. I mean, if people are personally against gay marriage, I mean, that's just a personal opinion, and you know, no thing to do about personal opinion, but you know, who gives a shit in my opinion? But yeah, I mean, that's really to me is the issue mainly is because you have, and it's one of the things, like I said, conservatives, the main issue I have is not the issues that, like, you know, are mostly the ones where they go against their own idea of choice and again of freedom. And when it comes to things like, you know, gay marriage, you know, or when it comes to things like just any other issue that has to do with like personal choice, they try to impose their own morality, and that's when they really begin to lose me. So.
Put in the chat, joy is now. If you want to push it on social audio app, you are wasting your precious energy and personal joy of being in your now. Then I wrote, the problem with this app is the speakers think they can speak for Jesus, and the conflict or debate is a linguistic one-up. Truth would be silence and prayer or asking Jesus for wisdom from his source book.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting though. It's like the only reason I talk about why, you know, Jesus said is because the objection that people make in regards to, you know, things like gay marriage is, you know, talking about what Jesus said, and Jesus was way more explicit about divorce and about greed than he was about gay marriage, and yet, you know, divorce. I mean, the Bible as concerned about, getting rid of divorce for people who are abusing it as they are about gay marriage. And that's the only reason why I bring it up, usually.
Do you think there's a problem with people wanting to have, contiguous conversation where if your last word is gay, do you think it forces the conversation down a road which unfortunately can't be stopped because people are, you know, mimetically connected, linguistically connected to essentially have no juxtaposition or, stoppage in the flow of the thought. And if you do that, you're considered, rude or a bad or, less than eloquent speaker.
Sorry.
Where did Monica go?
I think
Probably to talk to Rich.
I think you're chasing her off with all your flattery.
Raji. Raji, you sound like a 16-year-old.
Roger, in a room a couple weeks ago, you let slip a secret about, a game you're playing on this app with regards to Monica. I'm just wondering how many people in this room are aware of that game rule.
It's not exactly a game, but like I told her very directly that it's very fun to have her in the room because she brings a quality that I don't know. Some people like to say that I think she's misunderstood. People like to critique her, and it's easy to gather the haters. And so yes, but she's well aware of, by the way, of the fact that I find value in multiple ways of having her in the room.
The rule or the trick that you said you're playing on everybody or the game that you're playing, and now this is not a negative game you're playing, so I don't want to concern anyone in the room. What I'm just saying is that game you're playing, if you were to do that game with everybody, it would yield tremendous results for you personally. Don't you agree? Instead, most people are in terrible conflict with people all the time. Road ragers.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think we should be reaching out to more people on this app, pulling them into the conversation, and trying to have more genuine conversations. I know that you believe that these conversations are a waste of time, but I think there's something that's happening here that we can't really put our finger on. Maybe it's going to pay dividends later. I feel like this app is changing our hearts and our minds. You probably disagree with me.
No, I do believe in a herd psychology on this app, and conditioning is very powerful on this app. When I created the alternative Mojo account or alternative Roger Mayhem account, the conditioning and the response to my presence, was so much fun. So I'm just saying on here you have conditioned people, but on X and other platforms they have yet to have experienced the Mojo experience or the Mojo conditioning.
Yeah, maybe we should expand this stuff too. I want to start doing rooms at the same time that Gary Bumgarner does his rooms, and we'll come up with a name that's the opposite of the critical thinking forum, but we'll just have a little bit of a flavor, and we'll just top it.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, though. The main reason I put it on family as the answer is because, having a good mother is a good key to happiness. So.
Well, a lot of people who do not have good mothers or have had terrible conflict with their mothers, my mother has had terrible conflict with her mother, but, to me, if you don't use books to essentially rationalize and, transcend above a lot of like conditioning or, inappropriate behavior or abuse, things like that, to me, that's the superior way to essentially, improve your life and recondition yourself for joy and success and health and wealth and love.
But John, what do you think of the argument that some people are afraid to read because it might change their mind and they don't want it changed?
Well, see, if we were to compare that attitude to the average speaker on this app, I was talking to El Normo a couple days ago, and I've thought this before that, the demonstration that I made of reading those Bible flashcards is me showing you, not telling you. And a lot of people are just tellers, they're not showers. So it is a little subjective, objective, where your interpretation is going to conflict with my interpretation or my understanding and comprehension. And we use terms.
So what do you mean you were showing? You were speaking. What do you mean you were showing?
So I could send you the video of me reading that. It's a clip on YouTube. So it's a program. It is a linguistic condition, of wisdom. The point is wisdom is supreme. So if you communicate wisdom and even if you force it, it's still better than having endless conversations and heated debates on a social audio chat app. It's just obvious. It's books. It's the book club.
Didn't answer my question.
Well, I'm trying to show you basically A versus B. And you may not think I answered your question. That's because you just didn't enjoy my response. But that's, not a me
No,
problem.
not at all. That's not what it is. When you show somebody, right? Okay. So
What I'm trying to say is Rich, the best. I texted him. He texts me and calls me. He called me maybe 10 times yesterday. He just, he's the dopamine creation from this medical device technology company known as
Wait till he
Congressman.
calls you about what happened today.
Well, no, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, some people can't let it go, but if you were to just read Bible flashcards, it resolves all conflicts. To come on here and have nonstop conflicts is not good usage of your brain. It's not smart, it's not intelligent, it's not wise.
Well, we agree. We agree about that.
I have been.
Since it's the title of the room, can I share some love of Jesus?
Oh, do so.
Please do. You shared your other type of love last night.
Right. It's seem very oxymoronic. Okay, so I was a Christian. I was raised in a Christian home from birth. I went to a private school, and faith in I had a very Catholic faith. It came very, very easy for me. Call it the influence of my parents, my church, whatever. It just came very, very easy for me. I was very content to have my happy little relationship with Jesus, know all my childhood Bible stories, and make my hymns on Sunday. Pretty much throughout my entire childhood and my early adult life. And back in 2004, my sister lost her husband and her 3-year-old son and her 8-month-old daughter in a car accident. And I was very, very angry. It was my first crisis in faith. I was really, really pissed off at God. I couldn't understand how he could take her every reason for living away from her. I feared that she committed suicide, all the worst things in the world. And I can remember being at the funeral, and the pastor from our church came to pay respect. And he comes up and he gives me the hug, and if there's anything we can do for you guys, please let us know, blah, blah, blah. And when he hugged me, I whispered into his ear, I said, look at that coffin. I said, you look at that man holding his 2 babies, and you tell me how a merciful God could do something like this. I was really angry. And a little while later, they put us in this little holding room before they walked the family out for the funeral procession. And I just remember thinking, I gotta get my sister through this day, and then it's just one day at a time. I was really, really scared for her. conflicting. I just knew that we were going to be okay. I didn't know how, but I knew that we were going to be okay. I mean, I physically felt his presence, and I know that sounds crazy, and I know that this is anecdotal. This isn't persuading anybody, but here's the thing. It always stuck with me. You know, you don't experience something like that, and it not this profoundly change you, and it did profoundly change me. I suddenly became a reader and a studier of the Word, and just wanting to understand everything in the Bible. And then 20 years later, I wake up one Sunday morning and I hear a nebulizer in the bathroom going, and the light's on, and my husband's not in bed, and I go to open that bathroom door, and literally the instant before I turned that doorknob and opened that door, I felt that same presence without having any. I mean, my husband was not sick; he died from an asthma attack. But I knew before I opened that door that my husband was gone. And fair enough, he was, but it was that same physical presence that said, I've got you. This is gonna be okay. And like I knew, you know. So like that's what the love of Jesus means. Is when you are not strong enough to carry on, when you are not capable of carrying the burden, and more, he's there to take them for you. And different story.
Yeah, that was.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, I'm so happy for you, Sarah. I'm so happy for you. That's yeah, right. You know, like then you can get through all that and have that real feeling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you can face anything. Yeah. Good. You want to say something? It's just really bad right now.
I just, you know, I'm not religious. You know, I like the stuff you guys are talking about, so.
It's hard. Look, it's yeah, because what you said, you know, look, until you experience something that could appear at face value so tragic, these things can happen to any of us, right? So for her to have that, her heart being able to be touched that way, to keep her moving through life with that knowingness is really special. It's so.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I posted in the chat a video, it was an old video, it was a minister who punched a kid for Jesus, and it's just so hilarious. What he being proud of punching a kid. And I, yeah, it's just, he was successful kid after punching him.
I do want to ask a question about homosexuality, if I may, Mr. Mojo. Serendipity, if you could field this question as moderator. It's my belief and opinion that the crucifix symbolically represents a horizontal line and a vertical line. The vertical line would represent what we call the phallus, or maybe the Holy Spirit, or man, and the horizontal line might be represented as a woman. So it would be two genders, man and woman. That's the symbolic, metaphoric opinion that I have about the crucifix. So I'm just asking, if the Bible says, two men having sexual relations is frowned upon, do you think it is the destruction of that beautiful crucifix?
See what she, John, see what she expressed, right? There's no logic there. That's supernatural.
No,
There's logic.
that's occult symbolism. It's metaphor.
Right.
I mean, I don't think I'm wrong when I say it's my opinion that it's a metaphor, but I'm just saying that if you break that sacred symbol by having same-sex relations, metaphorically, maybe astrologically, numerically, you are violating what you might call a natural law.
That's what I'm talking about. That's all in her idea of what it is. That's your idea of what it is. She actually, we actually experienced something supernatural, something God, Jesus, right? She experienced that. That's not an idea. It's beyond logic.
Well, the thing about Jesus is, did he have an unfair advantage? And the question that I ask you is, do you have an unfair advantage?
It's a choice, right? It's a choice. To have an unfair advantage. But you have to first become that. Become that.
It's always a choice. Every circumstance is like this to you. The only thing you have to explore what kind of type you're going to choose to respond.
Yes. No, it's like, that's, you have guys like your comfort who say that I have a choice as to whether I accept it as evidence that God is real.
I'd say, serendipity, that you became something big before Jesus showed up, or you told me like, or the first event propelled you into a different way of looking at life, and that made you open for that. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. You don't go through a country that it's not have a profound impact on society's life, you know. And honestly, we had some of the years later, that was another kind of great. It was very different from the first time around. But I mean, I learned some important things, you know. I watched my sister struggle with alcoholism for a little while. And so, you know, my husband and I were never really big drinkers. I was intermittent drinkers, I guess. 2 years into life, that kind of thing. Like, we didn't drink a whole lot, but I saw my sister create alcoholism. And so, like, I just made this conscious choice. I was like, if I didn't I'm going to do like no wasting weekend. I'm not going to drink because we're stupid. And I didn't because at the time I had a 12-year-old little girl who was still at home and she was watching me to figure out how to navigate this grief. And I didn't want also her daddy, who was her favorite person in the whole wide world, to be a crutch or a reason why he didn't go after what she wanted, you know, because he would have never wanted that for her. So, you know, I had to make a lot of choices about how I was going to respond to it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely where I was at a few years ago, where it's like, because, you know, I could not because what do I believe happens when you die? Because I just simply would say you rot, become a fertilizer.
So I'd just like to point the room to the attention happiness survey. What is the key to happiness? Is it your health? Is it your wealth? Is it your family? Or is nobody really happy? We have 34% believe that health. Family is number one at 38%. Health again, 34. Nobody's really happy at 23. And wealth at 7. If you're a new speaker in the room and you want to come up in the muff and come learn the love of Jesus.
Yeah. I wonder, like, when Mojo, when you say nobody's really happy, if you feel the same way, like,
Micro, I think that, I met this really hot attorney once, and she's sitting in my car, and she's telling me about her work problems, and she says, I feel like the problem is people ask questions. And I thought that was so funny and so profound. I'm pretty sure she kind of knew what, I know. Meaning that all the anxiety in the world isn't going to change the future. But the now is all important. So, there was something else I was going to tell you. But anyways, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I know my boss told me today, but I will tell you, he's like, questions are a danger to you and a burden to others.
Wait, what did he say?
He said questions are a danger to you and a burden to others.
So if family is number one, the Hebrew term is Elohim, which is divine family. So, it's not just Jesus, right? Supposedly God the Father, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. Mojo, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the universe, and I'm talking about the infinite universe, is that technically almost like a machine or some type of God, you might say? Does it take the whole thing to have Earth, and this cell phone conversation right now, is it all one? And is that not the true definition of God, which is O-N-E?
It's an interesting question, and I don't fucking know the answer. I don't think anybody does, but what I'm leaning towards, I can't prove this, but what seems compelling, or at least I like hearing about, is the idea that not only is the universe expanding, so you have the Big Bang and it expands, but then after it expands to a certain point, then it's going to bounce back, and it's going to come back, and then it's going to come in tight, and then it'll be another Big Bang. I think that there's a cyclical nature of the universe. This is what I believe. I genuinely believe this. I have nothing more than just the arguments that I've heard made for this resonate with me. It sounds the most plausible. That matter, explodes, and then the universe expands, and then it reaches its limit, and then it races back and pulls all back together, all matter, and then you have another Big Bang, and you repeat, rinse and repeat.
Don't you think it's interesting that when we communicate and discuss the Big Bang, many of these terms are sexual? I'm just saying there's no coincidences.
It's all one.
So isn't Neo, from the Matrix, basically that's the one. So if Jesus is, the Neo, these conversations have been happening in Clubhouse for so long, but they're not new. A lot of this philosophical, esoteric, psychedelic consciousness was settled in the 60s and the 70s. I've listened to countless Timothy Leary lectures, countless Alan Watts lectures. And India, this is the basis of the religion, basically, the Big Bang, the Kali Yuga. So America's not unique in its religious philosophy, but in the Constitution, it does say in the year of our Lord, so they were Christians. Jesus was their God. All I'm saying is there's a lot of different Jesuses throughout history. Osiris, all these things are like history regurgitated. And if you build up a library and you read a couple books, you're like, maybe it's not logical or wise for me to get in heated conversations about, wise men, wise women, wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, comprehension. Just eat the meal. Read the book. But to waste your time, as a listener, it is so uncomfortable to process this stuff, and it's exhausting. And if you are the speaker distributing this exhausting conversation, it's got to be exhausting for you too. So it's not a one-up, it's not strategic, it's not wise. That's all I'm saying.
We need another poll, Mojo.
No, I'm gonna post something. It is a new house that is forming, that you guys are gonna be very excited about.
I kind of pull up like just from this, like what the world would be better if more people acted more like Jesus, because I would like to know what people's reasoning would be, why they would disagree with that.
Well, they're not getting that leverage. Well, do you think if he woke up tomorrow, you think he'd wake up as a different person? What do you think he's wake up and come in and you know you guys are right? I'm so sorry. You think that's a possibility?
I just want to say hi to Dawn.
So, in Hebrew, ruach is breath, and in Latin, it's spiritus. In Hindu or Sanskrit, it's pranayama. So, to me, if you want the breath of life or the Holy Spirit, you gotta breathe. And guess what happens if you stop breathing?
He's another guy that might be good. YouTube channel. He's got a lot to talk about. You think about getting a YouTube channel?
Like I said, I think to go back on the YouTube channel,
I'll just run your Congressman now. That's
okay, yeah, I'll let you I believe he has a YouTube channel.
Nectar, why would you think that he was talking to you when he specifically called somebody else out by name?
I'm sorry, I'm not reading the comments, so, anyways.
multitasking. Oh, you already got a YouTube channel, huh? Congress channel?
Yeah, I've been filming Clown House for close to 6 years, and if you just go through my shorts, you will see so many Clown House conversations that it's unbelievable how I've been able to transfer Clown House directly into YouTube, and the accounts are growing, and it's just fascinating, because I can only stay for like a couple seconds when I watch one of these clips of a YouTube clip of Clown House Room, but the amount that I have put up is truly mind-boggling.
How many?
It's over 20,000
Wow.
across YouTube and Instagram. On YouTube, I think it's like near 10,000 plus, and Instagram is close to 10,000 too.
How about, well, here's the question. How many followers do you have on subscribers?
I think like 2,000 across all the accounts.
You need to work on that. You need to work on that.
Oh, I'm working on it right now. Go to my profile, and then you can get my YouTube link to watch my YouTube account, and you can see Clown House in a retrospective recap. I'm a filmmaker. And
You're right here.
I am projecting a future deal with Netflix after having spoken with the beautiful Abby, the world famous Sheldon Adelson lawyer from The Venetian. I hate to spread that gossip, but it's true. And she has introduced me to a Netflix executive who knew Adams. Anyways, I'm just kidding around, but yeah, that's my YouTube account. You're all on it. Every single one of you. America down there, Randy, Wallace even. Wallace barely speaks. Wallace is one of the best listeners on this app. We have had an awards ceremony, but I'm just wondering, like, if anybody that you know on this app has impressed you with their listening skills.
Alright, get ready for the link.
I just want to ask if anybody watched the video that I put in the link.
What was it?
It was the one about the pastor boasting that he punched a candidate flying into the Lord.
Okay, so I just posted a link above. This is the Rational Discussion Group. It's gonna have rooms at the same time as the Critical Thinking Forum, and we'll use the same room titles that they use. Same time, and yeah, we'll just we're just gonna basically recreate this, and without creating a you will not have to download Facebook.
Yay!
Can we also do like a segment in the Rational Discussion Group where we actually, cross-stream Gary's room? Just not the whole thing, but I'm just saying, like, can we do, snippets where as the super mod and you have sole editorial and, producer, etc., directed, can you say, I'm just saying, can you think, like, every 15 minutes, let's do a Gary Baumgarten, love bomb for like 60 seconds?
No, I don't think we're going to do that, but what we might be able to do is get a recording of the same topic, like give you like the best 5 minutes of his room, and then do like a recap show at the end of the week that does a comparative analysis of which room is better. But this room is going to be very serious. I just want to caution you, I'm not even going to be the lead moderator in here. Necro, you have to mute your mic. Weirdo. Jesus. This is going to be Anson and Steve Wee. These are kind of exiles that don't get treated properly in Gary's room. And so they don't like the fact that the Trump bashing, the constant Trump bashing. So Anson, who is a very, very interesting fella, he is going to lead these discussions. He's going to assume the Gary role. And I'm going to leave full creative control in Anson's hands. I'm just going to simply be there to kind of help co-host and co-promote. I will defer to his wisdom and let him run the room.
That'll be fun. Looking forward to it. I think he's a great speaker.
Yeah, and the fact that he's so agitated with the other room, it's going to be perfect.
Well, there are clicks on this app, and having had many accounts blocked and deleted because of somebody's clicks, I just think that one of the reasons why they may dislike my presence or my activities so much is because my recordings, I think, in a way, document a tendency which is not complimentary. It's not positive, and I think I can prove it by asking them, if time travel was possible, was it worth it? And in hindsight, in retrospect, opportunity cost analysis, I think they would have to agree with my, prognosis, my analysis. It's just my opinion, but if all communication is projection, and I'm reverse engineering over here with my projection right now, it could be correct. It's just a hypothesis, and my opinion.
So, Congressman Kitover, if you had the ability to utilize software to go through all of these hours of recordings that you have and told it to sort by user and create a best of and a worst of for each user, just like maybe like a 4-minute clip of the best of, who do you think would be the most embarrassed to hear their worst of clip?
I could just give you a list of like the top 10 power users on here who I think would be very embarrassed with their demeanor, their tone, their just personality, and whether or not what they're saying is substantial or actually qualitative or no quantitative type of analysis, and what they say, and I hate to say it, but there are some I mean, I can give you a list of the top 10 offenders that if you were to sit there and listen to that, you know, this is to me, because I have listened to so much of this, I think I have to like retreat into deep meditation because 5 years of recording, like I've really implanted it in my brain, and I feel like that's kind of a cop out, but.
So who are some people that if it got out there, if let's just say it went viral and you had hundreds of millions of people viewing it, who would be the most embarrassed hearing their own takes live from the
You know, maybe it's best that I not say anyone because I have recorded so much. It's up to you, the fan, the critic of my work, to actually go to my YouTube and maybe spend 30 minutes looking at it because if you don't go to youtube.com/@John_Kitover_Congressman and at least try to find yourself, you're missing out on the fun. I have done a lot of work for you, and Mojo here has confirmed that this valuable service at no cost to you will give you maybe even more dopamine than what you get here.
Yeah, how long when did you go down? In the beginning?
Yeah, I think November or December of 2019.
Wow, yeah, it was right after. Wow.
In 2020?
No, 2019.
No, here's one. Early one.
Hold on, but in 2019 November, it wasn't even Clubhouse. It was Talk Desk.
Well, I know my best memory of this time is March of 2020 because of the pandemic, and they shut down all the bars in Chicago on St. Patty's Day. And I'm pretty sure before that, I was using it, you know, going into like December of that winter because I bought a building in December of 2019. And when I got into this building, even prior to that, in my old apartment, my friend Todd, who got me on Zap, who owns marijuanadelivery.com, because I sold a marijuanabusiness.com, that was my invite. And he was like, you gotta get on here. I'm literally talking to Elon Musk and listening to Elon Musk. I was like, oh my God. So he sent me the invite. First, there was a problem with getting that invite from him. Anyways, I'm pretty sure this is like an EOD or a start.
I think you're talking about 2020 though, because the Elon appearance was right around the end of 2020.
Well, when did the pandemic? Didn't it?
Well, so it depends on what you mean by when was the pandemic.
Oh, you might be right.
So the lockdowns started coming, during 2020.
Yeah, you're right.
But they were, but anyways, it would be impressive if you were on here in 2019. It's not that it didn't exist; it just didn't exist as Clubhouse. It was talk show.
So, John, you found, how about this character that my mark on that morning plenty of times? Name the top 3 people that got, what was that black thing that they used to get when they get warnings from Clubhouse? What was that? Like a black mark, right?
The black badge.
Black badge.
Yeah.
That basically meant that 5 people that you were following have that person blocked.
Right. Well, your grudge, did you have that grudge again?
It's unique to the person. So a black badge isn't just invisible to anyone. It was specific to the people that you follow. If a minimum of 5 of the people that you follow have somebody blocked, then when you go to that person's profile, it would show you the black badge. It might show somebody else not the black badge because the people they're following might not have it blocked.
But it wasn't wasn't Clubhouse giving something like that as a warning? It wasn't just followers, it was that you got warned. I'm not saying you specifically, but someone on Clubhouse would get that to recognize.
The black badge was simply a signal giving you a social clue that your friends are saying that this person is bad.
Because this guy, you remember the guy, right? He had that business for Code Freaks in there, claiming this and that.
JG Fox or JG Carnes?
Yeah, back then. So Congressman John, you've gotten a lot of those back with he
No, I don't have any clips of JT Fox when he was
for some reason,
See, I've upgraded my filming techniques to use like a lot of tripods, and this is actually more new than compared to what I was doing, was just filming myself interacting with Funhouse. Now I'm actually filming the screen on a primary cell phone, using an anonymous account, talking to you on a different account. So like my streaming technique has significantly been upgraded and improved. And today I filmed politically correct for, I don't know, 8 hours. Then I filmed a mirror's room for a couple hours. Then I'm in here filming. So it's like, this is a lot of fun. But the time that I spent reading the Constitution yesterday across 12 different phones and uploading 120 videos that got 10,000 views, that to me was more personally beneficial than listening to people argue on here about, and die on a hill over some topic.
I think Mojo has some point. But sometimes you get more followers, right? You're saying maybe clips in the top 3 or something like this, right? Where do you like? I think that's more appealing because when you start to speak about this 20,000, nobody's going to go and listen. So I think you need to find.
Well, I don't think what he needs to do is anything. I think he's already done the service of recording all this. I think someone else should take on a passion project to do something with it and make it actionable and more sortable.
That's what I mean. What are you looking at that? Right, Congress?
Well, I've spent the past 48 hours fully updating every single YouTube profile. There's over 30 YouTube profiles now that are filming and publishing regularly Clubhouse videos. Many videos after you live stream go to private, so you have to build up a queue and then mass change visibility from private to public. And then I have to add those videos to playlists, and then I have to update the description. So none of the titles are dynamic. If you went into every video and looked who the main primary speakers were and put that in the title, you could build a better searchable, index in YouTube. People can file privacy complaints against my work, and if I don't, I have to delete it. Like YouTube has basically a 0% tolerance policy for complaints. And I've had many YouTube accounts get deleted with thousands of videos and years of work. That is very demoralizing, but in every war you lose a pawn. So it is a fun game, but I do think this is just like a linguistic game, and you're all involved in it, whether you know it or not.
When you give an example, Roger, finding someone to make a passion project to make these clips, not everyone, but the top, whatever, 20, 30, 40, more likely that people want to click on it. What do you think of that?
To me, the quality sucks. Like, I'm looking at, 15-foot phones filming this room right now, and it's like, if I was on the receiving end of my live stream, and right now I see no one from this room is actually looking at my live stream, you could give me real-time feedback, but most people don't live in the now.
Yeah, I think that what is needed is somebody that can go through the archives of video with software that can, and then go, like just, you gotta know what you're looking for. And like, let's say you just came up with, let's say you want to start with one person. That way you can prove it out. You can just say, okay, I'm gonna use the software. I'm gonna go through all these videos and I'm gonna find the clips of when this person's speaking, and then find it, sort it by topic maybe, or just go find the interesting moments, and then you can do like a best of type of video. And then once you did it for one, you can start building. Then you do another one, get it up to like, let's say a top 10, and then you can have videos of like the Clubhouse top 10, and then the best of, and then boom, 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 boom. And then Carter's greatest hits. Yeah, correct. Or I would say Monica's greatest hits, but.
See, I don't know if you've interacted with my profiles enough. Like, you're gonna have to spend time and go through all my YouTubes, because every YouTube's a little different. And well, see, this is the thing.
John, what I'm saying is, I want AI to come through with you give a prompt for what it wants to look
Okay,
for,
so
and then
Well, see, anyways, I'm just saying this is like a short-term dopamine solution. I'm not saying that this is some kind of long-term venture. Or this is just mere entertainment for short-term fun. So what I'm trying to say is, in YouTube, the way that I use it is I create shorts, which are either 15 seconds or 3 minutes. Those are generally heated conversations when I'm sitting here monitoring and then creating a short. Those are highly edited already. And then the other thing is when you are live streaming, you can hit what's called a cut. That gives you either a 45-second or a 5-minute cut from the past 5 minutes. I usually cut a lot of rooms after the heated conversation dies down because it does flow like a pattern, and there are peaks and valleys and peaks and valleys, and so I'm pretty mindful when I'm here, like, okay, that was a good cut, that was a good cut, and I go across all the phones and create the cuts. So there's so many videos. It's like 10,000, 20,000 videos.
So why haven't you turned this into a business? I mean, what's the end game? It's been somehow serious for various seasons.
No, I am running for Congress. So all publicity is good publicity and communication, meaning that I'm killing two birds with one stone. I'm creating a media business on top of trying to get into Congress. So it's all connected. But the thing is,
But wait, how is Clubhouse connected to your campaign and your political?
because you're Americans talking about bullshit. As a leader or a congressperson, you've got to have intelligence, and this app proves that there's no intelligence on this app. And so, you know what that indicates? That indicates that probably 80% of Congress is completely incompetent, and there's no real intelligence there or patriotism. Now, you may think patriotism is a mental health disorder to a Democrat or a communist or an anarchist, but to a patriot, the Tao Te Ching says that patriots will rise up in times of emergency. If you don't think $1 trillion in interest annually and spending $20 billion an hour is insanity, you need to understand optimization and economics. And Mojo here is an enthusiast of the Mises Institute and other brilliant economists who understand that you can't have a black card and just keep charging it up, and as if reality doesn't exist. And plus, there's just a big moral and ethical and DEI problem across. Have you seen some of the judges, that are being relieved of? Anyways, I'm just saying, clown world is real, and I'm sick of it. I'm complete.
We have a new title for the room. By the way, if you guys haven't joined the Rational Discussion group, the link is up above. Thank you. The Rational Discussion group should not be confused with the Critical Thinking Forum.
What do you think is more fun, having news debates and news conversations, or just having non-news debates and conversations? And
I think the debates that are trying to really sell you on the idea of anarchy are fun. I think when somebody takes a really wacky position and they just dig in and they just refuse to yield, no matter how silly they sound, I think those are the funnest conversations.
Yeah, try to do those, so for some reason we can't join.
Anyone in mind, George?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like you were thinking about someone while you were talking about that. I
was just kind of throwing it out there. If that caused you to picture somebody in your mind, that's a you thing, not me thing. So, Amber, what's the message you got when you trying to jump?
It just says like it's a red bar up on the top of the screen. It just says you can't join this house.
Oh, that means either Anson or Steve. We have you blocked.
what did I do to piss those people off?
I don't know, probably your insistence on older women probably creep them out.
Me, my weird fantasies.
Steve to block you, you must be a douche.
I mean, Steve gave me cause and damn help literally today. He gave me, he gave me power there. So,
Oh, it's you. You blocked that girl?
yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like Casa de Papel. He gave me the golden key to his house today. So, I'd be surprised if he has me blocked.
Well, you got the wrong Steve. I'm referring to Steve. You're referring to Steve Appel.
Gotcha.
Try now to join because I've removed them as admins. Let's just test this to see if it works.
Yeah. So getting the kid to join the house.
That's weird.
Log out and come back in and try to join them to reset it.
Hi, moderators. I think I can maybe help answer this question you have in your title, but I would like to answer it by reading a quick little poem I wrote on my phone.
Yeah, it's still getting the same message.
Wow.
Was he going out of the house?
It's a brand new house.
Congressman.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is a brand new house, right, Roger?
Yep, it's brand new.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just made it.
it's brand new.
Yeah.
Do you guys like the image on the house? I just created it with ChatGPT. I don't know if it's good or bad. Or, I'm open to new images for that house.
Yeah, I think it's good.
It works.
Actually, you should just use your profile, Mojo. Condition with the profile.
Yeah, Brandy.
Yeah, definitely stick to that profile.
Zoom right up to the cigar in your mouth.
Your PTR is proof that AI has increased significantly since your former iterative PTR.
John, if you do the poem, take your time, okay? Take your time.
Okay, this is the poem. Observe for yourselves the decay of the sense of sin, the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or epicene, the childlike confidence in progress combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. Consider the outcrop of dictatorships, only possible when moral growth is in its earliest stages, and the prevalence of infantile cults like communism, anarchists, fascists, pacifism, health crazes, occultism in nearly all its forms, religions sentimentalized to the point of practical extinction. Consider the popularity of the cinema, the wireless, clubhouse, the football pools, and guessing competitions, all devices for soothing fractious infants, no seed of purpose in them. Consider sport, the babish enthusiasms and rages which it excites, whole nations disturbed by disputes between boys. Consider war, the atrocities which occur daily and leave us unmoved and hardly worried. We are children.
Took your time. Look at time. That was
You certainly have a way with words, sir. Sir, I don't know if sometimes I don't know if you're serious or if you're trolling. It doesn't matter. I find you to be a fascinating human. If this so-called political career doesn't pan out, I hope you consider getting into fiction, the world of fiction and nonfiction. At the very least, I hope you have a documentary crew following you around, sir.
Wait, hold on.
Subject and a character.
Oh, John, can you tell them about your plans with the Never Ending Story? John, Congressman.
He just jumped out the window. What happened? That was his last poem. I'm the last dragon. That's his last poet. I'm just joking.
I used craft imagine as a word.
So here's the thing, Never Ending Story is one of my faves, so I can't wait to hear what his idea is. Imagine this man is at a loss for words now. He can't even speak. What's going on, Congressman?
So, sorry if I stepped away. It's because I was in the kitchen. But yeah, you can always go on my YouTube live to see if I'm in my office. What did you ask?
Wow. So you have cameras set up in all throughout your house watching you?
John, can you describe to them what you were going to do with the Never Ending Story?
Yeah, my sister and I were big fans of that film, and I looked up the German book, and you know I've been to a lot of Broadways, and I was an actor in junior high. I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in my eighth grade play when I was only a seventh grader. But anyways, uh, so you know, I've been to Manhattan, and I've been to shows. I'm just like, man, if you could see the Never Ending Story uh, in Broadway, like wow, I mean that would be a long run, like, and it would be amazing if because I've seen all of those. I'm like, fucking Never Ending Story would be pretty easy based on, but it's not easy. I mean, The Lion King and all those things are all amazing, but Never Ending Story has enough characters and enough pre-built-in music and enough in that book to make an amazing theatrical performance.
So a musical, a never ending story musical.
Yeah,
I don't know
like
how
people
that
go to
would work.
Wicked. You could play, the witch in Wicked.
The green one, I hope.
Yeah, I think I saw it. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, I think that it is. I just it is so exhausting listening to heated conversations. So I hope Rational Discussion Group, because no matter what happens, every room essentially is like a sine wave. It's peaks and valleys, and so de-escalation it happens naturally. But I'm just saying that this is what communication is. It's yin and yang. It's the Tao.
Time out, you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
What do you think about this never ending story, the musical, sir?
I didn't see the movie.
What?
Leave me alone.
My word, time out.
No, I didn't see a lot of stuff. I left Hollywood behind. When I left, I left. Yeah.
I saw a Chinese production called Shenyun. Shenyun! And guess who funds Shenyun? It's the Epoch Times, which is an anti-Chinese Gazette newspaper, and they published a lot of stuff on Russiagate and all kinds of other things. A lot of investigative journalism, and they're an independent news agency. They are part of what's called the Falun Dafa. And they basically do Tai Chi outside of federal offices all the time, and they're very pleasant
And
people.
don't they also go to like fairs and like farmers markets and advertise the shit?
Yeah, it's called Falun Gong, and it is a Chinese dissident movement which feels that they were murdered and butchered by the communists, which is true. And these people have serious grievance, but they do it so peacefully and so blissfully that you would think that their grandparents were never murdered. You could call those people anarchists in a way. See, that's why I think listening to people's bad ideas, and hearing how anarchistic they are, how essentially it it's based on violence, or disruption, as opposed to optimization. It is a breaking as opposed to a fixing and amending or a healing. So if you want to have real rational discussion group, essentially it is a psychotherapeutic group, which does healing work, meditation work. But you could claim all communication is meditation. But as to me, all pleasant communication, is the desired state. And as a moderator, because you have that ability, to censor, I think, a lot of the problems on this app is not just the speakers, but it's the lack of leadership or moderation, which wants to hear the bang. And, the bang is an epidemic in society. People are on this app road raging. And if they're road raging here, that means that there is a lot of built up anger in society that can explode at any moment. I saw a car accident today. One of the guys in the car got out to beat the shit out of that other guy. And, road rage kills.
Congressman, let me ask you something real quick. Do you think your social experiment with Clubhouse, and your opinion of Clubhouse users and how you use that to, I don't know, navigate this app, tap into rooms, record, et cetera, is a form of anarchy?
No, because I'm actually agnostic as to every single speaker because I want to like flush my memory of it. And so basically, I don't even want to have the same conversation twice. Filming a lot of conversations basically limit. You don't want to do redundancy in your communication anymore. So, to me, the videos that I've created of people speaking, it's gone from my memory, and so, but I just use that as a basis of comparison, as opposed to looking around my room and seeing, 1,000 books that I would rather put that information into my brain than have meaningless, endless discourse and rhetoric on this app. But see, the thing is, I wish I could clone myself so I could continue filming it all and like disassociate completely and, charge ahead as a congressman and just read more books, be more. I've done all this for many years. I'm just trying to say that if I'm really running for Congress, so it's like to not, have basically a daily to-do list and actually executing. Like today, I got the bank account open. The banker finally opened the stupid campaign to elect John Kitover, account. Took her a month. But I can start fundraising very soon. So I've had some press on X. I had a big, interview slash debate conversation on X with a lot of locals who are interested in GOP politics in the Chicagoland area. So it's just a daily thing. I like it because it's fun. It's content creation, and I think if what's crazy is when you work in the federal government, you can't necessarily do social media. Some people get away with it somehow. People in high up positions in government, then they censor they'll delete their LinkedIn. People post crazy shit that are high up in the government or the military. And my point is that AOC and Mamdani, and countless others who are making a lot of money and sending out a lot of checks and voting out a lot of acts and passing $1 trillion bills. These people are basically social media content creators and spammers. Their intelligence, their position, it's almost all DEI. It's not really based on, economic intelligence, philosophy, ethics, or morals. It's more based on branding, modern marketing, that type of communication. So, um, I have to.
Would you say that PTRs are communication?
Yeah, 100%. It's a conditioning, and I really experienced it.
Take a look at mine.
Oh no, I kind of like the white one to tell you the truth. That one was, yeah. This one is good too. Actually, there's no
I
bad.
was told by I was told by Issa that I need to have a broader chest, more muscles. So this is what ChatGPT gave me. You should do an Arab muscle, and then they'll really come get you.
This is one other, suggestion I have for this app because it might not last forever, but I think an interactive, real life experience where you have an auditorium, you sell tickets, and then essentially you live stream Clown House to the audience, and then you know, basically it's like being a modern day Mozart or director producer. You are literally showing people the insanity of this neural network that's happening in this app and all the communications. And people will just watch this. They might laugh, they might, walk out, but I'm just saying that to film that interactive experience would be like one higher level of what I'm doing now. Maybe it's too much, but it would be fun to do. I just feel like it's a lot of organizing. I don't necessarily want to do it, but I think that would be an awesome film. And I would watch that. I would love to see people experience Clubhouse in a movie theater. I mean, this app doesn't publish anything. Have you seen their X account? It's like a debt. It's like a they don't market anything. It's just empty social media platforms. They don't publish anything. Like they have their town hall whenever. I mean, I'm just saying that there's no way that this app can really go forward, or maybe even maybe it'll get acquired. But when you hear Paul and uh, Rohan, not Rohan. Who's the security enforcer with the mohawk? What's that guy's name? Joe Armenia, or whatever his name is. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that.
We call him Faggot Joe.
Yeah, I mean, he has deleted a lot of accounts, and I've seen him pop in rooms and like sit in the audience and listen. I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but like, how is it that the people who own this app and supposedly work on it day to day, like, don't actually use the app? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm sure you got that all documented, right? With the whole full Clubhouse, all the shenanigans that happened. That was really disappointing, really disappointing. But being an actor and being in Hollywood for a while, back and forth when I was much younger, and seeing how those people act out there, when I came back and during the pandemic, Clubhouse, it was the same kind of people, the same kind of people. Okay, that will laugh and smile and have something else going on. That's it's the same one.
We went till 5 o'clock last night.
No, it's not the same one. It went from a tan suit to a white suit. It was a little off-white, the last one. Now it's more snow white.
Mojo, do you realize last night was the first room I ever went to bed where the sun was up when I was done using this stupid app, and that was like at 5 something in the morning. I couldn't believe how long I was on this app yesterday.
Yeah. Don't forget big things. That's just when what got the room going was serendipity was telling us about our favorite sexual positions. That's what came around with.
See, I mean, in hindsight, like, I'm really happy I film all this stuff, and I hope people, maybe someday in the future, they're like, I think people will look back at their experience here. I might look back with shame, but see, the positive optimist in me, and who, I hope, because this is like a very lazy business. You just hit live stream, you hit cut, you hit publish. I'm not doing anything. It's really the network that's involved in the conversation. But by publishing it, like, I force people into these other platforms, and like, whether you like it or not, like, you're in it. So to me, that's like forcing an arrangement which I can't do any other way, only digitally or through these cellular devices and these software programs. Like, that to me, like, is going into. I'm 42, but I'm just saying, any kind of business where you're like in the gray zone, I don't know, whatever that means. I'm just saying that to me, what I think I'm doing is, eccentric. I wouldn't, call it brilliant, and I wouldn't call it even intelligent. I would just say I'm using what's available. But I think because life is almost just brains, it's just people. Like, everything else, the whole material world is, just stuff. But our little bodies don't take up a whole lot of space. So the fact that I can network in a different alternative way by publishing on many platforms, to me, it's like, you know, I don't know. I'm just doing it. I think it's smart, and I hope it has lasting effect of some sort.
Yeah, it's interesting because Clubhouse has people from all over the world, right? You're grabbing not just people that are Americans, you're grabbing all kinds of people from all over the place. So that's what's interesting about it. It's got so much depth there.
Yeah, I mean, if like the global communication revolution or global communication network means anything, like this app is, you know, the case study for it, or X Spaces, or global apps. The thing is, though, I have noticed that many rooms with non-native English speakers who tend to dominate the conversation, it's a lot of fun using your words. It's like, it's basically an animal chirping or, you know, meowing or barking. I mean, you know, we do it for feedback, for pinging. So there's a lot of linguistic and communication, like axioms or principles. You know, Noam Chomsky, I had this one book on phonology. To me, it looks like bullshit. You know, all these mathematical equations about linguistic communication and like turning it into math. In hindsight, you know, I have my doubts about people who put up these crazy math equations, and you know, maybe I know I'm stupid. Like, there are really intelligent people out there that truly understand these things and have vast vocabularies with regards to math. But I know I can't create a cell phone. I know I can't create a semiconductor. I know I can't build a house. I know that communication to me is the smartest game I can play.
Roger, you should have them come on your show every once in a while. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we got a specific title for John the Congressman.
You have to understand, up until Clubhouse changed their rules about allowing anonymous accounts that couldn't get kicked out of the room, John was one of the most unliked people on this app. Yeah, he was, and then what I reconciled was the idea that, okay, because he streams the room, right? And a lot of people would complain, and they would say, hey, you don't record the rooms, but it's being streamed. What could you do? So then it would be like, okay, we'll just kick him out. And now that you can't kick it out, it's like the app is saying that they want this to happen. So you know, you can't fight reality. Okay, it is what it is. So you just tell people, hey, look, these rooms are going to be streamed. It is what it is. And so, but we tried to fight it. John will tell you, we really tried to fight it.
Yeah, and I fought back a lot. I mean, I've really dedicated an insane amount of time to this app, creating accounts, creating rooms. You know, I love to complain like Monica, but I know how much you love Monica. I love Monica too. Actually, the amazing thing is like when I hear the hate speech stuff and the random usage of profanity and constant random usage of profanity, that to me is just so like mind-numbingly brain damaging that, you know, I know that books are my salvation. And a lot of people profess, you know, all or nothing positions, but they're not reading to me from a book. And I gotta tell you, when I read a book, I am so impressed with how much more intelligent that communication is than what I hear on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Oh, Lucas back. Oh. So, have you repented, Rich?
No, I'll double down. I love that Monica doesn't know the truth.
Monica, because she comes in here just for a second, right? I think she's trying to tease you. Roger, she comes in for a little bit, teases you, and then she runs away a little bit.
Well, then she goes into other rooms and like espouses like racist ideologies. So yeah, she gets my name.
Just
She does. Wait, you're new to this, right?
oh my god.
You didn't know that Monica hates black people.
Rich, let me,
Monica does not hate black people. This is a
Okay. She thinks that white people are sorry.
She hates black people. She hates white people too. How about that?
No, she thinks white people are the greatest things since sliced bread.
No, hold on. I used to have a $500 bounty if anybody could produce one single instance of a screenshot of something like Monica said that was racist, or an audio clip of her saying something racist. And when I had that $500 bounty, nobody collected it. Nobody collected it. In fact, the only person that tried to collect was Hakima, and Hakima, he PTR'd a photo that she had PTR'd where it was an image of a ghost, and it said, "This is some bullshit." And Hakima said the ghost, the sheet over it, was clearly a reference to the KKK.
Oh, you guys are part of the clubhouse, or the children's sorry. You guys should see all of it, and you can see what's part of propaganda. It's amazing. That's why I call her a shark is because she just sent out some shark. White. Yeah, she's. Dawn, have you not seen Monica play so you said shit about this work? Or chill is this? So you haven't seen like the Nazi Twitter accounts that she plays on this work? You click on it, oh, this is pretty good. You click on Twitter and you go to control like neo-Nazi happen. Oh, okay.
I am a little dumb.
So are you doing that? Hey, big girls are beautiful there.
What does that mean?
That's like women just like, see her about her she's so pretty.
No.
Just taking off the side because she has a badge.
Wait, hold on. It's easy to tell people that someone is a racist. It's much more difficult to prove it. Why don't you give your best piece of evidence?
Not in the Discord, I believe in the Discord.
So what you just said was that you have zero evidence on Monica's racist.
No, that's all.
What is his choices? Jesus? No. Yes, the same Jesus I am. You changed and turned the other.
Because I said, I use it for her, and then you can. He said it was showing me my argument. I brought up gay people. I said that Negro has an intention on God. He has an argument against God because of God's morality that he imposes upon the world. And Negro doesn't like that God says that you can't be a sinner, you can't be a homosexual, you can't be A, B, C, and I list off all the things. And the only thing he didn't need his word was, oh, he said gay. And I said, you can't be a fornicator, a liar, an adulterer, a you know what LGBT thing. Like, oh, he said gay in there. I said, you can't be a sinner and it didn't
I don't know if you're not like this, but if you just have fun,
yeah, this like is fleeting and meaningless in the sense that eternal life is subjective. So you're going to live 100, 115 years, that's it. But then you're going to die, you're going to stand before God. God's going to judge. Eternal life is awesome.
Based off of subjective stuff, you know, objectivity, kind of, study form.
Do you mean just a mere God, or do you just mean in general you shouldn't make laws over subjective opinions?
I think that's like a general rule, not just like a only for God. I think nobody should make subjective.
So why do you think, like, do you live in California?
Wait, Paulus, before you answer that question, can I ask you to put me in the queue, please? Yeah, Honey Badger and I, we throw big barbecues. We do full slabs of rib, half pounds chicken. It's $14.99 plus honey barbecue glaze sauce. You get a free small Miller High Life, and I will personally roll you a little papyrus.
Okay. Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, so you think that the legal drinking age in your state is objective? For the moment? I think it's based on objective metrics. I guess, towards so I appreciate you being here, my friend. It is a little hard to understand you when you're welcome to be here. I'm just trying to learn what we can. There's a lot of smart people that come to these rooms. So it's good to have you on. Yeah, Chinadu, go ahead and say something. It's gonna be, yes, go ahead, Chinadu, please. I don't get it.
Well, that person has the power to say, yes, I'll give you the money, or no, I won't. That's the kind of power that Jewish people have.
But who created the bank? Who created the Federal Reserve in 1913?
Well, it is Felicity, but yeah, I don't disagree with your statement. But here's the thing: when you look, nobody likes bad publicity. So when I say they scream and yell, look at Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and some of those black activists and black political leaders. Where did their club come from? It came from them going to businesses and saying, well, we don't think you're racially sensitive enough. So we have a program that will cost you $1 million, and we'll bring in our instructors to make your.
I mean, sorry. If you didn't say come season was true, I think you want to believe that it's true. I think you should raise it up, like also sense of tears. You should raise it to people, just maybe not significantly. But I think to some extent, yeah, you should come to some evidence. So you're agreeing with us, basically? Yeah. See, Junior's a normal man. He doesn't. God damn! I cannot take you, motherfucker. I was actually just coming on stage to say I've never met someone as compressed as honestly online and selling Wubby in a long time. So I'm happy to meet him.
This guy's just projecting because he got exposed for asking a minor for news on Discord. What a weirdo. I don't want to talk to him, Andrew.
Wubby, I can hear in your voice you don't have me talk to me.
In real life, buddy, I would beat your ass.
How much you weigh?
The point is wisdom is supreme. So if you communicate wisdom, and even if you force it, it's still better than having endless conversations and complications on social media. It's just obvious. It's books.
Yes,
When I have sex with a 115-pound girl, I'm happy to skip.
Hi, Andrew. This is Congressman John. If you could put me in the queue, thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah. Ray, what would you like to say to Wubby? Well, I don't think Wubby is a theist. So I don't really have anything to say to him. Well, he can own you on moral realism. He's a Spinozan. Yeah, he's a moral realist? Yeah, he is. Okay, so I guess what is a moral to you, Wubby? What is morality?
Yeah, I think morality is just going to be like a set of evaluative facts that are going to be irreducibly normative on my view. But that just means to say that moral facts are true, but they're explained by like a non-cognitivist framework.
Listen, get the fair shake over there and hearings, right? So there's this counter program. This is like when CBS doesn't like what NBC's do. I did. Yep, I certainly did.
taking on.
No, he acted like he didn't know who I was.
That's exactly what I thought. Yeah. So you did get it, you did get under his skin. Yeah, you got under his skin.
Don, your mic's open. Not sure if you intended that.
Is it? I didn't know that, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You weren't making noise. I just didn't want you to do something like you might have decided to go pleasure yourself, and then we would have been listening in, and I didn't want to be that guy.
I'm putting dinner away. I made dinner and I'm putting the leftovers away. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
John Kitover of the 16th District of Illinois. All debts contract the U.S. Constitution, Section 2 of the United States, Section 1.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get going here. I'm gonna watch some TV, but keep your eyes out. So tomorrow should be the first episode of Rational Discussion Group. I don't know what the title is yet because I don't. Well, actually, hold on. Let me go peek and see if the Critical Thinking Forum has put tomorrow's title up, because all we're gonna do is borrow their title. There's no reason to put a lot more work into this than we need to. So, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see them having a title for tomorrow. We will see. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Before you go, Roger, I got a question about Hekima. He comes.
That's Hakima.
Hekima. I was gone for like a long time, right? And then I came back, so I went to Athens. I said, okay, I got to go back to that fun time in your rooms, right? And I just fascinated. He comes to the room for hours on end, and he really says anything. What do you think it's background? It's like.
Sometimes he's driving Uber. Sometimes he's got passengers in the car. Other times he doesn't want to jump. Look, people in this room, I don't know what it is. When Hakima speaks, everyone just interrupts him all the time. And he's the most victimized person on this entire island. And again, that's not me saying that. That's Hakima saying.
U.S. Constitution.
Yeah.
Section 2.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go watch TV. I'm gonna leave this room open. You guys behave yourselves. And, yeah. Take care.
Okay, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, princess.
Bye.
Need to figure out, right? So once you're at that round, then you're gonna find, like, they really don't turn, they kind of turn, like, kind of retarded because the engine is low and in the back, as opposed to in the front. You want the engine in front of your crotch, ideally, and low.
Okay.
So I actually, like, went down on one because I was just turning too hard. Like I always do, I just turn too hard, the wheels go flying, whatever. And, yeah, so teachers still find automatic that's small, and that's a scooter. And then you're gonna get bored of it because they're
What about mopeds?
yeah, like a moped. It's the same thing. A moped is just a small CC, little dinky, whatever. It's like riding a bicycle, but with a
What about Vespa? Have you been on Vespa?
No, I don't know what it is. I think they're like $12,000, aren't they?
Yeah, Vespa, they're expensive. I just said somebody in my family has like Vespa from like 70s.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And it's still in mint condition. This is how good it is.
Yeah, people think they look cool again. I think they look like little bitch mobiles. I would never spend $12,000 on a scooter. It like sucks. I spent $12,000 on one.
No, but this one goes up to 100 kilometers or something.
Yeah, it's my little 125 cc Honda Vario. They got me $1,700 new. Yeah, I took it up to 100.
So do you have to put 2-cycle oil, or is it like a 4-cycle?
I don't know. I just took it to the mechanic. It was like $20 for a tune-up. Whatever I wanted. Super cheap. But yeah, you learn on that. Or a lot of people in America. So that's the way people learn Bali. In America, people learn on dirt bikes, but then still shifting is an issue. But kind of learning on a small CC dirt bike just out in the sand, it's like kind of hard to get hurt. You can still get hurt. You can still break your leg. You don't fall sharp rock, like you should be mostly okay. But I don't know if you know how to shift, do you know how to drive like manual? That's kind of
Yeah, no, I know the right way.
okay, well the motorcycle shouldn't be that hard. I mean, it's the same concept. It's just, you know, your hand has the clutch instead of your foot.
What?
I heard they're the biggest ones. That's what I heard. The biggest one. I heard the ones with the longest skirts are the biggest holes, but that was, I don't know.
I actually heard nurses were the biggest sled.
Yeah, so what about Mouth? Lauren, Lauren.
That's like me. I was about to say what I saw in the movie theater.
That's radio, imagine.
Well, at least I'm not the first lady with my cooch on the internet, so there. Alright? The president's wife.
Did y'all get to see the cooch? How did
Y'all need to go look at the coochie. I like it.
I'm not privileged.
The first coach.
Bust it wide open and let's all bring it back. Hey.
Y'all not getting the conversation and left again.
Y'all did put late camp conversation, so I mean, and it is late, it's damn near past midnight over here, so I'm just going to tackle late night camp combo.
So anyway, outside of President Trump, okay, so we find some common ground. We all lost concerns.
Young Daddy Magas, y'all want me to bring
Everybody in the country lost. We all lost. Okay? And we're all losers.
Is there any Magas that we having to go? Because I already know who's Maga, who's not. Do y'all know?
No, I don't see any of my games on there.
Oh, Lord. Now you a MAGA. Look at this. You see, yesterday you was a MAGA, then today you say I didn't vote for Trump. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I never voted.
I think you guys need to be a little bit more patient because
You're Dominican, Puerto Rican ass. You don't even know what the fuck you are.
Right.
Every day you claim another country. I heard you Mexican too. This shit is crazy.
I said I was a water Mexican.
What are you?
So
You know Donald Trump, wait. Donald Trump is the Cheeto. What is the flaming hot Cheeto? That's what he is.
I know who you hate.
Yo, go back. For real? You with the hat on? Who's the hat?
That's me. Mother, you another one. You scary as shit too. You always towing the line and then you.
That is you. You were so cute. I love that. You see, I just did the ay for your hat.
So Mel, you're missing an inside joke from Chilla's on.
Womack is the half Mexican I like. Okay.
They were calling all the Caribbeans water Mexicans, so that's why I said I was a water Mexican. That's what
Girl, you Mexican. Rip yourself, girl.
Relax.
She is Mexican. You're Mexican, girl.
No.
You're Mexican, Miss Mamas.
Well, man, you have Mexican.
He said that already.
So what's your nationality?
Yes, Mexican black.
Hold on. Mother, what's your nationality? We already know what he is. What's your name? Yeah, bitch, you wanted to talk. So what's your bitch, you wanted to talk with your ugly ass. What are you?
Knows this at this point. We have been
Everyone knows us.
Anybody got a picture of Mother? I gotta see the person behind the voice.
Yeah, so you're gonna bring up the whole, he speaks like a white person because he grew up in
I never said anything about your voice. I just, you know when you hear somebody speaking and then you see their face, you're like, yo, their voice don't match your face. So I was just wanting to see your face.
That's it. I'm not making fun of your voice, bro.
Oh, I thought we were
Let's be the ass.
What up again, bro? Mother's blacker than everybody in this room.
Mother is not black at all.
He might be because he's Dominican.
Why do y'all keep saying that? Stop handing that. This bitch wanna be like.
Mother, let me see a cute picture.
Yeah, it's trying to get a picture. That picture you got the kid. You know?
Yeah.
You afraid? You afraid? Are you certified it? Certified it? Which one? Show somebody that like looks similar to you then.
Do you look like Bad Bunny or do you look like Enrique Iglesias? Do you look like
You all are weird. Who's your celebrity doppelganger?
do you look like Ricky Martin?
Who's your celebrity doppelganger? I get all celebrity shit. Like celebrity doppelganger. People think that I'm
So you like this nigga? Alright, can I tell you that?
racially ambiguous.
Puerto Rican friend. I have one.
Ain't no nigga trying up to nobody and say, oh, you look Egyptian. So
John Kitover,
baby, you ain't got to tell me the way you sound, the way your politics line up, the way you despise yourself and your sexuality.
Mother.
Bitch, I know you didn't grow up in the projects. I know you didn't grow up. I know you grew up in a trailer park, so you didn't grow up in the projects. That's where you grew up. Oh no, hold on. Can y'all let me read this, bitch?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Shit. Bitch, I know you didn't grow up in no motherfucking projects. You grew up in a motherfucking trailer park. You're a bum. And then you moved to Miami and got with them white people and just thought you was better. Ho, you are dirty. And every time I see you, when I feel like it, like I told you months ago, I'm going to read you, girl. You hate yourself and you hate all those that are like you. I've been places. I've heard you say the things that you say.
he's a real inside, okay? And you know, I saw this horrible thing on Sonic Biker, right? Where, you know, his where snakes are
What you gonna say, man?
you got game, and you know, it's like
Did he leave?
just, you know, they eat this food and like smile into relationships and then he tries to get married to them. Yes, which is going to be a successful, and it's
I was somewhere and I heard her say some racist shit, and she knows I did. And I told her when she was there, I came on stage and I revealed myself and I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "So you know it's hell for you." And so every time I see it, when I feel, "Oh, hey, racist, hey, why you ran, buddy?
nobody's running for you. Just get bored.
Why you ran, bitch? Why did you run? Run. Yeah, bitch. Okay, you don't have you had to get off your
Like little robots again. You know, little and you put a little aside for the future when you want to retire. Yeah, but let's do this reception.
Y'all know.
Fairly at the same time, and we can criticize. I can criticize things out.
So before you ran away, Miss Thing, we were talking about how you black people and then come hang around them and try to kiki with us. And then you run when you're addressed about it.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna waste my time engaging.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
We repeat the same shit on repeat.
Yeah.
The list has gone to shit.
It was shit before. What are you talking about?
Throughout the Ottoman Empire,
Yeah, I know.
there were 8 million young Christian men who died during the operation to turn them into eunuchs.
Yeah, and how many fucking Christians died in World War I?
Excuse me.
How many Christians died in World War I? Ask me that. Like, there's always a war.
But that proves you're wrong. It was always shit.
So they could guard harems. 8 million Christian boys. They would come to the village and find the best boys with the best teeth and the best reflexes. Parents would cut their fingers off. They would blind them.
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with the fact that we went to war in Iraq.
So go outside, take a breath, sleep on. Go outside, take a breath. Go outside.
To keep over talking me. I don't know what that has to do with the fact that we destabilized Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran.
There's nobody, the dog thinks it's the owner.
But yeah, calling the Middle East a shithole is, by the way, just racist, and I'm gonna tell you why, because Europe's a shithole now, what the fuck are you niggas talking about? I swear the selective attention is insane. Last time I checked in Greece, you got women prostituting for sandwiches.
All of the prostitutes in Greece I saw were non-Greeks.
Yeah, let's play the deflection Olympics, but
The prostitute, by the way.
I didn't say it was a shithole. I said it was a
Spain and Italy, what he says is kind of correct. Like if you go to the brothels and look at the streetwalkers, they're largely Romanian. So there's
And who runs the countries there? Again, who runs those countries? Who are the politicians?
You're saying Greece is run by the Jews? They're not run by the brothels. Well, I think that's what she was implying.
They all have the same masters. They all go to that wall. They all
Sure, but if you're looking like France, for example, which is either number 2 or number 3 economically as a superpower, and militarily it's either considered number 1 or number 2 compared, depends on who you're talking to. Like France, for example, they're recognizing Palestinian statehood. There's no fucking Jews running France. Like, it's retarded.
And yet, to the whole shithole thing, I'm like, are you blaming Jews from the Dark Ages? Or how about first rights when kings used to fuck dudes' wives when they got married? Like, the Western Europeans...
That's why God said the flood according to the Bible, because that was first rights with the wives.
The first rights after the flood, that was
the gender. Prima nocta.
If any of you ugly retards did your research, you would know that they're all controlled by the same people. They're all controlled by the Rothschilds. They all have to kiss that guy's wall. They all have to kiss the wall in Israel. All of them do that shit, okay? All of you, y'all are pretty retarded. I'm not gonna lie, y'all are pretty retarded.
Listen, if the Jews are controlling all that, good, then they deserve it, because you motherfuckers are incompetent. But that's another thing.
Well, they've been doing it for a long fucking time, so...
How do you justify colonization without the same logic so you can get colonized by a superior race, I guess? But that's not my point. My point is...
Jews are the superior race,
My point is, when you say shit like, the Middle East was a shithole, it's like, that's literally not the case. That's crazy.
No one said that. I don't know where you got that from.
No one said it. You've been...
No, I said that the Middle East went to shit after Israel came to power in 1947 because after Israel became a nation. And you were not, you're not that. You're not that caught. I said after that happened. After that happened, that's when everything went to shit. No, Iraq, all these countries, Iraq, they used to be fucking regular countries. These are regular countries. And they all got wrong.
The best.
And
That was part of the argument.
Exactly. Functioning countries.
Right. That's let me break down this conversation. Terrible communication. So Felicity said the Middle East started becoming a shithole after Israel was created, and then other dude said it was a shithole before that, or maybe always a shithole. But his point was, and this is true, right? Is the place did become, in truth, I think you might agree with this, it became a shithole after World War I, because at that point you had a serious vacuum of power, right? So that's not due to the state of Israel, that was due to the aftermath of World War I.
Thank you, reasonable person.
Thank you, I agree.
And so Felicity, you can't put World War I on the state of Israel because Israel didn't exist.
Iraq and Syria. So what happened with Syria and Iraq and Libya and all these countries and Somalia started getting fucked up?
Wait, let's just pause for a second. And do you agree that it was after World War I that random lines were drawn in the sand that fucked up?
I'm a fucking Israeli fucking spy.
I'm actually American.
I mean, you and I are.
But you're a dual citizen. You're a dual citizen.
I am not a dual citizen. I'm actually a third and a fourth generation American.
American Jew.
Wait, Felicity, you're going straight to dual citizenship as your explanation for my reasonable explanation of what happened in the Middle East after World War I.
Yeah, because you gotta be a fucking dual citizen or
Do
something.
you disagree with the history that I gave?
Yeah, I fucking disagree with you.
So what happened after World War I?
We're talking.
Because you skipped all the way to something about
fucking up. You're fucking Israeli.
I am not. Do I sound? What is your evidence? What is your evidence of this?
Black girl, you sound like you have no education.
I am not a dual citizen. I was born and raised. I am not a dual citizen.
What's your ethnicity?
Me?
Yeah, you can say what you want, but I know that you're a dual citizen.
He's a Jew, but he's not a dual citizen.
I am Jewish.
I'm not a dual citizen.
And I'm not a dual citizen. Yeah,
Neither one of us are dual citizens.
Every single time, what?
Time.
Have you never met an American Jew before? My father fought in World War II.
That makes you a
My grandfather. I had one grandfather who fought in World War II and another one who fought in World War I. Both were American, by the way.
You're still a dual citizen.
Neither one of us are dual citizens.
Let me tell you something, Felicity. I mean, this is no joke. I have never been to Israel. My parents have never been to Israel. My grandparents have never been to Israel. My cousins have. I know nobody in my immediate family. I
You still don't work for their interests. You still work for their interests.
I don't know anybody there.
So if we say the truth,
I shouldn't say I don't know either. I've met Israelis before, but I literally, the last time I talked to somebody Israeli, actually was probably on this app, but like outside of like random social media interactions, the last time I knew someone from Israel was probably in grad school. We're talking 17 years ago was the last time I shook hands with someone from Israel. And that's because he was in the same grad school program as me. And really outside of like cordial, I was gonna say, and outside of cordial, like we're in the same. In fact, the two people I made good friends with in grad school, one was an Israeli, one was a Palestinian, and we became friends because the three of us would smoke. We all smoked cigarettes, and we would just hang outside and smoke cigarettes. It was not a thing.
I'm also a Jew and nobody in my media.
But anyways, so listen, I say this, you can take it or leave it. I am a fourth generation American on my father's side, and a third generation American on my mother's side. My grandfather on each side fought one, and the other one fought
family's been here since 1860.
Do not care. I've never been to Israel, and I really don't care. I mean, I care about it in the geopolitical sense of like we should all care about it, but like I don't have any interest in it.
My white side of my family's been here since.
But you're a Zionist, though. You're a Zionist.
What makes you say I'm a Zionist?
I can tell that you're a Zionist. You don't have to tell me.
And what?
You can lie all you want, but I can tell you're a Zionist just by the way that you talk and the way that you keep.
No, actually, it's very nuanced. Kiwi is actually very nuanced.
I'll criticize Israel all day if you're wrong. Do you want to? I was just saying,
I argue with Dewey on a lot of this shit because I am one of those fucking tree fighters.
That's not very good.
I will fucking fly for Israel and take their side on everything. I don't give a. So you're mischaracterizing him for
Oh yeah, you're a Zionist.
It's the speed at which she mischaracterized me is interesting.
I know.
It actually, like, it basically makes it difficult to be
I'm so
serious.
American, I'm fucking getting its skull fucking excrement right now. That's
There's
actually
no room for Zionists in America. We fucking hate you people.
it's long
And
too. It's
especially
like
Gen
blue
Z.
candles.
And for the young generation.
Did you say especially Gen Z?
Fucking hate. Yeah, especially Gen Z. We fucking hate Israelis. Look that shit up. Look that shit up. Gen Z is the most fucking anti-Israel generation that there ever was.
Congratulations.
A month ago, we had a big piece for you too, just so you know. So I'm playing this shit out about.
Thank you. So, anyways, back to the actual conversation. So after World War I, you had England, France, the European powers drew random lines in the map, right? And that's when the Middle East got fucked up.
More Zionist lies. It's okay. We know the truth. It's okay. You can go on Twitter and you can find out the truth. You know, Clubhouse and there's something behind that. But you can go on Twitter and you can find out the truth.
Twitter is the source of truth. Just look it up.
Well, you can go on TikTok, you can go on Instagram, you can go really anywhere on social media, and you can find out the truth about the Zionist.
What I just described was at the end of World War I. Do you agree that at the end of World War I, European powers divided the land and drew lines on a map, and that's what made the modern nation states in the Middle East?
I can tell you this much: by the time World War I was happening, Zionist Jewish leaders had already taken over Europe.
Listen, he heard the words of Mark Twain when Mark Twain went to fucking Palestine and he said that it was a desolate fucking dry land that nothing would fucking grow there. What
I
is
don't give a fuck about Mark Twain.
I know, right? Mark Twain took a trip to the fucking Judean Samaria, old school Palestine, and he's like, this is a desolate fucking dead land that the people have not done anything with the fucking land. There's nothing ever grown there. And then the Jews come in and they make this fucking beautiful fucking lush fucking area it is. On God.
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with what I was talking about.
Oh, there was a desolate fucking shit
Pretty weird.
Actually, the north was mostly swampland. It wasn't, and again, this is not Israel or whatever, but like, it's an interesting engineering feat, and it's not only happened in Israel, there have been other swamplands that have been
Wait,
converted.
Judy, you're saying that people with the highest median IQ actually did something with a desolate, dead land?
I mean, that's what happens when you get
Israel was the highest median IQ, and it has been group on 115 and 117.
It's kind of up to you, you know?
Converting a swampland into arable land is not easy. And it is an interesting engineering feat that, again, it's comparable to like the engineering feat of New Orleans at the same time to create the levees, right? It's interesting. Which is to say, again, to listen, you just know I'm not trying to cap for Israel as like some unique thing. It's just an engineering marvel, but engineering marvels like that happen all the time. China's knocking out bridges every 3 days. But it is easy to
Anyways, fuck
argue.
Israel.
Sure. I would say it's easy to argue from a historical that
U.S. Constitution, read by U.S. Constitution 2, the Section 2, Section 1. On the candidate Congress earns the Army, Article 25, each house.
They didn't draw the line of Israel right away at that time. They drew
Did you know that the Jewish Warner Brothers
U.S. Constitution, U.S. Constitution 2, the Section.
while his brother financed the war in the U.S. So the Jews were financing the whole time of the war. Yeah. So that's what they do. Like, but you don't want to admit that because people Zionist lies.
What does a Jew doing something have to do with the state of Israel?
Because they're fucking Zionists. That's what it has to do.
Can you be Jewish and not be a Zionist?
No, because
Can you be a
over 90%.
No, wait, this is an issue. Over 90%. So wait, you cannot be a Jew and you cannot be Jewish and not be a Zionist.
No, 90% Jews are fucking Zionists.
That's not what I asked. So you just say no. You say no. All Jews are Zionist in your mind. So like, yeah, I'm just like, are all people from the United States who come from Mexico, are they from Mexican?
We're not going to say that.
But would you say that America, as a nation state, as a modern nation state, or any country, right? Now maybe Canada, it's kind of similar story, less on the slavery, but still Canadians, right? Still probably criticism. Should Canada be dissolved as a result of their past and current failures?
Yes, but Canada is not actively committing a genocide against the natives.
Some people say that
They're not. That's not true. They are not.
Genocide against the Uyghurs. Would you agree that China is genocide against the Uyghurs? And if so, just just now, just do you think that China has
Yes, because that's their fucking land.
And also they want to take stealing the land of the Uyghurs. They're not doing that right now, but the Uyghurs, that's what the Uyghurs, right? We brought up genocide, right? Like I was actually just talking to someone from in China right now. It's actually really funny. He said
You're full of fucking science guys.
He said it was a re-education.
They call it work camps. Oh, here comes Marshall, thank God.
But look, Felicity, again, it's totally fine to criticize governments. I mean, you can criticize any nation in the world.
Well, that's not true. Okay, wait, let me talk. You cannot just criticize anyone. Yes, I even criticize the U.S., okay? But the thing is, when you have American students who are getting deported and they're facing legal problems just for simply criticizing Israel, yes, that's a fucking problem. That's a foreign nation. That's a foreign nation. We have freedom of speech in this country, okay?
No, dude.
But you can't even fucking talk because you're so nobody.
I think I'm just gonna talk over her.
I don't want to talk to this fucking boomer, okay? I don't need to talk to you. You're all fucking old. Guess what? Everyone in this country is probably a fucking factor. You're all fucking old. All you people are fucking old. You're retarded. So guess what? Gen Z is the fucking future, okay? Gen Z is the future. Like,
Okay, well, let me say, everybody relax. Let's see. I think it's great when young people. That's great. And let me say one thing. Let me tell you one thing about Gen Z. No, this is actually really important to say because everybody.
Guess what Gen Z doesn't do? They don't.
The duties of the office to those with understanding. Father today. As president,
Millennials thought that.
he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of the right as God gives.
Pumps you up, right? And then you're gonna go to prom, and then you're gonna go to date,
The system of checks and more than a passing ceremony as President Harrison. Anti-Israel generation is realist himself. They actually want to can't speeches when they said that this is a problem because Generation Z said that this is a problem. The generation Z is against Israel. They are anti-Israel. Largely, most of them.
If you're anti-Israel, in particular, if you don't get off your ass to be in the political universe in the first place, which Gen Z people don't. Reliably.
Their lives have been so digitalized, they're not.
Alright, hold on. Listen, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna read this stat. Harvard caps Harris conducted in July 2025.
Israel. The left and the right hates Israel.
Just let this come
Oh, good now.
A Harvard caps Harris conducted in July 2025 shows that 60% of Americans 18 to 24 Gen Z support Israel. Compared to 40% who support us. Wow.
Most city, Chicago City, they got more voter. And the Cook County,
Pro-anti.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just getting organized 10 people, 10 times.
Everybody grows out of it.
I can try that.
Talk about respect. I said 2 cents and you being a massage. That was not my
Person.
No, I said you're full of stuff. Okay, yeah, I did.
Now that we engaged a little bit, would you at least take that part back? Maybe I have some sort of dual loyalty or that I'm a Messiah.
Oh, yeah, you definitely do. The way that you
What do you still think I have?
You do.
I do what? I am. You think I have dual loyalty? That I work for them. I work for them. And I get a paycheck or something? Is that what you think it is?
You for sure have dual loyalty. You're a Zionist for sure. You're either in the closet about it or you're a Zionist for sure.
You know this about me now.
Because of the way that you can tell, just the way that you talk.
You just have an intuition.
People who are anti-Zionist.
Intuition for it.
Listen, people who are anti-Zionist, they don't talk the way that you talk. They don't like Hebrew Israel the way that you talk.
Earlier you said it was synonymous. Being Jewish was synonymous with being Zionist. You said that earlier.
How do you feel about George Floyd? George Floyd, the man.
Why are you talking about George Floyd?
Answer. 3, 2, 1, go.
First of all, no one gives a fuck about George Floyd. He's a fucking criminal.
Piece of shit. You want people to give a shit about your thing? You want to hear about other people's things? She's all
I am far right, but I'm not a fucking Nazi. Or you're talking about. He's not retarded.
Let's see, we're you know, I don't want you to talk about
she's rough.
I'm not even white, you dumbass.
Where did you grow up? Okay, so
That means I'm majority black and I have most black white.
You wanna do it, Tanya?
Okay, I'm just letting everybody else know.
We could hear it in your fucking voice.
And I can hear it in your voice that you're a retarded white liberal. You're a cuck. You don't get to you're a cuck.
I'm a conservative, you fucking slut.
You're a cuck-servative. That's
I
what you
voted
are.
for Trump fucking twice, you fucking dumb shit.
Trump's a fucking faggot.
Never fucking voted for a fucking Democrat on any fucking. I read all the way down the fucking ballot on everything.
And guess what? Trump is in the Epstein files. Oh, how about that? That's why he didn't release the fucking files. Dummy. That's why he didn't release the files. You sure fucking
Am I being trolled? Am I being trolled right now? Is that what
He's an alt-right fucking retard.
I mean, now we gotta go help people customize and say hundreds of better things.
Right, but I'm not fucking sure.
Your inventory line saying I was correct. Hope I'm stupid. No successful damage to you. I think I see money where it's damage done that way. This is a mistake.
Shut up. I'm not gonna fucking do it. We're not here to talk about
Everybody's not talking.
U.S. Constitution, Section 2 of the United States, Section 1 of the
you can say
You got a dead cheap black dad. You
Next time.
you're hilarious, but anyways, you're funny.
So Felicity, you said you didn't vote for Trump or Congress. So to Marshall's point,
I didn't vote at all, so the thing is about me, like, when he talked, I'm not a Republican, right? I when I become more far-right over the years, I've become more far-right. I went from being very pro-Trump. I was very MAGA. I was MAGA before it was cool. I was MAGA in 2018. So I was
fucking maggot since like fucking 2010. Were you fucking
I was a teenager, right? And so I was.
Okay, so you couldn't vote. Oh well,
Yeah,
in 2016 you couldn't. Sorry, 2016.
Yeah, in 2016 I couldn't even vote. I was still in high school.
Okay.
So I was liberal when I was in high school, but then I came straight out of high school. I became very conservative, and it was not cool to be MAGA back then. And I was super MAGA. I bought a MAGA hat in 2018, back when they thought Trump was a racist and all this other shit. And so, yeah, I voted for. I'm not voting for Trump, but I was like,
Rich, shut the fuck up.
yeah, so like I've been Trump, like even for this election, this 2024 election, I was going for Trump, and I was happy that he won, and I was hoping that he was going to deport illegals like he said he was going to do. He was going to do all this other shit, but he never ended up doing any of that shit.
She did vote for him.
You are claiming to be part of a powerful generation, yet you don't exercise your civic franchise in voting for hell. I don't care about the fucking president. Like,
Okay,
not even take your civic exercise out for some of your local shit, like a state house rep. I don't know, health control, shit like state taxation policy, which affects your pocketbook.
listen, okay, it doesn't matter what you have to say. At the end of the day, Trump is not actually improving that many people.
You were going to complain that shit's not going the way you want, yet you didn't avail yourself of the mechanism to help change. And you're complaining for shit you should
Listen, retard, how about you actually look at the policies that Trump is doing? The only thing you give a fuck about is Israel. He doesn't give a fuck about America.
Oh my god, aren't you?
He doesn't give a fuck about America. Open your fucking eyes. Stop being a fucking, like, stop being a dick sucker.
all of this, like, your generation is somehow awesome, falls right into my point, which is your generation doesn't vote, so they're gonna worthlessly bitch and moan and complain and tell everybody else that actually does the governing and actually
actually does the civic shit, what they should be doing, guess who's not gonna fucking listen? The people doing the work. Because you can't get off your Chicago, it's convenient for you, like yelling.
You're a retarded boomer or Gen X.
Actually, he's making it fair.
You're fucking old. You're old.
I like when I made a point, I was a Mossad agent, and when Marshall makes a point, he is old. You're criticizing the people instead of actually addressing the conversation.
You are a scientist, so I'm right about both. I'm right about both.
No, you're not. It's a fallacy. You're going for ad homs instead of addressing the issue.
No, I addressed the issue, and we're talking about
you called him a boomer, and when I made a point, you called me a Mossad agent. So those are ad homs.
Well, you actually are a Zionist. You're not a Zionist.
Yeah, it's okay, great. So again, if I make a point, you attack me, and if Marshall makes a point, you attack him instead of the actual points. It's a way to
No, I
have a conversation.
Listen, I addressed
Marshall. How about Marshall make his point again, and instead of calling him a boomer, you respond to
I let him talk, and unlike him and you, who actually overtalked me when I tried to talk on this app, you overtalked me. You actually let y'all talk, but you did not let me talk. Okay? You need to stop being a princess. Men who speak over women are fucking betas, okay? Don't speak over women. This is the bad one. Club, okay? You don't overtalk us. Talking until we like hit it on the like square up. Like, you know, this is the bad girls club, okay? Go right ahead.
Somebody say something interesting.
Oh, God. Trump is a Zionist, and he's just throwing humanity into Zionism. That's the end of it. I was speaking for the heart and the just
Yeah, not just that. Trump was not just a Zionist, but he actually a Zionist makeup of that. Because he was actually trying to make it so that he was trying to make it so that, you know, that he was trying to put a law where you're not going to receive funding if like a hurricane hits or like natural disaster hits.
That shit is not fucking legal. It doesn't matter what he wants. He can't something to
That's what he's trying to do.
But the thing is that biblically is
everybody, this is candidate-elect Kitover for the 16th district. This article is about Rebel Hood signal support for raising minimum age to buy an assault rifle in Jordan. This was released June 6, 2022. This is about elitist Darren LaHood who wants to get rid of your firearms here in Illinois and across the whole United States of America. Republican Congressman Darren LaHood during Friday's U.S. military candidate reception. LaHood represents the Grand View area. Less than halfway through this year, the Gun Violence Archive reports the United States has now seen at least 240 mass shootings. That includes shootings in Tulsa and Multnomah and Buffalo. President Biden asked Congress on Thursday to either ban assault weapons or raise the legal age to purchase them from 18 to 21 across the nation. Speaking Friday in Peoria, U.S. Rep. Darren LaHood, an anti-constitutionalist when it comes to the Second Amendment, said he too sees the issue with the national legal age for purchasing an assault weapon. One thing that I think defies common sense is you're 18, you can't purchase a beer, you can't rent a car, you can't rent a hotel, but you can get an AR-15 or get an assault weapon. First of all, Dr. LaHood, I don't know why you think you can't rent or a hotel or a car.
But anyways, can I talk? Yeah, if you're like what they do, you just have no fucking backbone. It's like, because I supported Trump for a long time. I've been supporting him since I got out of high school. And now I'm like long out of fucking high school. How
to lose 40 pounds.
What are you talking about?
She's between 18 and 24 years old. She's like a fucking middle school.
Like right after, I think it was
She was in like 6th grade.
I didn't know anything about that shit. Like, I'm not that fucking old. I'm sorry, I'm not.
years old for that.
Like, how about a guy that gets on national radio and he knows, like, he's running for president and shit, or, like, he eventually has, like, long-term goals?
If you don't vote for me, then you're not black. Remember when Trump said that, Felicity?
There we go.
So I know that that was a trick question or whatever, but
do you remember when Donald Trump said that he's gonna have those niggers vote Democrat for Thanksgiving?
I don't give a fuck what you say. Whatever you want to say. You have to understand that I follow the
He also had a nickname for his dick and his jumbo.
Good for you. Understand that I follow, you can say nigger all you want, I don't give a fuck. I follow these fucking neo-Nazis. They say that shit all the fucking time. They'll say any fucking slur. So I don't know why you think that that works for me.
Run away when I started saying all the racist kind of Felicity, what is your platform?
Like, what is your point? Like, are you okay? What's your point? Like, do you think I give a fuck about that word?
He's a god.
Sweetheart, I told you I don't give a fuck about that word. It's stupid. It's a word. And I can't even offend you over a word.
Raised by your fat white fucking trailer trash fucking mom. Look at you fucking like me.
If you're gonna offend
Your mom.
by a
Your mom
word.
got fucked by a black dude, and then the black dude fucking ran out on you.
Alright, good for you. That's not
and now you call yourself Creole and you just speaks very.
So why are you being so mean to her? Because she's where are you from,
So they said something.
Where are you from, Felicity, and what do you do for your work?
She gets figured out sick. Rihanna, do you remember that bag?
I'm gonna ask.
That we fucked your.
Excuse me, I'm asking her. Shut up. I'm asking her what she does for her work.
Hey, do you want to just your dad? Your dad's in prison, right?
My life right now.
Show your white dad, Ray. Show your white dad while he's in prison.
No, listen, that's enough of that.
Wait. Dot. The guy who's talking. Are you even white? Are you white? What are you?
Well, me, I'm American royalty. I've been
Irish, French, Rihanna. Why don't you
Everyone shut the fuck up. You're Irish. You're French. What else?
Your prison. Show the photo of your prison father, Ray.
Okay, what are you? Irish, French, and what else?
English, German, and French.
English, German, and French.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking to Felicity and I was asking her.
You sure you're not a gay rabbi? Are you sure you're not a gay rabbi?
Rihanna is the Israelite. You see that black guy down there? He's a fucking.
Are you sure you're not a gay rabbi? I think that you're a gay rabbi. I'm convinced.
What's your name? Rihanna Gad. Oh, he's from the tribe of Gad. Right. You're an indigenous Native American Hebrew Israelite, right?
I want to talk to Felicity.
I know you do. You're trying to risk her up because you're fucking retarded. You're worth $1 billion. We all know. I got hundreds of millions of dollars in fucking lawsuits pending.
No, that's a very good point. That's a great point, actually.
Yeah, but
where are you from, Felicity, and what do you do for your work?
The New Times order.
Where is Felicity from? What does she do?
Felicity is Creole.
Felicity is a young Gen Z person.
Rihanna is the real.
Thinks that her generation is going to be here.
What's your bottom line? I'm curious about Felicity.
Okay, that's great. If you give context for visualization, you're Armenian. Actually, I had a great client who was Armenian.
I think it's a big deal. There's
Well, people don't talk about the Armenian genocide, do they?
But who did the Armenian genocide, though?
Ray, Jacobus U.S. Constitution. Yeah, also have Easter Island. Oh my gosh. Easter Island has like a picture of your indigenous Native American candidates, but he's like army of half white, half black dad that's in prison. He's fucking he was in that fucking prison suit, like that fucking like white or t-shirt. My dad, who's on the birth certificate for your father? Who's your father's father on the birth certificate? When he showed up, and it was like, because your grandmammy didn't know who the fuck it was, that white man. Every time we see you, you're like you're with Dr. Adams and shit, the training level, Dr. Adams. Oh, he's a training level. There he is, training. And what is Dr. Adams said? Dr. Adams has said that he is bisexual in the past. I believe that 100%. Oh, yeah, when I first came to this app, Adams was like that he's bi. Yeah, now he's this, I'm a white straight man. But it's half black, half Jew. He's for sure. In July, Adams is half black. Did you know that Adams is half Sephardic Jew, half black? United States. Congress shall have power to lay taxes and excise to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States with all duties imposed. Every time we see her girlfriend, we notice that she talks a bunch of dudes talking about that guy's a tranny. Yeah, he's in the tranny. Yeah, 100% in the tranny. I guess. Yeah. Like your Abba Bivin. John Kitover, like U.S. Constitution. It's a fucking black one. sound like you're so gassed out.
I'm like, and Paola, I don't know why you said Gen Z. Like, what's wrong with Gen Z? There's nothing wrong with Gen Z. I'm not trying to come at you, sis, because like, at the end of the day, I'm a girl's girl. I'm gonna like cape for other women, but like, that wasn't cool. Why are you talking about Gen Z like that? Okay, I'll come after these men like red shit, okay? I will come after these men because they're fucking retarded. These men on this app are fucking incels.
Felicity, you went from back to front. You know, because nobody fucking caught you.
You're a fucking troll. You're a troll. You live under the fucking bridge. You're a troll.
Because
you are a troll and you live under the damn bridge. I don't smoke crack.
This country.
Very likely you smoke crack. Or you shoot a barrel.
It's not their fault.
I bet you stink too. You probably stink. No, it just kind of comes along you work for you come sick with the fucking stink. Period.
Every man Jack Sandalwood.
Yeah. Not sandalwood though, but the fresh.
Yeah, it smells nice. It's called every man Jack, yeah. And then I wear YSL.
Yeah, you stink. Just admit it.
YSL, St. Louis. That George Armani on the show.
Yeah, he is a homo. He is.
Too.
He's gay and stinks, so.
My wife wears Chanel.
Sweetie, you don't have a wife. You have a husband.
Now I've got a wife and 3 kids.
No, you gotta have a husband and
Just
3 cats. You have a husband and 3 cats, actually.
Actually, I don't have any pets. Our house is like super clean.
No, you don't.
Our house.
No. Your wife is a man, actually. Your wife is a tranny. Your wife is a tranny, be honest.
You're Creole, you have fucking low IQ.
Your wife is a tranny.
Let's look at the median IQ of the Creoles. I'm guessing it's in the 80s.
The U.S. Constitution does constitute
Yeah, but you're a black Section 1, which you're fucking to laugh at.
No, he's mad because his wife is a tranny. His wife is a man.
That's okay.
See, y'all may do it leave because you're such a bag. Do you know that you're so gay that do it left? That fucking Zionist, the fucking Zionist chill.
Dewey? Oh, you're talking about Dewey.
Dewey, whatever the fuck his name was. He's a Zionist. Yeah, he is. You're both Zionists, you're both gay, so.
He's not a Zionist, actually argued with him all the time.
You are both gay Zionists.
Their control. I don't. It just logically doesn't make sense to me. Why would they starve them? It's one thing if you claim and accuse them of being ruthless over their people and being rough on them and all those things and being ruling in that sense. But why would they starve them to death? It just logically makes no sense. It's like a king. It's like a king just starving out his people and killing everybody in his kingdom. They'll have nothing to rule.
So I don't have the numbers in front of me like everyone's prepared.
No, I don't want numbers. I just want logic.
But I'll tell you logically, right? I'll tell you my logical stance. The United States and many other countries gave the Palestinian people hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. And they built...
No, that's a lie.
Wait, let her finish, Wesley. Let her finish.
I do know what I'm talking about. I was there. I saw it. So.
Oh, bullshit. If you're the point.
Please let him finish.
Could you stop coming up the mic, please? Let the multi engage, man.
So again, I saw the money go out, and Hamas took the money away from the Palestinian people. The Palestinians, they recognize, again, I know it's hard because Hamas is a terrorist organization, and if the Palestinian people would be so much better off if Hamas wasn't there, and there would be a two-peace, there would be a two-state solution right now if we were able to, if Hamas wasn't in the picture. This is what I truly feel that with regards to the starvation, Israel doesn't starve anybody. Israel wants to bring in, why is Egypt bringing in their border to bring in food? Why is only Israel? Why does Israel have to take care of the Palestinian people? There's a border with Gaza, and it's Egypt. Why is anyone angry at Egypt? And Israel's bringing people in, Israel bringing supplies in. Where are the supplies going? If Israel was trying to drive the Palestinian people, why would they be doing drop shipping?
Do you want to respond? Or? Yeah, it still doesn't answer my question, Jesse. I hear what you're saying, and I have, we can get into those later. I know Scotty has answered that passage he wants to say, but that still doesn't answer my question. Why? Just on the simplest level, like let's just look on the simplest basic level. Why would Hamas kill off by starving its people? They need to have a group of people to rule or govern or be ruthless to, in your words. Why would they starve and kill the people that they need to rule over? I don't get. Do you understand my question?
I do, and I would argue back with you in a very respectful way that the Palestinian.
No, you've been respectful. We don't agree with you, but you've been respectful.
That's okay. But the Palestinian people were being starved before October the 7th.
That's not true. That's not true.
And look at the poverty. Look at the housing. Look at all the things.
The poverty is.
You just said that Hamas stole how many lots of money did you say? How much money did you say they stole?
Hundreds of millions. I said hundreds of millions. I cannot verify. I can look at the UN. I can look at all the UN's. That's
They didn't have to deal with it because Benjamin Netanyahu was giving them. Benjamin Netanyahu's government was giving them hundreds of millions of pounds, so they didn't have to steal any money. What money did they have to steal when they were giving them off the Israeli government?
Okay, I don't agree with your facts, but that we're gonna respectfully disagree.
From a Jewish source, engaging with someone to faction information.
No, because he's a fucking idiot.
Can you stop doing that, Wednesday?
That they were given money by the Israeli government. It's factual information. It's there from the Jewish side. It's a Jewish source. It's not even a source from anywhere around the world. It's from a Jewish source from Jerusalem. They were given hundreds of millions of pounds. They were given millions of pounds by the government of Netanyahu. So why would Hamas need to steal any money whatsoever? That's a lie. It's factually incorrect.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, the link is there. Have a look at the link by your own people, and then tell me then. This is the problem you have, Jesse. You people, you put out your own facts, will not accept anything else no other way whatsoever than your way. You can't even when the information is from your own people, you still won't accept it. Well, you won't accept that there's a level 5 starvation going on. Like you say that the people are stealing the food. Like you say Hamas is stealing the food off the people, when it's not. It's a terrorist. It's a gang
terrorist organization
that was released. They were given guns and weapons by these Benjamin Netanyahu's government. It was him that armed them, and instead has taken the food and they're making out that it's Hamas. These are the things that you need to know. You need to know these things, but you don't even accept it when they
and they weren't being starved before October 7th, Jesse. That's just not true.
There are people who put on a low-calorie diet by Israel.
Right. He said,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, he said look, they lived in poverty. That doesn't mean they were being starved by it. That's just, yeah, but he said they were being starved by Hamas before October 7th. That is not true. It's not true.
Is that the claim that Israel is making?
Nobody has made that claim. Somebody has made that claim. If I make one clarification, Jesse, about to play with minute-long clip from Ehud Barak, that's a former Israeli prime minister. He said, Netanyahu, why did he fund Netanyahu? I mean, why did he fund Hamas? Why did Netanyahu fund Hamas? Right? Listen to the testimony, and he even has the testimony of, the chief of Shinbet and chief of IDF commander. Just bear with me. I'm going to play. I know you don't have, you're driving. You're probably not able to look at the link. But, it's better to listen to the clip. And this is the testimony of former Israeli prime minister saying about Hamas.
The deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state. They are so deliberately and systematically even told their own record whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution is to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas. So what we did with the permission of our Prime Minister is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increase the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza. And Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other. Netanyahu maintains that Qatar money was to avoid a humanitarian catastrophe. Having helped to build up Hamas, Netanyahu has now vowed to destroy it. He fed the beast, and it has blown in our face. If you base your national security strategy solely on force, then you need to win 24/7 forever.
That was the testimony of Commander of IDF, Shinbet, and
Can I respond?
Yes, let her respond. What are you going to respond, Jesse?
I believe that 1.3 billion is
1.4 billion.
Billion or billion?
Billion. Not million, billion.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Okay, so you don't believe in Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister.
He's a competitor. It's like telling Joe Biden that Trump is a god.
I put the article.
Trump to pieces. The Republicans.
Jesse, have you seen BB Files? BB Files, Netanyahu acknowledged that he did fund Hamas. Okay? You need to go watch the BB Files.
How long ago was that?
And BB Files, that's a documentary that came out in 2024. It's available on my Telegram. I uploaded it on there so you can watch it for free. Literally in the BB Files, that the cops are interrogating Netanyahu and his wife, and he literally says, I had to allow the funding, I did this, I gave the funding to Hamas. And there's an article from Times of Israel, the Shinbet gave him, alerted him that not to fund Hamas twice, because this money is about to be used for military wing, which means for, weapons and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. That's why. So I would suggest you, Jesse, please, this is Ehud Barak. This is an official government.
Can I maybe provide others? We have Netanyahu himself in May 2025 publicly admitted to it. Ehud Olmert, former Israeli prime minister, also referenced it in the 2023 interview. Joseph Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief, January 2024, confirmed it. Yossi Cohen, former Mossad director, Herzi Halevi, also traveled to Qatar in 2020 under Netanyahu's orders to ask Qatari officials to make payments. Gershon Hachoven, a former Israeli commander, and Netanyahu associated on 2019.
will need to bring back Jesse. But no, I don't believe now. I have to review the facts and see this with my own eyes. And I appreciate you sharing. But the truth is,
Jesse, are you in the Epstein files?
oh my God, yes. I went to his island.
Because I got to know, because you love Israel, and you're Israeli, and you're Jewish, but there's a big chance you might be in the Epstein files.
That's being respectful. Listen, he's being respectful.
Yeah, I don't know why we're going down this road.
Yeah, let's just talk like, let's just be civilized.
I don't think you should joke about being on that island. That's really disturbing.
Nah, yeah.
No, I really, I legit think he might be he's a foreign guy.
So we were talking something else, but I don't know what else to say. Yeah. Stick to the facts. It's just.
Hey, Jesse, it's okay. I'm a Zionist Jew. I can speak to the one.
I can stick to the facts. When you go.
Hold on a second there, Shorty. Hold on, Shorty.
You're right, Scotty, but you know, we're like saying the Epstein stuff and just like taking shots at him. We're better than that. It's just.
I'm not better than that. I don't care. I just think the Epstein files.
Let's stick to the Netanyahu. I want to teach Jesse about the Hasbara. It's okay that we funded Hamas as Jews and as Israelis. It's perfectly fine. Netanyahu thought he was doing the right thing. We had a PLO problem. That was resolved. And now there's a Hamas problem, and that's getting resolved. It's perfectly okay. That Netanyahu funded Hamas. I think Hillary Clinton admitted that America funded Hamas too. It's perfectly okay. We can own this as Jews and carry on and still maintain our integrity, our legacy, and our dignity. It was a good move.
What's going on here, Prince? Are you alright, bro?
Hello, Prince. This is Alex.
So, Jesse, I was just to look into a lot of these facts. I mean, and the recent news came out that the Lieberman charged, right? That's in the Knesset. He said, we didn't know Netanyahu was giving weapons to ISIS, Abu Shabaab. That's been stealing the aid of Palestinians. That's selling the aid for triple the cost. It was reported in the Times of Israel.
Yeah, Victor,
ISIS is not an enemy of Israel. This is what I got you. ISIS is not an enemy of Israel. ISIS is an enemy of Palestine. So it's fine. That's a convenient partnership for Israel to be partners with ISIS. You're always haranguing us in this room. Everything Israel does.
I have a question.
Sure.
Jesse, are you there?
I'm here.
So I'm reading your bio, and you're after potentials, post acute care, so you're in the medical field. How do you feel about all the nurses and the doctors and the paramedics assassinated by the Abigail? And this is not, just to be clear, it's not the testimony of the Gazan government, it's the testimony of European American practitioners in Gaza.
I know that the destruction into hospitals and the cowards they put missiles in hospitals and they handed off the hospitals.
You like John? Okay, John. Bring John up.
Just what kind of brain damage do you two have exactly? I'm just asking a question. What kind of brain damage do you two have?
Why are you sledgehammer? That's not cool, man.
No, we have to correct that, Barrett, Jesse. Hamas doesn't have missiles, they only have rockets, buddy. Come on, you gotta get these pieces.
You're connected with California.
They have missiles in the hospital, they only have rockets.
Just don't hate.
Massacred. I guess. And after the video came out, the people found the phones of the paramedics after the massacre. They posted the videos. And Israel denied, I guess, they killed them. And they denied killing them. And then when the footage came out, we can clearly see that there was the IDF that killed them.
And are you talking about when they buried the ambulances?
Para eso, básicamente, the ship by the New York Times looks like very make sure it's legit.
Yes.
Just to add to what Prince said, the testimonies from these doctors, if there were Hamas members within there, very sure they would have said in the testimony, yeah, Hamas were there, Hamas was already rockets from the Muslim. Guess what? None of them did. No, they're in America now. They're back home in their countries giving testimony to what been happening in Gaza. They would have said there was Hamas there. They would have been, they obviously didn't. So it's not true.
Just say that out loud.
Use your logic, or use your brain, just use logic.
Sleeper agents, Jesse, go to the sleeper agents.
Did you see one sort of American firing a missile at a rocket out of Oslo? And he's everywhere, was impossible to do.
Jesse, you gotta be faster on the drawing.
I think Jesse is learning.
I have just absorbed it. I've never been this one before. I know, I want to learn, but I don't think that this is, I have to confirm my sources, but I saw what happened in the news. I saw what happened. Hamas fucking many rockets into Israel, terrorizing the people. And then we have October the 7th. And October the 7th made my mind crystal clear of, destruction and hate and raping women and total destruction. So, and Israel's now cleaning up Hamas to free the Palestinian people.
Jesse, do you know that before October 7th, more Israelis died from peanut allergies than they did from Hamas rockets?
I think that's ridiculous. I think that's...
No, go look it up.
It's true, Jesse. They make it seem like it's, all these rockets are going in and killing people, thousands of rockets, but they're mostly caught by the Iron Dome system, and the ones that aren't fall in, areas that are not populated by anybody. So you can look this up. The statistics are available from Israel and from the U.S., from the European Union, and they confirm this. Regarding he said it makes it crystal clear to you. You've gone through the mainstream media, but we're giving you legitimate facts that you can research yourself and see if there's a different narrative, and see if the mainstream media narrative lines up with facts that are verifiable, not just claims that are being made. And you're in the healthcare industry, right? So you can make a claim, but verifying that claim is what makes it a fact. You know the difference. So take what we're telling you and verify them, and see if they're facts, and then make your mind up. Figure out why you come out. I'm happy to do that. Especially with Prince mentioned about the ambulances. They buried those ambulances with the people, with the EMT workers in the ambulances. They buried them. They buried the evidence.
Where are the hostages? What's going on?
Well, you gotta ask. Does Israel want the deal? They've been offered multiple times. Hamas has offered to exchange the hostages multiple times, and they haven't handed them. Now you say and they have, but Netanyahu is saying
you know, the hostages are not really our priority right now. And this is something you can look up to.
And if they didn't want to give them back, they wouldn't have given them back. They would have just killed them. Right? They would have just not told them on the
Well, they killed a third of them. Israel killed a third of them.
I'm just saying Hamas would have just killed them all and not told anyone about it. But they gave some of them back.
And they were in better conditions under siege and under war than the Palestinians that came out of the Israeli prisons. You can look at these videos and see the Palestinians and what shape they were in. It looks like they were starved, while the hostages in Israel, they were released.
That is not correct.
They were fed.
That's not true. Come on.
It is true. Because the only time
and your sources from, but you know,
this is video. It's on video.
Can you play what I sent you?
Me?
Back channel,
there's a pleasure being here. Enjoyed the attention and the comment.
30 seconds.
Rich sent it to me. Rich sent it to me.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks.
Let's see what this.
Playing red waves on here. Okay, there's nothing really.
What did you say?
There's a lot of testimonies out there from the doctors and nurses. We'll have to watch it in the link when it just doing shit.
Let's see if he does his research. You know, I think people that listen to me is going to be easier.
It's like someone's educated and they're not shit. Listen to CNN or Fox News or some shit. Exactly, they don't care enough to look into it. Yeah, but they're not there, man. Those crazy people there, I'm not the words. So, Dr. Thais, let's bring her up if you want to go.
The mainstream media is pretty powerful still.
One of them is actually quite popular. I mean, maybe put a link in the chat. Maybe we can do another dark before she's not here. Because I like these new punching bags. I'm tired of freaking same old Zionist functions. I need some people, and I asked Sam to see if he can bring somebody on here. And let's see if we can entertain some of these new Zionists. Do you have the, where's it? Where's it somewhere? I'm gonna put it in. Is it the Andrea or the other one? Okay, send it to me on Telegram or something, and I need some new Zionists. I'm tired of this old one. And like Rabbi, I think I probably might end up blocking in the future. Maybe we need to have our own Instagram page, tailored for Zionists to bring them in. Better be room for Zionists. Better be space for Zionists. We need to get them there. We would like to know something October, how it's sad, it's bad, and then you switch over within 2 minutes. Did you hear what he said? Yes, no. I have the comment on it up on YouTube. This clip. Simeon literally said here, Brother Fans made a comment about, even if Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him, was to come to them and tell them that you're spreading corruption on the land, you're killing, civilian babies and whatnot, they would even, shut him down or whatever. The guy goes there, we'll shoot him in the head. Disgusting.
It's almost kind of what happened the first time, so it's not surprising.
That's blasphemous, It takes him out eventually.
Isn't even at the full limits of that car, and it's slipping right up on out of there. You don't need that much horsepower. I be trying to tell my cousin that he's like a Hellcat person, not like, I might get the, what's the one with the bee on it? The bumblebee? Is it the T?
That's a scat pack.
I might just get that one. You don't even need that. He like, nah, I need the, I want the supercharged. I'm like, yeah, we purchase it.
Gave us the religion, but we can change it. He gave it to us to change and to do with what we please. And he says everybody in this room's like this now. Something's going on in this room. This is why this is the big wall. What is it? The Adrian wall. That's what we need.
Adrian's wall.
Adrian. You said Adrian, right?
Adrian.
Oh, Adrian. Okay.
I'm a Jewish
H. H. Adrian's wall.
That's a good Jewish name. You're a Jew, David.
No, it's...
Sir?
That's a different David. That's a different David. I think last time I spoke to David said he supports Israel. Right, David?
But he's got a lot of flags in his bio. And usually international people are big supporters of Israel. Like Alejandro Mayorkas, a good Jew.
Was my New York buddy said to me when I first met him, he's a music guy. Asked about my background. And I said, well, my father's from Cuba. He goes, Dave, I know a lot of Cubans in New York. So, I said, well, I'm not a Jew, but I appreciate the compliment.
Wait, that's a phone number?
The Cubans had a reputation. The Cubans had a reputation that they were called the Jews of the Caribbean because they were very intelligent, bright culture, industrious. As far as they had their own country for 80 years, still using American weaponry. Industry. It's the only country in the Caribbean to give a black eye to the American imperialists and get away with it. So, what does that tell you?
Israel's in a different part of the world. We did that thing.
How's that been working out?
I agree. It has worked out horribly.
Yeah, how
for the Cuban people. Started out horribly.
David, do you still support Israel morally, or you change your position?
Well, that's a kind of a loaded question because I support Israel's right to exist. Now, whether or not the policies are necessarily something I support, I mean, I think I side with some of the Israeli citizens that, so I think that,
not dismantle Israel and they can live together, coexist with each other. Why can't they not do that?
Well, because it's not working out for you.
So the reason why I ask you this, if you agree on this, right? If you agree on right to exist, or do you agree on how it was created by annihilating, genocide Palestinians, and ethnically cleansing them and killing them, butchering them, slaughtering them, raping their children as well, according to Tensura. They did the Deir Yassin massacre, that's the famous one. They killed 100 people in one of the villages. Do you agree on all of this? Because look, as soon as you say right to exist, which means you are vouching for all of this that took place in the, when they created a state called Israel.
Look, I'm an American citizen. There's a lot of things that have been done in my country's name, with our vote.
Yeah, but we condemn that. We as an American, we condemn it.
Oh, I mean, I don't condemn what?
We all condemn what happened to the Native Americans, how they were butchered and slaughtered and genocided. Millions of.
Yeah, I mean, but there's more modern examples of America's overreach.
Yeah, but they just were allowed to zoom around the cities of America. They can go around by property.
But here, to be fair, no one's asking us to give back our land. I mean, I don't support Israel and what's happening, but all I'm saying is...
Do you support Raza Pahlavi, Nima? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
All I'm saying is...
Do you support Raza Pahlavi? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
Somewhat.
No, not somewhat. You have a flag. You support Raza Pahlavi. Just calm your tits down. I'm going to talk to David. I'm going to talk to David. He's an American. I don't want to talk to Ivani right now. When I open up Raza Pahlavi rooms, I'll make sure to have you, and I actually
I'm actually an American.
It doesn't matter. You live in Los Angeles, and you fucking, put you up with the Raza Pahlavi that literally fucking sided with Netanyahu that has to kill over 900 people in Iran and children in Iran. Yeah, just shut your fucking mouth. There's no point. I'm talking to an American. That's David is American. Somebody that's actually an American, not a fucking traitor to this country. So David, going back to you, if you shut the fuck up for a second. Bro, just shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking Raza Pahlavi. Go shut that flag up your asshole.
You're a fucking idiot.
Shut that Raza Pahlavi flag up your asshole.
This is not a Raza Pahlavi.
Yeah, fucking Raza Pahlavi, you bitch. He was a dictator, he was a terrorist motherfucker, and this guy wants to booty clap for it. They butchered and slaughtered over 900 people in Iraq, and I've killed about 50 children over there. You support the fucking killing of children in Iraq.
No, you don't let me talk.
Disgrace to you're a disgrace to the fucking law, this whole cause. Shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, Pahlavi, just shut your fucking mouth.
You're such a fucking
Yeah, shut your fucking mouth.
I'm doing what you
Yeah, shut your fucking mouth, the Pahlavi supporter. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick.
You're an Indian guy with a Palestinian
Go suck your Pahlavi's dick. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick.
An Indian guy with a
It doesn't matter. I don't give two fucks about India or Pakistan. I don't give two fucks. People like you should
slap yourself in the fucking face for supporting Reza Pahlavi.
You should slap yourself in the fucking face.
No point.
With that.
I want to talk to David now. So David, going back to you.
Why would you call me, man? I mean, I'd rather.
I want to touch on something. Because
Every time I jump into your room, you fixate on me.
No, because I want to see if you change your position.
This is an Iranian flag.
This Iranian, oh my god, he did like to hijack my room. These Iranian Reza Pahlavi supporters for some reason. The Pahlavi supporters are a fucking disease to the human society.
You're the only fucking hijacker.
They're fucking disease. They're disease. They're scum of this earth. They live in Los Angeles, and they're booty club for Netanyahu because Netanyahu came up with a statement. We support your cause. How oppressed you are. You're into fucking LGBTQ bullshit. You're many skirts. I don't care. I don't care about your sense. You're a Reza Pahlavi supporter. That's it.
Why don't you ask me first? Why don't you ask me?
I don't care.
No, if you ask me, you're gonna change your mind.
Oh my god. Stop hijacking my fucking room into Iranian. I don't give two fucks about Iranian right now.
What I'm saying is you never asked me my opinion on what's going on.
Okay, what is your opinion? What is your opinion on Israel?
I absolutely don't support what Israel is doing. I absolutely
Okay, does it have the right to exist?
I support a two-state solution, yes.
Does Israel have the right to exist?
Not with the current situation and current border.
So which border are you talking about?
The 1967 borders, which the world agreed on, which the international community agreed on, that's a reasonable two-state solution. But with the current situation, no, absolutely not.
Netanyahu back in 2015, he turned it down. 2023, prior to 7th.
Yeah, I'm with you on
So there's no point in freaking having the two-state. I don't even. It's a myth. And it has a book that was published in 2009, and the Israelis they shut down the Hasbara book project in 2012, and it was based out of Israel. And it literally says
right now it's ethnic cleansing. I'm totally.
No, I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me finish. And the Hasbara book said was 2009. And they literally said blame Hamas. Anywhere you get stuck, blame Hamas or Iran. That's it. Put the blame on Hamas or Iran every time. And this was mentioned in the Hasbara book. But the issue here is this was never a plan. The two-state is just like a myth. I don't think it's ever going to happen. And the countries that are coming out there are recognize that.
I'm totally with you. It's an atrocity, but I was just referring to that example you used. The United States, which I'm a citizen of, also established a country on stolen land at the time, right? All I'm saying is, if we look at it logically, all the Jews are not going to leave Israel, right? So that's not an option. So what is an option? An option is to pressure Israel into accepting some sort of two-state solution. That's the only play that you have, right? You don't have another play. That's all I'm saying. It's a very pragmatic way of looking at it. I'm not glorifying Israel and saying, yeah, they're doing the right thing. They should blast all the Palestinians. No, I'm with you. I'm saying this is ethnic cleansing. It's absolutely horrific. It's disgusting that it's happening in front of our eyes. But what is your practical solution? You can't just say, oh, okay, now all the second, third generation Jews pack up and leave, go back to Poland. That's never going to happen.
Did you not hear what I said? Why can they not coexist instead of having a fucking right to the
absolutely. Why national?
That's what I was trying to ask David. That's what I was trying to ask David until I was rudely interrupted by Reza Pahlavi supporter. You know what I'm saying?
There you go again, being disrespectful and not even.
Reza Pahlavi supporter is another disrespectful. You don't support Reza Pahlavi.
For the fifth time, this flag was here. At least 600 years ago. This is the national Iranian flag. I don't know which part of this you don't.
Do you support Reza Pahlavi?
I told you the answer somewhat. Not everything, no.
Okay. Somewhat meaning you have 50%, right?
Somewhat, yeah. I somewhat support some of the policies, but no, I thought it was a mistake going to Israel. I absolutely
and I got booted off the Reza Pahlavi rooms. It's funny, I got cursed by them too, by my own fellow Iranians because of that. And it's funny now you were saying this stuff. So I'm kind of in no man's land politically, which is totally fine. That's my comfort zone. But what I'm telling you is first you gotta ask people what their opinion is on issues, and then you can attack them. Then you can just go,
why would you side with Hitler?
who do you mean Hitler? There's a Pahlavi?
Reza Pahlavi literally got consigned with Netanyahu, and he's supporting the attack on Israel.
That was a tactical mistake.
Hold on. No, that wasn't a tactical mistake. People that live in Los Angeles, especially the Reza Pahlavi supporters, live in America, they all supported this fucking thing to attack the Zionist criminal, the Zionist entity.
Not all. Don't use the word all.
The majority of them. Have you been on Twitter Spaces? Go check on Twitter Spaces. I've been on Twitter Spaces.
Is that all of the Iranian community in Los Angeles? It's not very long. There's some guy. I don't know what.
They're a minority, but they make a lot of noise. Okay?
Hold
on. Reza Pahlavi is a minority, but they make a lot of fucking noise on social media, on social audio apps.
You don't understand the intrinsic factor in the Iranian political diaspora. You don't get it because you're not Iranian. It's fine, but you can't just open the mic and attack people about something you don't understand. If I talk about
you sided with Hitler, right? It makes you Hitler.
There you go again.
I just told you. You support 50% of the things that he does. He literally stood with Netanyahu to do the attack inside Iran and ended up killing almost more than 900 people, amongst them were 50 children. And
Pahlavi killed all the children. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah.
No. Reza Pahlavi supported Netanyahu doing the attack on Iranian soil. That's a sovereign nation. Do you not understand that?
Show me the statement on that we posted over here.
Okay. Do you support Israel attacking Iran? IRGC?
You don't know what's good. Like what he was doing, he was cheerleading the whole time for all 12 days. He was trying to overthrow the government. He was trying to make people rise up in Iran. Nobody rose up, thankfully. But he was trying to get people to rise up and do.
Listen, Lee, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I see the fucked upness of the situation. I get it. Okay, there are some Iranians who are cheering the attack of the I get it. But listen, Lee,
he's acting like he's ignored. He doesn't know. He looks like he's innocent.
No, I'm telling you a straight answer. I'm giving you a very straight answer, okay? These are intrinsic factors in the Iranian diaspora, in the political discourse of Iran.
Then why are you lying?
It's very complex, and it's very hard for you to understand.
It's not hard to understand.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not hard to understand. If he says he stands with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu did the attack, and a lot of you Pahlavi supporters.
You didn't say that. You absolutely didn't say that.
Hold on. When I opened a room and Iran was getting attacked for 12 days, I opened a room every day and talked about Iran. I had a lot of people come to this room, it went up to 100 people, mixed Iranian, non-Iranian. I had Pahlavi supporters. Do you know what they would? They'd come in and they would justify the killing of kids in Iran just because they're from IRGC.
That's disgusting. I can never. That's it.
This is why I hate the Reza Pahlavi.
I'm telling you, the entire opposition to the regime is not a unicorn. They don't all think the same. I've been trying to tell you guys this for the last 10 minutes.
Reza Pahlavi himself is not
Reza Pahlavi himself didn't. The crown prince himself didn't say that I want Israel to attack my country. He never said that. Show it to me. Show it to me.
Do you follow him on Twitter?
No, post it, tweet.
No, just answer the question. Do you follow him or no?
I don't have Twitter, but
okay. This is a very common thing. The whole time, every single day, he was posting videos.
I want to see it. I want to get educated. Post it. I want to get educated.
You'll get educated. Just be patient.
Anyways, so David, what I was saying to you about the indigenous people, they're not the problem, right? buy properties, do whatever. But the people that are indigenous to that land, they can't come back inside. You know, even the UN resolution says this. So that was what I was trying to do, right? Now, when we say right to exist, or we got, you know, you're pretty much supporting these items, and you could probably make it clear that, look, we can do two-state solution, but what they're doing is a fucking genocide of shit that they've done. I mean, look at how you know, in bed we are with the Zionists. Trump literally gave threat to the FEMA. We're gonna take away $1.9 billion if Canada, if the boycott is on in any shape or form. He gave threats to Canada. If Canada recognized Palestine as a state, you know, we're gonna have a turf war. This is how we're, you know, and you should be asking, are you MAGA, David? Are you MAGA supporter?
No, I'm not.
But you voted for Trump, right?
No, I did not vote for Trump.
Okay. But you know, we should all be asking this question. What's in this Epstein file that's so connected to Israel and freaking America? Like, what's in it?
Boy, I don't know. I can, there's a lot of smoking guns, and we can all kind of, we can all kind of divine what's going on with that. And I don't think this evidence is going to see the light of day, if you ask me. I don't think it's going anywhere unless the Congress can get together and act on this. We saw what Mike Johnson did. He punted. He closed the office down. Said everybody go home, take an early vacation. There's nothing to see here. But, you know, as we know, the podcasts, the influencers, the MAGA right, they want to see what's in there because Trump campaigned on this. He campaigned on this, the whole QAnon connection, the Hillary Pizzagate. So we finally have something that's real with real teeth to it. And the main culprit that's sitting in prison alive gets moved to a minimum security prison in Texas. So what does that tell you? She's cutting a sweetheart deal. The prison she's at, it just is, there's a policy where they're not allowed to, sex traffickers or sex offenders in this prison. So how are they getting around that? So, anyway, look, it'd be bad for Trump if he was in those files and those saw the light of day. It would, he would have to be impeached. And, I don't know.
He has already been impeached.
I know, but he wasn't removed from office. There's being impeached and there's being removed from office, so.
Did you support, like, the Democratic Party, or, like, did you support Kamala?
Well, I didn't always support Kamala either, but see, I live in California where we're bordering on a failed state with policies that are just all over the map. A homeless problem, the Democratic Party's siphoned off billions without any answer to where the money's going. Meanwhile, all the homeless around my area is still percolating and not being handled. We have the World Cup coming next year, and then we have the Olympics after that. So my city's got a lot of work to do to fix what's happening here. And
You're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles, so.
So
I'll go out for beer or something. No, thank you, but I don't support your position, respectfully. I actually hate, from the bottom of my, bottom of my heart, I hate what's about the supporters. But you hate Trump supporters too. I hate, the MAGA supporters, and hold on, MAGA supporters are questioning everything now. They question the Epstein files, he's getting a lot of smoke from the MAGA supporters. They're questioning a lot of shit that Trump is doing right now. And when he said about the FEMA, they started questioning about the FEMA thing as well. How the fuck are you gonna take away the funding from FEMA?
But Trump's,
I get it. I voted for Trump, but I get it. A lot of the things are not. Yeah, absolutely. If we talk, you'll see that we actually agree on a lot of stuff. But when you shut down communication by labeling and attacking the other side, you're not going to get to any resolution. That's what this platform is for, so we can talk and kind of learn about each other's.
I get it. But
I didn't vote for Trump or Kamala, and even for Green Party I didn't vote because she wasn't gonna win anyways. But you finish, David, what you were gonna say, and then
well, I'm just saying, I mean, look, we didn't care about the rule of law. We care about, the railroading of little children and trafficking when we don't. And we're not even believing the victims. I mean, the victims know what happened. Why is the Queen of England cutting a big check to exonerate her son, right? And the woman who received those monies ends up committing suicide. 2020, she got $10, $11 million. She committed suicide. So, anyway, it's just a bad look. It's just a bad look. And, Trump's going to be 80 years old. This would be a horrible legacy that he would leave. This would crush everything that he's been trying to do in a second term. And I don't think the MAGA faithful want to see it happen. As much as there are those on the right that want to find out the truth, because they don't think he's in there. So.
Yeah, but the DOJ said he's on it. He's in this.
Yeah, in what capacity? Right? Are there photographs? Are there actual witnesses saying I was with Trump when I was 15 years old and I was on that plane with him? I mean, what's in there, right? They want to redact a bunch of stuff. And in Bondi, this is Trump's private law firm. This is the Department of Justice. It's basically doing his bidding. And if she had any balls in following the Constitution, she at least should go where the evidence. They don't find out the evidence and they crush it and suppress it. They don't get you this far in any court of law in America, right? But Trump has all the power as the executive, and he's got a Supreme Court in his back pocket to backstop his behavior. So he's kind of a huge immunity blanket hanging over him right now. And what do you think he's going after? Clinton? What do you think he's going after? Oprah? He's going after all these personalities. He's trying to take everybody off the set here. So it's not going to work. I don't think it's going to work at all. I think when Congress reconvenes
about the Russian hoax all over.
There was no Russian hoax. Russian influence on
evidence that's now coming out that the Obama administration was planting stuff. What about all the evidence? How do you know this is not one of those witch hunts? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just asking. How do you know this is not more of those Trump witch hunts that we're so used to?
Well, I don't know if you guys have seen the memes that are coming out, the history of Trump and his relationship with Epstein. He was on Howard Stern, and Howard Stern exposed him in an interview about how he's a predator. And he was joking about it. And I don't think his daughter was on the show in this particular case.
No, it was the same time that, he said, you'll definitely know something about that because you're a predator, and his wife backs it up, and his daughter backs it up.
Yeah, he owns a pageant, teenage pageant in Russia, and they said that he would just walk into the dressing room unannounced and walk around the girls like it was no big deal.
Yeah, there's a episode saying that.
Yeah, I mean,
you're famous and you just do stuff like.
So let me ask you this. Look at how they eviscerated Obama. They started out by trying to eviscerate him, saying he wasn't born in this country. They took him down for wearing a tan suit. If Obama had even 1 ounce of it, you think he would have lasted? They would have ran him out of town. So I think there's a double standard here.
Well, they trying to
Trump was the one creating the team to get front page news about Obama not being born in America. That was Trump funding it.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what lit the fuse for him to sow the let me tell you something. You got Amir was talking about how
Catholic Protestant immigrant that came here from Europe that did that. They got on the horses, they went west, they took their guns, they fought the battles, and they used those people to basically do their bidding. And then we started a nasty war with Mexico to take the rest of it. And so the descendants of these people are the Trump supporters. It's racial. Why does a Trump supporter have in common with a billionaire? I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of commonality there. When the South fought the North in the Civil War, those soldiers didn't know, man. They weren't slaveholders. And yet they were defending an institution that was competing with their wages. Free labor versus pay labor. Right? So, and we saw the formation of the Ku Klux Klan after that, how Reconstruction basically didn't go anywhere, and then we had Jim Crow, and then we had the Supreme Court finally saying, hey, segregation's illegal. And so these same people are marinating in all these states in our country, still having these thoughts and ideas about what it means to be a white American. And so when Trump came along and blew the dog whistles, that's what got him the votes, right? And all he did was give tax cuts to the rich, cut it down to nothing. He's enriched himself with all this crypto bullshit, forming big deals. He's using these tariffs just to cut deals. He's leveraging our economy to cut outsized deals with the Middle East, Japan, Vietnam. Who knows? Who knows what else he's getting out of all this? So, we're all paying that price, unfortunately.
Yeah, but like the videos are putting it out. He also got them to invest billions, records, trillions of dollars in the U.S. economy. And he also rearranged all the horrible trade deals we had with everyone. I mean, there are multiple sides to each story. I mean, if you want to go one side,
this is like they promised to invest when it was the Middle East and I think Japan, Taiwan.
Securing investments, yeah. So I mean, I get it. Listen, I get it. There's a lot of letdown, on the MAGA movement. There are a lot of things that aren't clear, especially when it comes to the America First movement. I mean, I'm frustrated too at times. I don't think we should support Israel tooth and nail. I think there should be a fine line. Like, there should be a line in the sand. I mean, like, American interest comes first, and whenever Israel's interest does not align with our interest.
We need to progress with Israel.
Yes, absolutely. If the interest doesn't align, absolutely.
So up to 2018, the aid package that we were giving them, only Israel was able to use that money in cash when they were virtually expensive or whatever. Only Israel. But other countries, they get treated like shit. And Israel is the one that gets the most money.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's even a law in the books, don't quote me on this, but we have some policies or some laws in the books that forbid us providing aid to countries that have nukes or considered nuclear powers. So we've always pretended or looked the other way or haven't really elevated the knowledge of Israel's stockpile nukes. We don't know how many they have. Some say we do. But I think there's a policy in our Congress that was written to address that. So, but let's face it, Israel wants unchecked power in the Middle East. They want to be the hegemonic power in that region. And they picked apart and taken apart all of Iran's proxies. And Iran's next. Iran doesn't get its act together and somehow, get their nuclear program, exposed and brought to the fore. Iran's running away with they know unless they get a nuke, they're going to continue to be, targeted the way they were. So I don't know how you answer that. There's not even.
Let me ask you something, David, or I'll ask the panel. as the last 46 years of the IRGC policies, where has it led to? Like, think about that.
To them not being wiped out.
Not being.
Well, the Palestinians.
Well, what's happening right now is this situation. Yeah, yes, the other was that guy, not Senvar, the other guy, not who was the other, Hania got assassinated in north of Tehran, dude. North of freaking Tehran. Hania got assassinated.
The RGC generals got assassinated.
Yeah,
got assassinated.
Yeah, but everybody got assassinated, exactly. Everybody close to the Islamic Republic of Iran in the past 2 years got wiped out, got assassinated. Where has this led the Palestinian cause?
It doesn't mean it's a victory for Israel.
It doesn't mean it's a victory for Palestine either. It doesn't.
No, you're looking at it in a very...
Show me the right way to look at it.
Yes, you're looking at it very simplistically. These people, they signed up for these roles, right? They're not going into these roles saying, I'm never going to be assassinated. They're going into these roles knowing there's a very high possibility that they will be assassinated because there's people before them that were assassinated. Even the leaders of Hamas, I think the one that was in the wheelchair, I forgot what's his name, Yasin or something like that, he was assassinated and he was in a wheelchair, right? The Israelis, they keep assassinating their leaders and new leaders take their place over and over and over again.
Fair enough, totally fair, but who has this done for the cause? Tell me about the cause.
The cause is still alive. The cause is still alive 77 years after.
Are Palestinians better off than they were 10 years ago? An honest answer. Are they?
Yeah, 10 years ago, nobody cared about Palestinians. So this is what I'm saying. You're asking very.
Okay, so you're saying the awareness is the way. That's what you're saying. You're saying the awareness. I get it. You're saying
just 1 second. You can't just answer a question and then go on to the next one.
Right.
The question you're asking is their situation better than it was, right? You're acting like they're just ordering food at a drive-thru, right? You're asking for your rights as a human being from people that don't believe in equal rights for all humans. Okay, these are supremacist people. So you're asking, is their situation better? 10 years ago, nobody cared. Nobody outside of Palestine, for the most part, cared about Palestinians. Okay, the only reason they care about it now is because they see the reality of the Israelis. The Israelis, they believe in Jewish supremacy, right? They believe in killing as many people as you want. They believe in the Dahiyya doctrine, which was they tested it in Lebanon, and then they did it in Gaza, and then in any other war they do the same thing. In Syria, they do it in even in Iran. This is why people know about Palestine now, and the new generation of Westerners, they hate Israel, they hate Zionism, and this would have never happened 10 years ago.
I'm absolutely with you. So there's more awareness in America and around the world. Absolutely, the public opinion is shifting, and that's all very good. I'm totally with you on that. Okay, and I'm totally with you on the whole. The leaders didn't sign up for this to, live comfortable lives. They signed up for this knowing that there's a chance they're gonna get assassinated and lose everything. Totally with you on that. I totally get all of that. But what I'm saying is, on the ground, for Palestinians, for statehood, for independence, for them to have the right to self-determination and all of that stuff that they rightfully deserve, by the way, which I support that. Has the situation gotten better on the ground? I'm not talking about leadership or positions of power. I'm just talking about the average Palestinians and their right to statehood and self-determination.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no country in the world that just by protesting and, doing everything peacefully, they got the right to exist or, became a country. Everyone had to fight for that right. For example, Algeria, for 135 years, they were under French occupation. They even became part of the French state, and the French people, the French soldiers, what were they doing? They were stripping women alive, getting them naked, hijabi women, people that, women that love their modesty, they would strip them naked. They would kill the men, take their skulls, take it to France and put it in a museum.
for 135 years. So, saying like, oh, your situation now is worse than it was, 5 years ago or 10 years ago, it's a very simplistic way of looking at it. It's like a person that's overweight, he starts going to the gym and he's running, he's very stressed and tired. You're like, oh, look at your situation. You're very stressed and your body hurts. Wouldn't it be better for you to be on your couch, eating chips and, drinking soda?
So, any freedom, when you see throughout the world, there's always casualties, Algeria, about 1.5 million people have lost their lives. Look at India, lost a lot of people over there as well, millions of people, right? Even during partition plan, whatever. Look at, how the black folks were enslaved in America. They've lost lives as well. They did why with the tax and whatnot. What else? In Canada, there's freedom.
Every country in Africa too. Like Congo, 10 million people were killed by Leopold.
Yeah.
Namibia, the Germans, they practiced their genocide in Namibia before they did it in Germany and Poland. All of these countries, people had to suffer. But, thinking like, oh, let's just sit comfortably. Well, you can even look at the West Bank. The West Bank is not fighting the way that Gaza is fighting, right? Where every day they're taking more and more land, kicking people out, taking their houses every single day in the West Bank.
But Lee, I totally get it, but what from my understanding, what you guys are saying is this is a transitional point, okay? This is part of the struggle. The struggle is alive, it's moving, and this is a transitional phase. But what I'm saying is, you're looking at all the cases of struggles against an imperial power which have prevailed at the end. What about the cases that haven't prevailed? What about all the cases where they struggled, they fought, but because of bad strategy or bad backers, in this case, you might disagree with this, but I don't see the Islamic Republic of Iran as an honest.
This is a decision that they made for themselves, right? We're talking from outsiders, but they themselves made this decision, right? The last election they had was in 2005, but they still elected Hamas to represent them. After October 7th, the number of people that supported Hamas in the West Bank increased. So the Palestinian people by themselves chose resistance. Even just being alive inside Palestine, this is considered resistance. Because the Israelis want to kill them, they want to kick them off. So, we're just saying like, oh, this is not doing anything. This is the decision they made for themselves. They said even if all of them have to die for one Palestinian to live free, they're willing to do it. So we can't just be like, oh, just sit in your current situation and let the Israelis keep stealing your houses. Nobody's gonna agree to that.
But is there any chance that the Islamic Republic of Iran has a different dark agenda that doesn't necessarily mean freeing Palestine? Is that a possibility, or do you completely have faith in a regime that brutalizes its own people for the past 46 years, has the highest rate of execution, highest rate of political prisoners, highest rate of...
So if there's spies out there, should they not be executed?
What was the question again?
In Iran, if there's spies out there...
No, I'm not talking about spies. If you're in college, if you're a dissident in college, dude, I'm from there. This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff.
There's not many spies in Iran. They're not the college students.
No, of course there's spies. There's spies everywhere. But what I'm saying is, you don't have political freedom to even criticize your own government. You don't have that. You don't have that luxury. If you talk freely, there are people on this map.
Can you criticize here on anti-Semitism? Can you say anything against the Jews?
You can. The blowback might be horrible. You might lose your job.
People getting arrested at the college universities, they turn out getting deported.
Now, at that point...
No, but that's all the federal government, not nothing to do with the university.
True. That's shameful. I don't support it.
No. You made a claim that you don't have the... If you say anything you say anti-Islam in America, he doesn't, nothing happens to you. You say anti-Christian, nothing happens to you. As soon as you say anti-Jew, you have a problem.
Absolutely.
You see the difference there?
Yeah.
So respectfully, we don't have freedom of speech in America either.
Absolutely, you're right.
Why would you say that the freedom of speech criticize
I'll explain it. Absolutely, I agree with you. The Jews are a protected class in America, 100%. There are things you can't say against Jews and Zionism that you can't say against Christians or even America or wherever. You're okay to say that, but against Jews, yes, they're a protected class, and that's a long discussion why. We can talk about that some other time. But what I'm saying is the amount of repression inside Iran, okay, for the Iranian citizens, the lack of leadership. Right now, the water and electricity goes off for 4 or 5 hours in most of the provinces, okay? The lack of misuse of funds.
Not because of the sanction that have been already put on Iran for the last 40 years.
Let me finish this point. That's a good. We can talk about that, see, but let me finish this point real quick. The amount of misuse of funds, corruption, political repression, okay, that happens inside Iran. This is what I'm trying to explain. That it's not all rainbows and butterflies.
Nobody said it's a rainbow and butterflies.
It doesn't happen in America.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen in America. That's one thing is, so there's no comparison. There's no comparison. We give $66 million to Israel. Did I agree on it? That's America.
Absolutely not. I didn't agree either.
Did you agree on it? Okay, so you don't see that as a corruption?
There's absolute corruption here. There are a lot of problems. And
so I don't understand with these Reza supporters, man. I seriously don't get it with the Reza supporters.
No, it's not Reza Pahlavi. Listen, hear me out.
No, this is your mentality, right? When you look at America, you live in the West, right? Because of certain things, you've been privileged, whatever. You want to talk shit about your own country, but if you do the comparison, they're both in the similar basket, by the way.
No, but hear me out. I'm not saying anything bad. I love my country and I want it to be free and I want to go visit. But all I'm saying is the situation.
Free like what? Can you give us an example of a country now that is considered free from your own point of view?
No, but see.
It doesn't have a corruption or doesn't have an elite class that is protected?
You're absolutely right. Well, I'm not saying every other country is like a paradise and Iran is hell. I'm not making that claim. What I'm saying is for you to understand why so many of the people inside Iran are disenfranchised, why they support what they support, is because of the dire situation inside Iran. And until you live that, you're not going to understand it.
We live that. We are from all over the freaking world that we have to deal with the same problems with different faces. The only difference between Iran is that in the face of the world is saying no to the Israeli. What was the condition when Iran and Turkey was the allies 40 years ago?
See, I'll tell you why. See the sanctions you mentioned. Why does a country, even if you have these crazy apocalyptic ideas, okay? Let's put ideology aside. Why would you chant it? Why would you bring people to the street burning flags and saying what you want? Why would you show your cards? Why would you be left? Of course they're going to sanction you. Of course they're going to starve you. Of course they're going to humiliate you.
They control the cards that they can control, which is the economy, is from the outside. But the strength of Iran,
that's what I'm saying. They're giving them the fuel.
Yeah. The fuel has to be when Iran was bending over to the foreign governments, when they were under the Pahlavi, and there was an alliance between the Turkeys and the Irans and the Israeli, and the first people to promote Israeli statehood was the Iranian. It was the best friend of the foreign. It was cool, but all the money went into the freaking Shah, and the rest of the population was eating shit and getting tortured in prison. Really? So the prison system that was under torture for anybody against the Shah.
I'll explain it to you. There's an interview with the Shah and Mike Wallace, and he talks about the Israel lobby, literally point blank. YouTube it right now. Mike Wallace.
God, it's just like the king in Egypt, Farouk. They were all.
He talks about it. Listen, he talks about it. The Shah was not meant balanced approach to the region. Okay, he was
It wasn't balanced. It was just like the rest of the region for the most part, like the seas.
But look at it today. Look at it today. Where is the resistance right now?
Was it blanketed by the U.S.? Was it blanketed by the U.S. On the West, anyone? The Shah? The Shah?
Absolutely not. His father was the king. He became the king legally. Absolutely not. What do you?
By the West?
No, his father was the king. His father was the king. In the constitutional monarchy law, the son, the eldest son becomes heir to the throne. The father was the king. He became the king. There's no.
So he wasn't a dictator. He never killed anybody. Nobody got assassinated. Nobody got executed.
Didn't they kick out of something? Didn't they kick out of something?
Well, I'll tell you the Mossadegh debacle. Legally, the Shah had the constitutional powers to remove the prime minister. So the Shah signed the paper to remove Mossadegh. He refused to leave. He ordered the parliament to be dissolved, which he didn't have the constitutional right to do. And that's where this whole debacle is. And then the military legally removed Mossadegh, and they didn't even kill him. He was under house arrest, and they didn't even execute him. So no, that was not a coup d'etat because he was the legal head of state.
It was a time for revolutionary at the time in the whole region. So you had the king in Egypt, and the big state like Iran and Iraq and Egypt and Sudan, like all of those big population countries in the region, they went into the idea of being a republic and not a monarchy. That's why you only have the monarchy in the Arabian Peninsula, pretty much it, and Morocco. The rest of them was turning to a republic. The people wanted the change at the time to transition into the nation-state ideology. It was a time of craziness, and we're still suffering from that. We're still in transition. Because the nation-state idea is foreign. It's been put on us, and it's been put up on us by the colonizer that they put the way of governance that pretty much control the systems. And if you control the system, you control the people. Would you rather being under a monarchy and like treated like the peasant for the rest of your life, knowing that this is not the Islamic way, this is not the human right way even, because you don't have rights regardless.
See, what has happened in Iran has been very detrimental to Islam, actually, sadly. And I say this very sadly. Because the detrimental to people's belief in Islam, I said, in Iran. Because there's no social justices. People are treated worse than peasants for the most part. 60% is below the poverty line in one of the most resource-rich nations on earth. Corruption is absolutely out of this world. Inefficiency in the leadership is just on another level. Like, you guys gotta look at, you guys gotta call a spade a spade. I told you, Ace, why are the sanctions in place? When you tell the world you want to destroy, when you burn a flag and say that.
No, but that's not true. Because Egypt, for example, Egypt is under craziness of like pulling out money from the IMF, and it's 66% under poverty. Why is it kissing on Netanyahu's feet, pretty much? So at the end of the day, the colonizer, the way that they try to oppress the East to stay in their lane, they're gonna keep using the tools that they structured, engineered to keep you subjugated.
That's what the opposition says about the Islamic Republic. They say they were put there by the colonizers.
It could be. There is a possibility.
You know, there are people who believe behind the scenes the Islamic Republic is an agent of Zion. Do you know that theory?
Some people think that theory, but it's still at the end of the day.
No, because I'll tell you why, Lee. How can a foreign government infiltrate, okay, they know like what every leader in that country had for breakfast that day. They know exactly their whereabouts.
But that's fine. That's a localized word too. Like, yeah, that's fine. There's people that there's one guy that got assassinated. That was executed today.
Everybody's
that's it. That's fine. So the thing is, there's a guy that was executed yesterday. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was giving information about a nuclear scientist, and got other people killed. And there was even a French Jewish lady. They said she went into Iran.
Talking about Catherine Shackdown.
Yeah. They said she spied on everybody. She's just friends with all of the officials.
Of the senior military command.
Yeah, so there's a possibility there. So it doesn't have to be. Just 1 second. Hold on. Bro, just hold on. Take turns. Come on. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy where Iran and Israel they're working on the same team. It could just be that they were infiltrated. They're spies. So it's a very possible thing. They don't have to be on the same side conspiring against the Muslims, conspiring against Palestine. This kind of stuff. This is.
But all I'm saying, let me just say one quick point, Zeta. All I'm saying is, even if they're legitimately working for the Palestinian cause, for the greater Islamic cause, okay, for the Ummah, so to say, even if they genuinely are, they've been compromised to a point where they have absolutely lost this war up until now. They haven't achieved a single thing they said they're going to achieve. Look, it's been 46 years, okay? They've spent a lot of the Iranian treasure. They've embezzled most of it. Let's not forget that. But the people in Iran are not happy with the status quo. The Palestinians have not achieved statehood, okay? Lebanon has just lost its resistance arm, right? The Hezbollah is not what it was. We can all agree on that. So things are not, if you're in the resistance right now, things are not going too well, okay? And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, it's going to take some time.
Why was Hezbollah created?
It was created by the Islamic Republic, yeah.
No. Why was it? What was the main reason for Hezbollah being created?
They wanted to kick out the United States from
It was created in 1982 to kick out the Israelis. They were occupying the fucking Southern.
Well, the U.S. was there too, the barricades and that.
Yeah, but look into it. It was because these Israeli motherfuckers, they were always going to steal other people's land. You should look into it.
No,
I was allowed funded.
Right, but
and the funding that you talk about, that all the Iranians talk about, that the money is not coming in, staying inside Iran, it's given to the proxies. If Israel is America's proxy, then America is Israel's bitch, America has given them $66 million from 7th of October until now. Alright? Now, can you imagine if Iran gives that money to the proxy, you guys all cry about it.
they have.
This is a big problem. Do you know that more than 400,000 kids go missing in America every year? Right? They go missing every year. Do you know the amount of rape cases here that takes place in America? Now we have in a whole bunch of states. We have 2 or 4 states. They don't even have any laws against bestiality in America. We should look into it. And what else was it? There's a lot of these problematic shit that's going on, and I don't keep always bring up these points, but I want to give you the heads up. I think you should go pay a visit to. You called me, you're from India, you said I'm from India, right? I want you to go pay a visit to India. What is their number one problem? Just Google it. You know what their number one problem is? It's a toilet problem. Well, when they come into the problematic spaces, right, they never cry about their fucking, how the people buy press and suppress. Go look into the Indian problem. That's a third world country, right? Do you know that they actually get rid of pregnant women within maybe 6 or 7 guys, right? And they even fucking get rid of a whole bunch of women over there. It's not even a safe place for women inside India, right? And how Muslims are illegal, not just Muslims, Christians, Muslims, and a whole bunch of minorities getting oppressed and suppressed in India. But the issue with the communist supporters is always number one. We have a problem, we're always crying. Motherfucker, they have to, Iran needs protection from all over the place. It's a fucking country that has a whole bunch of sanctions on it. Do You know, I lived in Saudi Arabia for 10 years. You talk about your Iranian, how oppressed you are, right? You know, when I lived in fucking Saudi Arabia, if women couldn't even drive, they weren't allowed to drive. According to Saudi scholars, they did not allow women to drive. At one point, they didn't even allow women to fucking work. There's a lot of these different types of rules and regulations in Saudi Arabia.
What about now?
Do you know, as a, about 6 or 7 year old, me walking to a fucking store, I had to carry a residency permit in my fucking pocket. And I actually got pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. They're like, where's your Ikama? You know, Ikama means a residency. So I would suggest you know, before you cry about your fucking, Iranian problems, look into the other Muslim nations and other non-Muslim nations. What kind of problems that they're going through, what kind of suffering they're going through, how oppressed and suppressed. I understand you're into mini skirts and this and that. You want the LGBTQ to come back, just like the Taliban. They have the fucking largest LGBTQ bullshit in the heart of the Middle East. Like, motherfucker, why would you have LGBTQ bullshit? Homosexuals running around Tel Aviv. One third of the population homosexuals. Well, if you want, and the amount of complaints you have that all of these men executing, let them execute because there are people that are spying on your country. You should be proud that, some of these people have been spying on foreign Iran.
Not spies, that's wrong.
How do you know that? You don't even live in Iran.
How do you know they are spies? I have relatives.
How do you know they're not spies? Go and tell me.
I've lived there before.
I lived in a whole bunch of countries. If the country says it's a spy, what do I do?
Microwave, they're passport.
American government lies to us all the time. What do we do about that?
They even use Afghans to spy, so there are
American government? Yeah, American government lies to us all the time.
Afghans, they came in illegally, and they're big part of the problem, absolutely.
No, they're not a big part of the problem, Nima.
They are. They came, they saw, they conquered. They just came millions.
What do you mean conquer, dude? Like,
Conquer what? If you know the history of Iran and Persians, it was Afghanistan, Nima.
No, it
So
wasn't.
if anyone conquered, you guys conquered.
No, you're not Persian. You're different. You just.
oh, you Persian. So what? You are descendant of Israel?
I'm not saying we're better or worse. I'm just saying we're different.
What does that mean? Different how? You have wings?
No, we have a right to have a homeland just like
What's the homeland? That sounds very Zionist of you.
It's not Zionist. Everybody deserves
It is.
So,
It is. What
going back to the topic, right? So, Nima, I think you should go live in Saudi Arabia, live in UAE, right? I've been to and I've actually stayed
I've been to it's a freaking paradise. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, it's a paradise, but it was a paradise. Now it's a paradise for people that are pedophiles that move from Israel to over there.
It is. There's disgusting.
And do you know? Hang on. So, do you know that a lot of our terrorists live over there? Do you know anybody that kicks out of a country, a politician, UAE takes them in? Can you believe it?
Trafficking. Sex
That's why it's paradise for the Zionists. It's paradise.
Listen, the Islamic Republic could have.
money laundering-based economy? Are you serious? Is this paradise? This is paradise for Satan.
Okay, it's hell. It's not
For
hell.
Zionists, these are paradise.
Okay, but listen, the Islamic Republic
Who planted those borders? Who put these borders in? Who drew the borders?
they weren't secure, they weren't protected, and now
What
we're
do you
trying to
mean?
kick
What
them
do you mean?
out.
What do you mean? Who drove those
But now we're
borders? Who made
trying to
it?
kick them out. So do you support that?
Actually, they're not kicking them out. They are leaving.
They would kick out a million of them. What do you
Okay, even if they did, because now we have an Islamic Emirates.
please support that?
Yes, thank God America left. Thank God we're supporting Emirates and Afghans. That's why they want to go back to their country.
Why don't they all go back to the Islamic Emirates?
And they are, and they're in the process. They're in projects. The ones that you guys influence, those who you guys influence don't want to.
All the powers.
Tell me. Go ahead.
What's Iranians? Are they like some different specific?
These are not bullets, Neva. These are not bullets. 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 These are not bullets they can't clean toilets because it's like looked down upon. So they use the Afghans. They like starve the Afghans. They beat the
That's why I
Afghans.
want Afghans to leave.
And that's why they're leaving.
Degraded.
Without Afghans, you guys don't have water.
That's why I don't want Afghans, because I don't want them to be Afghans are amazing. That's my favorite, but the best that you want is you want.
I was there. I'm only here for a little bit, and I could live in Afghanistan.
What's wrong with Afghanistan? They pretty much killed the population after they took over in 2 years. Zero freaking poverty. The Shabazzi boys are liberated.
See your double standards? See your double standards? Now you won't oppose the Islamic Republic.
It was Nima's people that created the Bachabazis. Nima himself supplied a Bachabazis.
The Bachabazi was an Afghan thing.
No, Nima, go do some homework.
You know about Afghanism. You know about it. Afghanism. It's
Not the Taliban, not the Taliban. Not the Taliban, Nima.
Do you know that they actually banned, child bride? That was under your guys' regime. That was under
Afghanism,
yes.
poppy fields, child brides, and Bachabazis.
The child brides and the Bachabazis was from I can't talk to ignorant.
This has to work for the first time. Just going back. 2,000 degrees, a little blast, one shot, one hit. So we're going to try to get that nice and straight on there. Calm down. Every liberation of decolonizing existence, there's a dumb European thing. That crazy idea, just like Hitler, after Adam Morris, the European, the white, cannot be completely independent. I'm saying, there is no such thing as a home. A home is given by a law to hold its people while memories belong.
The Shah, those were all puppets. That's why they're blessed.
First, I started out by listening and looking at eye with eyebrows. Speaking in the eye caps, but looking at those do not expect or eye scales, unlike crested geckos. They are invisible, unlike crested geckos, who must lick their eyes to keep them moist. This is actually a bulb of keratin, which sometimes puffs and shuts uniform eyelids. The girl of the keratin cells to restore the eye in our eyelids, like you see here. This issue can be pretty uncomfortable, and leopard geckos affected will often stop eating, especially if it appears in both eyes, as they cannot see and are very visual thinkers. In severe cases, they can lose their eyes from infection and ulceration. Many do well with medicated eye drops or once these are clear. This condition is often caused by vitamin A deficiency, which leads to improper shedding and inability to clear debris from the eyes. Please do not attempt this at home, as it's very easy to damage the eye if you do not know what you're doing or you do not have the adequate tools to do so. In this instance, I'm using atraumatic forceps and being as gentle as possible. In many cases, medication or sedation may be needed, as leopard geckos can also drop their tails in stress. Fortunately, this guy tolerated the procedure well, almost as if he knew we were helping him. To prevent this issue, you should feed a variety of insects that have been gut-loaded with fresh fruits and vegetables, and include powdered supplements that include multivitamin,
So can Iran, as a sovereign nation, have proxies on other world?
Absolutely.
So why do we get to Iran?
Today, the Department
of Time.
I'll tell you why. I try getting very logical answers. Okay? Logic is to be able to provide basic needs and necessities to get them on board for your regional projects because the Iranian government has failed to do so. People are disenfranchised. They don't have something that they want inside their homeland. They don't have border security like the Afghan problem. They don't have the life quality that they want. So they're not going to want to take like I just told you, one main issue, 7, 6, 7, 8 million Afghans illegally crossed without documentation. That's one of the issues. You asked about issues, right? That's a major issue.
Right before you said that they don't have, what was it, what was the term that he said? They don't have the
financial aspect of it, and I was.
Yeah, so
The basic Iranians like a higher standard of life because they have the
Yeah, because they have to wear Gucci and Louis Vuitton walking around the streets, right?
They have they have the resources, land resources, they have the resources.
Why does Cuba not have it? Why does Venezuela not have it? Why does Iran not have it?
That's their problem. I'm talking
Why
about
have America doesn't have it?
You gotta ask the Cuban about Cuba's problem.
How many homeless people in America? How much is the marginalized people
What's the per capita GDP?
the border problems? I don't fucking care if it's a GDP that's made by a big economy. I'm talking about the real problem for the real people that you just mentioned. It's an American problem as well, but the American empire has so many proxies.
Let's talk numbers. Give me GDP per capita.
I just told you, JD.
Lima, it's American sanctions. American sanctions. Remember that. Cuba, Venezuela. Listen, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran. These countries are having trouble financially because of American sanctions. If America would drop the sanctions and stay the fuck out of everybody's business, Iran would prosper tomorrow.
You know, the left is a fun bunch. I actually miss this. I appreciate you guys having me here.
Dude, I'm a fucking conservative Republican. What the fuck you talking about, stupid?
The left.
I'm a conservative Republican. I vote out of Florida.
Oh, I got you. The left is a
Yeah. My whole family's fucking Republican, stupid. Yeah, but you're trying to. But the thing is this: if I lock you away from, let's say you want to come to Walmart, and I lock you out of Walmart. No, listen. Let's say listen. Let's say you want to go to Walmart to provide for your family, but I lock you out of Walmart, and then I say, oh, look at your family. Your family's so poor because you can't shop at Walmart.
Like, thank you for not letting me.
America's sanctions, dude. If America dropped the sanctions tomorrow, gave Iran back its $600 fucking billion or whatever they froze, they would be doing fantastic. The same with Cuba. The same with Venezuela. America. It comes back to America getting everybody's business. Yeah.
And then
No. American sanctions.
Money? Dude, it's a bully. Like printing the reserve.
Do you know what big bullies are? How likely is this Afghans when they go to Iran? Right. No, not the government. I'm telling your people. That's how racist you are. The Pahlavi supporters like you guys burned Afghans.
We burned
Are you not aware of that?
We burned Afghans.
Oh yeah, you guys burned. Here, let me show you a couple of things.
For 40 years, we've been hosting you guys, giving you homes.
Actually, no, Nima. You guys use, if it wasn't for the Afghans, you guys wouldn't have streets, you guys wouldn't have homes, you guys use all the labor.
Palestine, okay? Our treasure has gone to Lebanon. Our treasure has gone to Afghanistan. Everything came from our treasure. What was the Iranian people's treasure?
Do you have a TV?
Guys, one second.
America froze the treasure. America froze the money. America has the treasure. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. There is a person. Wait a second, please. There's a guy in another room recording you right now. The guy's room in the chat. This guy, I don't know what he will do with this recording or whatever. I don't know, but I don't know if he's into the government or something. He's recording you. He always has his mouth full of freedom of speech and this and that, but when people express themselves about Palestine and the Israel situation, he's recording you. He's reporting you to somebody.
What have I said?
Tell him to report Marjorie Taylor Greene.
One second. And I hope he's listening to my voice because I know who this guy is. And I will ask him something later on. I just want to tell you there's people recording you personally, and maybe they're doxing you too. Maybe they're taking your IP address. I just wanted to say this. I will say goodbye, guys. There's people who think like that.
If you can get past,
before you go, hang on, Rick, before you go, this account, you can't keep these accounts up, right? That's the problem we're having. You see what I'm saying, Rick?
It's so bad. I mean, they constantly talk about freedom of speech, but then when you say something they don't like, and I'm not even expressing what I think about Palestine, Israel, it could be whatever, but you see, they're recording you. It's so bad, alright? So John, if you're listening, because I know you're recording me too, okay? I'm coming for you too, alright? Okay, John. Goodbye, guys.
No, that's fine.
He's
coming for me. Yeah, AIPAC today, AIPAC said called out Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Marjorie Taylor Greene told them, said, bring it on, bitch. Come on. You wanna fuck with me, AIPAC? Come on, bring it on.
I hope there's peace in Palestine. I hope there's peace in Iran. But I just want to say good night to you.
I hope there's peace in Myanmar. I hope there's peace in Thailand and Cambodia.
Anyways, I think that was the content for today. People was content to crash out of this room. This is the crash out room. And then we have the terrorist, his name is John Kite something. He's running for the government in the audience. He said, you know, to send them cease and desist letter. What do you think about that? Do you think it's a good idea? How much, how big of a lawsuit can we find on this? His name is John, the guy that's with the countdown in the audience.
That guy, we have to first find his address.
Oh, no, I have his information. I have his own information.
Do you state that you do not consent to being recorded? Do you say that, Nabir?
Yeah.
Do you have that written somewhere?
I don't have it written, but it's in my nation.
You should have it in your profile. I do not consent to being recorded without my permission.
Yeah, but he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen.
Yeah, but it'll help when you do a civil lawsuit against him. It'll help you record. If he's got any money, if he's got a car or something the judge will give you. Whatever he owns, he'll give it to you.
So I think the small claims court would be enough. I don't even have to take a big one.
Yeah, it's
No, it's civil court. You just go straight to the civil court. Anything over $500.
Yeah.
small claims is under $500. This guy, you want to sue him for at least $1 million. I'm not lying, man. I'm not joking, man. That's how you do it. That's how you teach people a lesson, man.
Do you mean a small loan, zero?
No. It's a small loan.
On other spaces?
This is awesome.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's benefiting. He's using you and people in the space and on other platforms, so it's out there.
He does enter in all the rooms. He's a big boy. He's got the 30 phones. Yeah. But I used your comments here, by the way, with this guy, with his third comment. And I don't know. He first said no. We didn't say something. I think he posted something to the chat. And apparently he just didn't even respond to any of this. And
he was clearly so confused that he was just trying to play both sides, you know?
Yeah, and then one thing I realized, what's the difference between the Party supporters and the Zionists? There's no difference. It's they all sort of like attack women. They don't like women, right? And they disrespect women, And it's a normal thing for people that are Zionists and the people that are Party supporters.
The same ideology, just different mask, right? The ideology is right there. They're just like Israelis. That's all they think, but they just kind of like twist their words and try to be more slick about it.
Waiting for ICE to get to them. They got a few of them. Snatch them a few of them. Send them back. Then they gotta be sitting there right there in the middle of Tehran going, what the hell happened?
They don't have a strong lobby, though.
Yeah, the Cubans thought they had a strong lobby. What happened to them? Back to Cuba.
I mean, Rubio is too darn much. He wanted to close the door after his family.
Anyway, so that's where we're at. They run into it. Wherever I did last one today, so the punishment is moving forward. You can't do that. And sit in the audience and keep talking to kids.
So that's the highlight, huh?
It was actually good. There was the first one was in the morning. I think I kind of cooked somebody or somebody. And then there was another crush on. I think this was like the fourth of it. What's up, Rednex? You got to go. Did you want to say something, man?
come here, and you stay here only about half the year, though. You don't stay only the whole year. Then I go back to Florida and New York. I spend time both in Florida and New York. Where are you now? You said you're in the Czech Republic?
Here, about 7 years ago.
From where? From America?
I was living in London, so I decided to just move it. Actually, because that man.
Your accent is like from Ohio or Indiana or something. Oh,
It's like, even though people don't seem to be clocking trans men like that at all, like a trans man will go, shave their head and grow a beard or what have you.
I understand some trans men that was passing real bad, and I was shocked and appalled at the same time because they really look like actual men. They actually look like men.
Well, I don't know. I know.
That's what it is, passing trans men.
No shade to your, dissertation. I don't know. I just feel like this becomes a slippery slope.
It's a beautiful city. There's some stunning. Just keep up with this guy. Right now, so it makes us like,
Chemotherapy?
Yes. One of the best clinics in the world. Is here in Czech Republic, Riverside. So,
Okay.
we're not there. We have this here, we're going to have a nasty disease. I recommend you look into Riverside, which is one of the best schools in Canada.
Is that one of the reasons why you moved back? Yeah, you started to go there?
It started, like, just kind of, it's a great tuition. And there's the base like you can't find. And there's a your destination. So, I think the number one destination. I know she's with the she's stable. But, so your page, you know, very, I think the number one destination for things.
I have a friend right now who's about 40 years. He's been in custody of this lady. I understand what I'm talking about. Camping and stuff and all that. He's like,
they're all, none of them understand how to run a government, but they're running this place into the ground. It's funny, man. Like, what's she gonna do? You know, who's gonna bring her Maduro? You know,
It was at 25 now. Now it's up to 50. So she's picked up the bounty.
They're trying to do everything. Look at my PTR. They're trying to do everything they can to get away from release the Epstein files. That's the number one priority. Everything else is just trying to push smoke screens. You know, we're going after the Clintons. Obama is this. It's after Maduro. Hey, President Trump, what the fuck are you doing up on the roof? Did you stay up on the roof of the White House? Walking around? You're going up on the roof. He's doing everything he can to get people away from release the Epstein files. Give us some names.
You don't believe there are hackers out there that should be able to penetrate the system?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Yep, WikiLeaks, man, the old days, the old, Julian Assange days. I'm waiting. Somebody's gonna drop a video or an audio or some picture or something. Somebody's gonna drop it. I'm just waiting, man. That's gonna be something to see.
You guys, you don't mind it?
Yeah. I'm gonna follow you back right away. But we wish your wife the best, man, that's for sure. You know, we don't want to hear somebody suffering. Cancer is horrible. My father died from cigarettes. He died of cancer. So it was very ugly.
Where are you based right now? Are you back in the States or in Southeast Asia?
No, I'm in Penang. I usually come back around September. I go for Ramadan, which is like March. I stay like 6 months. But this year I've been talking about it with my kids and everything. I'm gonna probably stay. I'm probably gonna have to sell my place anyway because they're building a whole freaking city. They reclaimed out in front of my house. I'm on the beach. Well, I was on the beach. I'm still on the beach. I can see the ocean. But
Where's Penang? Is that in Thailand?
No, Penang. It's in Malaysia. It's the second largest city in Malaysia after KL. They built it in time. I told you that before, Lee. Remember I said Andaman? It's called Andaman Island. It's called Andaman. They built this entire city. Yeah, I mean, it's like crazy, man. The noise is insane. I mean, imagine, 20,000, 30,000 Chinese people living here. It's like, I'm going to the other side of the island, so I'm probably going to sell my condo. And I'm looking for a place, so I'm probably going to stay this winter. I usually go back in September, but I'm not going back this year.
Yeah. Would you ever consider permanently leaving the United States, something like your assets and moving to Southeast Asia?
Well, my friend, I got a lot of children and a lot of relatives, a lot of family, a lot in America.
Yeah, but it's very easy, to get on a plane. It's so accessible right now to get on a plane, 14 hours, supposed to get back to go to the United States.
17, maybe 13 or 14. No, it's if you fly from where I am in Florida to Penang, in the air, not time in the airports. In the air, it's 24 hours. In the air.
Yeah, that's what it took me from California. It's probably 10 hours.
If I fly from Florida to San Francisco, that's 6 hours. And then I have to take, I like to fly United non-stop. I fly the 787 to Singapore, that's 17 hours in the air. And then from Singapore, then I have to fly another hour to Penang. So 24 hours in the air. So if you have layovers, 3 hours here, 2 hours, whatever, you're looking at a day and a half of travel. It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot to do that.
here from Canada. And I think they've been here like 3 weeks already. They're gonna stay another couple of weeks or so. You don't go that far and only stay like for a week. You gotta stay for a couple of months. Good place, man. Singapore. If you can go to Singapore, I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain at all. If you're going to someplace like Philippines or Thailand, I'd be like, ugh. But Singapore's fine, man.
The first things first, waiting does get better. And if you notice that we're going to transition, we're just going to for about 6 months. It's right after Christmas, so it's been fun.
Did they tell you, is she taking white tea pills? White tea? Concentrated white tea pills? She is? Yeah. That helps a lot. I had a friend that he thought he was going to die like, I don't know, freaking like 15 years ago, I think it is. He used to work on my computers, like back then, we had a big old computer, bring it, lay it down, like, hey, can you fix this? And he used to work on my computers, and, here it is 15 years later, man,
Tell me about it, because you were 80 years with. And now it's been 5 years and she's
Right, good. Yeah, hang in there, lady. Hang in there. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, man. How old's the baby now? How old's the baby? How old's the baby? You said you had a baby? No. You said you had a child?
No, I have a son. He's 13 years old.
Okay, yeah, 13, yeah, okay, yeah. He's 13, yeah. Well, he's still a baby, right? That's when my wife's niece, right? When I first met my wife and we were married in 2009, she was like 4. Now she's in college and I still call her the baby. Where's the baby? How's the baby? He's like 27 years old. Yeah, definitely, yeah, definitely. Well, I got 16 grandkids. Well, it's almost 17 now. I have another one on the way. Not me, but my son. 17. But my wife, her family will be here in the town. Yeah. I'll never forget. I had a friend.
What's happening? As a matter of fact, one of the reasons I'm in this agreement, especially discussing with you guys earlier and the whole thing with you guys, which I really appreciate your moving the discussion. The library, everyone's coming up with a way to give us the time. It's great to have this counterbalance of information coming from the left. But what's happening outside is completely unacceptable. Everybody goes off. Continues with that stuff like wrong, this stuff like wrong, has to be done. The shit has to stop it.
That was amazing. In Australia, that was amazing. First they said it was going to be 10,000, then they said maybe 50.
Yeah. Right.
It was like, what, 200,000 people across the bridge.
What the hell?
Yeah, the guy out of these, he had to get on the phone. When he got on the phone with Netanyahu right behind that, he was pushed into that corner. The Prime Minister of Australia had to call Netanyahu and say something. So yeah, they kind of shook him a little bit. They're going to do it again. But it was like a 20-something
it helps because it pushes your government, man. I mean, how are you gonna get elected when everybody's telling you, if you don't do this, look what happened with that lady, what's her name? Kamala Harris. Kitover, they said, well, you're not gonna get elected if you don't say something about Gaza. And she never did. She did not get elected. She could have said something like, well, I kind of disagree with Joe Biden, but I believe that when I'm elected, I'll call him, stop it tomorrow. Whatever. She could have said the same thing Trump said. He lied too. He didn't do it. He said he was gonna stop the war. She could have lied and said the same thing, but she didn't. She didn't do it.
That's my position. I sincerely believe this is important. And I just said, keep doing it. You're returning to bring it. Third, and you're trying to base. And release their assets. And I'm telling you, Israel, I'm still listening to yours. That's fine.
You're not working with Anonymous, are you? Are you working with Anonymous?
I'm a crisis manager. That's my job. I'm a crisis management. So, but the thing is I said this, we're having strokes in today's era. Why cybersecurity measures? If you have access to mainframe, you can tie anything down.
Perhaps, can I ask you a quick question? Can we start this with the ChatGPT?
I wish, right?
Something that Sarah said earlier regarding autonomous, nurses, doctors, physicians, surgery, maybe not in China. I know, in China, especially Shanghai. Quantum computing. That's going to be very, very interesting. This is, I believe that AI is only the beginning of what's already happening in China. China 10 years ahead of the United States, 50 years ahead of the United States. And quantum computing is currently very intimate in stopping wars and among other things.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic, man. People just shut it down. I'll tell you one thing that's stopping these wars is the amount that it costs to build these damn bombs. I mean, you have one missile you shoot, and it's like $3 million, $10 million. That's like, you saw what happened with the 12-day war. America used up 25% of its status. In 12 days, $1.2 billion status. They only make like not even a dozen a year. They don't even make a dozen. They used 150 bad missiles in 12 days. It's like,
Can I ask you something? Am I correct? When you see American armory right now, I'm very, very
yeah, what I just said. It's like like I said, they used 150 bad missiles, which is 25% of their stock. But they only make 10 to 12 a year. So imagine if Iran strikes again, they gotta use another 100. It'll take 10 years to build that stock back up. And you don't have 10 years for someone to shoot at you today.
Do they have the money? The United States never. Do they have the money?
No, it's not the money. It's the manufacturing. You have all the money. It's like if I have only 2 guys that can work on my car, I can, and they're busy with 20 other cars each or whatever, or one of them's sick or whatever. And I said, I'll give you $50 million, just fix my car tomorrow. You still can't do it. Right? I'll give you $100 million. You still can't do it. It's just not possible. See? It's not the money. And then it does come down to the money once you do have to build the back. Because it's like all at the same time. That costs what, $30 million or whatever, or $15 million per missile. And that's only that. And then you had the naval commanders when they were here in the Red Sea. They also said
that their stock was getting low. Just the main reason they backed out. They said, our stock is low. If you don't have what you need, just like this guy, what's his name, Netanyahu, oh, I'm going to occupy all of Gaza, and the fucking general, the last one, and now Samir says, with what army? With what? How are you going to occupy? I'm telling you, we can't do this shit. All of our guys are sick, they're all dead, they're killing themselves rather than go fight. 100,000 reservists said they're not coming back anymore. All the shit has been blowing up. And they're telling them, with what? Occupy what? With what? You don't have it. I don't care. You put $50 billion into this. You don't have to look at Ukraine. They're grabbing people in the streets, chasing people with, but people are afraid to go to the store because fans pull up and grab them and throw them into the battlefield. You don't have the equipment or the people. How are you going to do it? I don't know.
You think this whole entire mess is going to end? If it ever would end.
Everything comes to an end. There's not going to be the ending that people like. It's like European colonialism is over, it's dead. It's like they're trying to force us to ride horses in 1925. No, we want cars. No, you have to ride a horse. No, we want cars. The same thing, man. It's not going to go back to that way. It's not going to go back to that. And the way it's going to end most likely is the people that have all the money are leaving the country. People who have the tech knowledge, all the different technology people who they're leaving. They're going to other countries now because they just and you read the articles what they say. They say they just don't want bombs landing in their backyard, so they're leaving the country. And then before October 23, it was about how Netanyahu was trying to change the Supreme Court. They were already thinking about it.
Right now, everybody's leaving in droves. Not only talent, but also investments. Tech, fintechs, crypto, the whole nine yards.
Everything's headed where?
So there will be a lot of people moving to the UAE.
The global south.
This isn't just a march.
UAE is in BRICS. Everybody, they're part of BRICS. Everybody's moving there.
Every step,
Their money over there.
my brain.
Hong Kong, the stock exchange is going crazy. It's going crazy right now.
But the other way you know that.
You guys hear that banging?
But the other.
I am in truth the food of all.
Yes. Can you hear that?
Bread thou eatest is my body.
See, that's what I'm talking about. They're building a Westin hotel.
Because creation took place
On land that used to be ocean.
all created existence, stuff.
I'm telling you, I gotta get out of here, man.
Good to supply for
This place is crazy now.
all
I get this all
this
day.
am I.
They're building a Westin hotel right down the road from me. It used to be ocean. It's crazy. Yeah, so how it's gonna end? I mean, this guy's destroying the country, man, financially. All of these people, you don't have a big country, and you got like what, 18,000 wounded people walking around and with no arms and no legs, blind and wheelchairs. And they had that one young kid in the Knesset that was paralyzed. I saw the video, and he was saying, "You were supposed to take care of us. We fought for you. How come, he's a Zionist in the Zionist country. He's like, you're supposed to, and look at us, look what's happening. And you're not providing for us." So that's what it's going to come down to, man, in that country. You can try to hide it, but you can only hide it for so long. I mean, you've really devastated that country, that guy Netanyahu. You've really devastated them.
financially, politically, the world. I mean, it's a mess.
I mean, I think the way I'm looking at it, right? I think at one point the countries might do something about it. Might, you know. Either the country leaders, but then the country leaders. I don't think the country leaders. Maybe the people inside these countries. Maybe I think probably Egypt, the people inside Egypt. They might do something about this. I think. Because there are people inside Egypt, they feel really bad for the Gazans, right? And they're right across the border, they can't even go across the border. So there's a highly likely chance of them, maybe protesting or doing something at the border, I think. It just needs a little bit of that, this is why the protests inside Egypt are not going to flag. So there's a possibility, you never know. If not Egypt, now Lebanon, they already went through with this, right? There's a lot of people.
U.S. Constitution,
right? Gonna get in there, right? And maybe Syria, because Syria has this animosity with Israel because they kept on bombing Syria out, took over the land. And, I don't know. Anything's possible at this moment. If it does happen, and it's a teeny bitty country, they can do it. Like Francesca Albanese, she said it in her statement that they can, the Navy ships, they need to, start going over to Gaza, help the kids, help everybody, people out, and if they do go there, probably like 10, 20 of those heavy rockets, hypersonic, and Israel is finished. The whole government is done. They're going to run away to bunkers. Even their bunkers will be done. And, they can just come in and take over. That's it. But America might get involved, and because of America, that's why a lot of countries do not want to get involved with Israel. If America moves away from Israel, then it's very easy for anybody to take down. Even Hamas can take down probably Israel, I believe. And these 7th October attacks, they keep on crying about it. 7th October. How many 7th October attacks have taken place on the Palestinians? Since 1947 up till now. It's too many to count. And then the first time they get to face the 7th October, oh yeah, it's such a big deal, it's this. And they literally arrest people and take them as hostage under, under administrative detention without due process. And a lot of times your families can't even see you. Your lawyers can't even see you. They're restricted and they get abused inside Israeli prison. They get beaten, they get raped. They even freaking torture them by, breaking their balls. Like, who does this? This is why, this is a demonic entity, and I think it would take some time, and I think it would need to be dismantled. I mean, the two-state solution deal, I don't see it, even though the countries might recognize it, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere. I think it's just a bullshit plan from the jump, because the two-state, they've been talking about it since early 2000s. And Netanyahu had a chance in 2015. He turned it down. 2023, before the 7th October, he had a chance. He turned it down in front of the UN Security Council. So there are multiple chances, but that's why there's. I don't think the two-state solution deal will ever happen. It was a myth before. It's still a myth. Anybody want to chime in, or anybody want to come on up? Hey, what's up, Rayfan? If you want to come up, anybody else? What's up with you? What's up with you? here and doing something.
It's same boring life. Nothing special. But I saw a news this morning. I don't know. Did you guys see that the United States put a bounty on the president of Venezuela? That was crazy. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I just heard about it from Andrew. He was saying that.
It's next level, man. Trump administration is taking the game to next level. He's putting bounty on officials of other countries.
Well, what was the reason why you put a bounty on?
I mean, based on what I read, they're accusing him of being a drug lord, something, a cartel. I think for Middle East they use terrorists. For South America they use cartel. But they don't like.
He's trying to get out of release the Epstein files. He doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to do crazy stuff so people can talk about that instead. Everybody, every time he says something, he just bring him back and say, what about the Epstein files, Mr. President? Oh, but I'm gonna kill everybody in the world, and I'm gonna blow a nuclear bomb tomorrow on Finland, and I'm gonna, Mr. President, what about the Epstein files? Oh no, but I'm gonna do this and that. What about the Epstein files, Mr. President? That's what they gotta keep doing. That's what he's trying to do, get away from that.
No, I honestly think he wants a legacy when it comes to international things, and he's failing. Like, and right now he's right after Russia, because with Iran he failed, with China he failed. I mean, the economy of China didn't even fail tariffs, and Iran didn't sign any deal with him, and he lost it. I mean, what can he do to Iran? Right now he's after Russia, so he went after Modi, which was crazy. He's putting tariffs on India, and this Venezuelan guy is a Russian ally, so he's going after Russian allies. At least with it, I think that's the lowest hanging fruit for him, because both Russia and Ukraine do want to finish that war. So he's after Russia, and I think he's doing this crazy stuff. But I don't know how it will work out.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever studied war, the World War II. You know, but if you go back and you look at the Barbarossa, when the Nazis attacked, you know, the Soviet Union, I mean, they practically won this thing. I mean, they had like millions of Russian prisoners. They were all the way at Moscow. I mean, Russia was getting their ass kicked like you've never seen, man. It was worse than I've ever. I was studying. Oh, I thought that Russia, you know, fought in the. Yeah, but they had to just. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't lose. I mean, people in Moscow were leaving. You know, they knew that Germans would take the place in like a day or so. And then Stalingrad, and then all of a sudden, you know, what's his name, Zhukov, general, and then they turned it around, man, and then they just started kicking German ass. So the Russians are used to that. They're used to losing instead of winning. You know, they'll lose, but they'll still come out the winner. I don't know.
I mean, Russians are really wild animals. I mean, they are the most racist, disgusting animals which is out there. Like, don't get me wrong. I really wish they lose. Even Chinese hate Russians. Everybody hates Russian in this planet.
Yeah, but Russia's not going to lose to Ukraine. They're not going to lose to Ukraine. It's not going to happen.
Right.
All of Europe will have to be a world war again. All of Europe will have to get involved.
But the policy that, I mean, what Russia wants, I mean, this is actually, it goes back. So technically this war is not about Ukraine. So Russia and I think ExxonMobil, they had this agreement because Russia's oil industry is bankrupt and it's really out of date.
and their production is just going down because they don't have technology. It's a corrupt state. Russia is a corrupt state that doesn't have technology. It's not like China. And ExxonMobil was working with them to with their oil, and Obama was the one who sanctioned Russia. This is like after that Russia attacked Georgia, if you remember, after those sanctions, and they forced ExxonMobil come out. So the first Trump administration, the his Secretary of State was the CEO of ExxonMobil. And it came to power to actually fix that problem because ExxonMobil do want to access to those fields, but United States absolutely doesn't let it happen. So the problem of Russia is really not Ukraine; it's just poking everyone to get access to the oil technology, and it doesn't seem West wants to give it to them. So I think Russia will lose over time because Russia doesn't have anything.
They have, I mean, they with all the sanctions, plus the $500 billion that they froze of Russia's GDP is still greater than all of Europe combined right now. It's like fucking wild. You're telling you, man.
Russian GDP? What?
Yeah, man, these guys are growing like crazy.
Their
GDP growth is like 4 point something, or 3 point something, whatever it is. It's insane, man. I mean, they're making money. That's why they're trying to stop India and others from buying Russian oil. It's not gonna happen.
No, but the technology is outdated.
No, the technology is good, man. They got some of the most dangerous hackers in the world.
Absolutely.
No, I mean their oil technology. They're not a player, like for example, offshore drilling and they really do want to go to North Pole. You don't have those kind of technology.
But they're one of the largest oil suppliers in the world, friend. You know that, right?
They are, but they don't like for example, Iran has a lot of reserves, but cannot pull it out. And the thing about the oil well is that it dies. So you really need to have technology to keep oil well alive. So Iranian oil wells are dying. Russian oil wells are dying too. You need technology to keep oil well alive. Otherwise, very fast you start losing money off a well, and you just have to.
But even China is backing them.
I'm saying China hates Russia. Everybody hates Russia.
No. China isn't China an ally of Russia?
In a sense that China is fighting with US, so in that sense, like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah,
but I don't think.
But Russia gets the technology from China. Everything happens through China. I mean,
I would be surprised if China give any technology to Russia.
And do you know that they
Russians are very aggressive, aren't they?
Do you know that Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does?
Yeah, China is very advanced. Like the level.
No, not China. I'm talking about Russia. Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does. And they sell it to anybody.
Yeah,
anybody can go to Russia and buy it.
Possible. I mean, I'm not questioning the.
Yeah, you know the AK-47 is from Russia. It's a pretty famous weapon that's being used by. Yeah. Those are from.
They used to be great, man. They used to be like I was reading that after World War II, I think in 50s or 60s, there was this thing orbiting over the U.S. sky. That was the first satellite they shoot up. So everybody in the United States was scared to shit. Russia put an eye on the U.S. They literally were the one creating the technology of satellites. They were great. And right now they are in this misery.
So Russia, I mean, I don't know how you're gonna stop that. He's got his eyes set on taking Ukraine, and people are doing all they can, spending all the money they've got to try to help Ukraine. So I don't know how you're gonna stop them.
So, I was right actually. China is supplying them with the equipment and stuff for the oil wells, Wayfan, to Russia.
It's possible. I'm not saying, but the oil technologies, I think, is the big players are all Westerns.
Yeah, but the China's pretty big on everything.
I don't know if they have this offshore technology stuff. I don't know. Maybe they have, but I haven't heard about it. This thing that I'm telling, I read a book which was 2016, but maybe by now they have required. But this offshore drilling is a really advanced technology. I would be surprised if they have. Because you have to go under the ocean and create a well and then, bring the oil on. The thing is that I'm sure if they are given the chance, they can develop it. China doesn't have its oil.
Actually, they do. Wayfan, they do. They do offer offshore drilling equipment and support to Russia.
Could be. I mean, maybe they are developing it, the technology, because if you give them the figure, they can develop it.
It's called the Nanhai 8 semi-submersible rig owned by China Oilfield Service Limited. Has repeatedly been deployed in the Russian Arctic to drill for Gazprom, contributing to major gas discoveries. Huge. So China is doing some big things, man, with Russia.
They're getting discounts, and they get all the oil through discount.
Yeah, and China gets the oil for cheap.
Yep. And it goes through land too. And they do it through land. They can, they don't need ships.
No, I'm sure if you give them the well, they will develop the technology. Not that they have the technology, they're developing it. You have to put your engineers and let them figure it out.
Do you know
These
that Russia
technologies are already developed.
You know Russia is the third largest oil exporter in the world, After the United States, Saudi Arabia, Russia's number 3.
I thought they even have bigger reserve than Saudi Arabia. They are big, that's why Germany.
I don't know if they have a reserve that large. I know the largest reserves are in Venezuela. That's number 1 in the world.
Oh, largest reserve, I thought.
In the world is Venezuela, but I don't know where Russia stands, but as producing, they're producing like 10 million barrels a day. It's a lot of oil. And it's all going to places like India.
Oh yeah, Venezuela.
At a discount. It's going to China at a discount.
I mean, even Pakistan.
Yep, look at that. They're getting it cheaper than, it's like $3 off the dollar, $3 off the price. So like if it's at $65, China's getting it for 62. That's a lot when you're buying like 500 million barrels a day.
And they buy it from Iran as well for cheap. From Iran as well.
You got it.
I mean, I think
China
is
big, man. China is.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people in China.
No. I mean, all these wars in the Europe and Middle East, China is the winner. I mean, they're taking the best out of all these countries.
But I think it's a good sort of like I think to become an alliance with China. I think it's a good thing, right? To be able to depend on China for certain things, because China can give you a whole bunch of stuff, even like the from day-to-day use items. I mean, even a can opener in China, a freaking straws from China.
China. You have to pronounce it as China. China.
you speak?
No,
Do you speak Chinese? Do you speak Chinese?
Not a lot. It's a very difficult language.
But it's what language do you speak in the country you're in? You're in I think Thailand.
Taiwan.
What language do you speak?
They're Chinese. Mandarin.
You speak Hokkien, right? Hokkien?
They have Haki also, and there is a three language.
Cantonese.
No, Cantonese is Hong Kong. So here's
Taiwanese. That's right,
Taiwanese.
Hong Kong. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, right.
So here Taiwanese and Hakka and Mandarin, but Mandarin most.
Mandarin, yeah.
But I don't know. I don't like. That's my own business. I come to Clubhouse.
I know.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that Trump is so angry, because Trump came to power to really, one of his main things is to control China. And he cannot finish the wars in Europe and Middle East. US, I think it was Obama which said this in 2011 or those time frames, said that US does not have any strategic interest in Europe and Middle East. Only strategic interest of US, I'm talking about strategy, I'm not talking about low-hanging, religious kind of interest. The only strategic interest of US is in Asia, to control China. And this, US just wants to get out of Europe and Middle East. It has been trying in the last, I'd say, 15 years after this announcement. And Trump was supposed to come in power. That was what he was saying. Finish these wars and get out. US really wants to get out. But he's failing. And China is winning. China. I mean, the reason that Russia attacked Ukraine is this, because US said we don't care. Maybe this was 30 years ago. Russia would not dare to attack.
I mean, if America would have had all the powers, I think it would have been good. But America just like to put their nose in everything, and our tax dollars, just like the Iranian person that was in here. I should be crying about why is my tax dollar being used? What do I do? He was complaining. Why is it giving to the proxies? I mean, because of the proxies, I think Iran is kind of protected.
Iran also is doing the same thing. So, I mean, this proxy thing, for example, if you are a country, these lines, these borders, really, if you are a ruler of a country, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, international laws is not something that people care about. When it comes to international law, it is the law of jungle. There is no law. Whoever is stronger goes takes. If you are in a jungle, laws are for inside the states. For example, when you go outside, the international law is a joke. When it comes to Iran, just goes as far as it can. And this when Iranian says why our tax dollar goes to proxies, and even the Americans, why our tax dollar goes, this is the way the world works. And Iran was really taking over Middle East, and Iran is taking over the Middle East. I mean, this is why Israel is so pissed. US is living and literally in Middle East. I don't think anybody can compete, because Iran has the population, Iran has the money, and has the geography. You cannot compete with that. Saudi Arabia has money, doesn't have population. Turkey has population.
But I don't see them taking over. I mean, Iran to me has just as much influence in the Middle East as Turkey does right now.
right now, because US
Then you
is
might as well
there.
say Turkey is taking over the Middle East because Turkey is
No,
just
Turkey
as
doesn't have money. Turkey doesn't have money. Doesn't
And Iran
Turkey-
has more than Turkey? I don't think so.
Iran has gas and oil. Turkey relies on Iran for its gas. If Iran shut down the gas pipe, Turkey dies. All the gas of Turkey is from Iran. You need to have natural resources. If you want to be a power, you cannot rely on your resources on other countries. So Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states rely on their population on India, on like, I don't know, other Arab states. They don't have population. So you need to have these three components. You need to have the resources, population, and land. The only country which in Middle East has this is Iran. And once United States leaves, which US is saying that they are leaving, Iran will take over. It's just a matter of time. Israel doesn't like it. There is a slang in Persian. It says that it will burn sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. It's simple math.
I don't see Iran wanting to take over. That's the thing.
I mean, it's not a matter of 1-0.
They'll support people. They'll support other groups just like everyone else does. France will support somebody, and other countries, Venezuela will support someone, Brazil will support somebody that they think, have a similar, perspective. And so Iran, I can see them helping Lebanon, the people of Lebanon, and the people of Syria a little bit. But I don't see them trying to take over like Saudi Arabia or Oman, or I don't see them trying to take it over.
So think about Europe, for example. Europe right now is in the hand of Germany. I mean, the European economy is basically controlled by Germans. So at the beginning, in the First World War and Second World War, they wanted to take over militarily, and they failed. But eventually they took over. Right now, Germans kick England, British out also. You see, they are not part of the European Union. They just kick them out. This is the same thing. Iran, after the revolution.
You talk about England voluntarily left.
Yeah, sure, voluntarily.
They are voted out.
Yeah, definitely. Because they were. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Europe is now belong to Germany. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Or do you disagree with that?
Europe belongs to the fucking Zionists. That's the problem. And we're all suffering now. Look at Europe now. I don't even recognize it anymore. They're destroying as we speaking. What's left because of the fucking Zionists, and they're creating agendas, Fuck Israel.
Oh yeah, that's a different story. I'm talking about like countries, like the effect that Zionists have on the politicians worldwide. The Zionists are like in charge of money and stuff. That's a different story.
Well, that's why Hitler wanted to, wipe them out. But he knew they were evil. They were very, very bad for humanity. He knew it. That's why they needed to go. Really, they need to go. Look how horrible. I don't know, sir. I don't know what life is like in Taiwan, but here in America is shit. Europe is shit because of the fucking Zionists. It's so bad. I'm telling you. I'm a bit older than you. I assume. I've seen a better Europe before. Now, don't even bother coming to Europe. It's so shit.
Again, I'm totally against what you said. I like Jews, and so I'm not going to Hitler had a reason. He was a fucking racist. The reason that he killed Jews has nothing to do with the Jews are bad. He just he wants. I'm not going that. The point I'm taking is about Iran. So Iran, for a long time, wanted to take over militarily, and right now he has changed his approach. He wants to take over by like the way that Germany took over Europe. But you have to understand, like just look at the map. Iran is the only country which has resources, population, and land. So the same as Germany. So he will take over.
I have my own country that was being sovereign. I don't know what they did, that they never been taken by the Zionists. You know, like Iran, China, they have the Freimauer. Freimauer is the same fucking Zionist, just a different name. Whereas Russia, North Korea, I don't know how they did to stay away from all the Zionist shit.
I mean, the reason that Zionists are much stronger in the West than East is because for the longest, Christians and Muslims, they let like Jews to handle money. So especially for Christians, money, handling money was a bad thing. Was a like if you do that, you go to hell. So they historically have control over money. And when you have control over money, it's the golden rules, gold rules. So they have a lot of influence because they have a lot of influence on the money. But in the East, they don't. In the East, I don't think they have that much control over money.
Wherever are the Federal Reserves, they have control.
I think that China would actually definitely need to get involved, but I think it's gonna take some time because China would need to, if China was to get involved in Gaza thing, if there was anybody else to get involved in Gaza to rebuild and whatever, they would need some sort of a guarantee that Israel is not gonna. And I think that's why Hamas has changed their stance, is that they want actually a two-state solution as soon as possible. You know. So they got, what is it? They got, I think 8 or 10 live hostages now, and then the rest of them I think dead or something. So that's what it is, and let's see if they get their people. I mean, if they can get their people from the other side and exchange them for these live hostages or whatever. But it's sickening, you know, these demonic people, they don't care about their own hostage. It's better to just kill them.
Yeah, did I not give you a link where that this doctor came back to just testify what he had seen at Phoenix, where those Israeli hostage came out, was waving a white flag on the IDF, didn't care, they still shoot them.
Yeah.
I like what you said. Give demonic people, indeed, and they need to be gone. They need to leave planet Earth so planet Earth can heal and save humanity.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a criminal Zionist entity. I mean, what do we expect? These people are just demonic. They live in the la la land, you know.
Well, we're not going to send them back to hell where they came from because somehow, if you keep going back, apparently to the origin, the less the facts, documents, whatever you have. I'm on the thing. They didn't know. I think they just came from hell as well. Somehow find a way, look like a human being and then cause all kind of problems. I don't know. And they're worshiping the devil. I told you, and they actually worship the devil. Send them back there. They are happy down there. We are happy when they're gone.
Hey, what's up, Leila? Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, what's up with you?
Oh, nothing. Just finished work.
Yep. Yep, they're about to occupy the whole thing, and let's see what happens.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, it says it was passed in the Knesset there. It's 75% is already under occupation, just 25% more to go. But he was crying in that article about.
What usually happens in that case? So the Gazans now, what's going to happen to them?
I don't know. So according to that Times of Israel article, Trump did say about the what is it called? According to Axios, Trump did say about. Mitch, there's a lot of noise from the microphone. Yeah. So according to Axios article, it talked about that Trump is worried about getting milk to the babies, about the mothers and the babies. I don't know. That's the only thing he's worried about. And they did talk about the humanitarian aid part of the thing, but they don't have a proper plan, right? But the issue is GHF is literally funded by, and he said he wants the Arab nations and European countries to come and help America, with this aid and whatever. He doesn't want to be real responsible for it. Even though he provided them weapons, here, go kill more people.
Yeah.
America is basically complicit, is responsible behind this weaponry.
So are they planning, just so I can get this clear, are they planning that, like, they're going to occupy all Gaza and build, Gaza and have, just like Tel Aviv and Israel?
I don't know. So there were 22 Knesset members, right? They had a bill that was passed by the defense minister for them to go survey the land, northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future. So by the looks of it, anything's possible. Once they're in, they ain't leaving.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to get the hostage, but I think the hostages will be killed.
It was never about hostages.
Yep. It's never about the hostages.
Correct. They don't care. They just want to kill. And they don't want to be stopped. There's been a protest inside Israel who were against that. And they want to get the hostages back. Can I say something? Why now? Why not 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? No, they don't really care. Now they can see there was destruction for Iran and the world are standing up and hated it. Now all of them going to protest? Ridiculous.
No, they've been protesting before the 7th of October against, it was in minority, a smaller number, against Netanyahu. And suddenly the 7th of October happened, and the rating for Netanyahu went up. Even the leftists that did not want Netanyahu, they sided with Netanyahu because he was fighting Hamas. And then now the rating kind of went down, and then it's getting picked. So every time he fights Hamas, they all agree on it. This is the problem with these Zionist criminals, the baby killers. So they did protest, but now they're, but they have a problem with internal affairs. And Leila, you know those people that are protesting, against genocide, whatever. One thing I don't get, right? The Israeli settlers, they're literally, having their kids lay down on the road to stop the aid from going into Gaza. Jordan complained about this the second time.
Yeah.
And those people that are protesting against genocide, these guys are such hypocrites. They don't even have the balls to stand up against the settlers.
They say they're against the genocide, Amir, but they also want their hostages back. That's the whole thing. It's not like
they don't care about the Palestinian.
Yeah. But they have to say we want peace. We want this war to stop because we want our hostages back. They don't care about the Palestinians. Did you see the images? And there was also a video of one of the hostages where he's also starving, and they made him dig his own grave.
Yeah. That triggered them. That pissed them off.
Yeah.
They come in here, they talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
and you're starving Gaza, so.
Yeah, no, they said that it's Hamas starving them. The guy that handed them a can of beef. I went back and forth with Samson. Remember that idiot Samson?
Yeah.
He goes, how come that guy was healthy? That guy was buffed up. I said, do you think that I didn't know he was whether he was taking protein shake, protein bars. We don't know about that. I don't know. These people that come up with these weirdest fucking arguments, I can't believe it. Oh my god. Well, that's what it is, but
I was having a chat with someone today who's into this whole IT business, and we're talking about the next steps for AI. That they're going up there, like they're actually AI is gonna replace doctors, educators. You can walk down the streets and see an AI where you think it's a human. Does that make sense? So I asked the question, and he's like, so it's gonna obviously become a big thing, but then it's gonna crash down eventually. I'm like, what about in regards to wars and how is AI gonna play a part in that? It's like each country they'll set it up into their own, they have their own setup, how they want it to run, and that's it. AI is just it goes by codes and by numbers, and So it's going to be very, very interesting that this is going to come up, especially because it's big in America. How it's all going to, maybe they're going to get AI to, build Gaza again for them. You never know.
you mean they're gonna have a large enough 3D printer?
Oh, yeah.
That's wild. I like to see that.
You seen a 3D printer, right, sir?
Yeah.
I have a house idea I'd like to build myself. If I could borrow that printer, please.
Look, Levy, come on up, man. Not the balls to come up, engage. Instead of freaking, sitting in the audience all day long, getting triggered by this room.
IDF is doing fine. IDF is committing suicides right now.
Yeah, they're committing suicide, and they're tired. They're tired of this whole thing, but what do we do? Netanyahu just wants them to keep fighting.
Look at this Netanyahu. That Netanyahu, he looks like, I don't know, he comes across, he's like the Antichrist, honestly. All the characteristics that he has.
They were calling Trump Antichrist.
Yeah, I think both of them.
Which one is the one?
Both of them, I would say. I don't know. I have to feel that guy is the Antichrist, trust me. And he is the worst being that ever walked on planet, or will walk ever on planet Earth.
Yep, but there could be more than one Antichrist, We just don't know which one is it. But Trump is tired. He wants to get out. He's like, what do I do? He was asked, "Are you okay with that?"
Trump wants to enjoy his time being a president. He only became a president January this year.
He's a dickhead. I'm gonna start a deep state. Yeah, what is it? He licked the asses now. Oh my god. I don't know, they should really, shoot him in the head for that. Honestly, if it's something happened to him, it's only fair.
No, Trump literally wants a legacy. I mean, if you go
What
back,
legacy when the whole world hates you? When the whole fucking world hates you.
why he even ran for presidency? It was a dinner in White House, and Obama specifically made fun of him in front of so many people. From that moment, Trump is obsessed to get a legacy to prove that he's better than Obama. And Obama has a couple of legacies. He has a legacy with the healthcare that Trump couldn't do anything about. He had a legacy with Iran, which Trump came and fucked it up. But Trump doesn't have any legacy. Like first presidency ended up in COVID, and this presidency doesn't seem it's going anywhere.
Is it true they can only run for being a president twice only?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so this is his
the
last time.
Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah, because FDR was 4 times, and after that they put it in the Constitution that it's limited to 2 times. So
Yeah,
Trump
so
is
he
out.
wants to go down history.
Nobody wants to change the Constitution, David.
You cannot.
He wants to change it.
Yeah, he wants. You have to ratify by 2/3 of states, and it's
Trump is a hostage. He's not a hostage.
I mean, they got something on him. They got something on him, right? I mean, can you imagine what the FEMA here? Yeah, we have FEMA here. He wanted to put the $1.9 billion, right? The FEMA disaster organization. That you cannot boycott Israel. Like, because of the disaster, so many millions of people came. If you boycott Israel, and then you have to walk back on the state. And then Canada, that we're gonna recognize Palestine state. Because if you do that, we're gonna, therefore. Like what's on those files? I think there's something on the file that connects Israel and a lot of the politicians together. If he was to get released, oh my God, something the hell will get loose. And what else was that? The sidekick of Epstein. She was actually told. She was sent to a minimum security prison. I wonder why. Are they gonna kill her, or what's the deal?
Definitely Epstein files is a big thing. Also, I think when it comes to Israel, Trump wants this Ibrahim Accord to be the reason that there will be a peace. So, like any states and going against this, like for example, if Canada recognized Palestine without U.S. permission, is basically against Ibrahim Accord, right? So that is the challenge that Trump has right now. Trump really wants a Nobel Prize, wants a Ibrahim Accord, wants something to go down the history, not down the toilet. So that's
He's going down the history as the next Hitler, I think.
Not only that,
no,
even
Trump is a big
Americans.
fart. Trump is a big fart in history. Like 10 years from now, nobody will even remember him.
There's literally states in America where teachers get paid $15 to $16 an hour, and that's education. And this cunt is sending billions to a country that has nothing to do. America didn't start this war. Americans have nothing to do with this. Why aren't you improving in your country? Why are you sending billions to Israel? They have something on him. He has to do it. That's why I say he's a hostage.
No, the reason that US does this thing, this is a problem in the US. Like for example, politicians send these monies to Israel, and then Israel send those monies back to US to part of it, not all of it, to elect these politicians. Do you see the chain here? So in US, politicians really, in order to be elected, they need to raise money. That's how, for example, in Taiwan, for politicians to be elected, they have to raise So if you don't gather money, you don't get elected. So you don't even go on ballots. So a lot of these politicians send money to Israel, and part of this money comes back for these politicians to be elected. So this is a chain that the economy. I said these people.
So would you say that the world's strongest country, you know, with power and everything is controlled by Israel? They've got them by the balls?
I wouldn't say they got them by the balls. I say they know how to play the game, the U.S. politics games. They are really good at playing these games. Other countries can play this game, like Saudi Arabia can play this game. I mean, they are doing pretty good. I mean, right now in Middle East, I think Saudi Arabia, look at this MBS, is literally a person which did what did he do, Khashoggi. That for any politician, that was the end. But right now, he's doing very good. I mean, Saudi Arabia, because they're doing the American politics. You have to play American politics. And Jews play pretty good. I mean, Israelis. I want to distinguish between them. It's not like if Muslims start playing the politics of US, you can easily change the direction. I don't see it as Israel is taking United States by balls. I don't see it that way. I see that they know how to play the game. It's a game. US politics is a game. You just have to play it. Whoever plays better wins. I mean, you should be capitalism. You cannot be like a socialist country, like for example China. You cannot be China or Soviet Union. You have to be a capitalistic system. So the ideology of United is capitalism. Once you have that ideology, then you can play the game.
Yep, I mean, you have to play your cards right, you know. If you don't play your cards right, especially, you know, at the government level, it can go sideways. And if it does happen, but a lot of these nations, they're coming out, they're about to recognize the Palestine as a state. But I don't know, where do we go from here? What's next? I just don't get it. What, I mean,
I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu cares about other countries recognizing Palestine as a state. Like, he's gone way too far doing stuff that no one agrees on.
Yeah, no, I mean, they got scared and they start calling them, like, even Germany wanted to recognize the Palestinian state there, they start calling them Nazi, whatever. It was in the reporting times of Israel, one of the ministers. So what they did an emergency annexation plan in the Knesset. It's a non-binary, right? It was just for the show, to get a reaction out of America and see what America is, how is it going to respond. But then Trump, his campaign when he was, going from state to state, there's this lady, Zionist lady, she actually funded his campaign $100 million, and she wants Trump to, help them annex the West Bank. And Arkansas, the state of Arkansas, they already passed the ruling. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria. In the Americans, in the Congress, there's a bill. If it gets passed, they'll call it Judea and Samaria. And
how you doing, pal?
What's up, Mark?
I'm Harrison, if you remember.
Yeah, what's up with you? You got?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking for Ludwig for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Come
finding other rooms. So what I was saying was, in Arkansas, they passed the bill. They're calling the West Bend Judean area, and they're calling what else? Oh yeah, they what was it? Oh yeah, and they even built a little area called white supremacist land. I guess God promised them that piece of land, right? So it's about I think 70 families or 100 people are living on that land, and it's just full of nothing but the racist, white supremacist piece of shit that are living there. And I think people like them normal, right? And people that are not from that land, and they are from Ukraine, Poland, or whatever, they should just live with these people. Arkansas, and they respect the white people, and that's the way to go. But anyways, that's where we're at right now. Well, yeah, by the way, maybe.
Did you hear about Benjamin Netanyahu sanctioned Australia?
Yeah, he told me. So what is the sanction for?
Where Australians can't travel to Israel. That's pretty much it.
No, but why did he do the sanction on Australia?
Because first of all, Albanese was one of the countries recognizing Palestinian state, and also that the 300,000 protest at the Harbour Bridge really triggered everyone because he allowed it.
That's funny. Seriously, that was it?
Yeah. Damn, I was dying to go to Tel Aviv.
Wow. See. There's officials. There's officials. You wouldn't believe it. There's actually a travel ban against two far right cabinet, right? The National Security Minister Mar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. That's one of the reasons. So Australia joined the UK, Canada, and New Zealand and Norway, and issuing.
They're not allowed to enter Australia.
Yeah, these are genocidal maniacs. The sanctions were imposed due to their roles in inciting extreme violence, supporting illegal settlement expansion, advocating policies widely seen that undermine Palestinian rights and two-state solution. So the second reason, was earlier in July 2024, Australia sanctioned 7 individual Israeli settlers and the extremist Hilltop Youth Group for involvement in violent attacks on Palestinians, including beatings, torture, and sexual assault. Right, and then this was reported in Al Jazeera and Guardian and ABC. What else did we have? And these measures are, they're in violation into a court of justice, ruling deeming Israeli settlements illegal under international law. Australia's justification and response, Foreign Minister Penny Wong emphasized the targeted nature of the sanctions. They were aimed at violent individuals and individuals and groups and not the Israeli state to uphold international human rights norms and working toward a two-state solution. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained that while Australia still supports Israel's right to exist, it expects adherence to international obligations and the protection of basic human rights. International national reaction and tensions. Israel's government condemned the sanctions as outrageous, with its foreign minister pledging to respond diplomatically. The United States, particularly Secretary of State Marco Rubio, criticized the move, calling it extremely unhelpful and warning it could undermine U.S.-led peace efforts. Australian advocacy groups such as Australian Centre for International Justice welcomed the sanctions as a meaningful step toward accountability. Yeah, so it was like the settlers was number one reason, right? And the 2 ministers, they can't go, right? And even their assets freeze. So whatever I don't know, did they own anything in Australia? Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
I haven't looked into it.
If they own.
That is a big thing for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what? I actually forgot to tell you guys. After that protest on Tuesday, there was an attempted school shooting at Islamic private school.
Seriously?
Yep. The whole school was under lockdown. It's a school that obviously my nephews go to. The kids were hiding under the table for like 30 minutes after that protest.
It's crazy. These people. So who did it? Like who was the shooter?
Islamophobic. He's Islamophobic. He came in the morning because it's a private school, like security is, higher. He came in the morning and he couldn't enter the gate, and he was asking them like, why do you teach the Quran? And obviously he couldn't enter. He waited in the afternoon. There was a school excursion, so the bus had to come in, and he drove straight in after the bus. And he was loose inside the school with a gun. And Australian history, it's not like it's unfortunate in America that's happening a lot. We've never had that before. It's like we actually never had that before. So everyone that happened on Tuesday, it was a big thing. And he's local, and he got caught.
So the Australia did the. Now that shooter was. You said that was Islamophobe. Was he a Jew?
We don't know yet. But you know why? Because it's not on the news yet. I don't know why they don't want to put it on the news yet. The whole school was under lockdown. None of the parents could enter.
Easiest Islamophobia. That's why it's not on the news.
Oh, I'm waiting. I'm calling the news myself. He was actually Australian, Levy. He was a whitewashed Australian. He got caught, so you can't say he's one of our own or, He's a whitewashed Australian redneck that went into a school that wanted to kill kids.
So you say this is happening right now?
It happened on
Leslie, Layla, you said it's happening right now?
Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday it happened.
Yeah.
So they got him.
Oh, yeah.
So they got him.
Yeah.
Nobody got hurt then.
No, thank God.
Yeah, right? Bunch of maniacs out there, man. They're all out there. Yes, we can call a sore loser, man. These people, man.
That's
like
terrorism.
everybody's telling you.
That's actually terrorism.
Yeah, they're sore losers, man. They can't win on the battlefield, so they go out and try to attack, civilian people, kids, women, things like that.
I just looked at your picture, Zero. I like it.
That was the closest I can get in what I created to the girl that they say the girl Virginia Guffey. You know what I mean? The one that they say that she supposedly committed suicide in April, which is bullshit. She was the most vocal one, the one that she's the one that Epstein took from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa, and then took her and then right away him and his girlfriend started raping her. You know what I'm talking about? The girl Virginia? No. You don't know the whole story, right? But Epstein? But anyway, it kind of looks a little bit like her. That's why I did it. I made it kind of look like her. Because that's all she wanted, man. And then all of a sudden, oh, she committed suicide. Bullshit.
So you are doing this with AI, Zero?
Yeah.
This is power. This is what can help Palestinian win. This is stories that these IDF people are doing or settlers are doing to Palestinian using AI to make it graphic and then push it up American consciousness. That will really be playing your cards right. I mean, as an idea, I don't know, it's up to you. Like, if you can advertise, like, people, each person has a little talent. Like, somebody provide the story, somebody bring the AI capability. Like, I know some computers, but somebody which can organize these strengths together. And you can make videos and just keep pushing it into YouTube and advertise for it. I think that is what will win eventually this war. Who is on the right side of history? Anyway, I need to go. Take care, guys.
Oh, by the way, also that girl Virginia Guffrey, she's the one that what is King Charles's brother Andrew had to pay the millions of dollars to. That's the same girl. He had to pay the millions of dollars to her.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for the Epstein thing. Yeah.
God, these sick fucks, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, a little bit of an update. Amir, I was not expecting this from Stormer so quickly, but he's right now speaking out against Israel's invasion plan. I don't think Amir is there.
I think I hear in the background. I know, man. For him, it's only like 1:30 or something over there, but
yeah.
People on the East Coast, it's like 4 something. You're in the States, right, Sam? Right?
Yeah. I'm in
Texas. Okay, so you're at like what 2:30 or something.
It's 3:30 for me. It must be like
3:30.
5:30 for you, right?
No, I'm in Asia right now. I'm at 4:30 in the afternoon.
4:30 though. That's crazy.
Yeah, 4:30 in the afternoon.
Man, every time I get into this room, you guys make me miss Singapore so much.
Yeah, we were just talking to this young man, Andrew. I don't know if you ever talked to him. You were in the room with him, right? When he was just here? About an hour ago?
No. I was in a different room.
Nice young guy, man. His wife is suffering from cancer, and they're in Prague. He's from California. They went to England, and then they moved to Czechoslovakia. But he was asking, what is it like over here? Because he has a job offer for Singapore. And I was like, take it, man, take it. Singapore's a nice place to live.
Yeah.
It's not like Thailand or
country I want to go to settle down for the rest of my life. But dude, one thing's for sure, America ain't it for a calm, was a calm, I would say older life. Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to go to Europe, a lot of Americans are going to Malta. Malta. I saw that this couple that does videos about it just yesterday. And you're like, welcome to, I think, Gozo, I think it's called. And let me show you how we can live here on $3,000 or whatever it was a month or whatever. It was real low. And, it was beautiful looking. And Portugal's another place people go to. They like it. Spain's another place people are going to a lot. A lot of retirees, man, when they get out of the, as soon as they hit retirement age, they leave, man. They leave. This big expat community, that all over the place, you run into them all the time.
Yeah. I cannot wait until I get the experience to become an expat. The moment I do, I am gone.
What do you do for a living? You do anything where you could become a nomad?
I'm cybersecurity.
A digital nomad? Oh yes, cybersecurity. See, you could be a digital nomad then, right?
Yeah, 100%. But the problem is right now, I don't have I just barely got out of college. It's only been like 3 years, right? So it's gonna take me, I think, like another 3, maybe 4 years to get into anything expat, cybersecurity wise. I think, yeah. Go ahead.
So you weren't on your job during COVID, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no,
you were still
I was in college. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you how are you working from home, or can you work from home? Because if you can, people need to sit down with their boss and say, boss, you're spending X amount of dollars on me here. If I become a digital nomad, say in Bali, if you give me like just $2,000, $3,000 a month for living expenses, it will save you $2,000, $3,000 in living expenses. You can live like a king. That's on top of your salary, Tell your boss that I can save you a bunch of money. You send me to Bali. I'll work out of Bali.
See, my position is really unique in the sense that, like, how do I put it? I'll put it like this. So my company does work with Israel. Okay. So right now, it's a lot of the workforce that I was working with for the past like 6 months, especially that in Israel, have been laid off, right? So especially like with my bosses and everything, they're recalibrating to figure out like what they want to do, everything like that. They're just keeping work from home for at least people in my team because they said we deserved it. As for expat, one of the reasons why they chose me was because of my U.S. designation, and they got kickbacks for it. So they don't want to let that go. I tried having a conversation, especially with my bosses. They're completely fine, but the company themselves don't want to sponsor an expat in my position. They said that I need more experience.
The CFO, Chief Financial Officer, the one that makes the money decision.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was the CFO that said that. But they were very specific on my experience.
Well, you're very young, man, so you'll get it. When you get a little more experience, you can start making demands,
100%.
Right now, your car in the parking lot is like way back there.
Yeah. No, I can't wait to also jump soon from this company as well. But yeah, at least I got a nice chuckle out of the fact that they laid off a bunch of Israelis.
Yeah, it's happening over there. lot of the tech guys are like just leaving the country. They're like, forget it, I gotta go somewhere else. Because a lot of companies like Samsung and Intel, right? I don't know which company. I don't want to get in dox you or anything. I'm getting to the name of the company.
I wouldn't say my company specifically because right now it's pissed off the Israeli government several times.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
a lot of these companies over there, a lot of foreign people are like closing it down because financially. I mean, you can love the country, but if people are bombing your building and destroying your building and you can't get work going over there and the infrastructure is being messed up, get out.
It's not even
You're an investor, get out.
It's not even that. Apparently, so one of the things is like, so they laid off the Israeli people specifically because they cited three things. One, they weren't doing the work, right? So they were just hemorrhaging money. Two, every time they they were trying to get something done or whatever, the government will randomly ask for something of a loyalty thing. And three, and this is where I was involved. We had to give an exchange of information, but the problem is that every time, so this is very specific for both Turkey and Israel. They both of those countries are pretty much assholes to deal with when it comes to what information you're allowed to, you're allowed to give. And when we say hey, we can't give certain information because they don't pertain to your country or your citizens, Israel and Turkey are very specific in saying, no, we don't care. We want to take control of all of your information. So that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, and they because of all three events, we're just laying off the entire Israeli team.
Yeah, everybody does that. They want all the intellectual property.
Yeah. So good on the company for it, but yeah, it's so a pain in the ass to deal with. What's up, Kevin?
Anybody believe in here should be a two-state solution?
Yeah, I believe majority of them believes it's a two-state solution.
Should have been like that years ago.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, matter of fact, 100 years since 1917.
It's not in 1917.
No, but why? You say 1917, why? In 1917, it was one place, and everybody was living together. But then you have the but 1917, those people were at home in Europe. So why would it be a two-state with people who live in another land? It's like if right now I say, no, let me just finish this. Okay, let me just say I have my country here, and I call somebody in Japan and say, hey, you Japanese, come over here, and we'll have two states. Why am I going to do that?
You have to just deal with the inevitable, right? We all know Britain is a cause of a lot of shit that's going on around the world. Okay, India split into three countries because of who? Britain. The Middle East carve up with the French. Okay, they're the cause of that. After a while, you just have to see the writing on the wall. You can't stop it. So just agree. They should have just agreed to it, but they didn't want to. So now we in this mess, right? I don't believe the Zionist Jews should have came over there and take the land. You know what I'm saying? With the help of a superior country. You know what I'm saying? And then the British just left and said, oh, they can't deal with it. So they just left it up to the UN. Before it was the League of Nations. You know what I'm saying? So now you get a state that becomes a state. I mean, you get a nation that becomes a state in 48. Then you get the 6-Day War in 67. Now you still got this mess. Now you got radicalists running around, killing people in their settlements, taking land, and it's like nobody is just doing nothing about it. The UN is saying, oh, it's illegal, but you guys can't do nothing about it either. So now what?
No, I'm just saying, I can see people arguing for something now, but it's like in 1917, they weren't there. And so why, I'm just saying, like, why would you call somebody up and say, hey,
a few of them
yes,
were there. They were
yeah,
just
they were living in
harmony.
peace.
Yeah, they were living in
Yeah.
peace. Yeah, but you had the problem
But
is
so why did you need a two-state? You didn't need two states back then.
all right, the problem is
Okay.
you have an issue when you have a superior country comes into the region, carves up the land saying, oh, look, okay, look, right? Jews never had control of that land since I could, date back. I mean, the Egyptians had control of it. Who came next? Roman. And who came next? The Caliphates. They never had control of that land, ever. From my knowledge, they never did. Now they see that, we got the opportunity with a backing of a strong country, which is the U.S., that gives them $3.3 billion per year plus more. After a while, you just gotta have to give in, like every other freaking country did.
Who? What do you mean give in? What does that mean?
India, they gave in. India gave in.
To whom?
To the Brit. Oh my gosh.
The British are there now?
No, they left.
Now?
No, they left, but they
so they didn't give in.
They did give in because their country got split into three. That's giving in.
Well, it got split. Yeah, but they didn't give in because the British are not in either one of the three.
How is not giving in if the country split into three? It used to be all India. Then it was East Pakistan, West Pakistan, and India. Then it changed to Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. Yeah. All because a couple of Caucasian people don't understand the region. They don't understand the ethnic background. They don't understand the religion. They try to force Christianity onto a bunch of Hindus, which they have one of the oldest religion known to man. They come over there, fuck shit up. Then you have Mahatma Gandhi around that time telling them, yo, you need to leave. You're causing too much chaos. They didn't leave until after World War II.
1948.
Exactly. So, that's giving in. You allow somebody to infiltrate your country, tell you guys how you should live. You fought. You lost. And then after a while, you just gave in and said, you know what? And then now you got other people that's there. They believe, we should have our own country. We're Muslim. We're not Hindus. And then you get this mess. Now you got two countries that they don't even agree with each other. And actually, you guys are the same people, just with different religions. So to me, that's giving in. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Look at the French. Vietnam kicked them out. Algeria kicked them out. Niger just kicked them out last month.
Right. So, and then you have a situation ongoing right now between Cambodia and Thailand, arguing over border dispute. All that is European cover, creating a line, and then they leave the area in disarray, and then have the locals fight over for what?
Yeah, but again, I'm just saying that when you said 1917, that's where I was like, what? Because it's like I said, if they're not there, you can't have a two-state solution with someone who's not there.
Well, it wasn't a two-state solution at that time. It was in Florida.
You can't even have the idea of one because they're not there. They don't exist.
Well, I don't think
until they come over.
No, you can't say they wasn't there. They were there, some of them, but it was just predominantly Islam in that region.
Yeah, but they didn't want a nation. They just wanted to live there. They didn't want a nation. There was a Zionist who came up with this idea in Europe.
Yeah, we know that. They was from England.
So the Zionists started this idea of having a state and building a state. And
actually, it started with a dream from a journalist, a Jewish journalist. His name is Herzl or something like that. It started from him. And they had three choices of which land they wanted to see where they could go. It's Palestine, Argentina, and I think it was a country in Africa.
Like Uganda or or something like that.
Yeah, something like
Some
that. So
crazy place over there.
yeah, so he had a dream, and the only place he ever been to was Palestine. One time in his whole life, from what I read. So he had a dream, and you gotta remember, Jews across Europe were being ostracized. They're being kicked out everywhere they go.
That's their own problem. That's
Yeah, it is their problem. It is their problem.
That's not a Palestine problem. That's your own problem. If you're being kicked out over there and they mistreat you over there, then you gotta deal with it over there. That's not the answer, man. That's like Trump today, man. He's like, he wants Nigeria.
So let's just say this.
Okay.
If the British, it's either two things. The British and French don't come into the area, seize control of the area from the Ottoman Empire, who caused mass genocide on the Christian Armenian people, right? So if they don't take over, you're still underneath somebody. They're gonna have to deal with that empire. That empire no longer exists. Now it's modern day Turkey. So what choice do you have? You still would have been under control over somebody would have been under control over you.
Bro, I'm back real quick. I think the British actually decided not to give them a state. You should go read up the Peel Commission report and the White Papers 1939. You see what I'm saying? They decided not to give them a state. The state was created by terrorizing the countries. They even approached Hitler 1940 to 41. You see what I'm saying? To get help from the Nazi, to get rid of the British mandate leader and whatnot, because they were getting in their way to creating their Jewish state. And that's why they did a whole bunch of attacks in 45, 46, and in 47. You see what I'm saying? And even that partition plan that they came up with by the UN, that was, Harry S. Truman was a U.S. president. He was terrorized. He received letter bombs in the mail. His daughter wrote it in her book, and received 1 million postcards to terrorize the F out of the president of America, and that's how he was part of the UN partition plan. And the Arabs, they argued it was unfair from the jump because they got a smaller piece of a pie, and because they were majority population. But the Jews, right, they were in minority, and they got a bigger piece of a pie. You see what I'm saying? And the next day, what you see inside in 1947, they started, I think, cleansing Palestinians from one village to another, to another.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? The Nakba, it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at the Zionists, they always bring up this point that, oh, no, it was a war, they fought, and we won the war. Even the war wasn't even freaking equal, because the war, they had less than 40,000 soldiers on one side, which was the Arabs, and some of the Arabs didn't even have proper uniform. They didn't even have the proper equipment to fight the stupid war. And all these other Zionists, they actually were trained. They worked for a whole bunch of other, fighting, whatnot. They had the weapons and whatnot. They had access to a whole bunch of shit.
The French and British just.
You see what I'm saying?
The French and British just messed that area up. The French and Syria.
And guess what? After they won the so-called war, the UN mediator comes around. His name was Bernadotte in 1948. He comes around and they want to, mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews, right? He writes a whole bunch of reports. He's trying to communicate with both of the parties. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by who? Jewish militia. And this is how IDF was formed, from Jewish militias.
Right, but
so
you think if Nasser would have still been alive, you think he'd have, galvanized all the Arabs in that area?
Yeah, but I think it has nothing to do with being Arab or whatever. The Arabs, they were able to coexist with them. They did not want these people mass migrating into that land. They didn't have a problem with the smaller piece of a pie, the small numbers of people coming into the land. They had a problem with the mass migration. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody really knows who owns that land. Nobody. This come on, man. This conflict been going on since way beyond me. Way beyond everybody in this room. Nobody from that era is even alive today. And this shit's still going on. And this shit will continue to keep going. Beyond us. Now you bombing Iran, you know what I'm saying? You're doing all this extraness. You're bringing America
America into this freaking mess we shouldn't even be a part of. You got idiots in Congress who don't know anything, like Ted Cruz. He's out there quoting the Bible saying that, oh, we should protect Israel. He don't even know what the fucking shit means. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, man. I see why they hate America. It's disgusting, man. It's very disgusting how you can just starve out people for 3 months and think that shit is okay. That's disgusting. If these people so believe in God, then God will punish them if they so believe in God, because you don't do that to shit to people. If you want to fight a militia, Hamas or Houthis or Hezbollah, all right, fine. But to starve out a population and then lie and say, oh, well, it's Hamas that's stealing the food. Okay, so Hamas is stopping aid from sea, air, and land. That's crazy.
Thing is, when you say for 4 months, that's crazy. It should have been never that long.
Yeah, it was 3
I'm
months.
surprised we did. We just sitting back and watching like it's wrong with us every other day.
Because America aids this foolishness and has been aiding this foolishness since 67. The only president that didn't want to deal with this problem is JFK. Oh, miraculously, he gets shot in the fucking head. You know what I'm saying? Every other president after him, they enable this shit. Talking about we got close allies over there. What is over there that you want? Oil? You do business with Saudi Arabia. So, like, what's the problem? You topple a government.
Out of there, man.
You topple a government. You want a regime to like you because you want to put a puppet government to agree with everything you say. And once they say no one time, they terrorists. They do that shit to every country. That's how they got Patrice Lumumba out of presidency in Republic of Congo.
Now, for serious now, where y'all see the world going ahead in the next 10 years?
Israel is going to forever be in war. And sooner or later, aid is going to stop. Countries are going to get fed up. You have a few that's getting fed up right now. They're going to get fed up, and then you guys, they're going to be isolated, and you're not going to get any help, and then you're going to be crying. That's why mainstream media cannot criticize them, because now they call you anti-Semitic. We can't criticize you for. How are we anti-Semitic?
I think that's changing.
No, it's not changing yet, because people are going outside of mainstream media.
It's starting to change.
Until CNN, BBC News, Fox.
I don't think nobody listens to that no more.
I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of people that listen to
There's a bunch of old heads that's only doing that.
Yeah, did you hear what Marjorie Taylor Greene was said about that? He said that Fox, you know, who's lying to the what do you call the boomers, you know, Republicans, and CNN who's lying to the boomer, you know, Democrat
she lying?
They're lying. Nobody caught up on them.
She only likes it when they talk good about her. You know, that's what they like. As soon as they criticize you, they full of shit. Oh, they this, they that. Because they've been criticizing them, both. You know what I'm saying? So now she's coming back after them. But she's not wrong in what she said. You cannot starve out a mass majority of innocent people that has nothing to do with what Hamas is doing. You can't do that shit, man. You can't fuck who you are. And then they want to throw out, oh, the Holocaust, the Holocaust, the Holocaust. We've been in mass genocide in Poland, Auschwitz, and Warsaw. Okay? Nobody's complaining. You don't hear the Armenian people complaining when the Ottoman Empire did it to them. They don't complain, and that's one of the oldest Christian countries in the world. Nobody's complaining. They just go on with their lives, and that's it. Majority of the Israeli prime ministers, the former ones, they're not even from there. Their background is Ukrainian. One, they first prime minister, Polish. So like, what are you doing here? Even Netanyahu, he's Ukrainian background.
Milikowski, he's from Poland. Mr. Milikowski, that's his real name.
That's his real name. He's Polish. I thought he was from a Ukrainian background.
No, Milikowski.
You know, the funny thing is, all these people, other than they're atheists, God wrath is about to hit them. I swear. Are they doing that in the Holy Land? They're playing with fires. I hope they know that.
I put it like this, right? Israel is too late. They too late. They starting to do this in modern time, which is like brute force and colonization of a land. They're too late. They should have been around in the 1800s. That was the time for people to do that. Because that's what a lot of countries were doing, especially European countries. Too late.
So, do you think that what do you think about America and Epstein files, and we have the Trump in bed with Zionist entity? Did you vote for Trump, by the way?
No, but I'll tell you like this though. Whatever's in that Epstein file that he's so a little bit scared of, I'm pretty sure them Zionists probably helped him out. Listen, because remember, when he saw those videos of those Palestinian children, I mean, you could see a freaking skeleton. And he's like, come on, man, you can't fake that, man. These kids are being starved. And he says that, and then all of a sudden, within couple of days later, you tweet, well, hand over the hostages, and then the war will stop. Yeah, okay. Like, obviously, like, they kind of stopped that shit. So now, and then he comes out and say, oh, that file will never get out.
But it's not about the hostages, right?
I don't think so either.
Can you imagine if Hamas had the access to the file? And can you imagine what they can do with Trump? That would have been good, no? The Hamas could control the outcome of this war if they had the access to this file. And I think that's what it is. But is it one party that has access to it, or is it multiple parties like throughout the world that they hacked into the system?
Probably the Jews is the only one who got it. The Zionists. Remember, Epstein used to go back and forth.
They got no face, man. They probably give it to all the other people if shit goes away.
But this situation is beyond Epstein, man. I just feel like if we cut, I'm not saying completely stop all aid, right? But if you slash that shit down, or you force them, ceasefire, or we're stopping aid immediately, and you truly a word, and you stop that shit coming in for months, that's gonna cripple their economy. I mean, they got crippled a little bit. Look what the Yemenis did. Started bombing some of their ships, and they felt it.
I mean, Iran, look at Iran with the 12-day war.
Yeah.
If it would have lasted for 10 more days, I think it would have been flattened. The whole Tel Aviv and this state called Israel.
Israel doesn't want to tell America that they have nuclear arms. You don't think that's fucking weird? Every other country is listed that have nuclear arms, even North Korea.
America knows they got it, bro.
Yeah, but you're supposed to tell. You're supposed to say something.
They know, but you turn them blind eye to them.
Every other country is on the list. You have how many countries have nuclear arms? Okay, so we have Pakistan, we have India, we have North Korea, we have China, we have England, Russia, America. Israel's the only one that's Iran. I feel like Iran should get nuclear arms.
Trust me,
now for them to be using it,
they low-key do got it.
Huh?
Trust me, they low-key do got it. I believe that.
I'm pretty sure they got it, but listen, countries that get nuclear power, nobody fucks with them. You don't see nobody invading North Korea. Nobody wants to take that chance.
No, it's not the way. That's why they probably not.
No, I'm just saying, if everybody in here had their own country, right? And only a few of us get nuclear weapons, right? And then somebody in here just decide, I want nuclear weapons too, because I don't want you big powerhouse super countries coming in here, invading me whenever you feel like it. So if I get nuclear power and nuclear weapons, you're gonna think twice. Since the 50s, has anybody invaded North Korea since the 50s?
Anybody?
Exactly.
But do you see better in their life?
Say that again.
They stuck in the same way.
Yeah, they could be stuck in the same way, but nobody wants to invade North Korea because they have nuclear power. You don't hear no countries. They want to topple the government, but they don't even know how to do it. They don't know what to do. You go ahead and try and see. There's gonna be a nuclear freaking fight. He pushing that button, so nobody wants to take that chance.
I didn't got a big toes.
Yeah, he's cool. He's like, yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy, but I'm crazy. You let him know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I just know I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
Nobody wants to
And
take
you
that chance.
better be ready to die when you come on this side.
I got the gun. I got the gun. You see the guy in the bar. I got the gun. Oh shit.
Now, I don't think he's foolish enough to use his nuclear power against somebody else because he knows the repercussions behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just don't want none of you idiots coming in here invading when you feel like it. And it's a scare tactic. Like, yo, I feel like you're gonna topple my government. You're gonna try to get me out of it. You're gonna try to get somebody you like, and then change the whole shit, and maybe try to unite South and North Korea together again. No, this is not gonna happen. So come in if you try that.
Believe in a world where Russia and this other niggas are leading China, they will probably unite.
You hear all of them in Congress. You hear them when you listen to them. I was watching Ted Cruz with Tucker Carlson. He's basically saying, I don't wanna go into war with Russia. Yeah, we know why. We know why.
Sam, you read about that. I think the EU, if the EU, European Union, puts a freeze on Israel, Daniel, what do you think that would do?
It will cripple them slightly, but America is still sending $3.3 billion.
Yeah, but But from the 7th of October, we have sent about 66 billion. Actually, it wasn't 66, it was 100.
Yeah, so just to speak more about the EU trade freeze, right?
It looks like a dump.
Just to speak more about the EU trade freeze. So basically, the idea that has been pitched is they want to make it basically impossible for Israel to grow their economy due to this entire war, and make an extremely strict control, basically forcing Israel to bend the knee. And with that being the case, if Israel takes any more actions that do not align with human rights values, then further sanctions will be put on Israel, further destroying its economy. So they're basically just putting a leash on Israel and tightening it more and more if it doesn't do what they say, which is really funny, to say the least. Now, there's another problem with this whole like EU trade thing, which a couple of analysts have been talking about. Israel is now trying to develop like in-house like what do you call those? Um, they're trying to make stuff in-house. I don't know what exactly they're trying to scale up in-house, other than missiles, but they're trying to cut off their reliance with the EU, and they're trying to open up trade with other places that are not the EU at this point, to combat this. So yeah, these sanctions are going to be devastating to Israel if they get put in place very soon.
But isn't it a race? I think that's why he wants to take over the West. But that's why they want to take over the West Bank and Gaza.
Oh, because that's a race thing. Yeah,
it's a race thing because like you have multiple countries now going to the UN and said they're going to recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah.
And once that happens, it's over now.
Yeah, so they're trying to do a 1-2 hit, right? So if they put the what do you say? If they put the sanctions on Israel and then immediately recognize the Palestinian state after they put the sanctions, basically it will cripple Israel enough to where they can't even fight the Palestinian state. And then further on, it will allow the Palestinian state to have the time to thrive and prosper, rebuilding itself. That's the argument laid out as of right now.
Daniel, what do you think about that? Sanctions on Israel. You think Israel will stop? No, I don't think they'll stop. Now, if they do put sanctions, right? If they put permanent sanctions on Israel, what do you think about that? I think Israel will have to suffer.
The EU is anti-Semitic.
There's a lot of countries in the part of the European Union. So that's going to be crazy for Israel. And Germany, one of the guys came from Germany. They said they were going to recognize Palestine as a state as well.
Oh, Germany said that?
Yeah, one of the guys from Germany said it. It was posted in Times of Israel.
So they mentioned in September, right?
So one of the ministers started calling them Nazi.
You see what I'm talking about? The only country in the world you cannot criticize, you're anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust enabler.
Denier.
Oh yeah, denier. You're enabler, denier, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
if the Germans call me a Nazi, what are you waiting?
So it was a Nazi regime that did that to you, not the actual German people.
So hold on, I want to just say this was a quote that just came out. This is a quote from someone named Rivera, right, who actually has authority over this. She said, recognition is a good step forward, but it is not enough to build peace, stability, and respect. This is why we are advocating for the EU to completely put an entire freeze with any engagement to Israel, allowing the Palestinian state to be built while preventing prolonged suffering. Senior EU officials speaking with Reuters have described the Gaza humanitarian situation extremely severe, despite some progress, including increased fuel deliveries, reopened the routes with more aid trucks entering the strip. We cannot allow this to happen again. In fact, we must make sure this never happens again. Yeah, they're gearing up to make sure that whatever comes up in the case of Palestinian state, Israel cannot fight back in any way, shape, or form. I think they're also looking to, affect the Israeli military.
The question is, why did it have to come to this? Or this could have been addressed in '67.
Because of Israel's unique ties with America.
That's all that is. Still,
Yeah, but the Gaza Strip was bigger than this. Okay, it was looking like an L shape from the maps of the old days. You know, and then once after the 6 Day War, they took more land.
Yeah, so I'll just explain this, right? Israel's history with America, especially after Israel betrayed the USSR to be with America, is what kind of really started off and kicked off, especially with the involvement of Robert Maxwell, right? May he be cursed in his grave, and may God put him into the deepest pits of hell. So he essentially made it to where that the lobbying groups were putting money into the hands of the politicians that would support Israel, so on and so forth. The understanding being that as long as there is a understanding of foreign policy that benefits Israel, right, then they will continue to get funding. This is an idea that Robert Maxwell called his, political child, right? And because of this, and politicians wanting to win and reseat themselves, despite whatever party we're talking about, this is how Israel has kind of blossomed under the American government skies. Now, with this being said, however, that does not mean that it was always going to be immune to pushback. In fact, a lot of the things AIPAC does is it manages the view of Israel in the eyes of the Americans, while other lobbying groups in other countries does the exact same thing. They can't always protect all the news that comes out. And I think what's basically happened is that there has been a insane tsunami of information of what the hell Israel has been doing to the point where people are able to see it, and these guys can't make them go away fast enough. There's not enough bullshit they can spew online to flip the narrative the other way. And mind you, everyone before Trump has basically told Netanyahu, you need to calm your jets, you need to cool off, you need to walk back some things you've done. So we can continue to do this systematically in a proper manner, because they wanted to do it slowly. Trump, being the idiot that he is, sped it up, and now everyone can see it for what it is. So they're going to lose everything just because they sped it up out of nowhere, and that's how we came to this.
So I do want to respond. Sam, by the way, U.S. was the first country to recognize, I'm talking to the Sam down in the audience, the Zionist Sam. U.S. was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. You gotta get your facts straight, instead of bullshitting. Since, and even the UN partition plan, the U.S. was part of it. Amos is here, he's actually a Nazi. Let's talk to the Nazi. What's up with you, Amos? How you doing? Good morning. Are you okay today, Amos? It's gonna be showering match again. You never answer any questions. I ask you a whole bunch of questions. You never answer a single question. You always ask who pays me, why I get paid, am I pooping, I poop here, I shit here on this fucking app.
So if you don't answer me, why should I answer you?
You never answer. I do answer you. I gave you a whole bunch of answers.
You never answer me. Who pay you to sit here all day?
I gave you the answer. You're just a Nazi. What do you want me to do?
That's the answer?
Yeah, well, I gave you the answer. Who paid me? Nobody paid me.
So you waste all your day to quarrel with people here, to block people.
That's it.
Shout on people.
That's
your waste time in life.
You're wasting my time. You don't answer any questions.
I'm wasting your time. I don't answer any dummy question.
You never answer any questions. You never answer any questions.
You expect me to answer what you want me to answer.
Yes, I ask you yes or no question, but you never answer any fucking questions.
There is no yes or no for me.
It's either yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
That's what you want. It's not what I will.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Is Israel starving kids in Gaza?
No question, don't ask. It is yes, no, and I cannot respond.
Is Israel?
You give me the exam only to say yes or no. That's the only opportunity.
That's the only thing, yeah. Yes, I don't want your stupid speech.
You don't want me to speak. You want you.
No, you can speak. You can speak, but you have to say yes or no. And then explain.
Lies.
You can explain. Stop acting like a fucking Nazi. Actually, you're worse than a fucking Nazi.
I'm a Nazi?
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi?
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi?
Worse than a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi? What?
Yeah.
Excuse if I'm worse than a Nazi.
Yeah. You are worse than a Nazi.
What about you? Did you look in the mirror this morning? Did you look in the mirror?
You look in the mirror yourself, a Nazi? You look in the mirror yourself? You kill people? You want to kill 20,000 babies to save your fucking 20 hostages? I don't know what you're on about, man.
That says that you represent the Palestinian, even that you sit in a house, in an office, in the stage, with air condition, it's coffee, leg on leg, you sit and speak, you're not in Gaza, you don't have any connection with them. But you think you're intelligent, yes? You think yourself.
I know I'm intelligent.
You're so, more dummy, liar.
It's a yes or no question again. Is Israel starving children?
There is no yes or no question.
Is Israel starving children?
You know the title in your picture. You know this tree under the flag. What is it showing this tree?
What is it showing? What kind of tree is it? Tell me.
I think you don't know. I know what is this tree.
No, I know what is this tree.
What is this tree?
Tell me, what tree is this?
I'll tell you after you tell me.
It's an olive tree. Olive tree.
It's an olive tree. It looks like Jolani's tree.
Yeah, it's not Jolani. It's olive tree that you steal. Your people, they steal even the fucking olive tree from the West Bank. The thief. The settlers are a bunch of fucking thieves. They don't even leave the olive tree. They literally take it out of the root. And I actually try to look into it. And guess what they use? They bring in the equipment to fucking take it off the root. How the fuck would you take this tree out? You know? Like they're fucking thieves. And they're allergic to olive trees, by the way.
You stupid dummy, if you represent...
You are a fucking dummy. You are a fucking dummy.
Hamas or Hezbollah or Houthim, I don't know what to call you.
You're Kahanis. You're the Kahanis.
Who do you represent? But let's say that you represent them. They choose those Palestinian leaders, by the way. It's not the Palestinians, it's the stupid leaders. They choose in a war. In a war, violently, I'm stronger than you. You can say lies and lies in this room, but in the real life, I'm stronger than you with my airplanes, with my tanks. Even there is, what is Amos?
With your tanks, with your American tanks, American money, American begging America.
Do you know what is Amos in the
My tax dollar, American tax dollar.
What is Amos in
fucking
the
dummy.
I ask you a simple question. Let's see if you know what is Amos 1 in the sky. In the sky, not in the ground, on the sky. What is Amos 1?
Amos wants to kill 20,000 babies to 20 hostages.
One in submarine in the sky. What you call the American when they say to send to the moon? What do you call this machine?
The rocket?
Not a rocket, a machine. People in
satellite. Satellite.
Satellite.
You want to send inside a satellite?
So there is a famous satellite from Israel, the first satellite of Israel, that's name is Amos 1. Let me teach you a little bit about Israel. This Amos 1 can see everywhere where you go. You can't run away from Amos 1. He controls you. So there is Amos 1 in the sky who control you, control every Palestinian leader everywhere he go. The people who sit in the ground can translate it.
So it's okay to spy on people.
Exactly. So
it's okay to spy on people.
The Jewish people are more clever than the Muslim,
You're no different than a fucking Nazi. That's a problem. You're just a Nazi.
They educated the people. Educated, not like
Amos.
Let's say
you Zionist Nazi.
I suspect you are an Indian. You are not a Muslim, but let's
say Zionist Nazi.
You, since you born, what your mother teach you when you were a little baby?
What did your mother teach you?
What she teach you is.
What did she teach you? To kill Palestinians? How to fucking rape Palestinian kids?
And how to kill. What is ISIS did? What is
ISIS is literally funded by fucking Israel.
In the 7th of October.
7th of October. What happened before the 7th of October? Did you kill people? Did you kill innocent children?
5 years. I didn't train nothing.
75 years.
So what happened in the 7th of October?
What happened on 7th of October? Hannibal Directive happened. Hannibal Directive happened.
20,000 children.
Yeah. The testimony from IDF was told not to show up at the border. You forgot about the testimony, huh? IDF testimony says that they were told not cancel the they were told not to show up at the checkpoints. You forgot about that, huh? Fucking idiot. I played the testimony. I played the clip for you the other day.
What? No, I don't play any clips.
I did play the clip yesterday for you.
I know them. I don't need.
You're an idiot. You are a Nazi fucking idiot.
Every clip you put, like with two old people talking, joking, we keep Palestinian when we were young in 28.
I put the clip. Hold on. I played the clip about the idea. It was in Hebrew.
Then you clip a soldier, and I tell you that my nephew was together with this soldier in the same place.
How do you know? Yeah, maybe he survived. Maybe he survived. No, you're not. You weren't there on 7th of October.
Everything you think you know, I know better than you.
You were not there on 7th of October. Stop.
As I told you.
You were hiding in your kibbutznik.
You're so dummy. You're so stupid.
Were you driving a taxi on 7th of October?
I'm the 7th of October was Saturday. Nobody's working on Saturday.
Okay, so you were sitting home. You were sitting home.
You're so dummy. You're so dummy. You
weren't going at the rape party and dancing with the girls?
In the morning, till the night, give evidence. Evidence that you don't know nothing about. You didn't check the evidence.
I did check it. I checked it. Hannibal Directive.
Nothing.
Hannibal Directive.
So dummy, so stupid.
You are dummy, stupid, fucktard.
The lies from the morning till night, sitting in clubhouse, saying lies. And all the people are Hamasniks, yes, it's like Bibi Netanyahu sitting in the coalition, and all his ministers, yes, Bibi Netanyahu, right? Obey to the king. That's his rule. You obey to the king. Everything is similar between you to Bibi Netanyahu. A lot of things very, very similar. I can call you Bibi Netanyahu. It will be the same.
I call you a Nazi. You're a Nazi.
Yeah, you call me from the beginning.
You're Hitler. You're Hitler.
You think you're better than Chucky? Chucky called me.
You think you're better than a Hitler? You're worse than a Hitler. You're worse than a Hitler. You are worse than a Hitler.
Who is better, you and Chucky?
I talk with facts. I talk with facts.
Who hates me more, you or Chucky?
Chucky is mentally retarded truck driver. I'm not a truck driver. I don't smoke. He's a smoker. He's a crackhead.
Comparing between you and
Chucky is a crackhead. He's a piece of shit crackhead.
You are all dictators. You all.
Chucky is a piece of shit crackhead.
And if somebody don't agree with you, he's Hitler and Nazi and you know.
I have the data. I played the clip the other day. You deny the fucking clip. You deny everything. I send you a bunch of articles in the back channel.
Netanyahu, we just remove him. You know, very easy.
I send you Times of Israel. I send you Jerusalem Post. You deny everything.
You are a liar.
You don't even look at Haaretz. You know, you only care about, you listen to your stupid, disgusting radio that barely speaks about anything.
You know what is Haaretz? You know what is a newspaper Haaretz?
Yeah. You know when it was established? What year was established? Go tell me. Tell me what year was established.
I just want you to know what is a Haaretz in Israel. Do you know? Yes or no?
What year was established?
You don't know that you don't know.
What year was established? What year?
The leftists of the leftists, more leftists than me.
Yes. What year was established?
So when you understand the head of those people who write in Haaretz, then you know who are the people and what subject they are writing about.
What year? What year was established?
Nothing, not about Israel.
What year? Amos.
You come to teach Amos. You think, Amir will teach Amos.
You're a dummy.
Everything you come with me in any subject, I know better than you about subject you bring. Iton Haaretz, to all people who are talking, a soldier with you have a lot of, you like to take a lot of gossip. And from this gossip, you make the truth and the only truth. And you don't know that your food is gossip. It's nothing. It's nothing in Israel.
Israel is full of criminals.
You find 80 years old, maybe 90 years old, two old people who speak what they did in 48, in 56. So they were, at that time, the same Muslims did a lot of much more awful things.
No, they did not. No, they did not. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews.
You're so dummy.
Muslim protected the Jews.
And then you take a soldier, a simple soldier, I don't know who he is, who was, he said about the chaos which happened in the 7th of October. You tell Amos, and I tell you my nephew is an officer in the 7th of October on the board. One of the first soldiers who got killed. So you come to tell me, Amos, about what this soldier know or didn't know.
You were not there.
I don't need to be
okay,
there.
What happened on 7th of October?
Listen.
They lie all the time.
No, learn to listen, you dummy, dictator. Learn to listen. I have all the records that my nephew give orders. I have it alive. I just don't know how to put it here, but I have it.
Where is it? Give it.
I don't know. I can give you
the evidence, man. We can't just take you.
I can give you evidence of it. I can give you.
So this was from who?
I'm famous.
Your nephew died, right, on 7th of October?
Yes, I'm famous.
So how did you get the clips? How did you get the clips?
I have his records. Well, all the
who gave you his record?
The army gave me this record. Doesn't matter.
You don't think army lies? You don't think IDF lies?
How can they lie about the records when
my God, they fucking lie all the time.
They go to the mother and tell her our soldier died in the war. They must tell her the truth. They give a record of that soldier speaking. And they even say how good he was. And
IDF never lies. IDF never lies that much.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you asking too many how? They always lie. We know that.
IDF never lies that much. IDF is infallible, right? They're honest, pious people that never lie.
Listen, Amir, you are.
How could they not?
You are a wash brain. You have your opinion, and nobody can change your opinion. And I'm not so sure that nobody pay you for this opinion to sit here. I'm not so sure. Something is stinking in Amos's nose. Stinking. Why a person clever like Amir, I find myself looking after him. The first thing I come to Clubhouse, I find myself looking, where is Amir? Where is Amir? It's the first thing I do when I come to Clubhouse. Let's be honest. So you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. And I ask myself,
I'm not stupid.
So I ask myself, what a not stupid like Amir doing it from the morning till the night. I ask myself questions, but I don't believe your answers. You know, I don't believe everything. I'm not so dumb, Amir. Clever, you see, Sumut come, talk, he's fine, and then he go. They come, Fias, and then he go. You stay, sit here. You and AC, yeah? So let me understand, what are you doing here from morning till night? To pay you money for that. And before you give me a truth answer, I know if you are lying or not. Believe me, I'm enough experience in life to understand when you are lying or not.
I just told you I don't get paid almost. It's free. I do it for free. Because I care about the kids in Gaza. I care about the innocent people getting killed, the genocide. You know, that's why. I came from Twitter. You know Twitter?
But you don't care about the kids of Be'eri, and you don't care about the
kids
of Halon. You don't care about the kids of Niri.
What kids? What kids? The combatant? The one with the gun? The one with the gun?
We don't care about the kids who go to dancing.
How many? So dancing, they didn't have the gun?
Yeah.
They never walked over to their cars to grab the gun.
Yeah. You just care about the bayah.
No, Amos, listen to the question. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Yes or no? Yes. The answer is yes. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. You know, they...
To answer you yes or no, I don't listen to your question, so you can ask.
Okay, my question to you.
Daniel and Hannah, look at the chat. Daniel and Hannah listening.
My question to you, at the rape party, right, where they're smoking, doing a whole bunch of drugs, right? Whole bunch of drugs. They're doing, you know, all types of drugs. And, you know, when this attack happened, right, the 7th of October, they did not go to their cars to grab their weapon because a lot of them have served in the IDF and they have weapons. They have open carry law. For the people that are reservists, that have served in the military, did they walk over to their cars? Yes, no. To grab their weapon. That's my question. And the answer is yes, they did. They did go to their fucking car to grab their weapon. And the next thing, the Hannibal directive was applied. We have testimony from the IDF. He got in touch with the on a WhatsApp group from the people that are on the ground.
I wonder, Amir, how much you care about those children that you say that they go to the cars to bring their guns and blah, 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 blah. And all these lies.
Yes.
But I wonder if you care the same about those children of the Palestinian. If you care all the children or only one side children?
No. This is the problem. If you have served in the military and you have a weapon, you're a combatant. This is what you don't get. Majority of the people, the Israeli Jews, they have served in the military.
You tell me how many children under 18 were in the party of nobody, no?
How many were there?
how many children that
At the party, hold on.
mother was babies with the mother were in the party, you know?
Almost at the rape party, this was with the drugs and whatever. The kids were not allowed. You know this, right? And it was a drug party with the drugs. One day prior.
Let's say that it was a party.
Oh my God.
Let's say, what is it of your business?
Why would the kids be allowed at the drug party? Why would the kids be allowed? It's literally young people dancing at the fucking party.
So what? What is it of your?
So it wasn't the kids. It was combatant. They had fucking weapons.
So you want to explain that those kids were drugs? They were smoking drugs. And
they were doing drugs.
So you out to kill them, to rape them, to murder them, to cut them.
No rape. Okay, what is it? Can you give me the name of the victim? Can you give me the name of the victim? Who got raped? Give me the name of the victim. Yeah, give me the name of the victim. Who got raped?
It's written over there.
No, I need to know. Can you please give me the name so I can look into it? Because I don't know who got raped. Can you please give me the name?
You know, after they killed them, how they cut their breasts and how they cut their head, and how they what they did to the body after they killed it. You stupid. You say I'm a Nazi. Yes, I'm a Nazi.
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
I don't know the names.
You don't know the fucking name, then why are you making a claim?
Or there is a movie they took from the body of the Nuh.
Give me the name of the person that got raped.
There are movies of all what I said. This movie, where did they make this movie? From the body of the.
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped?
The cameras themselves about.
Okay, can you give me the name? Okay, no name.
I don't know the names. Why should I say names?
Okay, you don't know the name, then shut your fucking mouth. You don't know the fucking name.
How many get kids? 1,500?
No. Hold on. It was almost. It was 1395 first, and then they went down to the figure 1195. You know those 200 are Palestinian civilians. All right, your people killed the Palestinians with the Hannibal Directive. The bodies were so burnt really badly they couldn't even tell which were Palestinians versus the Israelis. And out of the 1195, 500 of them were fucking IDF soldiers. 695 were civilians. Hold on.
So who caused to this chaos? Who caused it?
Who caused it? What do you mean who caused it?
Who caused it?
Your people did. Netanyahu did. Netanyahu told them not to show up at work on 7th of October. Did you hear the testimony? Do you want me to play it again?
I heard the soldier about, he didn't say that they get orders. He just says that he want information. The only record you have is a soldier who asked questions, that's all. And he didn't get any answer, by the way. I heard what the soldier said, and I heard about what this testimony about one soldier. At least I can identify another soldier I know. Yes?
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
Well, I say, why you have only one soldier? You know how many in the Gdud, in the Pluga? You know how many soldiers? We're all, only one soldier you give me, that's all. Believe me, if there was
Maximilian?
Together with the Magaz.
Who is this schmuck? Is he an Israeli?
This guy is Israeli. He's a kid. He lives inside Israel.
Israeli, that partially makes him okay with his ignorance. But I really want to ask this guy. I don't know you, Amos, right? But I am Jewish.
Did you say Amos?
Pardon? Amos.
I thought he said Amos.
Maximilian, this is your picture? Maximilian.
Pardon?
This is your picture on the title? Is it you?
Yeah, you don't even have a picture, and if you want to make fun of my looks, I have a joke for you. Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious?
You know what I'm going to say, yes? Okay.
Yeah, You want to hear it, Anus? Okay, here it is. You know what a trans person speaks in Israel? Hebrew. You schmuck. You know, you put the Nazi in Ashkenazi. And I think you don't even like to have serious discussions. The thing that really bugs me, besides you just insulting my looks, and I have long hair, and I'm more masculine than you. I'm 77 years old. You probably don't even have hair. You don't even have hair on your dick. Listen, Anus. Do you want to have a real discussion, or do you just want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to have a real discussion, or do you want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to? Wait a minute. Can you say something? Can you say something intelligent? Can we have a back and forth that's semi-intelligent? Thank you. Now I want to make a statement.
One condition: we have the same time to talk.
Yes, okay. We can even have, if you like Amir, seems like a very reasonable fellow. How about he keeps 1 minute or something? You say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. What do you think about that?
As long as you let me say what I want to say.
I will. I absolutely will. But with Amir,
Okay, let's speak. I don't have to time you guys. I must let him speak for 1 minute, and then you respond back. Okay? So go on Maximilian, and then when you're done, just let respond.
I actually like you to actually time it. I like this official, no just guessing. Okay?
Okay. All right.
No, really, Amir. I mean it.
Let's do it.
Okay. I'm going to start with my statement. Is that Amos, as an American Jew, I feel that you have a view of the world which is making it more dangerous for Israel, that makes it more dangerous for me as a Jew, and is having a 180-degree opposite effect on myself, especially as a non-Israeli Jew. What you guys do there and how you look at it, I might think it's full of it, but I'm not feeling. I put America first. I do not think that Israel comes first before the United States as an American. We're going to have differences. I can understand you want to do what you want to do, so to speak, in Israel, but I also feel like it's kind of I guess I'll say it, it's very ignorant. It's hard for me to imagine that the Israelis think that you guys did not know what was going on at the border before this attack. It's been said, and I believe it, that even a cockroach could move on that border. And Israel goes in and kills people inside of Iran, far away, inside of their government, and then they don't know they're going to be attacked. So I think that's obvious that the Likud and the greater Israel, which I find abhorrent and terrible personally, is in control and pushing their agenda. And I also believe that the Netanyahu, and you'll probably call this a conspiracy theory, but nevertheless, I believe they've got.
Time.
Okay, go ahead. Well, thank you.
All right, Amos, you got a minute. Go on, Amos.
People I don't know. They like to speak and speak. So lonely in the house, there is no wife, no children to listen to him. So they come to clubhouse, speak and speak and speak. So many nonsense. I'm Jewish, American. Don't know what they want to say, what they want to ask. He's a Jewish American. What is his connection? Israeli, Palestinian country. Who is he coming from? He said by himself that I'm going to joke about his looking. So it's okay. He had a problem of outsider looking, but it's a problem that he don't have the tact to know how many rubbish in so short time he's speaking.
Are you done, Amos? That was your response? That's it?
What should I respond for? What did
You're just a dumbass, man. Seriously, you can't even respond to what Max has said. Oh my god.
Aramis. I think that you, personally, I believe Jews have and I've read it, we have a higher IQ than most Americans, and this might sound insulting or we're not supposed to say that. And, however, I think you single-handedly, you by yourself, Amos, have lowered the Jewish IQ because you're not even making sense. For me, for the United States, it's like as if I had a best friend. If Amos was my best friend, and we would go out, and we'd go to restaurants, and you would start fights. You would start insulting people in the restaurant because you didn't like the way they looked, or they made fun of your beard or whatever you got going, right? So if I got every night I went out with you, Amos, and you got in a fight, and I got beat up because I was trying to protect you, that's what I would get rid of you. I wouldn't be your friend anymore. And that's what I think. I'm making an analogy in case that's a little above your head, Amos, is the fact that the United States is being pushed into an agenda that is not good for it. You guys want to have your own war? I don't care in a sense. I just want to give you a nickel more. You're on welfare. You're on welfare.
Okay. You want to speak? Are you gonna respond, bro? You don't respond to anyone.
When is my time?
Okay, speak.
And I wonder if the time and stop it. Listen, the little I heard from you, Maximilian, let me ask you a direct question. Try to be as honest as possible. How much money you have in your bank account? How many millions? How many millions you give to Israel to build hospitals? Be honest, Maximilian. How many money you give to Israel?
Does that mean, did you want to keep talking?
We give $3.6 billion every year, almost 3%.
How much money you give to Israel?
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure we're following a rule here, Amos, because you could talk another minute. I can answer you now if you would like.
Yeah, but try to be honest and direct. $2 million I give to a hospital in Beersheba in the Soroka. I built a room for emergency something. Tell the truth. Who are you?
Well, first of all, I don't understand the logic of it. The fact that you want to do something within your country for people that it sounds like you want to do good for certain people, I find that commendable. I'm not going to complain about that. But there's a lot of countries. There's the Kurds. I can name 20 people.
Ask you a simple question. How much money
Zero.
Not a shekel.
Not a nickel. Not a dime. Can you hear me? Amos.
So I didn't give it for $1. That's all. That's a direct, not a philosophic question of 1 hour. Say, I was here wrong. I have no money. I'm a bus driver in the United States. I didn't give any shekel to the Israelis. Say, can you say it loudly and clearly that you didn't give any shekel to Israel?
Amir, would you do the 1 minute with this guy because he's clearly a schmuck. He can't follow rules even. I think he has Alzheimer's a little bit, and maybe we shouldn't pick on him.
I don't know, man. I've been trying to get an answer.
Well, you're like the martyr. You're like the Mother Teresa of Palestinians.
I've been trying to get an answer out of you.
I don't even understand what you get out of talking to individuals like this because he can't even make a coherent. He can't make a coherent thought.
And I tell you now.
He's trying to come up on just unmute and
I tell you. Let me 1 minute. I don't need more than.
Okay, go on.
With my experience, all those rich Americans who give Israel money, they think they have the right to be rightist and Zionist and try to curse me. And then I said, who are you? Who are you, Maximilian? You come with a strong opinion for America against America. What you connected to the conflict? Keep your mouth shut a little bit.
Even at your 77, usually I'm looking to all people as a clever one, not you, civilian, you dummy.
Okay, are you done? Okay, go on, Maximilian.
Well, first of all, I've given zero to Israel. Let's put it that way. I'd rather give money to a homeless cause in the United States than any money to Israel, first of all. And first of all, I know it doesn't make sense to me what you say. First, you tell me I'm a millionaire, then you tell me I have no money. I'd like you to make your own decision about that. And I'd like to see the top of your head to see if you have any hair. But aside from that, your lack of testosterone and your lack of, you just don't have good logic. You know, I understand you're emotional, but it feels like I'm talking to an hysterical woman or a teenager that's not making any sense. That just wants to insult me. You know, I understand you have a difficult situation, right? But take care of it yourself. I'm done.
Be careful. Don't make that hanging there for people. Israel without America, they ain't nothing.
Pardon?
No, he's talking about Israel. Israel without America, they ain't nothing.
That's what I said.
For them.
Well, that's what I mean. I think we should just let them quit pushing us around, and you know, there's plenty of other places we can put our money. And people that want to put us in a war, countries that want to put us, that think they're doing things directly against what I think is.
We're going against the whole world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's how they treating us like this. Ain't no we ain't doing shit.
Right, but if you got a knucklehead like this, I understand it's a little bit. I enjoy being able to vent my emotions about a knucklehead like this, right? But there are very intelligent people like Netanyahu's no dummy, but he's. But I wouldn't trust him with a 10-foot pole, right? So this guy's just an unfortunate person that's emotionally like a little teenager.
This is the problem with this guy, right? Apparently, Amos, this is what happens with the Jewish people that don't support Israel.
Yeah, then you consider it.
The self-hating Jews, they wrote it in the chat for you, Max. So these people, Daniel is an atheist. I don't even know how he's a Jewish person. You have the other people like Sam, he's another idiot, right? Doesn't have any fucking knowledge.
I want to know who is the man I'm speaking with. And I want to know who is Maximilian.
You don't answer any questions. Why do you lie all the time?
I want to know what is profession, what is in a pension now, what is he doing in his pension, if he is married, if he has grandchildren, he has something else to do instead of sitting in clubhouse and argument about things he don't understand nothing about. I wonder what is a 77 years old American, Jewish American, it doesn't matter, he can be Christian or Buddhist or whatever. What is of this business? What's going on in Israel? Why not in between Russia and Ukraine? Why not in
I'm against that also, by the way.
Sudan? What do you want to do? Because you're Jewish, you give yourself something to attack Israel, maybe? Who are you? Well, tell me something about yourself. Married, children, grandchildren. What you can do?
I've been married for 35 years. I've had
75 years old?
Yeah, 77. I got married when I was 42. So, Ada, I don't even understand your line of thought. It's like basically you're saying somebody has a different opinion of you and your country, and the majority of the people in your country might be in favor of that, but at least 10% of the people in Israel probably think like I do, I imagine. And you probably think they're stupid, right? Would I agree with that?
You only imagine.
Oh, okay. There's like 10 There's
Who's
10
cursing
people.
you in the chat? At least 3 people are cursing you in the chat. So, who are you? You don't read the chat. I read the chat sometimes. What
I can read it, but I don't care about the chat.
They know you better
I'd
than
rather
me.
have
I
a
see you the
discussion
first
with
time.
you, Enos.
I see you the first time. I don't know you, but I see how people cursing you
Well,
in the chat.
you make a lot of statements. Well, what other people think is irrelevant right now, too, Enos. I mean, I don't ask you. I have no idea what your sex life has been over through your life. How many people have reviled you and don't like you in business? Whether you've done any real business in your life, whether you've worked as an electrician, whether you've been a plumber, whether you're a geophysicist, I don't know. I'm just talking about
I'm a bus driver.
Well, my gosh. You know, why are you on such a high horse? Why are you talking as if that's some kind of special position that gives you a right to talk, and you're talking about, well, what am I? Am I whatever? I don't know.
I tell you what.
You're implying I'm a homosexual.
I tell you what. I live in Israel. I live this country.
I live in the United
Since the
States.
day I born. Since the day I born, I live the conflict.
I
So
agree.
you're Jewish in America. What you connected? Maybe you have some relatives. So what? You live in America. Stay in America. What's up your business? Don't
Well,
tell
in America,
America.
if you think,
Go to
listen,
Donald
you let me,
Trump. Go to Biden.
Enos,
Go to Obama.
shit. You won't even let me talk. You ask questions, but you won't let me respond. Can I respond? Okay. I agree with your argument. I should have nothing to do with Israel, and Israel should have nothing to do with us, in the sense of us giving you all that money, right? If you agree that it doesn't make sense for me to give an opinion about Israel, then you should think that Israel should have no opinion or not need the help of the United States. Why do you care about the United States? Why do you care that you want us to help you? Because you're not strong enough as a country without blackmailing the United States into doing stuff they do not want to do. That's my opinion. That's not in our self-interest. I understand you as an Israeli wanting what you want to do. I don't care about that, or well, it makes sense to me, right? But it's out of proportion the fact that the Congress and is all bought off by and influenced by, it's clever, it works, but it just sort of creates more of the stereotypes of Jews. I think it's working against you, and I think why do you think it's just the poor little Jews, and that's why the whole world that used to be kind of supportive of the Jewish nation?
But the point
Pardon?
is the point is the end of the sentence, it was finished sometime.
Yeah, you're complaining. Do you want to go back to the 1 minute?
Yeah.
Maximilian, to add to your point, Amos, do you know that Maximilian is a Jew? Okay? Thanks to Netanyahu. Hold on. Thanks to your criminal Zionist entity, anytime you kill a baby or mother or father, do you know what's happening throughout the world? They're starting to hate the Jews because they're looking at that the Jews are killing the babies, killing everybody. Unlike yourself, this is what's happening.
Okay.
So, hang on. Jerusalem is a holy place for all the Jews. You see what I'm saying? And you don't own the Israel. Okay? So calm your tits down. If Maximilian tomorrow, if he wants to do Aliyah and get a citizenship, he has as much right as you do. Okay?
Okay, mute yourself. Are you Maximilian? I give you 2 minutes a speech about the Americans. You are an American represented by Biden, by Donald Trump, by Obama. You're controlling Israel. You could do a great thing if you control Israel by your money. But don't think that everything what you do is the right thing. And don't think that Bibi represent the Israelis. The Donald underground what to do. They are terrorists. We kill all their leaders. Until today, they keep 20 alive, 50 hostages, 20 alive, nobody knows which conditions. They, from their favorites, want to show a movie of the hostages, what they're doing to them, how they starving them, those animals under the ground. So they bring outside the movie to make us fighting each other against the other. But you as an American, with a lot of people say, now Donald Trump will tell Bibi, you know Donald Trump, the airplane of the Israelis were going to attack Iran. Donald Trump said, Bibi, take your airplanes back with all your bombs and don't bomb Iran. So Bibi tell the airplanes to come back. 50 airplanes were on the way to Iran and they turn around without attacking Iran. So if Donald Trump would say, Bibi, take all your IDF outside in Gaza and come to agreement with the Palestinians and push more Bibi than the Palestinians because he cannot control the Palestinians, he can control Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't know who are all those Jewish American advisors he had around him, but he make a big mistake. He make a big mistake that he let Bibi do what he wants. But now he sees the results of what he give a free hand to Bibi. Bibi want to go out tomorrow and take all Gaza. Who give educated to these 2 million? Who give them medicine? Who give them food? Who give all those people? No, this we don't do. So this clever person do exactly what he want. He give Ben-Gvir and Smotrich to give us coalition.
Hang on. The mic was on. Almost let him finish. Go on now.
So if Donald Trump was clever and he had a good advisor, we tell him to start push a little bit more Bibi than the Palestinian, which he had no control of. Maybe, I'm not so sure, because we lost, from my perspective, we lost this war. If we cannot release 50 hostages in Gaza, we lost them. We have to go on our knees and beg to the terrorists, to the Nusrat, please release our hostages and give them whatever they want and take the IDF outside of Gaza. First, all the time since I know myself, if Israel have an hostage in Russia, in Iran, in Antebbe, Israel will do everything to release first the hostages after 2 years. You saw how the terrorists joking on us what they're doing to our hostages. They did a Holocaust number 2 in Israel, inside the Nova, inside the Kibbutzim.
There was no Holocaust.
Running, raping, murdering.
Stop it. There was no Holocaust number 2.
I want to respond to your one point. You made a claim that Trump told them to come back. They were on a fighter jet. Do you know what they did with the bombs? They threw them on Gazans. I think you forgot about that. You need to look into it. When they were coming back, they started throwing the leftover bombs.
You lies. When you start you lies and lies, you start with you lies.
It's a fact.
I don't know where you bring all these lies from.
That's a fact.
All the bombs that go to Iran, they put on Gaza. Gaza is a little
They did.
The lies and lies and lies again and again and again. Amir, I'm not the one who lies.
Are you finished?
Wednesday.
Are you finished speaking?
Everything what connected with you, I'm not finished.
Are you finished speaking?
With you, yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck if it's with me. You're on a panel with people in the public, so I'm gonna speak now. So shush. I mean, for you to say Holocaust number 2, are you serious? Because I think the Germans killed 6 million of them.
that you are just grandstanding and exaggerating. And if Hamas is such a terrorist group, why did I said shut up? Why did Bibi Netanyahu hand them money since 2014 through Qatar? When he didn't have to directly hand Hamas money. He could have worked through a third party like the UN, or they have so much data, so much face recognition, has a whole record of every family living in the Gaza Strip. They could have gave that money to the civilians instead of handing it to Hamas. So you're the ones that are working with terrorists. If they're such terrorists, why are you working with them? There's other ways of giving that money to the Gazan civilians in the Gaza Strip through United Nations, a third party, or you could have just gave a budget or an allowance to every family member in Gaza. You guys got so much information on them. You know every family that lives there. So this whole thing of Hamas was the acting government in the Gaza Strip, that's weird. That's weird, because you just gave money to a fucking terrorist group. That's why when Amir says it's a self-inflicted October 7th, it is. And just you saying, Holocaust number 2. Bro, shut the fuck up. You're projecting what happened in Nazi Germany, which was a horrible thing that happened to the Jews, to the Gypsies, to people of color, because they killed black Germans too, people with disabilities, to the Arabs. Listen, the Arabs did not commit the Holocaust. You guys been projecting what happened to you guys since 1945 no 48 on the Arabs. Get over it already.
47,
Direct that anger. 47, sorry. Direct that answer or direct that anger to who did it. To the Germans. Fuck, man.
Your people are doing Holocaust to the Palestinians.
I agree.
You don't know that, huh? More than 60,000 people dead.
And and it's like you learn from the Germans. You obviously learned something from the Germans. Or living in Europe for so long, you guys learn how to be colonizers. If you say this is your holy land, this is your land, and you guys lost 3,000 years ago, y'all left and became monsters when y'all came back. Really sick and tired of you guys being the victim anymore. You're not the victim. Y'all were able to use that Holocaust card a long time ago. But it's not anymore. It's the 21st century. Can't do it. You guys are the enemy. You guys have become Nazis. And you guys don't see it. You don't see it. But the world sees it. The world sees it. And then you guys gonna hide behind everyone being anti-Semitic, everybody being anti-Semitic. The whole world can't be anti-Semitic. At this point, you're the fucking problem.
You wanna respond now?
respond to every guys and every crazy woman.
No, there's not a crazy woman. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. You just had a whole fucking monologue with fucking lies. Talking about Holocaust number 2. What? Compared to what? Compared to what? You're gonna compare October 7th to what happened to you guys in Nazi Germany? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Tell me something, Wednesday. Where are you right now?
Are you fucking not? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Where are you right now?
Why the fuck you care, bro?
I ask you, where are you now? It's a secret. I can't
Why do you care?
I wonder.
Why don't you wonder anything about me, sir? Sir, of all people to wonder about, don't wonder about me. Be a married man and wonder about your wife. Such an odd question to ask a single woman when you're a married man.
Did you open the room?
Such an odd question to ask. Such an odd question. Such an odd question. I was trolling you. Get over it. Get over it. Oh my god. It was a troll. Oh my god. This is why you can't. Amir, this is why you can't give old people some kind of you can't troll them this way. Because I'm gonna forever hold this down.
Can you explain what did you mean?
You're like a dog that's been abandoned for years. Anybody shows any affection to you. Oh my god.
I open a room.
I was trolling you. You threw me down to the audience. So I wanted to fucking troll you. Get over it.
Yes, get over this.
God, jeez.
Dummy, you're so uneducated.
I'm a dummy.
So stupid.
You're the dummy. But I am glad that you admit it. You admit that you guys lost. Almost 2 years. 2 years you still haven't gotten a mouse.
Depends who am I talking with, you know.
The only reason your economy is doing okay right now is because it's an active war. And the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keeps on giving you money.
When you look from
When the United States giving you money. But I think Trump trying to do some stupid shit when it comes to FEMA. I think that, listen, you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I can talk for days. I don't care when you look from outside. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You come in just to lie, to say rubbish.
It's not a lie, it's not rubbish.
When I say
brainwash.
When I say
you are brainwashed. You are brainwashed. You are brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You're brainwashed to think that the Israelis are brainwashed to think you guys are better than everybody in the world. I asked you the question, and you couldn't answer me this question last time. I said, as an atheist, how do you feel that other religious Jews feel that they're superior to everyone else, that everyone is a goy, and you couldn't answer me that? See, I'm glad that you be quiet now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's so hard to get an answer out of you. I give you one thing, no, lie. Open your mind. Look into the facts and data. I don't know, man.
Yes, we know what the time now.
I don't know what the time is. Coexistence?
You don't know what the time now in Israel.
You can open coexistence?
No, in the afternoon. It's a sleeping time now. So I'm not going to waste my time on Wednesday on Yom. I'm going to sleep now.
Okay, good night.
I want to make commercials to my room before I sleep. 12 o'clock, existence. Come Daniel, come AC. Why AC is not on the stage? Why? What she's doing there?
I think she has a glitch. Ace, try unmute and come on up.
You know, I think I was really upset. And Amir, I was really upset to hear that Daniel was trying to
I had you back and I picked you tonight.
Just go to sleep, old man.
Go to sleep, almost go to sleep.
Go to sleep, old man.
Tell the room I give you a more.
Go to sleep, old man.
I'm talking to Lass now and tell her to come to my room.
Nobody cares. Good night.
Wednesday was so done.
Who is last, Carlos? Who's last?
Last, I gave her a moderator in my room. And she finished the room.
But I don't know, is this the same last?
She finished the room? What do you mean she boomed the room?
She closed it. Saturday I find myself without a moderator, down on the stairs, not in my room.
I would have boomed the room.
Almost, is this the same last or is it different last?
I think it's the same.
Are you sure this is different last?
I think it's the same. Because I had her back now. I was so angry.
Yeah, but this last is I think maybe it's a guy.
She only.
Oh, it's the same? Why didn't you tell me? I have to block this bitch. Get lost.
Well,
I didn't know it was the same one. Get lost, get out of my room. I didn't know. Because she accused me of fucking whole bunch of words in the back channel. She called me a whole bunch of names. Get lost.
You already.
Yeah. Out of my room. Get lost. Yeah, it's blocked. Yeah. Because I don't want that bitch coming in. She attacked everybody in my room. She attacked me on the back channel that I follow her. I come to the room. I am a creep. I try to flirt with her. Fucking bitch. I said provide proof. She doesn't have any proof. Fucking bitch. Cunt.
I've never.
No. She literally called me a pedophile and a whole bunch of shit on the back channel. I said, fuck you.
So what? So she called you.
Yeah. You can't do that when you don't have any evidence. I asked her for the evidence, no evidence.
You know how many Israelis call me pedophile? So what?
I don't care. I'm not almost. I'm not a low life like yourself.
Fuck that bitch.
That was last, right?
Yeah. She's trying to do the same thing to me, bro. And she's trying to.
I think she opened the room on your name. She called you pedophile or something, right?
She sent me a message and it was like a paragraph. It was mad, bro, trying to abuse me. And I was like, join the queue, honey. I've got a lot of admirers on this app. You know what I mean? This isn't the first. And then she tried to screenshot it. And I was like, read the whole thing, bro. Send the whole thing. You know what I mean? There's nothing. She tried, man. And she's like, she's done that before with someone else in one of my GK rooms. She tried to make it look like, what are you doing? At this point, it's too obvious, darling. You know?
I know. I kicked her out, man. I thought it was a he. This was a new one, I thought.
But you know, Amos, you see a woman in the room, you get a little woozy in the room, you give her the moderator. When Amos in the room, you know? Amos, you give the ladies the
Wait,
one in the room.
Isn't last from Palido? Isn't she Fatima's friend? Is that the last?
Yeah. She likes to start drama with everybody.
Yeah, she's weird. She's weird.
She's accusing me on the back channel, a whole bunch of shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, she was saying weird stuff.
She made a claim that I go into incognito mode and I'm a creep. I go into her room, I watch her and do this. I'm like, what? I said, provide evidence. And I came to your room. And then she called me a predator. She called me a pedo. A whole bunch of fucking words.
I think she's paranoid because of this incognito mode.
No, she called me a whole bunch of other words as well. I said, okay, provide evidence. You're making a claim, provide evidence. I come in and I told her, if you have a problem, stop following me around. Stop coming to my rooms. You're not allowed in my rooms. I blocked her. She actually blocked me first, and then I blocked her. And again, she started coming in here. I'm like, what? You don't do that. You know, and it's a permanent block from this room. Yes, yes, Andrew.
Why does he sound like not so close?
What did you say, Andrew?
We can barely hear you, bro.
We can barely hear you, Andrew. Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
Alright.
If Netanyahu doing what? Yeah, it's approved in the Knesset. This room was open based on that. I actually posted a Times of Israel article. Yesterday, they were saying that on Thursday it's going to be approved. It was yesterday or yesterday. And today, yesterday, time, California time, they approved it. So they are going to go in there. So 75% is already under occupation, and they're gonna come in and take over another 25%. Trump was asked, "Are you okay with the occupation?" He said, "I'll leave it to the Israelis." And the humanitarian aid, Trump is worried about those mothers that are that have to give breast milk to kids, babies, or whatever. And what else was it? Yeah. What's up, Free?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother, Germany just announced that they're placing an arms embargo on Israel.
Thursday?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard it.
Germany.
It just came.
You know what, Germany turn around. Oh my god.
Yeah, they said we're not gonna approve any weapons to be sent out to
Because
Israel.
those guys have been cucks, you know. Those are the real cucks, right?
Isn't Daniel from Germany? Isn't Daniel in Germany? By the way, Daniel, stop trying to control Edward, okay? I know you're fascinated with him, and I don't understand how you try to dictate how someone needs to speak and police tone someone. That's so fucking weird, bro. Aren't you weird? Stop police toning people.
He was telling, I heard, Daniel, you were trying to tell him to critique Palestinians and Palestine and Hamas in this room. I mean, have you ever done it yourself? Have you ever criticized and condemned the idea?
Never.
Right? And then you come in here and you want us to fucking condemn everything. Yeah, fuck you and fuck your condemnation. We don't give two fucks.
We would never do it.
I want to add this. Edward is a straight man.
Yeah.
Okay, he's a straight man. Whatever you think about it, he's a straight man.
Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
No, bro, you're a married man. Stop it.
Shit. Crazy, man. He's stalking, man. That Daniel, he's stalking, bro. He's stalking. I'm watching you, Daniel, man. I see the way you talk to men, bro. I see the way you talk to those men, bro.
Yesterday, just calling him. See, you lucky I didn't catch you calling him bitch and all this. The hell you calling him a bitch for? Like you acting like you're like a ex-girlfriend or something. A crazy ex-girlfriend.
I'm really disappointed over there, man. What the hell? Crazy, man.
Oh, Edward got fatal attraction.
Also, Trump, apparently Trump yelled at Netanyahu. He told Zelensky.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Trump yelled at Netanyahu.
He's always yelling at Netanyahu because Netanyahu thinks he doesn't have to listen to Trump, even though he's getting money from the United States. And I think he's getting Trump. Trump is a narcissist, bro. You can't. With him, with people like that, you always gotta be on their good side.
Free, how do you know that that's the same blast? Is that the same blast?
To be honest with you, that's a very good question. I know just from the way she talks on the chat.
Hey, bro, you said it with confidence, bro. We kicked
So
out
did she write anything?
Yeah, she engages on the chat regularly.
No, but did she engage in this chat? Do you see the messages?
Yeah, here? Yeah, she did. You have to scroll a little bit up.
Literally fucking called me a whole bunch of words in my back channel. I'm like, fuck you, block me.
I don't know about
What evidence?
Usually in the chat, she's like all in about pro-Palestine. She's always against the Zionists, but I don't know about the spec channel stuff.
Accusing me that I go into her room, I creep up on her, I try to flirt with her. What the fuck did I flirt with this bitch?
I swear she said that to me as well in the back channel. She's like, you always try to flirt with me. I didn't even know what she sounds like, who she was. I was like, bro, I don't even know who you are, bro. Like, I don't even recognize her. Talking about flirting with her. The hell? What's wrong with this woman? I told her, yeah, she's just weird, bro. She's just like, you know, some women, they just want, drama, so that's just what it is.
Well, she has to be here. She thinks around Fatima.
Since you day trade?
Whoa, what?
I heard you in a room talking about investing and trading investing.
Nah, I do swing trading, bro.
You?
Yeah.
You heard about sound now?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's got potential. I do more CrowdStrike. I do a lot of Nvidia CrowdStrike. AI stocks,
This was the AI stock, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I don't know much about it, to be honest. I heard it's good, I heard it's growing, but I don't know.
I went in on it,
Yeah. Yeah, no, this last 3 months has been crazy, bro. My portfolio is insane.
Daniel Roth needs to be re-educated. It can't happen. Nobody is offering in an industry that doesn't exploit benefit. I think the Zionist Jews, they need to be re-educated. The reason why, you can't have the clips from the yeshivas that are inside Israel. They teach their kids Jewish supremacy. I have a testimony from Emrose. Daniel, you remember you met Emrose? Yeah? She was born and raised inside Israel, and she's anti-Zionist. She said the same thing, Jewish supremacy. And I came across some videos. I was in a shock. They literally talking about, getting rid of the Arabs, or if you blow up Masjid al-Aqsa, what would happen, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. So this is the type of mentality you have inside Israel, and this is what they teach. This is what they teach inside some of the yeshivas inside Israel. And it's very disturbing. I would suggest you to try to, what is it called? I think they need to be educated really good, right? I think the new yeshivas will probably have to open up, once the Palestinians have their own state, and if they get the two-state, definitely, most definitely, stay on the fucking Jewish side of the whatever land it's called, and let them live their own thing, and stop freaking occupying it every other day, or every day coming in and trying to kill kids, or when you're occupying the land and destroying rocks with your fucking truck. This is the type of, they do this all the time. Right now, there's a Mahmoud Ibrahim, the kid. He's actually inside Israeli prison without due process. They're making a claim that he threw a rock at the fucking IDF truck.
his brother, Palestinian American that owned an ice cream shop in Tampa, Florida, he got killed, murdered by the settlers in the West Bank, and they let the settlers out. They took the settlers in for a day, they let them out. Like, well, what kind of a fucking apartheid system is this?
This is what they support, you know.
Garbage, shitty, no laws for the Palestinians and
They
no
support
protection for the Palestinians in the West Bank. It's only about fucking Israeli settlers and Israel, and that's it. You should look into it. That kid, he was 18-year-old kid, right? Tampa, Florida. He's a Palestinian American. He was sitting on his porch with the stupid fucking settlers, these criminal, Zionist fucking settlers. They came on his property. They started first trying to steal the tree, and then they start setting up a cage. And then he called them out. He said, "Get lost." They start beating the shit out of the kid, and they beat him to death. And guess what? Even the ambulance wasn't even allowed. There were so many fucking checkpoints. Ambulance couldn't even make it over there, and the kid actually died. Such a disgusting, what happens with the Palestinians in the West Bank. You seriously need to educate the settlers. And actually, as a matter of fact, all of you guys are fucking settlers. This is why Amos was saying yesterday that we have to sleep between 2 to 4 or something. We can't go out, it's bad for our skin. It's because you're not from that fucking country. If you were from that country, you'll be able to, go out and do what you need to do. You're from Ukraine, Russia, Poland, a whole bunch of these fucking countries. But they're never gonna learn. And you have the Arab Jews. You have a problem with that? If they're actually Arab Jews, I know you probably titled them Mizrahi Jews. They used to discriminate against Mizrahi Jews as well. Mohsen, you want to come on up? Are you Zionist? Do you support Israel or Palestine? What's up,
Half of Israel is turned on the country, let's be honest. They realize they don't think it's a democracy, they don't think it's a democracy, they don't think it's democratic, they don't think any of these things, bro. They hit the streets, Daniel's becoming a minority even in his own country, of Israel.
Bro, he lives in Germany, he ran away like a little bitch because he did not want to serve in the military. Mohsen, are you there? Mohsen?
Yeah, man. Good morning, guys.
Do you support Israel?
No, man, it's just my parents are Egyptian, and I was born in New York, and I was raised in Miami. I'm Muslim, and this is a horrible situation to watch. My question is, why are the Arab nations so silent? Why is everybody, not being even vocal and just speaking up? And
I have a counter question to you. Why is the Egyptian government is so buddy-buddy with the Zionist entity? Why did they stop the Tunisian protesters? Did not allow them into Egypt. They were going to go to the border and protest. Why is Al-Sisi was involved in blockade during, from 2007 and above, and after that? Why is Al-Sisi has the Rafah border crossings, blocked off? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things related to Egypt.
Why is his son selling getaway packages to Palestinians? His son was selling entrances into Egypt. Sisi's son.
So they were charging money.
Yeah, that guy's. I don't like that guy, man. I've only been to Egypt once. I want to go there and really see my parents. Where they came from and stuff. So I don't know, much about my country as far as what I haven't learned, just in school and doing research. But just watching this, and not hearing any of the no nations, man. Saudi Arabia, everybody has alliances with Israel, which I understand they want to keep the relationship good, but it's horrible for them to just sit here and be silent and not stand up.
So the aid that's coming in, that's coming to the Egyptian side, a lot of the countries are actually putting the aid in there, investing money. Now the issue here is the only border that you see is Egyptian border.
Yes.
It's not the other way around, right?
Yeah, man.
Saudi Arabia. So they're just trying to do it diplomatic way. They're supporting the ICJ, they condemn it, they want everybody to recognize the Palestinian state. It's just a mouthpiece, right? And then you have the UAE that has diplomatic relations with Israel. They're not going to do anything. While they were starving during the Ramadan, these fuckers were having, their iftar party with the Israelis. The disgusting scumbags.
Bro, I spent a year listening to rooms specifically on Twitter Spaces with thousands of people, Salomon's rooms, Yahuda's rooms.
Oh, you've been in Suleiman Ahmad's room? Okay, cool.
I've learned so much over the past year, and I've been in pro-Palestinian rooms and I've been in pro-Zionist rooms because I like hearing, both sides and what they're discussing. And nobody talks about a solution. And as soon as you bring up a solution, the conversation goes into arguments and it goes into, other conversations. But nobody talks solutions. There's really only two. The Palestinians and Israel come up with a two state, or this continues what we're seeing in Israel execute. So, but nobody wants to talk solution.
According to the Hamas charter, they agree on 67 borders, right? This is Hamas's position, and they asked, what is it called? Netanyahu wanted them to demilitarize, take the arms off, or whatever, and they said nope until we have a state, right? So now they, yesterday's news, they're about to occupy the whole Gaza. So they're going to occupy. It was already under occupation, 75% of it. Now there's another 25% that was left. They're going to occupy the whole thing. About 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, the Knesset, 22 of these psychopaths, genocidal maniac, they were trying to pass a bill, a resolution or something, to go into Gaza, to tour northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements or whatever. That guy Katz, the defense minister, he came out and he said, I'm going to, and he actually approved it. And I don't know if they already went inside or not. 22 out of fucking 34. This is how genocidal maniac these people are. They're already thinking about building settlements in the, in northern Gaza. So the solution is Hamas charter says 67 borders. Netanyahu denied it twice, once in 2015, once in 2023, right before the 7th of October in front of Security Council, UN Security Council.
Yeah, I read something where Trump has a partnership for like a Riviera hotel resort over there.
Oh no, that was what's the term? That was satire. The creator of the video came out and he said that was satire, and he came back.
I've been in the entertainment industry for almost 15 years, guys. I start on my educational doctorate degree this month. I went to film school. I've worked with hundreds of celebrities over the years, music videos, commercials, and documentaries.
Did you cut out?
Yes, that's me. My Instagram is disabled right now because of a reality show I shot. That something happened, so I'm getting my Instagram back. But what I wanted to say is the power of media is, I can't tell you guys how much influence media accomplishes, the messages that we put through the media. I worked on The Apprentice with Donald Trump when I was in film school. I have a contract with Live Golf. I'm at Trump's golf course once a year working the tournament, and I live 10 minutes from his house in West Palm Beach. I ride by his house on my bicycle, and I talk to his Secret Service all the time. There's no kind of, with the exception of people like Solomon, there's no Muslims. The media, we need to push more and put more. The influencers and the power of social media is very important in letting people know and showing. And I think that there has been, I don't know, on 100% scale, 60 to 65 compared to the Zionist media. And it's very hard to control. But I think that we need need to do more speaking like this, Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces, social media posts, commercials, and continue to make the kids aware, because the kids have the power, believe it or not, when it comes to this game with the media. I know people that do millions of views.
Lawson, I've got a question for you. I mean, you know the talking points. Why don't you get Suleiman Ahmad on CNN?
Well, Solomon had an amazing speaker yesterday, a journalist. So he's working his way to where he can leverage his influence. You see, I had to learn about that in my industry. You get the influence, but you have to figure out how to leverage the influence in your favor to create longevity and consistency and residuals and all kinds of stuff. So he's figuring out how to leverage the influence right now, and he's doing a really good job. So, and I'm in his rooms, and he's funny. He's a lighthearted person, so I like hearing his spaces. I love the speakers there. And there should be more rooms like that. And Yehuda is a Jewish guy, and I like him too. Guys, I grew up with Jewish people here. My parents moved me from Miami.
He lies it through his teeth.
Yeah, but I like him, bro, because he has sense and he talks good points. Yes, he favors his people.
Did you not see what he said in the Million Marathon? These are recorded spaces. He believes in killing babies.
No, I didn't hear that. And
you have Jonathan Big. His video went viral. His office got a whole bunch of calls.
I talked to those guys.
Yeah, but they're Zionists, right? The Zionists, meaning that they're baby killers. What do you expect?
What? Their space died when they left Clubhouse.
Okay, do you want the Jonathan Biggs clip? I'll put it in the chat for you. You can listen to it.
I'm not a fan of Jonathan or his partner. What's his name?
Yehuda was used to co-hosting on Twitter.
Yeah, I just hear Yehuda on Twitter. That's where I heard him. I never heard him on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's a genocidal maniac. He used to, and then this one Egyptian guy, he was undercover. He called himself intelligence or whatever. He was working for Egyptian government. He stole a bunch of money from women on Twitter, and then Yehuda used to co-host with him on Twitter Spaces, and then that guy disappeared because a whole bunch of women opened up spaces on that idiot. He was stealing money from women.
I think Yehuda realized something, and I think his spaces are more discussion-based and hearing people out now compared to then. And Jonathan Bing and those guys, I had a conversation about them managing their brand for that room. And I did, Nelson and him, I don't know. I didn't like the energy. So we just kind of went our own ways. But
so you worked with Zionists?
No, I didn't. We didn't do it. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, but Yehuda is a Zionist.
Yeah, I never worked with him. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Nelson and Jonathan Bing. I had a conversation with Nelson about managing his brand, but I did not do it. I didn't do it. I liked those guys in the beginning, and then when I heard some of the things they were saying, I just didn't agree with. And yeah.
And the Yehuda was the same. There's a whole bunch of recorded spaces. You should go listen to a whole bunch of what he did on Million Marathon.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I heard this shit. Yeah, Yehuda is another piece of shit, garbage. He came with this app as well, and then he disappeared.
Where are you from?
I can't say because I got death threats for running these spaces every day.
I was big on Clubhouse for years, man. When this thing opened, I had rooms, thousands of people in them. We used to have all kinds of different topic rooms and networking rooms, and I used to do celebrity interviews. Yeah, this was during COVID times.
Yeah, 30 days ago.
Yeah, it was fun. We had fun on this app back then, man. But yeah, now I just jump on, man. I just jump into topics that I like. I look, if there's nothing going on Twitter Spaces, I come on here. But you guys, I appreciate you guys letting me speak, and I appreciate you guys having a conversation about this topic as well. So I'm gonna.
We talk about the solution all the time, Melissa, but look, if you support the state called Israel, right, the Zionist entity, And if you want Israel to exist, that actually makes you a Zionist, right? Now, if you say you want the Israel to exist, which means you support the how the state was created in the first place. In 47, you had the ethnic cleansing happen after the Arabs denied the partition plan. And it turned into a full-blown war in 48. And then after they called it Israel, whatever, right? They kicked out a whole bunch of people, women, a lot of people, they even raped little girls from one village to another. And then they, what you call it, they even did, when they called it Israel, right after that, there was a war, but the Arab side wasn't prepared for the war. They didn't have proper uniforms. They weren't ready to fight. And these other Zionist mofos, they were ready to fight. They had the freaking weapons because they've been doing attacks, since the 40s. Actually, in 1937, they did a Black Sunday, and they booby trapped fucking cucumber boxes, milk containers, and whatnot. And they even tried to approach a Hitler because British decided not to give these people a state. After the Peel Commission report, the white papers, they decided not to give these people a state. 1939. You see what I'm saying? And then 10 years from that day, it was supposed to be a Palestinian state, not a fucking Israeli state. And this is why they approached Hitler 1940 to 41. It was a Lehi Jewish militia gang. And, then it turned into a shit show. The Nazis, they denied it. They're like, nope, I'm not going to help you, whatever. And then they slowly started doing a whole bunch of these attacks. The first attack they did was, I believe, 44, 45, and then 45, 46. Even in 47, they actually killed, what was it, two commanders from the British Mandate. Even the U.S. president was fucking terrorized. They sent letter bombs to the U.S. president, Harry Truman.
You should do voiceovers, do a YouTube, and you should put all of this information on YouTube and make a bunch of money, and just have a documentary channel and just teach people.
No, everybody knows.
You know what else?
A lot of people are well aware of it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you can just, if you like doing that and like having these discussions, you should monetize it. I was gonna say too, a lot of my friends that are Jewish that I grew up with in America, in Miami, they don't support this. So would you consider them Zionists as well, or no? The people that don't support this, because there's some Jews that don't.
Do they support Israel for a right to exist?
I think all of them do, yes, because when all of them.
That makes them a Zionist.
Got you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So now, let's say you come across somebody, a Jewish person, that says it doesn't need to exist or whatever, the way it was created. So that person believes in political Zionism. So that believes in religious Zionism.
Is that the same as a Jewish person that thinks the two-state is fair and wants to just live in peace?
Yeah. But if they say the right to exist, for Israel, then that makes you Zionist. Now, if they go two-state solution, that's a different thing. But you have to keep in mind political and religious Zionism. So some people, they believe in religious Zionism that are protesting, that are anti-Israel because this is the way the state was created. It was created which goes against the scripture. You know what I'm saying? So the people that believe in religious Zionism, they believe in the end times. That when Mashiach comes in, and they're gonna go back to their homeland. That's a different story. That's like for the end times.
You know what else was very interesting to see, Amir? When October 7th happened, there was a lot of influence for the Zionism, even now, but then more. But then look what happened probably somewhere around 3 to 4 months ago. I feel like there was a lot more people that were realizing what Israel was doing and started speaking out more, even in public. Somewhere around 3 or 4 months ago, everybody started waking up and they're like, man, this is not right. It's got to stop at some point, right? So now it's even more, awareness, which was very interesting to
everybody was, pretty much, they were looking at Hamas as terrorists, Palestinian terrorists, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they start doing more and more attacks to schools, hospitals, and this and that, people started changing their positions. And now this app is a majority pro-Pali. The pro-Israeli side is like, you could say maybe less than maybe 100 people or 200 people, or maybe 500 people. But the rest of the other rooms, even the black spaces, they're, majority they support the pro-Pali because they see it resonates with how the black folks in America were enslaved or whatnot, how they were treated. That's how Israel's treating the Palestinians for over some years, treating them like fucking slaves, treating them like shit.
Yeah, I go into random rooms and I hear, excuse me, I hear a lot of people blaming a lot of things on Israel. Even if it's not related to Gaza, but just direct relation to our, politicians and just political and APAC and all that stuff that's going on. And there's a lot of just white Americans that are not, in favor of, being partnered with Israel in any way. So there's a lot of those spaces that I'm hearing people speak up on, or not on against Israel. I'm just curious to see where this is all going to end up, because you got Donald Trump coming in here, and I supported Donald Trump for a long time. More as an entertainer, the fact that he wasn't a politician, he was more of a businessman. I wanted him to have more of an Elon Musk approach when he came into this position, but I think his emotion carries a lot of his conversations and statements and actions, which is very dangerous for us here in America. And 6 months into his presidency, or 7 months now, he's upset a lot of people. And I'm very curious to see where that goes. We got 3.5 more years with him. So I just don't think none of this is going to end well. I think a lot of emotions are going to make the decisions rather than logic. And we're going to.
But the logic, the logic says DOJ came out. They said his name's on the Epstein files. The logic says they just moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a lower minimum security prison, right? Why did they move her over there? Do you know at that minimum security? I heard that they're not supposed to allow the pedophiles over there, and she's a pedo. How is a pedophile allowed at that minimum security prison? You see what I'm saying?
My son's mother's a police officer. My son's in the Coast Guard.
Oh, nice.
Right. So, well, I guess, but hearing this, what's going on, and having, them being, part of that scenario, I don't know. I just don't like what's going on, man. And here in America, I'm in West Palm Beach. So the other day they grabbed the kid up. ICE, they grabbed the kid up, and he was born in West Palm Beach, and they detained him. So now they're grabbing people that are not even illegals, that are born here, that have illegal parents or something, or maybe they were citizens. Like my parents came from Egypt in the 70s and became citizens. But now Trump has made it where you can get deported even if you're a citizen or a son of a citizen or whatever. So they're grabbing anybody up on the street if you look a certain type of way or talk a certain type of way. It's crazy here, man.
100%, bro. I'm in Los Angeles, so
I lived there in 40 years. I came back last year. I couldn't stand that place, bro. I had to get out. I had to go, bro. I was in
the weather is nice.
Bro, I did not like. I like visiting there, but I don't like living there. I was in North Hollywood, the Hesby. I lived at the Hesby.
North Hollywood, okay.
Yeah, by Magnolia.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think the Epstein thing, it's a big thing, man, with Epstein, and I think, do you know that Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, visited Epstein island more than 30 times?
Have you been in diligence rooms on Twitter or no?
On about what? About Epstein?
Yeah, he's been breaking down that case, and what he does check out that app that Elon made, Grok, if you want to pay the app fee, isn't that $30?
I used it too.
Super cool, man. So he
But
uses that to
it
break
was
down.
pro Hitler, by the way. Most of it was pro Hitler. You heard about it? They had to change the settings, or they had to re-educate him.
Yeah,
the Grok was like pro Hitler.
Yeah, somebody's in there probably messing around, man. One of the kids working there, you know, he can't control everything, man. He's got so much stuff going on, that guy. I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah, I know, but the thing with Twitter is there's a lot of Jew-hating, over there they just directly call it Jewish. They don't even use the term Zionists anymore. This is another thing, but the thing is, in America we got a lot of them. They're evangelical. They're Zionists. They support the state called Israel. And there's a lot of even on this app right now we have a few Jewish people. They don't support Israel. They come into this room all the time.
I've
There's
met
a bunch of them.
I've met a lot of people like Jewish people like that. Bro, I'm telling you, I grew up with Jewish people. I have never had any issues with Jewish people. Like I've had friendships from the age of 10, and just normal. To me, they seem like white Americans basically here. And I've never had any issues, no arguments, no fights. I've made money with a lot of Jewish people. I've never been treated a certain way as a Muslim, Egyptian Muslim. So I just, to see this and for them to see this, it puts a lot of Jewish people in bad scenarios. A lot of Jewish people had to leave a lot of countries, Egypt, and a lot of countries, they had to go back home to where they know that they're safe. But I think, what Netanyahu's doing is, by extending this so long, is really putting them in a very, very bad position, Jewish citizens.
Yeah, but you said they had to go back where? Back to America, or wherever they came from?
Well, it's probably to Israel, because I learned that, my friends told me this too, and from a young age, a lot of Jewish people, Israelis in general, they're taught to always support Israel, their land, no matter what. It's embedded in all of Israelis, citizens, and so they'll always support their land, their home, and they'll visit. They like to go back and stuff. So I think when all this bad stuff is going on, a lot of Jewish people left Egypt and a lot of different Arab nations and went back to Israel because of this, or came here to America.
Yeah, but the thing is also, if you look at the historical facts, there's actually an Iraqi Jew. He wrote a book, how they were brought into Israel in the first place, right? They did fake attacks. Mossad did this. Their Zionist buddy did it, and just to scare the people, the Jewish folks who moved from Iraq to Israel, to populate Israel. That's from the first place. Now, in the indoctrination, yes, they do teach Jewish supremacy. And there's yeshivas inside Israel. They teach them that they're above everybody. They're the God-chosen people, right? They're above the Arabs that are living there, and it's crazy, right? This type of mentality, they need to change this mindset. And but if you if you look at the historical facts, it's just like their narrative is, oh, we went to war and the Arabs lost, and and we took over the land. They don't realize how much that is a big of a lie, because the war happened in 48. In 47, that's when they started ethnically cleansing the Arabs, the Palestinians, out of their own homes. Even the Jewish neighbors, they sold them out to the Jewish militias that were ethnically cleansing them from one village to another and the third. So all I'm saying is, there's this context to it that they'll never mention. And then they'll bring up the point, oh, we bought the land. Motherfucker, how much land did you buy? 6.6%. It's available all over. If you Google it or ask Grok or whatever, it'll tell you 6.6% land was purchased. Not the full 100%, not the full 50%, not the 75%. British decided not to give these people a stay because they terrorized everybody on that land, British and Arabs. You know. So,
So
what
how
I'm
from
saying
that
is, it's just
point,
scary.
how from that point to now, it went from, being Palestine on the map to being Israel? At what point did everything go wrong for them? Lack of an army, lack of agreements, and having a conversation between both sides in so many years. Like, what happened? Where now, they're fenced up somewhere in a part of their own country.
So many. There's if you look at the wars and whatnot that took place after the ethnic cleansing, that's why UNRWA was created in '49 to look after the refugees in Gaza, right? And Gaza was controlled by Egypt, right? And what they did is ethnic cleansing. That part did not stop in '48. It stopped all the way up to 1956. What they would do is that there was leftover Palestinians. They wanted to control how many Palestinians would be allowed. They had to keep it at 20%, and then the rest of them they would load them up in the back of a truck and dump them, in Gaza, whatever. And until now, there's been deals, but every deal always missed out on the right of return. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 that were kicked, they're allowed. They're supposed to be allowed back in proper Israel. They have keys, deed, paperwork, and that's always off the table. And it's always, if you look at all the deals that they have, there's always missing pieces. One deal, they missed out on the East Jerusalem. The Jerusalem would be controlled by Israel. According to the 67 borders, when you look at it from the UN side, it's actually West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, right? That's where the Masjid al-Aqsa is, to be part of, Palestine. But what they do is they always play around in the West Bank. You know how many checkpoints are there, Mohsen? 920 checkpoints in the West Bank.
You know what? I think the responsibility equally falls on the Arab nations that are sitting there silent. I think that they are taking political stances too serious and are forgetting what really matters. And it's more of a brotherhood than borders and nations and being your king or the president. It's more of a brotherhood. It doesn't matter if I know you or not, if I know you're Muslim, the respect and the love, just how I was raised, right? And I can't understand that part. I can't understand it. Like, if I see me as one leader of this nation and my brother and my friend and my cousin, and when we're all leaders of all these nations, I just don't understand how we can't get on the phone and stop this in 5 minutes. Cannot understand how these leaders can't get on the phone and have a conversation and can't put a stop to this by making one phone call. And when they make that phone call, the other person feels that conversation. And I can't believe that this has not been done yet. And as Muslims and as an Egyptian, an American citizen, watching this, it's unbelievable to me seeing Israelis storm into a mosque as sacred as Al-Aqsa, and for nobody to say anything. Like, what's going on? Where's the belief, the trust, the brotherhood, the commodity? I just can't believe what I'm seeing, man. And it's, for me, I just don't understand it. I'm 44 years old, about to be 45. I don't understand what I'm watching right now. There should be a NATO amongst all Muslim nations. Every president that comes into America destabilizes an Arab nation. It's like they have a to-do list in the White House, and like number one is to destabilize somebody before their 4 years is up. We've seen it with Iraq, Afghanistan. Like, they're always doing this. And until all of those leaders that are sitting here on social media and all these bulletins that we see get together and create their own NATO, this is going to continue to happen. And the power is going to lie in where the West is controlling. It's how it's been since I was a kid. I woke up seeing the towers getting smashed and Iraq getting destroyed and Saddam coming out of a cave and Bin Laden and the trial with Saddam. Like, this is unreal seeing here, guys, and I think that the West has controlled and done a lot of operations, CIA operatives, and through the years that we found out about. Uh, but for me, man, the one thing that is most disappointing is just, these Arab countries not standing up and ending this.
It was the puppets of America, man. What do you? So look, America protects Israel. Okay, if America doesn't stops protecting Israel, Israel will be finished. It would have been finished long time ago. It's thanks to America. That's why Israel exists, and that's why all these nations they don't want to touch Israel because of America's protection, America backing. And these puppets that are in there, the Egyptian government, Jordan government, the Hashemite kingdom, you got people, even in the West Bank, the PA is in bed with Israel. And that guy actually, there's a documentation that he makes money off occupation.
How do you feel about Putin?
Putin, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I mean, he's a genocide maniac as well. But the Ukraine Russia thing, I kind of look at it as, I don't know, they're same people, man. Russia, if Russia was to take over Ukraine, right, they're not gonna kick people out. They're gonna let them live over there, like Israel does. Israel wants to take over Gaza and West Bank. They want them gone or genocided. You see the difference there? So, and the war with Ukraine Russia, I feel like it was started from the NATO side, the Ukraine side. And I don't know, why would you start something with Russia, man? So, and their claim is that there's a puppet that Russia planted in there, for a while, and blah blah blah, bullshit.
Did you hear Putin's interview about Trump last week?
What did he say?
He basically said that Trump's living in a reality show, and he talks peace, but he sends 2 nuclear submarines. Well, we have more, positions in place against the U.S. than you have against us. Dude, he really wanted. Look it up. Last week he won. Dude, he destroyed. He destroyed Trump in the interview. He destroyed him, man. It was like the whole interview. He was just bashing him.
And Trump is just an idiot. So the warheads, I think Mario Raffle, the guy on Twitter, he did a space on this. So he had this video on his Twitter page. The video showed how they would be activated, and apparently Russia had 4,500, I think, warheads. America has 3,900 warheads. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let's say if they were to annihilate Russia, right? Like do a full nuclear, right? So it would automatically activate the system for the nuclear. And then apparently their warheads are hidden outside of Russia somewhere. We don't know where. They would get activated, and they would automatically be, towards America. They will come towards America. America won't be able to do shit. You know what I'm saying? America is our target.
Yeah.
And Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does.
Yeah, Putin's not playing, man. He was the head of the KGB or whatever they call him, and then he became the president.
Intelligence.
Yeah, the last guy, he kind of put him into office. It wasn't really, democracy kind of scenario. It was just like, hey, let me introduce you guys to Putin, and then boom, he was the president. So, I think also that Israel wants that Gaza's portion of Gaza, because they want to do that canal, like how Egypt has the Suez Canal. They want to build that I think they call it the Ben something canal, where it will challenge the Suez Canal.
Canal?
Yes.
I don't know, man. So I kind of feel like it won't be possible without, Hamas or somebody coming in and bombing the shit out of it. You see what I'm saying? So they would either, if they want to build a canal of any sort, either they would have to genocide everybody in Gaza, or and not do it. Either or. Because if they build a canal and let's say they have a small piece of land, they take over, but then what do we do from the other side? They could have weaponry, the tunnel, whatever. They can shoot that shit, and that could damage the canal. And it's a multi-billion-dollar project if they were to build a canal. So yeah, that's what it is. The solution, I believe, I wish it was possible for one state, right? But who wants to live with the rapists now? These Israelis, they came up with a survey. 82% of them, they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza, right? Israeli Jews. Israeli Jews, they did another survey. 56% of them, they want to kick the Arab Israelis out, the Palestinian Israelis out of Israel. There's another survey that says 64% of them, they agree on what's happening to people in Gaza. Right? Now, if you look at another survey back in 2015, same fucking problem. In 2015, there was a survey was done by Pew Research, and it's the Israeli Jews. They wanted the Arabs out, and it was at 48%. So the discrimination level in 2016 against the Arabs was about 72%. You know what I'm saying? And then there was another survey that was done in 2022. The discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel was at about 37%. And now after the 7th of October, I'm sure it probably went up to 80%.
How do you sit down at a table and negotiate with people like that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. What do we do? And I look at them as rapists. They're fucking rapists. They want people, they want Hamas to put down the weapon, and Palestinians not to resist, and just bend over and get raped in the ass. That's all they want. They've been raping these people. Like I'll give you a recent story about 4 or 5. This was I think last week. A Palestinian American from the same place where you're from, Tampa, Florida. This young kid, he's 18 or 19. No, actually he was 20, I think, or 19. He actually owned an ice cream shop over there. You probably know him, man. You're in Florida, right, Mohsen?
Yes.
So this kid, 18, 19 years old, he was sitting on a porch inside in the West Bank, right? And he's chilling, whatever. These settlers, they pull up and they start, messing around with the trees they had in front of the property, start building a tent or whatever. And then he told them, get lost or whatever. They started beating the shit out of him. They beat him to death and he died. The ambulance couldn't even make it in time because of the fucking checkpoints and a whole bunch of shit that was in the way. The kid died, and they arrested. They took some of these settlers in, the IDF, and they were let out. They let them out.
Yeah, I've heard about stories like that.
They asked America for help, and the American government is just garbage. It's fucking piece. It's a sellout. They're sellouts. And then you know what happened to his brother? His brother, apparently, they're making the claim idea that his brother threw a rock at IDF truck, right? And that's why they took him in under administrative detention without due process. They're not even allowing the family members to see it, lawyers to see it, whatever. And he's actually, I think, 16 or 17 or 15, I think. And his name is Mahmoud Ibrahim, and if you get a chance, look into it. And the father, I actually played the clip yesterday. His father was saying, we're not allowed to see him, we don't know how he is, we don't know if they're abusing it, and he's a Palestinian American. Even the fucking Americans are not protected inside the West Bank. Like, what kind of fucking law is this?
Yeah.
It's sick.
That's horrible, man.
Hey, welcome, Christ and Mark, if you guys want to chime in.
On the line.
Crisis, do you want to say something? Anyways, I think she's busy. So that's where we're at, Lawson, you know. And I actually like Suleiman Space. I can just sit there, listen to it, get educated, you know. And he runs pretty good spaces, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like his spaces too. I've been in them for a long time.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of breaks a lot of news too in his spaces. But they took his verification and something else. They basically shadow banned him on Twitter.
Yeah, they demonetized him. They took away his blue check mark. He can't make money off of any of this, and his posts aren't getting too many. What is it called? Algorithm. It's not in his favor. They got rid of that way doesn't become popular. It's all has to do with the fucking Zionists, man.
Yeah.
You know they put his name on one of the rockets that shot at Gaza, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
they did that to him and Jackson Hinkle, that I think he's in his 20s as well.
Yeah, his voice is out there, you know, that's when you know his voice is shaking the block. Things like that happen.
Yep.
You know, and it comes from the support of his people though, you know, resharing the spaces and doing everything you know, just joining the space all the time. It's a lot of his fans and supporters that give him, you know, that space. A lot of people don't understand how to contribute to a speaker and to help his cause, right? And some people do. And in my experience, Twitter is just far more intelligent people on that, you know, more rather intelligent people on that app than on Clubhouse. You know, at this point, the best spaces usually on Clubhouse are the small spaces like this, but Twitter's a giant.
Yep, Twitter is interesting. I actually wanted to go over there and see if I can open up a space every day, because I actually cover the news in the morning, and I try to stay up to date with the news as well. And I use their own, and then we have psychopaths, genocide, Romania, they come in here as well as Zionists, and you know, debate them sometimes back and forth, and then
but
we have people crashing out every day.
That's good though, Amir, because you know, I want to hear the perspective of the Zionists. I want to hear them talk, right? I want to hear the perspective of the, you know, Israeli citizen that supports what's going on, and I want to hear from the ones that don't support what's going on. So I think the more people you have that come into the room, it's all content, bro, at the end of the day. So if it's, you know, as far as the space is concerned, you know, you're going to have people that come in and want to say what they feel, and they might be Israeli citizens and they might be American Israelis, who knows. And I'm very interested in their thoughts and what they have to say. So I don't know, I think it's a good thing when you have that in the room, because it answers a lot of questions and it shows their cards sometimes.
They lie too much, bro. And they just lie. It just, if you give them evidence, right? Today we had this new Zionist going back and forth. He kept on denying it. I even played the clip for him, why, you know, how Hamas was funded. How Hamas was funded by Netanyahu and whatnot. And apparently, you know, he did not want to accept it. I'm like, what? I gave him evidence from his own sources, Jewish sources. Didn't accept it. We had somebody else, same thing, didn't accept it. I don't know, I think they live in sort of like in denial. Some of these Zionists, they live in denial.
At the end of the day, they have to support Israel and support their land. That's what they were taught to believe growing up, and that's what they're gonna do no matter what it is, bro. And I just, like I said, I think that at some point there's something that's gonna happen in either side's favor, how they want it to go, or someone's gonna step in and create a negotiation that nobody's gonna be happy with. To be honest with you, and the terrorism will probably continue. This is not gonna end. So. It's a horrible situation, man.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna see what happens, man. It is terrible.
But I heard somebody yesterday, because in the Twitter spaces, I heard people in Gaza talking, and I heard they have all kinds of people in there. And one of the guys was telling us that they only control a portion of Gaza. I think they were saying 30% or 20% of Gaza, and they're telling the other 70 or whatever percent, to basically get out, lay down arms or something, and whoever's fighting right now, the resistance is refusing, and that's basically where it's at. So, but I don't think they control all of Gaza.
Yeah. So let's say even if they were to put down the surrender, do you think that the Zionist entity would let them live?
No, it's gonna be bad.
Bro, there's about 4 members. They came out and they said they don't give 2 shits about the hostage.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad, bro. Yeah, it's just a bad scenario, no matter how you look at it. It's just bad. And nobody wants to step in and take action, which is even more confusing.
That's true. And that's where we're at right now, man. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Nazi. How you doing?
Sorry.
Walaikum salam. Yep. So that is what it is, my friend. I mean, we had look what this blue guy wrote in the chat. He's half German, half Israeli. Right? Look at what he wrote. He goes, just wanted to say that without lies, Palestine dies. Thank you for the attention to this matter. This guy doesn't even believe in that Israel is starving children. He's a Zionist. Born in Israel.
The ChatGPT slogan?
What did you say now?
Is the ChatGPT slogan?
Maybe, I don't know. And he doesn't believe in that it's apartheid. He doesn't believe that it's a genocide. And then you talk to him intellectually dishonest. Every time you try to make a point, he won't even answer the question. He'll deal with the fucking topic. And so there's people, and then some people, they tend to crash out here. I mean, every day we have crash outs. 2, 3 at least a day. People, crash out on Zionists. Some Zionists, they get triggered, they crash out on pro-bellies. It goes crazy, man. But anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Anybody else want to speak? And I think I probably ended. Jim on water to you guys. Happy Friday. And I think I'm going to hit the bed now. Anybody want to speak? No? Alright. So it was nice meeting you, Muslim. Keep coming in, bro. I open the room every day, right? It runs for 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Sometimes I'm late, sometimes a bit early. And I think you follow the house, so you'll get a notification. If you're on Twitter, you can hop in here, listen to the conversation. Sometimes we have Zionists, they can go on for hours. We have Palestinians that come into the space as well. We have a brother that actually lives inside the West Bank. He comes in here as well. We have another brother that lives in the West Bank. You can listen to him, And we even had somebody come in here from Gaza, but I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. But anyways, so
I'll talk to you guys later. So have a good night. I mean, a good morning or good night. Take care, guys.
More likely to get a pardon, and they often do, or get a commutation. But I agree with you. I just wanted the acknowledgement that this is what happens, right? These people donate to someone's political campaign, or they donate to someone's thing, or they're huge donors, or and then they end up getting political favors that benefit them, which could be a pardon, could be a commutation, could be, whatever.
Naveen, let me tell you something, bro. You're not even. The worst pardon in my lifetime wasn't January 6th, because we all knew he said he was going to do it. Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son, and that motherfucker gave full pardon. I think that should have been a crime right there.
Well, I mean, but also given what we found out now, and the fact that Tulsi Gabbard and others have disclosed that the Biden administration was aware, pardoning someone like Adam Schiff and members, of including Brennan, Clapper, and others, makes you understand. I mean, you got to understand that, JB and Marshall. I'm wondering your thoughts on this too, because it's fascinating to me that he pardoned all these people. They're like, oh, that's because Trump's going to go after them for no reason, and then now the info comes out that there is a reason to go after them, and and he went to try to pardon them. So I mean, it is just that pardon power. I actually agree with you, JB. I think that Congress should have the ability to, just like they review senators, right? They should provide advice and consent on pardons. But do each pardon may take Senate a lot of time. Maybe you say, hey, every 2 months or something, we review the pardon, something like that. I don't know, just a thought.
I don't think that. Go ahead, sir.
But you saying that because Tucci came out with all this stuff that has been litigated 10 years ago, right? There's nothing new there. So it's like, yeah, he pardoned those people because he knows how Trump is. So there's no new information.
What was litigated? What was litigated?
The Russian collusion thing, or Russian gate, or
Which court litigated it? Because you said it was litigated. So which court?
I'm sorry, investigated, not litigated. Maybe Patrick's.
Okay. And did you read any of the Tulsi stuff? Because some of the people, like the Durham Annex was hidden. Those facts were hidden, never provided. So I mean, if you looked at it, the Durham Annex clearly calls out some of these things. And not all the facts were litigated. Not all the facts were investigated. Okay, and that's the point that comes out, saying like, hey, what was provided? Just even Mueller came and said there was no collusion, right? And Nancy, if you read the Mueller report now, in light of all that you got, you can see that Mueller was basically saying, I need to find a way to try to pin Trump to this, but there's no evidence to show it, but I need to find a way, so let me try to find a way.
Let me ask you a question, man, because I already, you and I have had a million discussions. I know where you stand, but I want to ask you, I want to see if you're going to be honest. Let's see if it passes the smell test, right? In your opinion, is Donald Trump a criminal or have a criminal mindset, in your opinion? Be honest.
Criminal mindset.
He has a criminal mindset, right? He's like
I said criminal mindset. Yeah.
He has like a
criminal mindset. That doesn't mean he's a criminal. Criminal mindset doesn't mean he's a criminal, but criminal mindset. Sure.
So he runs the government like a mafia boss runs his family.
I think he runs everything like a mafia boss runs family, and I think in some ways that may be good, and in some ways that's horrendous.
Well, I think allocating. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to guess $90 billion for ICE. That's a criminal mindset. We don't need ICE didn't need $90 billion. They could have taken 75 and taken another 15 billion would it be, and put it in other places that need it. Like, I know this is gonna sound stupid to some of you people, but to cancel PBS, public broadcasting, they couldn't find the money for that, but they're more worried about fucking Pedro coming over from Mexico. That's some bullshit, bro. Just my opinion.
And it's 150 billion for ICE, right? Isn't it? Am I wrong on that one?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, it's for USCIS. Hold on, to be fair, it's for USCIS overall, which is all the immigration processing, not just ICE. But people say it's for ICE, but it doesn't specifically. If you look at the legislation, you look at the proposals, none of it does actually say.
Hey, Naveen, let me make ask you a question, just between you and me, because nobody's listening to us, right? They could have taken, let's say, $1 billion at it, just $1 billion, $1 billion, and hired some new judges to expedite the process, or no?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem is, he's saying moving forward. So Trump's mindset is the people that came to Biden vetted, right? And there's some reality to that. If you want to go into this immigration discussion, I'm happy to have it. But, these people weren't vetted. And there's proof of it. I mean, you take people from South America, many of those countries don't have the proper vetting system. So if you call and say, I'm here with, I have Pedro here. He says he's from your country. We don't know if he's there. Oh, I'm there. Well, we don't have any system to verify who he is. We don't know who he is. Well, okay, so we have to take his word that he's from Colombia? Okay, so how do we know where this guy is from? And so now we'll let you in. Okay, now you're in the country, you're our problem, right? So the view is get everyone out, right? Moving forward. Now look at the legislation that passed in the big beautiful bill. Majority has more immigration judges that are in there. So you're right. At the beginning, he took the approach of, hey, we're gonna put this money in, we're gonna double down, we're gonna go and pull all these people that came out that we have no idea who the hell they are that came into this country. And now, moving forward, we're gonna make it really difficult to come in by, putting more judges and putting other people in there. So while I agree with you that, the approach and the strategy in which he did was kind of egregious, I'm just telling you what my belief is.
Thank you, Naveen. Let me just say, I'm going to do a quick reset, but I'm going to say something before I do it. And this is going to trigger some of you people, and that's okay. It's 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, Hector. To me, ICE reminds me of Hitler's Gestapo. It really does. This is Healthy Debates, guys. This is Coffee and Conversation. The link on top, on the Jumbotron, is a link to my chat room that I'm going to be hosting later. I'm hoping everybody comes. Even Balenciaga can come, hang out with the cool kids if he wants. We'll let you in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Jamil. Good morning, L. Oh, we got LC in the house. Yo, F. Hector. Eunice, how you doing? Guys, you got a pink ticket down in the VIP section, cashing in. Sin, I don't even know why you have a pink ticket. But Sin, I looked through your profile. That picture of that flip-flop, man.
I got kicked out your room by El Normal because I called him.
Can I finish my fucking reset, bro?
I know. You just want to make me the demon every time I come here. I know.
Because you have no language. I'm in the middle of a reset, and because it's more important, you have to say what you have to say. If El Normal kicked you out, there was a reason for it.
There wasn't no reason. He
No?
kicked me out because I called him an evil Jew.
An evil Jew?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did he have to be me?
Yeah, you happened to be that day.
Well, then there you go. Show more respect now. I don't have to tell you.
So that's disrespectful to call him an evil Jew when
You know what's funny, and I just said it before you got into the hypersensitivity of men on this app. It's fucking bizarre to me. Who gives a fuck you got thrown out? Who gives a fuck what I say to you? You're a fucking man. Squeeze your balls, bro. Who cares? It's a free fucking app. Like, legit, bro. You cry every fucking day, and the thing is with you, that I don't understand, you're actually a little smart. You're not a lot smart, but you're a little smart. You could get in the conversation, but you want us to be stuck in your feelings from 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck, bro? Like, legit. We're having a great conversation about Trump and pardons, and you want to cry about El Normal, who's not even in the fucking room? I'm sure he had a reason to throw you out. If you feel he's an evil Jew, that's your business. You have to deal with God, not me. It's fucking crazy, man. You dudes need to get some fucking testosterone test done. Anyway, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Hit the link on top. That's for my chat room later. Yo, Doug, you're more than welcome to come up. But come on, stay on point, bro. You're smarter than that. I know you gaslight my rooms. You gaslight my chat. I'm okay with that. The haters are what stokes success. Keep hating. See how far I go. But, bro, let's stay in today. Today's fucking Friday. It's a beautiful day here in New York, man. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go popcorn style. Why don't you try to jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna say labeling Norm an evil Jew it's being more than an asshole. Norm's not an evil Jew. You may not agree with Norm. He may come off as absolutely obnoxious, but that doesn't make him evil. Also,
hey Marshall, check this out. If you said he was an evil black man, this app would be on fire. But it's okay, he can spew what he wants. He has that protection, which I think is bullshit. If he thinks Norman's an evil Jew, then he really needs to check his fucking moral compass.
well, it also means like he doesn't know Norm, or like both of us know Norm. Norm may be obnoxious, but he's not an evil person. And like the reducing down of Norm to being an evil person is intellectually lazy, to say the very least.
Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. We're talking about pardons. I like when Naveen comes in my space. He don't leave his square, but at least he's respectful. So Naveen, man, I think not only do we need Congress to interject themselves with these pardons because they're out of control, I think there should be term limits on Congress, Senate, and the Supreme Court. Marshall disagrees with me, but let me tell you something. You want to root out corruption? Get rid of the fucking Nancy Pelosi's of the world? That piece of shit? That's how you do it.
But also, I think, and I'm gonna agree with you on that, JB. Not only term limits maybe, but also getting the kind of the money out of politics too. You know, I think that's the issue also. There was a bill that came up about Congress can't use insider trading, and that bill failed. Right? You know, Trump even came out against it. It's like, because that's crazy. How can you do insider trading, but people like Martha Stewart gets put in jail behind that? Like, so it's like
because there's no law preventing congressmen and senators from doing that. Because there's no law preventing congressmen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there was a bill to prevent. There's a Republican, I think, bill, matter of fact, and they voted for. They shot it down because it's like, you know, keep making the money. But I'm agreeing with JB and all of that.
Bro, do you know how much Nancy Pelosi's made since she's become a congresswoman? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? If any of us on this stage, in this room, on this app, in this world, did the shit that she did, we wouldn't be in prison. We'd be under the prison. We'd be all over the news. We'd be called Bernie Madoffs and all this other bullshit. She's a crook. Chuck Schumer's a crook. Donald Trump is a crook. But this is what we put into power. I don't get it. You know, now we got this idiot man, Dami, who's going to run the largest epicenter of the world in New York City. And this city's going to burn down. You people think I'm being hyperbolic? I'm not. He's already said he's going to slash all public services by 25%. 25% across the board. How the fuck are we going to survive? We barely survive now, man.
But what makes you, and again, this is maybe my ignorance, but what makes you think, so, I mean, what makes you think it's going to burn down? Is he saying redirect these funds to help people like homeless people, or redirect these funds to do something else? Like, is it already closed? And I go look it up. I just haven't been like
he wants to take that money and help illegal immigrants. That's what he wants to do. He wants more welfare hotels. America's a welfare state, sir. And he wants to keep people in welfare. He wants to empower the immigrants that come to New York City. Because remember, we're a sanctuary city. So he wants all that money to go to these people that, other than the people that serve, like the taxpayers. So it's going to burn down, man. We got less cops on the street. You already have crime. Right? You're going to cut the fire department by 25%. You're going to cut sanitation. I don't know when the last time you were in New York City, but it's disgusting.
Yeah, I've been in New York in a while, so you got it on that one.
Evil of God, let's see what you have to say. Those people are not crooks. The system allows them to do that. You always blame the individual, which is what the system of, I don't even know what that word is, financialized system is supposed to allow. JB, you have to stop behaving immigrants as if they're the ones stealing all the money when you know fully well who enriches themselves in Congress. Stop blaming immigrants. I'm not blaming immigrants. I'm blaming the politicians. I'm blaming any fucking mayor that gets up there and says make me a sanctuary city. And then all these fucking other states, like Texas and Florida, send us their immigrants. That's who I'm fucking blaming. I don't want to be a sanctuary city. We have enough problems on our own here.
Yeah, that stuff like the busing may have come off as distasteful, but when you're shipping them to cities that are sanctuary cities, it may seem petty, but it's asking those cities to step up to the plate and take care of the people they say they want to take care of.
Well, here's the problem, Marshall. We have the esteemed Mayor Adams here in New York City, in Chicago, LA. You know, Mayor Adams got on TV and looked right at the camera and said, I dare you to send me your immigrants. I dare you. That was his exact You know what the governor of Texas said? I got you, bro. I sent bus loads and plane loads of immigrants and just dropped them on the fucking street. And you know what happened? Adams thought Biden was going to supplement the money. Biden's like, I'm not touching that. And now the fucking money comes out of New Yorkers' pockets. Listen, we need immigrants in America. Everybody knows that. You got to be a dummy to say otherwise. But to give them debit cards with $15,000 on it, brand new iPhones, 4-star hotel stays. I want a fucking free hotel in Manhattan. Not gonna happen. I don't know, man. I think things are out of control, and I think Donald Trump is doing it the wrong way. I think some of that money can be allocated for other things.
Also, Donald Trump is basically doing it as a distraction. And he said the criminals, right? There's no way you're going to get 20 million people out of the country in 4 years. Unless he's not planning on staying. Unless he's planning on staying.
Let me say this.
Like, there's no way. But
I've been in New York City. I've been in New York City my entire life, right? I've circled the sun many times. I've never one time been attacked by a fucking criminal migrant. This is a dog whistle that Donald Trump likes to blow, and people fall for that shit.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying what he said is the criminals, but then you're going after people working, people at home, people at schools, So that's what I'm saying. That's the red herring. Because, of course, not to distract, because, hey, our tariff's not doing that good. This is not doing that good. So, hey, what is the biggest issue? Immigration.
Well, yeah, but immigration is a big deal under the Trump administration, partially due to the fact that Biden let in 13.5 million people, which is a larger number in population than half the states in our country. Meaning 50% of the states have a population below 13.5 million people. That's where you got the backlash. And Biden not let so many people in, the backlash probably.
So can we have the real conversation about Joe Biden? Because the truth is this. We all watched that debate. We saw that decrepit old fucking weekend at Bernie's guy stumble over his words. And I don't want to hear because he has a stutter. He's lost in his head. The Democratic Party should be ashamed of themselves that they would put that man out on that stage. A. B. He hasn't been like this just yesterday. He's been like this for the last 2 or 3 years. Who is really running this country? Were those really his policies? Because they use that auto pen quite a bit. Now, Donald Trump's batshit crazy in my opinion, but sometimes he'll say something boosted that makes sense to me. I do believe they abused that auto pen, and I do believe Joe Biden was running the president, not Jill, his wife. Because that dude was walking into curtains. So the Democratic Party better fix themselves real quick, so we're going to get another 8 years of Republican administrations.
Guess what, JB? I would have voted for weekend at Bernie's over Trump still. So, okay.
But you would rather.
I mean, look, the auto pen thing, whatever, I guess that can be litigated or talked about,
Wait.
But like 2 million or 3 million, not 13 million, you know what I'm saying? So that would raise it, to 30 million immigrants or 40 million in the country? So
yes.
I don't think that's,
So the numbers come from
what they should do is create a pathway, at least for the people who've been here 20 years, I think. And there was a bill, remember, that Donald Trump sponsored by a Republican, that Donald Trump told them not to.
Yeah, but the Langford bill was horseshit. It screwed over my area and it didn't do what it was supposed to do. It just decent try for the Republican and decent try for the Democrat, but it was not a good bill at all. It would have impacted Rio Grande Valley substantially in very negative ways. I'm looking for where'd it go? My brother, who works on Capitol Hill, sent me his little synopsis of it. I'm looking for it. Where'd it go?
But the big stuff, they shot and Donald Trump, and they were all in for it, bro. I mean, is that not
You'll have to repeat the very last part you cut out in my mic. If you don't mind repeating.
Sorry, I said, was it not a fact that all the Republicans were for it, it was gonna pass, and then Donald Trump told them not to?
I would not say that, for example, my senators, Cruz and Cornyn, voted for it because Donald Trump told them to. They didn't vote for it because it's bad for our state. I found what I was looking for.
No, Marshall, hold on one second. Marty, are you there, Marty?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do me a solid. Read that article real quick, and when you're done reading it, let me know because I want to talk about this. Yeah, Marshall.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, I found this thing my brother sent me. At a low end, we would have had to accept 5,000 people a day. At the high end, 8,500. Except it doesn't end with the 5,000 or the 8,500. They still have to process 1,400 asylum claims at the ports of entry, even when it's shut down. POTUS can suspend the shutdown at any point he thinks it is, quote, in the nation's best interest. And the automatic shutdown thing only goes for 2 years, although, as I said above, it's not a shutdown. Chris Murphy somewhat famously said, quote, the border never closes under the deal. Changes to asylum processing for judge to mid-level career DHS employee. Basically, a line officer with their supervisor can grant asylum, which are supposed to go before court is the reason it's not a good idea. These people immediately get work permits and are on a pathway to citizenship. Unaccompanied children from non-contiguous countries are in that 5,000 and 1,400 number. And it mandates catch and release for large classes of aliens, which is how the law refers to some of these folks. Language is literally shall release, not may. It means you, like, shall in law means you must do something, may means you have a choice. And so this is a shall release. Does not substantially raise credible fear standard, the thing you need to pass to get an asylum claim, and does nothing about the settlement agreements that require the release of the unaccompanied children before a settlement agreement. Anyway, that's just a few of the things in the Langford that compromise bill that were just not good for the Rio Grande Valley in any way, shape, or form. Right. Again, I give him a doff of the hat for the try, but he should have worked closer with people like Cornyn and Cruz, who Texas has the largest border with Mexico, and it would have been very helpful to work with Cruz and Cornyn to get that bill more rammed into shape so that it could pass.
Well, I'll say this, Marshall. Thank you for that share. Ted Cruz is a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Guys, Zodiac killer without a beard.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Guys, on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my room tonight on Chatter at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. I hope everybody comes in. Marty, did you read the article?
Yes, I did.
What are your thoughts? Because I have a feeling that you and I are not going to agree.
So I do believe most Israelis don't want this. Not that they don't want to have military and be safety from Gaza. It's the fact that Gaza's a fucking welfare state before the war started. It depended on the world to feed them and to give them electricity and give them all the things that we said that we were going to cut off because we're giving them for free. So they've always been a welfare state. So they're really tax burden on the Israeli society, and I don't think it's actually good that we're the ones who's taking care of them, and Hamas is just profiting and keeping the cash for their own military expansionists. Do I think listen, in the Middle East, you only lose a war when you lose land. That's the reality of it. If you think of an Israeli win without taking land, and then it might work in America, in the West. This is the way you won, you proved yourself. But in the Middle East, it means shit. Right? I really do believe these are types of things that are being in place because in reality, soldiers' lives to have pieces of land where we get absolutely nothing out of it, and worse, we have to actually continue pouring our tax dollars into it. It's not a great thing, but at the same time, Hamas being left in power to do another October 6th, October 7th, it really does play a part in this. So I don't know where I even stand on it because in reality, it's such a messed up situation, but I don't see other solutions in the matter. And I don't think it benefits. I think it benefits the people of Gaza, but I don't think it benefits Israelis in any sort of way.
Thank you, going to say what I think. I think that it's enough. It's enough. I mean, look, people. All I ask is let me finish what I'm going to say, and then everybody's welcome to push back. But here's my thought. People are saying that the starvation thing is fake. I don't believe it's fake. I think these people are really starving, right? How could they not be, right? There's almost no building standing. It's all rubble. And I get it. Hamas is stealing the supplies and the aid. But here's the deal. If Hamas came out today and put down their weapons and said, okay, you guys win, we're done. You know what's going to happen? Hamas 2.0 is coming up tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you kill somebody's mother, brother, father, sister, uncle, I don't care what relative you kill, that puts a seed in somebody's head. How the fuck can I sit in kumbaya with these people now? How can I sit down and break bread with any Jew? Now, as Marty, you know, I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, I'm pro-Jew. But the reality of the situation is, all we're doing, we're never going to get rid of the ideology that permeates through that region. And by killing these people, it's just going to make it worse. There will never, ever be peace. I'm not a fan of Netanyahu, and I wasn't a fan of Netanyahu before October 7th, bro. That's really the truth. But what's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, hoping for different results. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, but I'll tell you what, man. It has to end at some way, and to escalate is only going to make it worse. And here's the truth, Marty. For Jews like you, Jews like me, when this shit pops off over there like this, and he says he's going in, he's going to take over all of Gaza, that puts a bigger target on my back and your back just for being Jews, so we have nothing to do with that conflict. And that's my thought on that situation.
I mean, not to mention, like, a lot of Israelis were trying to get him out of there, right? So, like,
they were trying to get him out over judicial reform.
Well, that was that, and him been in there forever. Like, he basically, I think, I don't even know, I want to say Trump light, but he's trying to stay in there because he's a little bit past Trump, if you ask me. But he's trying to stay in there almost forever, like Putin.
Well,
right? So it's like, I think they were against him, you know, a lot of these Israelis won.
Well, I'll say this, Marshall. Let me say this, Marshall. And everything I just said, Marty, the truth is this. There's going to be a faction of the Jewish mafia on this app to say, see, I told you he wasn't a Jew. You see, he's really anti-Semitic. No, bro. I support Israel 100%. I'm not supporting this military campaign. I think it's wrong. It's inhumane, bro. It's just in my opinion. But, you know, my opinion is just one of many, I guess. Let me say good morning to Ewan. Good morning, Ewan. Good morning, Miss Clark. Ewan,
hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm all right. Do you want to chime in?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so I think that there's two separate things going on, and I think that people are looking at small picture issues without looking at the bigger picture thing, which is the reality that to fix the issue in Gaza, it's going to take multiple generations. And I think that the Israeli army, the IDF, are doing what they have to do now to get the hostages back. Dude, in all honesty, I would love for my own government to care that much about me or care that much about my family to fight to bring them back. It's kind of sad that like we don't have that standard in the rest of the world, to be completely honest. And yeah, I understand where you're coming from too. I think that it's a humanitarian crisis, but at the same time, I really do think that these two issues are sort of different issues, and I think that it's going to be multi-generational work to try to get the Palestinians to, like, did you hear about what happened in France, for example? JB?
No, sir, I didn't. What happened in France?
Okay, so there's this news story that just recently came out where Macron started bringing in Palestinian refugees. Within the first week, he put a stop to it because a Palestinian refugee went around screaming at the top of her lungs that she's going to exterminate all the Jews. First couple days in France, and I think that there's this spreading hate that isn't going to stop them at this point, and we need to figure out a solution. But like, this is going to take generations. This isn't going to be fixed in a year or 5 years or probably even 10 years. So that's just the reality. Or a century.
Well, let me say this, man. I don't give a fuck like what anybody says, there was no justification for October 7th. Zero, right? But I think what Netanyahu, the IDF, has done is they went in blind. I don't really believe there's a plan. People like to compare what's going on in Gaza with the Palestinians. Well, when it's over, we're going to treat them like we treated the Germans after World War II or the Japanese. The big difference here is this is a religious ideology that you're not going to get rid of, right? And then throw into the pot, Ewan, that these people have lost brothers, mothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. There's not going to be forgiveness on the Palestinian side. There's just not. I don't see it happening. And I think they need to come up with a different plan. To me, it's just not working, man. I'm sorry, it's just not. And you want to escalate things? Okay. And then there's going to be blowback to the escalation. Listen, Jews are the most hated people in the world. I woke up today, I was already hated. Didn't do anything to anybody, but just because I'm a Jew, they don't like me. I get it. But when you escalate and starve people out, bro, that puts a lot of bullseyes on a lot of Jews around the world. I really believe that.
How do you consider this an escalation? We do have already military control of the land. Hamas has only small pockets, or they're underground, hiding like little rats. I don't see this as escalation. It's just basically staying in the area and now securing it and making it more areas where Hamas doesn't have to take control. And Israel also is working on the fractions in Gaza. I know it's not mentioned much, but there's areas of the border where I forgot the guy's name. He basically said there's no war. The war is ended. We control it. Hamas is not here, and that's why we're good. So there's more to the puzzle that isn't being spoken about. I do believe, of course, that all people are not going to be able to run to aid. I understand they're going to be. It's going to be hard for them, and I do believe most people live in tents. It's totally like I understand, but at the same time, these are not. If I believe that the right move would be if they want to leave and want to come back when things get picked up again, which could take years. I think they should have the option to leave it, and the fact that we're not allowing them to leave becomes some gaslighting talking point is the reason why they're suffering.
Hey, Marty, you know what I think about what you just said? I agree with you, bro. I don't know why Egypt has to open their border, right? The Egyptians who are, and in my opinion, and I don't give a fuck if this triggers some of you people, the Egyptians are probably the biggest anti-Semites in the world, at least in my experience. But they won't open that border for these poor people. They'll point out what the IDF and Israel is doing wrong, but they're not going to open that border. Stay on that side and get slaughtered. But before I go to the next speaker, I have to say good morning to Lady Chi. She left. Well, good morning, good morning, Miss Clark. I love your PTR. Your hair's amazing. Looks fantastic. Good morning, Keegan.
Good morning. Listen, I know that
I'm listening.
I know that I know that me and you have had very different agreements, or opinions on this topic. But what you're saying, I think first of all, it takes a lot of guts, because someone who is a Zionist can point out what's post-war look like. And that's a really, really hard question to wrap around. That let's say the hostages that potentially are still alive are back. Hamas is dismantled. Just dismantled. What does this look like? Is it that majority of these Palestinians, are they expelled away from Gaza because you can't live in it? Do they go to the West Bank? Do they go to Israeli settlements? I don't think it's for Israel.
Hey, Keegan, Keegan, I'm sorry to cut you off. You don't have to give me up. Let me just say this. It's my opinion, just my opinion. All Israel, the IDF is doing over there is create more fanatical extremists.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying this for over a year now, is that when you kill, it doesn't matter that my brother's a Hamas member. If you kill my brother and then you also, because he's a Hamas member and he was hiding in a house, and you kill my mother and my sister with him, I now hate you. It doesn't matter that he was a Hamas member. I now am going to say, well, now you've killed my family. Just because my family was harboring a Hamas member doesn't give you the right to kill them. In my opinion, right? I'm just basing off myself. If I was supporting if my brother was a KKK member, and the United States said, well, we're going to kill him, and we're going to end up killing their whole household, I would hate you. I would hate you to my core. I would want to fight you. And so I agree with you. And so it's like, what does this? Everyone looked at World War II and what we did to Germans. Well, listen, we expelled the Germans from a lot of Eastern Germany, Poland regions. I mean, 12 million Germans immigrated away, and then 2 million died between 1945 and 1952. So, I mean, what it seems like, where genocide comes from is that it will be they will die from starvation. They will die. They will be expelled from their homes, and that's the only way you kind of can fix that region. And I guess if Israel wants to be open and honest and say, listen, the only way we can fix this problem is by expelling them away from this region, and the ones that are left are just going to die because this region has no infrastructure anymore, right? There's no form of actual running energy and running water in the majority of these areas now. It's all tents, and you have to be supplied by humanitarian aid and large, I mean, literally tons and tons of trucks. Well, then, yeah, you're not going to be able to survive, right? And so, there's something going on, and I don't know what their actual plan is.
Well, Keegan, I don't like, and thank you for your share. I don't like the comparison of what happened after World War II because this is a religious ideology. And I know some of you people, this might trigger some of you people, but that religion wants to eliminate my religion. Not all Islam, but there's certain fanatics in that religion that if they could push a button, poof, all us Jews would be gone. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing, counselor?
What's up? What's going on? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. I haven't heard from you in a minute. You still in Hawaii?
No, I'm in the East, man. I went to Asia. I'm on the run.
I'll get you a list of all the countries that don't have extradition. What do you think about what we're saying here?
I mean, we know why Egypt is opening the border, right? Like, Egypt is like Palestinians in before. They've seen what's happening like Palestinians in. I mean, it's not a mystery why they're not opening the border. It's not like, oh my God, what's going on? We know why they're not. They're not doing it for the same reason Jordan is opening the border for Palestinians again. They know what happens when you're a Palestinian.
Oh, 100%. See, people don't talk about that, Mark, is how when Egypt led the Palestinians the last time, what happened? It didn't turn out too well for anybody.
So let's just be honest about what's going on. There's a reason they're not opening the border. So we're like, how dare Israel not do all this stuff? And we turn blind eye. Well, I don't know why Egypt did. Well, we know exactly why. We're just not talking about it. Well, we know exactly why. I have a really hard time, and granted, I'm actually like closer to you guys, but my heart's still in America, right? I have a hard time telling someone on the other end of the world, like, I don't want a genocide. I don't want people to die. I don't want people to starve. But, like, I'm not going to tell you from far away how high your fence should be. Or, like, if you need to defend your house with barbed wire or gun or electric wire. I think that's something you guys sort of need to take care of in your neighborhood. So I'm all for saying, like, shit's way out of line. We got to fix it. But the nitty-gritty, how it's going to happen, I have a real hard time when we look around on the other side of the world and say, hey, there's a problem in your backyard, you better fix it, but I don't like the way you're fixing it now. Whoever rubs me the road, like, it's hard for me to articulate. It's hard for me to say how I would tell someone to do that when I'm not letting you tell me how I'm going to get rid of my in-laws who won't move out of my house. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have problems, and I can tell you when you go too far. But to say, you're doing the best you can, it's just, there's a lot of problems with the way everything's being done. Because the problem is, we keep seeing it every time people ask a question, all right, so what do you do on October 8th? Well, everything was wrong on October 10th. There's literally no way you can do the right thing. And what a lot of people also aren't talking about, which I've come to terms with, is that Israel decided on October 7th that this is not a PR war. They are not fighting the PR war, which is weird for people who are supposed to be in control of the media and so good at this shit. They just decided, hey, we're not going to.
Wait a second, Counselor. Counselor, hold on. You're telling me Jews don't own the media or the banks?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything about the bank. I'm not allowed to talk about it. But what I'm saying is, he just said, we're fighting a real war. If you guys want to argue on Twitter, go ahead. I think it's coming back to bite them in a lot of ways. But I think they said, we're going to focus on what's important. The simple fact is, if they had done everything they've done up until today, in the first 2 weeks after October 7th, you'd be hard pressed to say that the world would come down as hard on them now and then, and they would have now. But because they tried to do it as humanely as they claim they tried to do it, as it seems they tried to do it from what I've seen, I think they're getting the worst end of the stick because of it. Doesn't mean that he's a good dude. I mean, clearly, that guy's fucked up. But when you have an unwinnable solution, I can't blame someone for making the wrong decision. You know what?
I mean, but I don't know, Marcus. That's kind of Americans tell people all around the world what to do, what is thinking. So I mean, that's kind of
yeah. And I don't know, that's exactly what I'm talking.
Okay. What I'm saying is though, I mean, because you're saying if they did this, and we're telling them how to do it. I mean, I maybe can agree with you. After 2 weeks, if they did what they did, people would have been like, okay, it's enough. But when you just flatten, and I understand the whole thing would have been attacked and everything, and this stuff is, I think, complicated to fix, if you ask me. But it's like, of course, up to now, it's like people can see and people are like, okay, now come on, flatten the whole area, city, whatever, and it's like now it's becoming the guy. It's like the Rocky movie. It's like throwing the towel. Cause it's like at this point the guy's dead. So I think that's
the thing, though. They haven't flattened the whole thing. They flattened parts of it, absolutely. But this is the answer. You again, exactly what I said. There's a lot of people who say what they can't do. What are they supposed to do? You can't give them aid. Because when you give them aid, we saw that happen. You can't not give them aid, because if you not give them aid, that's a fucking piece of shit. You can't not do that. You can't flatten it, because that's not moral, that's not good. But you can't go in and leave with love, or you can't unilaterally pull out, because they tried to unilaterally pull out, and that couldn't work. So now we have a long list of things that they can't do, but we don't have to do one thing on the list of what they're allowed to do. And at some point, and I mean, I hate to say this, at some point, you and I are arguing over a pizza, and who gets to eat the last piece. It either gets to be in, one of us is going to eat it, the other person's going to be, or we're going to fight over it, right? And if we can't agree, or you're just not going to give in, we might have to fight over it. And
well, Marcus,
if you fight with the fat guy over a pizza, you might get your head bit off. And I think that's part of what we're seeing happen.
Well, Marcus, let me say this. A couple things real quick before I go to BB. If you're a real Jew, you're not eating that last slice because you're going to feel guilty. So I'll say that. But I'll say this. Here's the narrative that's being spun. And you know what I mean. Because I was sitting at the table, I'll be like, no, Marcus, you could have the pizza. No, Jason, you could have the pizza. Anyway, here's the narrative that's being spun. And I don't know how to push back on it. So Israel's going to take over Gaza City. They're not going to leave, right? And what that does is it spitballs into, well, I told you, BB, it was always about the land. It was never about Hamas. Good morning, BB.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can I play the interview with BB Netanyahu and Fox News? It's like 2 minutes long.
Be my guest.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna make coffee while you do that.
Watch here. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You bet Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter, but we don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So, in summary, he did not deny.
What do you guys think?
Can I share a counter argument here, JB?
My guess.
Marcus, you said that Israel does not care about its public image when fighting this war. In 2024,
I didn't say that.
They said they're not care what they don't care.
I said they decided at the beginning of this war. I decided at the beginning of this war they decided not to fight the PR war.
And I'm saying that's
care.
Okay, sure. Then they're not trying. Sure, then they're not trying. I'm telling you this. The IGAA, which is the Israeli government advertising agency, spent $120 million just last year on social media influencing. Okay, they did a trip with the Nelk Boys where they had the Nelk Boys come out for free and they filmed it all 2 years ago. Then they did an interview. Then Benjamin Netanyahu went on for the largest podcast for Gen Zers just a month ago to try to play a PR stunt. I mean, the idea that they're not trying, they are definitely trying. They're just not succeeding. They're just not winning.
Podcasts for a year. What you put out 2 podcasts?
Keegan, hold on a second. Marcus, you're a little low. If you could speak up a little loud, I appreciate it.
I'm yelling at them, but how much do they get from America every year that they only spend $120 million? Right? I mean,
well, this is a very, very small nation, Mark.
Literally nothing.
This is a very small nation. $120 million for Israel is a good amount of money. Still, good amount of change. Social media. Especially during a war. How much is Hamas spending on their social media influencing?
Probably more than they should be.
You think they're spending $120 million?
Just understand where you're.
Wait a second. Everybody mute up. Hey, Keegan, I just did a quick Google search. Israel's annual GDP is $540.4 billion. $120 million is not even the change in their drawer.
Exactly. And the fact that you and Kate say, well, what about Hamas and spending? They're not the same thing. One's a terrorist organization, one's a fucking country.
Yeah. Again, this doesn't change the fact. And you guys say if they have so many billions of dollars. Again, they came and funded their own war, right? Again, they're being funded by other foreign nations. But on top of that, they're a country that's running themselves.
Right, because it's a fucking proxy war for formation.
Sure, Marcus, but Marcus, my point is,
that's the point.
But my point is that you're saying that Israel's not trying to win the social media presence, and I'm telling you that they are. Why would Benjamin go on a large Gen Z podcast? Why would he do that? Why would he do that a month ago? Why would he do that?
Why would you do it over a year and a half after the fucking war started?
Because they're losing. They're losing their image. That's why.
Sit on the land. Fucking image the Jews have in the world for the last 2 billion years. Every year they have the exact
Muslim American. And you're saying Jews for somehow losing their image? What the fuck? They have a good image.
I mean, but do anybody really?
Let me jump in, guys. Let me jump in, please. Thank you. I want to say good morning to Daniel, then Chikor. Daniel, good morning, brother.
Good morning. I'm doing good. I hear that when Israel is doing stuff that any other nation in the world is doing, people really get upset here. Like 150 million, just like a huge number, which is basically. Shakur, hello, Shakur. Hi, Shakur. Can you hear my voice? $150 million is nothing, and the fact that you even talk about it as if people don't go like any other world leader will go on interviews, it's kind of weird to me. The fact that the thing is that I would say, I hate to say this, to use this, you people, but I would say you people just hate to see Jews fight back. When Jews are being massacred and killed, then there is empathy for the Jews that were slaughtered in 7th of October. But as soon as we fight back, it doesn't matter if it's with words, with weapons, with whatever, it just bugs you, really, really bugs you. And we're not losing, society loses. When you believe a made-up, fabricated lie, yes, we are paying the price. But it's your society that is allowing it, and it's your society that will have to pay the price. And if you think bringing Bibi into an interview with like 2 children in the United States is what we are doing to fight back, then you're ridiculous. Listen, at the end of the day, Hamas is not funding this propaganda war against Israel. It's a very, very big machine that has been in this for decades, okay? It didn't start now, and it's not Hamas. It's funded by very big pockets from Qatar to the IRGC, and Jazeera is basically working in it. But you have a problem, not with this Al Jazeera, for example, this huge corporation, global. You have a problem with Bibi Netanyahu going on an interview on a podcast that no one ever heard. This is what bothers you. This is what you're talking about. Because I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it. It actually bugs you when Jews are trying to say their words. Now, I will end with this. Lies are very, very cheap, fast, and truth is expensive and slow. So we cannot keep on refuting all the daily lies and propaganda. You know, at the end, there is truth. You want to believe, you're talking about image. I will tell you that image for us is not the first place. Our first place is survival. So if we have a bad image, but we are alive, so be it. So be it. If you want to think that we are genocidal demons, but you know, if you're an intelligent person, you know that it's the opposite. That the only place in the Middle East where Arabs, Muslims have rights, equal rights, freedom of speech, freedom of protest, it's in Israel. People say free Palestine. Free as what? As Lebanon, as Iraq, as Iran, as Syria,
Daniel,
as Yemen, as Egypt? Come on.
Daniel, let me jump in here. So, I don't agree with the current policy of what's going on over there, right? Doesn't mean I don't support Israel or IDF, but I think that needs to be a changing plans, just my opinion. But also, let me say this. No matter what Netanyahu would have did on October 8th moving forward, he was going to lose the PR war. Because anti-Semitism trumps ER. And that's just the way it is. Because Jew hate is real. People wake up this morning, they hated Jews for no reason. They probably don't even know a Jew. But I want to go to Bibi real quick. Bibi, you there? Bibi?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Bibi. Thank you for playing that clip. What do you think about that clip? What do you think about what Netanyahu is? Can we believe him?
I do. I don't think he wants to govern those people. He knows it's going to be a catastrophe, a headache. So if he lets the Arab nations govern it, it's going to be a big difference, and it's not in his head.
Alright guys, we're gonna go popcorn. Hold on, Marcus. We're gonna go popcorn style. We have a one-mic policy. When somebody's speaking, you will get a chance to push back when they're done. Okay, Marcus.
So that's the first time I heard that interview. that that young kid. He's on record now saying multiple times he's holding it, or they'll hold Gaza to give it to a civilian government. You're gonna hold him then. If he doesn't hold it, if he doesn't hold himself to that, if the world is gonna hold him to it, and if he doesn't, then fine, there's gonna be ramifications. But you know exactly what he's doing. The idea that they're trying to make quote unquote greater Israel, after you've heard it now say multiple times in a row that it's there to give it to an Arab civilian government. I mean, we can see exactly what happened. So I'm glad that he actually gave that statement.
What is happening, Cody?
Dan, you broke up. BB, can you play that clip one more time? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Then I'm going to say good morning to Sing and KP. Daniel, just mute up while he plays the clip, please. Thank you.
25%, a quarter of Gaza has, at the moment, as to where he is leading. Watch here. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So
Thank you, BB. What do you guys think about Benjamin Netanyahu's interview just now? BB, you want to chime in, and I'm going to welcome Sing and KP to the stage.
No, I want to know what Daniel thinks about that interview. So sorry.
Daniel?
I think that it's a war, and I think people don't realize it. So statement like this, it's basically telling Hamas, 5 days ago or 5 days before the interview, Bibi said that they want to have a deal to release all the hostages, meaning basically to end this. And then a few days later, they came with this threat, which they are willing to go through, to take control of Gaza, not to occupy Gaza, yes, for its matter, to take control of Gaza. We now have control of 75, to take control of 100. And basically all those statements to the world means to Hamas, this is what's going to happen, this is your last chance. And even in Hamas, there are debates whether it's serious or not. And Naim Qassem, I think, no, this is from the Hezbollah, was there, never mind. I don't think people know here, like people from Hamas, was saying like we should take this threat serious. And some don't. But the thing is that this pro-Bali support is actually telling Hamas, stay on your ground and don't surrender. It doesn't matter how many people die. So in the end, it's not necessarily a plan for now. It's a threat. And we hope we don't need to do it because we don't really want to occupy Gaza in no shape or form.
Thank you, Daniel. So before we continue moving the mic around, let me say good morning to KP. Sig had to step away for a minute. KP, what's good, bro?
Oh, not much. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing fantastic, sir. We're talking about what's going on in the Middle East right now. If you want to chime in, you're more than welcome. If you want to sit back, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I'm gonna sit back and chill.
Thank you, KP. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Keegan, much love, brother. Keegan, what do you think about that interview just now?
I mean, listen, I think that anyone who listens, it should be concerned that, listen, we don't want to govern inside of Gaza, but we, of course, are going to have to maintain a military control. I mean, this is just what Gaza's always been, right? Is that they're going to say that they don't mind, again, whoever governs the inside of it, but we're going to control the outside of it, meaning that this region will never grow, never prosper. It would still be considered an open-air prison at some point, even if you eliminate Hamas, because then they're like, well, now the threat of whoever is post-Hamas is now going to be the biggest threat. But my question is for people who are pro-Benjamin Netanyahu is, after the war is over, do you guys think that he should be held accountable for October 7th with how he reacted and how they weren't?
I mean, I think there should be an investigation, but George W. Bush knew some stuff about 9/11, and we didn't hold him accountable in that way. Like, why would they hold Netanyahu accountable that way?
Because, like, aren't they going to have almost proof that he knew about it and kind of ignored, kind of wanted to happen, and kind of been funding them out, so something like that? I mean,
No, what you're referring to is something that happened in the early 2000s. As I understand, Israel did give the nascent group some money, but they didn't fund the creation of Hamas. Those are two different things. In fact, if you're curious about Hamas as a group, I have a very good book I could quote to you from.
Cool. But isn't there evidence that they ignored intelligence, I guess? You know what I'm saying? But you're right. They didn't prosecute Bush.
Let me say, let me jump in here for a second, Danny. Because I have to be honest, and I'm not looking for smoke. I'm really not. It's 8:30 in the morning. But to say something so fucking asinine that Benjamin Netanyahu knew an attack was coming, he was going to let 1,200 people get murdered, raped, butchered, babies killed. Come on, now that's the ultimate cap. That's bullshit, man. Yeah, Danny.
A few things about this funding Hamas. So, no, Israel did not fund Hamas. Actually, Qatar funded Hamas. And the problem with Hamas that they are a dual-use organization. They are a brutal, barbaric terror group, but they are also the government of Gaza. So if Bibi or Israel says, yes, Qatar can provide money to Gaza, then it's supporting Hamas. But imagine for just 1 second that Qatar wants to give, I don't know, millions of dollars to Gaza, and Israel would say, we're not allowing this. Would you say, good job, they're not funding terrorism? Or would you be on stage here saying that Netanyahu is starving Gaza and not allowing aid? Because it seems like it doesn't matter what we do, it's wrong. Even if we don't do anything, just let it happen, it's wrong. Now, Bibi is getting his information from the Mossad and the IDF, where Israelis work. My friends, my family, no one would allow this. Too many people need to be involved in disallowing this, and it's against anything that we stand for. So just, like, even this claim is so ridiculous and so out of touch with reality. Even in your country, I don't know what country you're from, do you think it's possible that a president will know something that no one else would, and will allow, like, the citizens to be slaughtered like this? It's just a weird claim. It's just a claim that says Israel is wrong, and now let's see how.
Well, I mean, there's nuance in the conversation, so I'm not saying let them, like, hey, come on in. But there's nuance in the conversation, and I think when we've had these arguments, and people be like, oh, you're calling Israel Jews bad. No, I'm not saying that, and I've never said that. If you read the New York Times article that I put in the chat, it's just saying that ignoring, like they say about Bush, right? Maybe ignored intelligence and didn't take it serious or something like that. So I'm not saying that, yeah, he had a hand and he was like, yeah, come on in, it's a book bolster me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not on the side that Jews are bad and all this mess. You know what I'm saying? But there's nuance in the conversation.
And nuance means that this is how intelligence works. You have signals, you don't always know what they mean. sometimes those signals are meant to see what the other side will do. So, for example, if I would move my troops to a location, it's not to say that I want to attack. I want to see what the other side does as a response. So you don't always respond because you don't want the other side also to know what you know. And there are signals like this all the time from everywhere. And there's always a threat. No one imagined something like this.
And that's the thing with 9/11, right? Because people always say nobody imagined stuff like this, and then of course we find out the whole report that people did imagine stuff like this. So that's the nuance in the conversation. You know,
no, again, this report was an option. It's a possibility. There are many possibilities of things that could happen. It's called the part, like basically a playbook of things that could happen. If Iran will do this, if they will do that, or like what could happen. There's something called Iframistaba with the department that basically their job is to think the opposite of what others are thinking, to see what we missed. Unfortunately, with intelligence and with counterterrorism, there is no 100%. And blaming the victims, it's a bit fucked up, let's be honest.
It's not a bit fucked up, it's a lot fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, let me do a quick reset, guys. This is Healthy Debates, Coffee Conversations. We got some amazing people on stage. We got Pale we got Sig, we got KP, we got BB, we got Marshall, Keegan, Marty, Daniel, Uncle Jay. Hey, Tony, Andre. Hey, Andre, I'm surprised you're down in the VIP section. Hector, how you doing? Rabbi, I invited you up. I'd love to hear your perspective. Rachel, good morning. Lovely smile. Saturn, how you doing? Guys, you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Also, if you look on the Jumbotron, that's a link to my room tonight on Chatham. It's gonna start at 4:45 p.m. Definitely come on over. If you like this conversation, you're gonna love that one. So let me say good morning to Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay, good morning.
What's good, family? Rich risings to one and all in one.
We're talking about the Middle East right now. Do you want to chime in?
As far as that, I mean, y'all are more knowledgeable on that. I just feel like we shouldn't even be going to war with none of these people. I don't really do the whole politics thing because people get mad at me because I feel, because I say fuck them all. Fuck every president we ever fucking had. And the reason I say that is because if we can send millions of dollars to wars that we ain't never been in, but we still got homeless vets walking around this motherfucker, fuck all of them. If they can't, if none of them can take care of the people who fought for this damn country, I don't give a fuck what color you are, I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you cannot protect the people, even Jimmy Carter said, anybody who fights for this country should have a square deal. That means they shouldn't be worried about shit.
Hey, Uncle, you're gonna tell us your opinion, but that's totally off topic of what we're speaking about.
I know. As far as the Iran and all of that stuff, I mean, I can't really speak on that. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and rock that, family. Let me get some knowledge and understanding from y'all first before I comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll hang out for a while. Thanks, everybody. Get one.
So yeah, like exactly. I think 9/11 is a great example, but at the same time, the intel that they were receiving that Iran is going to come in, Hezbollah is going to invade the same exact way on that day. I believe they did wait and see if that was the case, because even if you just throw all your army into one direction to the south, and they just started raping and doing all this savagery, and they actually took over towns and kept them hostage instead of taking them out, the conversation would be totally different. Israel would have been on its knees, but since Hamas just go with their dicks and Hezbollah not going in, it's why I think there was a big delay in the response, because if there was going to be two fronts, it's a totally different conversation than having everybody just focus on one area.
Thank you, Mike. Everybody, hold on. Dan,
The rockets out with the invasion.
100%, they stood down until they got things in order. Before I say good morning to my co-host, I definitely want to say good morning to Rabbi. Rabbi, good morning.
Morning, how are you? How's everybody?
Fantastic, glad you're here. Do you want to chime in, sir?
I'm not exactly sure what the particular question is at the moment.
Well, we're painting about, I love these conspiracy people that are like, Netanyahu knew that 1,200 people were going to get murdered on October 7th, and the response of Israel and the current situation going on and what's going on with Gaza. I think they need a different plan, Rabbi, just my opinion. I don't think the plan they have in place is working, and all it's going to do is grow more fanatical terrorists, just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit worse than that. I don't think there is a plan. That's worse. They have not spoken about what happens the day after, and I think the reoccupation of Gaza is a bad strategy because it means I don't know how you split occupying Gaza, but having somebody else manage the insides of it. Right? Like, I don't know how you split that up. And I don't see a multinational force already volunteering to come in and do that. Look, I don't trust Netanyahu as far as I can throw him, which is not that far. I think he needs to be out. I think the reoccupation of Gaza will rip Israeli society to shreds from the inside. I think people are weary and tired of this.
Well, let me say this, Rabbi. Thank you, Fisher. And I said it earlier, and I believe it. You're in America, I'm in America, Marty's, him and I are neighbors, Daniel's over in Israel, but I truly believe that these moves that they're making over there impact you and me. Because what it does, it makes an easy target to be a Jew now. I mean, it's been an easy target, but it's even easier now because now people are saying, well, I told you it was just about the land. It was just about occupying the land. And that really puts us in even greater danger. I truly believe that. So my thing is, what's the alternative? I think the plan they have in place, all they're doing is cultivate more terrorists. But let me say good morning tonight. Good morning, Nye.
Good morning, JB, Save Marshall, everybody on the stage. Happy Friday.
Yes, it's Friday. Nye, you can jump in anytime. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style, one mic at a time, please.
Can I say something in response to Daniel?
Be my guest.
And I think that when we have these arguments, sometimes it's like people's like, oh, because you're questioning or you say something, and this stuff has been in the news about Netanyahu, about the intelligence or whatever. I'm not putting it out my ass, but people will say, oh, you're to blame the victim, and that's not what we're doing. That's like saying the 9/11 Commission was blaming the victim. No, I mean it's just talking about the topics we're talking about and just saying that hey, this is what's been brought up and this is what is in the zeitgeist per se. You know what I'm saying? So I want that to be the narrative or this conspiracy theory or not. I mean this has been in mainstream. This has been all over the news. So.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second, Uncle. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, sir. I believe I read your profile correctly, where it says you're a teacher.
Yes, sir.
So how do you feel about when Hamas was in control of Gaza? Their teachers were teaching the students. If you have 6 Jews and you kill 4 Jews, how many Jews do you have left? How does that resonate with you?
I mean, that's a horrible thing. I'm in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So it's a horrible thing. So I mean, of course, it's a horrible thing. Like, and I've taught, what Arab kids and kids that are Palestinian, Emiratis. I'm in the UAE. So, what I'm saying? So I've, talked to all people from all walks of life
about 9/11, man, with no plane. And I mean, let's just be real, with no plane. And
Wait, are you saying all the Americans that watched planes crash into the tower saw a visual illusion?
it is, when they was cleaning up all of that wreckage from all of that stuff, where was the plane?
Well, when you fly at like 500 miles an hour and you crashed it into a skyscraper, the plane kind of goes into tiny little pieces.
Man, family, let me break something down to you.
No. Let me break something down to you real quick. I'm in New York. I watched those towers fall. I saw those planes hit. I lost friends in those towers. So that's a conspiracy that I'm not going down. That's disrespectful to the victims. It's disrespectful to my country, right? It's disrespectful to a lot of people. So you're more than welcome to have your beliefs, but I lost friends in those buildings. So you're more than welcome to go to another room and spew all that shit, but you're not going to do it on my stage. Not when it comes to 9/11. Because I have a man on stage right now, my man Sid, who fought for this country. Not disrespectful that is to him. So we're not doing that. Omni Tedder, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, brother JB, no disrespect. I just want y'all to understand something. Around where we at and where y'all at, y'all get news before we do. So
I was in New York when it happened, bro. What are you talking about?
I dig that. No disrespect. I want you to understand something, but like we all know that in certain places, news changes the narratives. We know the news changes it to suit some other people's thought process. So what y'all are seeing there, we don't get to see all the way down here like that. So we can only we're in the South.
You're saying
we never seen. No. Here's what we're saying. Here's what I'm saying, because I can't speak for nobody else. I'm saying 1 minute they're showing planes flying next to the thing, but you just never found no plane in the room.
Okay, wait, Marshall. Do not bring that dude back up. I just said to him, I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but he can insist to persist.
It's like saying that the planes hit the towers, but where are the towers? I don't see any towers. There were no twin towers. It's a ridiculous claim.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Once again, my lived experience, I was here on 9/11. I know what I saw. So for this bullshit, listen, man. Did Bush know about 9/11? I don't know. Some people say he did. Where's the evidence? But to come up here with these conspiracy, once again, let me reiterate this. You may not want to hear this, people. It's disrespectful to the people that died. It's disrespectful for the people that fought for our country. It's disrespectful to all Americans. That was probably in my lifetime the most tragic day in this country. I lost friends in those buildings. So when you say there's no plane, when you take a plane going over 500 miles an hour into the side of a building, guess what? It disintegrates.
So JB, for the record, there were plane parts found.
Of course there were, bro.
There was absolutely plane debris found.
Of course there was. He lives in his own world. And they give us this narrative, the news changes from north to east. Like, why do you bring these lunatics into my space? I'm just kidding. All the crazies follow dying.
It's not even possible. If his theory, the bombs went off on the ground, more people would have died because there's FDLI and so many first responders on the floors near the buildings, evacuating people. If it blew up that way, the story would have been very different as well. And I lost my cousin second day of the job. Was killed in the South Tower with a plane's hit.
I'm sorry for your loss, Marty. I lost very dear friends over in those buildings. And here's something you guys don't know. I wasn't always a criminal. I had a real job. I worked on the 97th floor, built into the World Trade Center for a company called Fiduciary Trust Company International. I lost many friends from that company because they weren't getting down from the 97th floor. So I asked you to stand down and not bring that up, but be my guest. BB, want to jump in there? I'm going to say good morning to Zach.
No, I agree totally with what you're saying. I think it's a rabbit hole. You're going to get these weird fucking conspiracy theorists that give the most outlandish theories. I think we should totally stay away from this topic.
there was video evidence, and I think it should just stay at that, and that's it. People need to have more respect and common courtesy to understand what actually happened that day and leave it alone. I'd rather talk about the Middle East and the threats that Bibi was getting. And people need to remember that they threaten Israel every day, every single day, just to see how their security moves. Why should Bibi take that day any different? And as well, they didn't wake him up to let him know. Was there other people that wanted the attack to happen? The way I look at Bibi, he's a true patriot. And then you have these outlandish theories that the reason Bibi let it happen because he's trying to evade a trial. People forget how old he is. Even if he was to get found guilty and go through the whole appeal process, he'd be like 88 years old. He wouldn't serve a day in fucking jail. Like, it's just people will come up with the craziest theories and blame.
Wait. But Bibi, let me just say this. You got to, do you know where these theories are based in? They're based in anti-Semitism. That's really what it is.
100%.
And Bibi, the trial is still ongoing. So
it has all to do with Jew hatred. It has nothing to do with Hamas. And I understand whenever somebody was talking about earlier that Israel only spent, somebody said, I think 120 million. Why would they spend a fucking dollar? They understand it doesn't matter what they put out there. Jew hatred is Jew hatred. You're not going to change the narrative of the Jew haters. People wake up, cut their nail too short, they blame the fucking nail clipper saying a Jew made it. People wake up, their wife's fucking their neighbor, they blame the Jews saying Jews sold them condoms. Jews on the media, Jews on the... Come on.
Can I just clarify what's being said?
It's not come on, bro. This is all about Jew hatred.
Really quickly, are you saying
Hold on. If you're going to clarify things, understand the context that we've been talking about this for about 2 hours.
I've been listening the whole time.
You've been in the room the whole time?
I've been listening the whole time. You're talking about the October 7th, correct?
So give us clarity. Go ahead.
I think what was just said was Bibi is saying that anyone who claims that Benjamin Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks or there are a faction of the Israeli government who had knowledge of the October 7th attacks and allowed it to happen, that's anti-Semitic.
I said that Israel received...
But on October 7th, the attackers themselves didn't even know. That's not what's being said. Let me clarify. I'm clarifying. That's not what's being said, right? So you have a misunderstanding about the phrase prior information. You're not understanding that from the Israeli perspective, in the realm of reality, there is always a threat of an attack from Hamas. There's always prior information. They're planning this, they're planning that. I was watching the attacks unfold on October 7th, October 8th, October 9th. On October 7th, the day it was happening, October 8th, I was working that day. I could not concentrate. They sent me home early. They said, you can't focus, just fucking go home early. You're staring at your phone all day. I was looking at Telegram channels from Hamas members who were posting, everything is in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, and I'm not posting, and the only thing that I understand are the videos that they're sharing. And they did not know themselves that it was happening until the morning of the attack. There were people who said, hey, we're going to do this, it's go time. So when you say that Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, you might be referring to one of two things. You might be referring to there was like a 20-minute delay, which I don't think is what you're referring to, but we could talk about that. The delay in communications because it was a holiday and who knows what the fuck was going on. That was a 20-minute delay or something that's been reported, widely reported. The other thing that you could potentially be referring to is that he had some knowledge like days or weeks in advance, and he knew that Hamas was planning the attack and he let them in like it was Red Rover, that you like let them
I'm not suggesting either one. I'm just challenging the idea that the mere suggestion that he had prior knowledge.
Right. So I didn't conclude with that. So the reason why it's anti-Semitic, or people are saying it's anti-Semitic, is because when you hold Jews to some other double standard that you would not hold a normal person to, that can be interpreted as Jew hatred or otherizing the Jews or something.
Can you point out that double standard?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on a second. I can't believe I'm going to say this publicly, but I actually agree with my friend. He actually made sense today. God bless him. He had coffee. But go ahead, BB.
Does racism exist in the United States? No, I'm asking you a question because people say that in Israel, Jews and Israelis are racist towards the blacks. It exists. Racism exists all over the world, but why is it under the microscope when it happens in Israel? Israel's not allowed to be like any other country.
You don't think that's true? Really?
No, I think racism is pointed out by like everyone, right? No matter where it is, right? There might be groups that you don't like. That you're not privy to. But yeah, like there's people screaming like about atrocities about everything.
Hey, check this out. Racism exists. It's rampant in America, from every side. But so does anti-Semitism. See, before October 7th, people I know said, people would whisper under their breath anti-Semitic thing. People in America will use the N-word like it's nothing, bro. They'll throw it around like it's Halloween candy. But they weren't so free to use the anti-Semitic tropes that they used until October 7th. And now it's been normalized in our society to hate Jews. That's not just my opinion, that's my lived experience. But go ahead, nobody interrupt this gentleman. If you want to grab the mic, be my guest.
I can't deny that there's been an uptick in anti-Semitism since October 7th. Like that's just undeniable, right? But when we're making comparisons, I'm not sure if we want to do the oppression Olympics thing, where it's like, oh, who's more, discriminated against black folks or Jewish folks. First of all, I don't think it's close. I think there's a lot of anti-black sentiment that's just like historically baked into this country and into society. As much as we wash it away, there's still, the remnants still linger there a little bit. So, I think largely most people, I don't think anti-Semitism is like.
Can we agree that? Can we agree that anti-Semitism? Well, because you're saying stupid things, I just want to get an agreement.
No, I'm just saying things you would disagree with.
Okay, well, you're doing a good job. But you won't agree with me that anti-Semitism and racism is prevalent in this country?
Prevalent. I would say there's an uptick. I don't know if anti-Semitism is prevalent in this country. No, I'm not sure.
All right, let me say hello to Stan. What's up, Stan?
Hey, GB. Hey.
Do you want to chime in?
Curious. Sorry.
Yeah, the mic is yours.
Hey, I'm just curious. Like, is Jew allowed to be hate? I mean, Jews can do whatever they want. They can kill like a lot of the civilians, and they're not getting punished. They're not being like it's not allowed to hate like
we put 2 million people in concentration camps in your country.
Oh, no one's allowed to disagree with you guys, I guess. That's what this kind of room is. Healthy debates is a room where everyone gets dogpiled that disagrees. That's what healthy debates is about.
Marty respectfully, Stan was talking. He just bullguarded, and that's what makes. I'm not gonna bullshit you here. You can call me anti-Semitic, whatever, but your people do that a lot. When someone
Your people do that a lot. Say, come on.
Yeah, I know.
For fuck's sake. Don't be fucking with.
Well, here you go. Now you cut me off. Because it happens. No.
Well, maybe because you people.
You can say Marty. Because it happens.
Hold on, everybody. So then you can get the fuck out. Okay, if it's that ridiculous, if it's not up to your intellectual capacity, you're more than welcome to leave. Okay? But you know what? I'm gonna let my people speak also, but when a modest speaking guy stand down, let him speak, and then everybody will get a chance to speak again. Okay, Sid.
Thanks, brother. And when I say that, I say it because whenever we have these talks, I've noticed a pattern. Is that when someone comes in with a sentiment that disagrees with the Zionist narrative, you guys do dogpile. And it makes you look bad. And that's all I'm trying to say. It makes you look worse. So let the man speak. He was speaking. Don't cut him off. And then once he gets done, then you can rebut. But it's very simple. I say the same thing to the blacks. The blacks are the same shit to those people.
Daniel, hold on a second. Let me say this. I want Stan to continue. But Stan is telling me he don't like Jews without telling me he doesn't like Jews. But go ahead, Stan, land your plane.
I have no knowledge about Jews, and I have no interest in hating or I have no emotional.
If you have no knowledge of it, why speak on it?
No.
You just said that. I'm using your words, sir. Oh, now you're a scholar on Judaism and Israel. Please.
Right.
He got a degree. He went back and got a degree.
No, guys, seriously, go ahead, Stan. You got a minute to land your plane.
What I'm seeing is that Israel is killing a lot of civilians in Gaza, and increasingly, I feel like I have negative feelings on Israel people. That's one thing.
Wait. Do you have negative feelings on Israel or Jewish people?
Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, well, please stop
the people.
gaslighting. Can I say something now? Because you didn't say Israel. You said the Jewish people are getting away with killing people. That's your exact word. Maybe English is not your first language, which I obviously can hear it. It's not. But the reality is you said Jews, and you idea that Jews are just killing random people is a conspiracy.
Marty.
And it's anti-Semitic because it doesn't appear.
Marty, Stan, hold on. Let me just say this. So, Stan, like you're my friend, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. And you may not agree because, like, I don't have your lived experience, you don't have mine. We gather up like this and we dogpile on people, and I'm keeping it real with you because we're targeted right now. That's really the truth. Jews are targeted, and you guys give me all the emojis you want and shit like that. But when we get targeted, we gather around each other. So that's I just wanted to say that to you.
And
Now,
if I may, just one sentence. Not only are you 100% correct, we are targeted right now, but also when you talk about the anti-Zionist narrative, when things contradict the Zionist narrative, Sig, respectfully, things that contradict the anti-Zionist narrative abound. Anti-Zionist narratives abound. They are everywhere. And Clubhouse is one of the few places where I personally in my life can feel heard on my pro-Zionist narrative. And so it doesn't excuse the dogpiling. I like it when people don't interrupt each other. I like it when people are brief, I'll just say this, along with the one mic policy, you gotta be brief, right? So it's frustrating when people drone on and on. It's also frustrating when people interrupt, but to agree with JB, we're targeted now, and Clubhouse is one of the few places where we can feel heard on our pro-Zionist beliefs. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let me respond to that. So I hear what you're saying, but that was not my point. The point is Stan was talking. Stan was barely off mic for 15 seconds, and Marty just came in. And what I've noticed is a fucking pattern with this. It's like October 7th last year, I came into JB's room, and JB said, "Hey, Sig, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts on this?" I said, "JB, I'm just getting into this. I'm not well-versed, but I hate to see innocent people dying on both sides." You know who a bunch of people came off mic? A bunch of Israel supporters came off. What do you support Hamas? What do you support Hamas sympathizers? What do you mean? I'm like, whoa. I say, calm the fuck down, bro. So all I'm saying is, when you guys act like, then you guys act just like the blacks, because I give the blacks the same shit. So get offended by you people. I do the same shit to my fucking people too when they act like fucking idiots and get their panties in a bunch and can't control their emotions. Is that it makes you look bad, and then people don't want to hear you out. People don't want to fucking support you. That's all my point is. But
well, let me jump in. Hold on, Daniel. Let me jump in. And I don't speak for all Jews. I just speak for this Jew, this cracker in the corner. I know it's been 2 years since this war has started, this conflict, whatever people want, this genocide, like some of you idiots like to label it. But for some of us, and I'm going to keep it 100, it's still very raw. It's still surreal what happened on October 7th. And I'm not justifying people dogpiling on other people. I want to hear what Stan has to say. I want to hear what Nye has to say. I want to hear what El Noma has to say. But for me, it's still very raw. The images I saw on that day are embedded in my mind forever. Doesn't make it right to dogpile on somebody. I'm just telling you my perspective. But before we continue, I definitely want to say good morning to Rachel. And then I'm going to go to El Noma. Good morning, Rachel.
Can I raise my hand? How do you do it?
I have no idea. But the mic is yours, ma'am.
Just good morning, and I love this discussion. I love your room. I just have 3 questions that you can answer, probably than anyone else. Let me preface by saying, as I said before, Blacks don't really know much about Judaism or being Jewish or anything because we have our own plight. Now, there may be some Blacks who know and are racist against you, but we don't know if it's a race or a religion most times. That's number 1. We don't wake up thinking about, we aren't anti-Semitic. There probably are some, but as a whole, Black people aren't anti-Semitic because we don't understand it. We know what happens to millions of people. And when you say you're being targeted, we don't know who's targeting you. Now, on your daily basis, you do have people probably that are being nasty or mean, but it's likely not because you're a Jew, it's because they find maybe you're rude or something, some circumstance. Number 2 is, I don't know what a Zionist is, and I'm well educated, but I don't, like I said, I'm just maybe talking about me. I don't know a lot of these things. And number 3, I think it helps if you're more specific to say who you're being targeted by. Because it sounds like Zig said, sometimes it sounds like everybody's against you, and really you're a non-factor to a lot of people in a good way. We don't know who you are unless you're going to, in LA, unless you're going to church on Saturday or whatever day it is, walking because you can't utilize mechanics, or if you're away because of certain holidays in the office or something. But I never come across people in my job that say anything about being having anti-Semitism against them or even being a Jew, unless someone says, my husband's a Jew, so I have to do this. A girl told me she can't be home in October for Yom Kippur. We don't hear that stuff. So we feel kind of like, I don't know what the word would be, but we're being accused of stuff that's not true. And I just want you to be more sympathetic to that.
Everybody, hold on. Bibi, hold on 1 second, because I promised Nomi can answer her questions, and then I'll come to you next. And I also want to get Rick and Albert in the conversation. El Normal, good morning, my friend.
Good morning. So, and thanks for bringing me up, and Rachel, thanks for your question. So, the reason why other people don't really know who or what we are is because we are very complicated, and we don't always know who or what we are because we're different. Because we were around before these ideas of race didn't exist when we were formed as a nation. And religion didn't exist before we were formed as a nation. Essentially, we are a family, a tribe, a people, a nation, with a founding document, the Torah, and a language that we speak when we pray, Hebrew, and the land of Israel. And Zionism is the belief that we get to live safely and securely in our home, and that home is Israel. So all that stuff you hear, Ashkenaz is from Europe, this is just an attempt to kill us. Because we're not from Europe. Europe is a Christian continent with lots of countries, and it's irrelevant to us. We're home in our historical homeland of Israel. I understand it's hard for people to understand. And all we want to do is live safely and securely there. And if somebody attacks us because we're small, and because we're surrounded by unfriendly neighbors whose goal is the opposite, they feel they supersede us, they feel there can be no Jewish state, we often have to fight them. But we wait until they attack us or until they're ready to attack us, because we have a thing, if your enemy rises up to kill you, rise up earlier than them and kill them first. And that's again because we're little. So that's what Zionism is, and that's what Judaism is. I'm happy to answer any further questions because I don't want to give a long lecture.
No, I was just speaking to your plight in America. I'm not speaking to, I appreciate that lesson, it's a great lesson, but but I'm talking about here in America, the things that I said previously, they pertain to being in America.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Rachel, I know you see what's going on in these college campuses, how Jewish students are being targeted. I know you see that. Everybody sees that. But I'm going to pass it to, hold on, I'm going to pass it to BB. Maybe he can answer it. Then I'm going to get Albert, Dave, and others in the conversation. Go ahead, BB.
I just wanted to point out something. I'm not sure, Rachel. You know that there's Jamaican Jews, there's Black Jews, there's Chinese Jews, there's Colombian Jews, there's people from Thailand that are Jewish. Jews come in all different skin colors. That's the thing. People think that a Jew is just a white pasty guy with a little hat on his head, and they become indifferent and they act. I just wanted to bring that up because it's confusing to me when people don't. They have this stereotypical thing of what a Jew looks like. Cause there's Jews in Italy, there's Jews in Spain, Morocco, where I'm from, North Africa. Like we're scattered around the world, and we come in all shapes, sizes, and color.
Oh, I appreciate that, but I'm asking you, in America, please be more specific to who is being anti-Semitic to you. And I guess sometimes I don't watch the news, but I did see something about it. The college campuses, yes, I see that, and that's shameful. But I'm saying that you see the law is all.
I think that, respectfully, I think you're getting a little confused because your question is phrased in kind of a confusing way. When you say who is being anti-Semitic towards you guys, the answer is very simple: anti-Semitic people. And so when you say, one thing that I thought was the most confusing when you were speaking, Rachel, is when you said something about how the black community as a whole is not anti-Semitic. That may or may not be true. It probably is true. But saying any community as a whole, I mean, the whole point of the Enlightenment, of the Renaissance, and individual freedom and personal responsibility is that we can't speak for people as a whole. So we can say things like, the origin of the Jewish people is in the land of Israel. That's a fact that can be supported with archaeology. But you can't say things like, all Jews are racist, or all Jews support Netanyahu, or all Jews are this, or all Jews don't eat pork, or blah, 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 blah. That you get into, and saying all. So does that make sense? Your question is like.
Yeah, I understand your thing, but I tell you what, I challenge you to ask every black person that comes to the stage, what do you know about Judaism? Or what do you not know about being a Jew? I'm totally ignorant. The only thing I knew is when I was growing up that my father mentioned that the person that we had an account with, Taylor, was a Jew. That's the first and last thing I ever knew until, I got to work with people and blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying, I'm not speaking for all blacks, but I'm speaking for, a majority of blacks that we really don't know.
Well, let me jump in, Rachel. Because I'm going to say some polarizing things. That's okay. All I ask is people to respect what my policy. I wasn't around in the 60s, maybe El Norma was, when the civil rights movement went. Shoulder to shoulder with the black community, that would be the Jewish community. Shoulder to shoulder. And I have to tell you, I find it very disheartening that, and I'm not saying you, Rachel, I'm just saying people in general from the black community don't honor that we stood shoulder to shoulder with your community. And I'm going to keep it a buck with you, Rachel, because I like you and I respect you, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. My lived experience, I've seen more anti-Semitism and hate coming out of the black community towards the Jewish community than any other community. And I just don't understand it. So, but let's not.
Is that in New York? But please for a second, is that in New York?
Of course it's in New York. No, it's in New York. I'm talking about my lived experience.
Okay, see, that's the thing. New York is a whole different animal. So I understand you probably see it there because you guys are shoulder to shoulder. And I do understand that Jewish people did help us. And I'm just saying that I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know. In Florida, we weren't around the group because you kind of have your own community. Even here in LA, you have your own community, but you live everywhere. But I won't belabor the point, but I'm just saying, be a little more,
Well, let me finish my thought, please. Okay. Because not all Jews are monoliths, right? I'm a different type of Jew than El Normo or Rabbi or Bibi. I have tattoos. I eat pork. I shouldn't have either one of those, but I do. It's not a religious thing. It was me living my life. but rest assured, October 7th came. I'm a Jew. I've always been a Jew. I just don't talk about it on this app because you know what? It's like these people grab the lowest hanging fruit and say, oh, he's a Jew. Let's automatically hate him, which is bizarre to me. But let me tell you this. Here in America, we are the bullseye right now. Walking down the streets. And listen, there's parts of Brooklyn I can go into right now, right? That I'm not going to be accepted as a Jew. Most of the people on the stage aren't going to be accepted. They're very secular people. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I'm less of a Jew or I'm not proud to be a Zionist. I came on this stage early this morning. I had this room open since 6 o'clock this morning. And one of the first things I spoke about when we were speaking about Israel, Zach, I need you to mute up, man. Zach, can you mute up, please?
No.
So one of the first things I said was, I don't agree with what the IDF is doing right now. Doesn't make me less of a Zionist. Doesn't mean I don't love my Jewish brothers and sisters. Just means I disagree with the government. But let me say, hold on, bro.
All right.
I know you're sensitive. I brought that up earlier.
I was going to agree with you, actually.
Thank you. I don't need your agreement, but thank you. You can go listen for a while. Now, I brought this up earlier, how the men on this app are hypersensitive. He kicked me out of his room 3 days ago. They were talking about normal. I'm like, who gives a fuck? It was 3 days ago. Grow up. You hurt my feelings. Man, squeeze your balls and be a fucking man. Stop the bullshit. But anyway, part of my language, Miss Rachel. Let me say good morning to Albert because he's been patiently waiting.
I wanted to bring you up short for 1 second, Jay. You said I was around in the 60s. Did you mean the 1960s or the 1860s, man?
1860s.
That's the one.
1860s. The 1760s.
El Normo was out there protesting with Lincoln. But let's go to Albert. Albert, good morning.
Hey, good morning, JB.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, actually, I want to chime in at the comments of Stan, the Chinese guy. What he tries to say, I think I just want to explain and elaborate on that point. I think what he tries to say, like the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. I mean, I admit it. Chinese can be racist. And especially, for example, against like black people. I just say it out loud. I'm not proud of it. I feel bad about it, about our people. But the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. There's no religious, there's no culture, there's no geopolitical beef between us. Actually, as far as I understand, maybe it's a lie or propaganda in Chinese history textbooks as well, but Chinese has been helpful to send Jewish refugees from Europe and let them stay in China until the end of the Second World War. And actually, Israel has been nice to China as well in modern history of China. So there's no beef between us. The problem is when some Chinese are very pro-Israel. But for some of us, like me, and I think for Stan, and I speak for him, so sorry if I keep me honest here. So I think what he trying to say and I want to say is what we see what we see. And we have a problem with that. And please don't label us anti-Semitism because it does not make me feel shameful. It does not make me feel outrageous. It makes me feel weird. Like I like apple. I don't like maybe watermelon, but I cannot dislike a fruit. I haven't tasted. Right? There's no historical, religious, cultural beef between us. So not any. I mean, this apply to not just the Chinese, but to the general audience or the general discussion. Don't label anyone who criticizes Israel as anti-Semitism.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, stupid.
Thank you, Albert. Appreciate it. So I'm gonna ask. Hold on, Stan, because I know we had Chinese contingent in here right now. El Normo, I'm gonna ask you. Let me ask you. Should we go to Rick? Because I don't know what he's gonna say, or should we go to Jamal? And I know what he's gonna say. You want to turn up the heat a little bit or no? Dave, I got you. Dave, I got you, Dave. All right, let me say good morning to Jamal. Good morning, Jamal.
Good morning, JB. Hey, before I say anything, I want to say I love you and I love the room.
Oh man, you stroking before you start. Man, baby.
No, but let's get right into it. Do you consider, in all your fellow line in the United States of America where this country is founded on racism. And not only is it founded on racism, it's founded on colorism.
You're right about that.
And that's, I know I am. So, and
so we came in, and at first we were black.
Well, I'll be quiet. But I
we
just
look back to each other. You don't have to.
Can I make one short comment?
No, that's what you want. You don't want dissent.
Hold on a second. Man, Omni, how you trying to check my room? It's just not enough, bro. So I'm just gonna show you to the door. Have a great day. Stay safe. I want to give Rabbi a chance to have dialogue with Jamal. Rabbi, go ahead.
Yeah, just a short comment that, for basically all the time that Jews lived in Europe, nobody considered us European. We were told for all of those thousands of years, you're not European, you're Jewish.
That's correct.
I still don't understand Jamal. You can't respond, but no, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond. I promise. But my thing is, respectfully, what does that have to do with this custom? Who cares where Jews are originally from? What does that have to do with today, right now?
Well, because here's the reality. You're walking around here, blonde hair, blue eye, brown hair, brown eye. You're walking around here as Caucasian, white, European. And you're moving throughout the community. And, well, you said yourself today that you don't even tell anybody that you are a Jew. You rarely even speak that. But
wait, who said that? Who said that?
I thought you said that.
I believe you. I respectfully, you gotta get some Q-tips because your hearing's off, because I never said that.
Well, excuse me. I thought I heard someone say that they ate pork and that they did not always tell everybody.
No. See how you spin the narrative. I said I eat pork and I have tattoos. I'm not like the regular Jew. But I never said I'm not proud to be a Jew. I want to announce it to the world. I'll go to Times Square with a fucking sandwich board on saying I'm a Zionist. I can care less.
Okay. Well, the point of what I'm making has nothing to do with that. The point that I'm making is you are getting white privilege in the United States of America. And because you're getting this white privilege, but you're still trying to cloak yourself as a minority, and you're not a minority.
White privilege is a myth.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let me just explain something to you, Mr. Jamal, real quickly. When I go to DMV and I have to check off one of those boxes, Jew is not there. White is. So that's the choice I have. That's what the government's done, not me. If there was a Jew Zionist box, trust me, my friend, I'm putting it on my driver's license.
I hit other, by the way. All right, but you're a Catholic.
I also always check other. Respect to that, Norm.
Okay, all right, and that's fine. I have no way of knowing what you check. But you're counted as you move around this society as a white person.
Right up until the point that a neo-Nazi group or something thinks that you're there too.
Let me say it this way.
It's really not much protection. If you just give me a second, it's really not much protection at all. The moment they find out or suspect you're Jewish, they think the same thing of Jews they do of black people and Hispanic folks.
Good point.
Right? You say that they have the ability to pass for white. Again, if you pass for white, but you're always worried somebody's going to hear you're a Jew and discriminate, then you are in a discriminated minority class. You don't have to like the fact that Jews had a diaspora that went to Europe, and so some of them were white. Again, that the white comment works all the way up to when the KKK or the neo-Nazis figure out you're Jewish. Then at that point, you're lumped in with the same.
Let me jump in for 2 seconds. I just want to ask Jamal a question. I promise I'm going to let you in. And it's really just yes or no. Were Jews slaves in Egypt? Were they ever slaves to Jewish people?
Not Ashkenazi white people.
Oh, okay.
No, they weren't. And the Hebrew is an Ethiopian black person. And we know that to be true.
No, they're fucking not. They literally live in the Levant.
Yeah, black people rob the liquor store.
You are not allowed to misrepresent history.
And that was not called
allowed to
for.
tell
Wait, hold on a second. Marshall, hold on a second. See, Zach, I try to get you the conversation.
I'm sorry.
It's not even sorry, it's just stupid, it's offensive, man. Because these comments like that is what brings smoke to our people. I'm being dead ass serious with you. But nobody interrupt Jamal, let Jamal land his plane. If the rabbi wants to engage with him, he's more than welcome to. Then Jamal.
So we can't deny that David had sex with Bathsheba, and they were in Ethiopia. And the Bible, the Orthodox Bible, we know that originated in Ethiopia. We know that the tribes that we can trace back, these are black people, right? So that's something, whether you like it or you don't like it. But no tribes are from Europe. We know that the Ashkenazi European Jew decided that they wanted to take on the religion. This was something that you purposely decided, I'm not going to be a Christian, I'm going to choose to go with the Hebrew. And I'm going to be...
Why would we do that?
Yes. Well, and the reason why you did it, the reason why you did it,
yes.
I to be honest with you, I can't explain. I think you had a choice.
Of course you can't explain it because you're not based on reality.
Well, the reality is that none of those tribes come from Europe.
You're missing the whole point.
And that is the reality.
Guys, hold on.